Wang Mo's gaze lingered momentarily on the four characters' victory and defeat already determined, displayed on the screen. Upon noticing that the victor was not his own gaming ID, an uncontrollable wave of frustration surged within him. He could not have anticipated that the outcome of this game would hinge upon a trivial skill. What was even more astonishing was that the events that unfolded next would far exceed his imagination. Come on, dude. Can this white mask be played without any skill upgrades? Wang Mo lamented. Truly, Yang Jian is impressive. He can counter any strategy effortlessly. You better not challenge me again, or else you'll regret losing your Yang Jian, he muttered to himself while observing his opponent, who went by the ID touching head 4000 and was incessantly sending head-touching emojis. As he initiated a rematch, to his surprise, the opponent instantly accepted. Elated by this development, Wang Mo swiftly discarded the white mask, the initial generation, and the third generation characters. Now, let me showcase the true power of the yellow ape. With that declaration, Wang Mo selected the Deadwater, the second generation, and the yellow ape and began the game. Upon seeing the opponent's lineup, Wang Mo smirked. 3 Uchiha? This is getting interesting. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the yellow ape. At that moment, a peculiar scent wafted in from outside. Strange? Did Dad burn the food again? With that thought, Wang Mo stood up and peered through the slightly ajar bedroom door. Catching a glimpse of flickering flames in the kitchen, he quietly closed the door, recalling the mysterious head-touching man. There should still be time, he assured himself before returning to his seat to continue battling the enigmatic player. As time ticked away, they finally reached the climactic showdown between the yellow ape and Uchiha Obito. Observing the situation on the screen, Wang Mo calculated his chances. With dual summoning remaining and Naruto's health nearly at full, while the opponent Obito was down to half health and lacked summoning, he felt confident about this round. Let me show you the true strength of the yellow ape, Wang Mo thought, his fingers deftly maneuvering the controls. He could not fathom how he might lose. Expertly positioning himself, he executed a two-hit combo, launching a Rasengan towards his opponent. The adversary, unfazed, stood firm and countered with the Uchiha technique. With a resounding Uchiha milkshake, a massive explosion erupted, plunging Wang Mo into an abyss of whiteness. What is this? Did I just suffer true damage? He pondered in confusion while staring at the blank void before him. So, I lost that match as well. The thought of the mysterious head-touching man continually sending emojis ignited a growing anger within him, almost compelling him to reach through the internet to confront that individual. Wait, Wang Mo suddenly exclaimed, lowering his gaze to his insubstantial hands and then at his ethereal body. Am I dead? Did I perish from the Uchiha's counterattack? He fell into a brief silence, contemplating the implausibility of such a fate. Suddenly, the flicker of fire in the kitchen struck him like a revelation. Did the gas tank explode? He chuckled at the foolish decision he had made. Yet, the thought of the mysterious head-touching man sparked his fury anew. No, I cannot allow that brat to benefit from this. What strength does he possess? I must find a way to confront him, he resolved, scanning his surroundings in an instant. Wang Mo felt engulfed by an overwhelming void, followed by a powerful wave of dizziness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in a warm energy. Struggling to open his eyes, he was greeted by a strange yet familiar scene. Everything around him seemed plucked from the world of Naruto, and before he could gather his thoughts, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. We need to open the barrier quickly. A youthful voice accompanied by a cacophony of sounds reached Wang Mo's ears. Minato? Wang Mo murmured, and just then a roar echoed. That's definitely the Nine Tails. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the moment in Naruto when Minato sealed the Nine Tails. What is happening? Have I transcended time? Am I being reincarnated? Am I becoming Naruto? He mused, glancing around, his gaze fixed on a familiar sight, another infant cradled in Minato's arms. Undoubtedly Naruto himself. Upon witnessing this, countless questions flooded Wang Mo's mind. Didn't Minato and Kushina only have Naruto as their child? What is going on? Just then, a voice broke through his contemplation. The little one has awakened. I apologize for disturbing you. Dear one, the voice belonged to Kushina. Wang Mo quickly turned his attention toward the source of the voice, which was none other than Kushina herself. I'm sorry. Dear will be fine shortly. I can hold on a little longer, Minato, she said weakly, offering a faint smile before dozens of massive golden chains shot forth from the ground and ensnare the Ninetales, rendering it immobile. Minato looked at the kneeling Kushina with concern. Kushina, he began, but before he could finish, a wail echoed through the air. Kushina struggled to lift her head, blood trickling from her lips. I woke him up. I'm sorry. Naruto, she managed to say, her voice weak. Kushina. Minato's words were cut short as Kushina interjected. Just keep the Ninetales restrained. I will sacrifice myself. This way, I can delay the Ninetales revival. I will use my remaining chakra to assist you. As this chapter unfolds, Minato gently placed the two children on the ground and began to form seals. With a decisive clap of his hands, he exclaimed, Reaper, Death Seal. Suddenly, a spectral figure with a dagger in its mouth and beads in its hands materialized behind Minato. This was the Shinai that moment. A hand adorned with runes erupted from Minato's abdomen, extending towards the Ninetales. Damn fourth Hokage. The Ninetales growled menacingly at Minato. Yet, Minato appeared unfazed by the Ninetales' words, declaring seal. He successfully trapped half of the Ninetales within himself, then formed another seal. A radiant glow enveloped his hand as he placed it on Wang Mo's abdomen. Wang Mo was taken aback. No, I don't want to become the Ninetales jinchūriki. Not only will I face discrimination, but I'll also be targeted by the Akatsuki, risking my life at any moment. Initially, he had hoped to live peacefully in this world of Naruto and perhaps rectify some regrets from his series. But now, it seemed he was destined to share the burden of being the Ninetales jinchūriki alongside Naruto. Minato continued to form seals, preparing to seal the remaining half of the Ninetales within Wang Mo. Next, it's Naruto's turn. Using the 8 trigram seal, I should be able to contain the Ninetales within him without issue. The Ninetales chakra is far too vast to be contained within a single child, Minato murmured. With that, he picked up Naruto and approached the altar designated for the sealing ritual. A ceremonial altar? You intend to seal me away again? And now you want to confine me within this child? The Ninetales glared furiously at Minato, roaring in anger. Meanwhile, Kushina coughed incessantly. Observing this, Minato rushed back to her side, placing Naruto upon the altar as he anxiously asked, Kushina, are you all right? At this moment, as Kushina's body gradually weakened, the chains binding the Ninetales loosened slightly. With a tense gaze, the beast raised its arm, its long, sharp claws poised to strike at Naruto. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mo yearned to alert Minato and Kushina loudly, but as an infant he found himself limited to crying, seemingly unable to do anything else. Fortunately, both Minato and Kushina reacted swiftly, their pupils constricting as they positioned themselves in front of Naruto just before the Ninetales' claws descended. A razor-sharp talon pierced through Kushina and Minato, who valiantly struggled to halt the Ninetales' advance. Ultimately, they managed to stop the claw mere moments before it touched Naruto, yet the blood from the Ninetales' fingertip began to drip onto him. I told you, this is a duty within your father's reach. Minato, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, said with effort, glancing at Kushina, who was similarly impaled by the Ninetales' claws. Then as a mother, I must fulfill this duty even more. Kushina shot a glance at Minato before redirecting her gaze to their 2 children. For reasons unknown, Wang Mo felt tears welling in the corners of his eyes at the sight of this familiar scene. In his previous life, he had shed many tears while watching Naruto now. Despite being fully aware of everything, the immersive experience brought forth tears anew. Minato, staring at the 2 children, became resolutely determined, wiping a bit of blood onto his palm as he began to form hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. At that moment, a toad appeared before him, and Toad Sage was startled by the scene. Ah, Ninetales, what's happening? 4th Hokage. Looking at Toad Sage, Minato replied, I am now entrusting you with the key to the seal. Ensure that Jiraiya-sensei safeguards it. After a brief moment, Toad Sage, elongated into a scroll form, began to retract. With hands clasped together, he said, I'll accept the key. I shall take my leave now. With that, a puff of smoke enveloped him, and he vanished. Once Toad Sage departed, nothing changed. Minato and Kushina left a portion of their chakra within Naruto and Menma, ensuring they could assist their children in harnessing the Nine Tails' power in the future. After Kushina uttered similar words as before, tears of reluctance streamed down her face as she gazed at her two children. Subsequently, Minato formed the seals and sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto. As the Nine Tails vanished, both Minato and Kushina collapsed to the ground, and the external barrier began to dissipate. Observing the two within the barrier, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, rushed to Minato and Kushina's side. Accompanied by two ninjas. At that moment, Hiruzen noticed a flicker of life still in Kushina and quickly lifted her, anxiously asking, "Kushina, are you all right?" Kushina slowly opened her eyes and turned her gaze toward Naruto and Menma, weakly saying, "I entrust my two children to you." Third Hokage. The elder is named Uzumaki Naruto, and the younger is Namikaze Menma. Please let them grow up joyfully as sons of heroes. With that, Kushina exhausted her strength, gently closing her eyes. Watching this unfold, Hiruzen felt a deep sorrow. He had been observing from outside the barrier when Minato sealed the Nine Tails. He understood that both children harbored the beast within them, leaving Konoha with two jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. A bittersweet revelation. This moment, Wang Mo had envisioned accompanying Naruto, the new jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, as they grew up together, ensuring he would not endure solitude as before. Now, however, he too had become a jinchūriki, foreseeing a future filled with constraints and constant scrutiny, leaving him feeling profoundly disheartened. Wang Mo's gaze lingered momentarily on the words victory and defeat decided displayed on the screen. Upon realizing that the victor was not his gaming ID, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within him. He could hardly fathom that the outcome of this game would hinge upon a mere skill, and even more surprising were the events that unfolded next, far exceeding his expectations. Seriously? Can this white mask character really be played without proper skills? Wang Mo lamented, truly worthy of Yang Jian, reversing 3 times just like that. You'd better not challenge me again otherwise, if I remove you Yang Jian, won't you just explode? Wang Mo muttered to himself while observing his opponent, whose ID read headpat 4000 and who was incessantly sending headpat emojis. With that, Wang Mo initiated a rematch, and to his astonishment, his opponent accepted in an instant. Overjoyed by this turn of events, Wang Mo swiftly removed White Mask, the first generation, and the third generation from his lineup. Now, allow me to showcase the divine power of Kizaru, he declared, selecting Dead Water, Dead 2, and Kizaru before launching into the game. Upon seeing his opponent's lineup, Wang Mo chuckled lightly. 3 Abitos? Things are about to get interesting. Let me demonstrate Kizaru's true strength. At that moment, a peculiar odor wafted in from outside. Strange? Did Dad burn the food again? With that thought, Wang Mo rose and creaked open the bedroom door to take a glance outside. Upon witnessing a flicker of flame in the kitchen, he silently closed the door, recalling the mysterious headpat man and muttering, there should still be time. He returned to his seat, resuming his battle with the enigmatic headpat. As time ticked by, they finally reached the climax of the battle, Kizaru against Obito. Wang Mo scrutinized the situation on the screen, calculating his odds. He still possessed dual summoning, and Naruto's health was nearly full, while Obito's health was halved and devoid of summoning. He felt confident that victory was nearly assured. Prepare to witness Kizaru's true might, Wang Mo thought, his fingers deftly maneuvering the controls. He couldn't conceive of a way to lose. With practiced finesse, Wang Mo maneuvered, spotting his opponent's position before launching a 2-hit jump into a spiraling shuriken. Unfazed, his opponent stood still and utilized the Uchiha's counterattack with a booming Uchiha milkshake. The screen suddenly went blank. What was that? Did I just suffer true damage? Wang Mo pondered, staring at the void before him. So I lost that match? As the thought crossed his mind, he recalled the enigmatic headpat man continually sending headpat emojis, and his frustration mounted, wishing he could reach through the internet and confront that mysterious figure. Wait, Wang Mo suddenly exclaimed, lowering his gaze to his insubstantial hands and then at his ethereal body. Am I dead? Did I just get obliterated by an Uchiha counter? He fell into a brief silence, pondering the implausibility of it all until the flicker of flame in the kitchen illuminated a realization. Was that a gas explosion? He chuckled at his own foolishness in that moment. Yet, anger surged anew at the thought of a mysterious headpat man. No, I cannot let that brat get the better of me. What strength does he possess? I must find a way to reach him. With determination, he began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, Wang Mo felt a void enveloping him, followed by a wave of intense dizziness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself wrapped in a warm embrace. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a scene that seemed to be plucked straight from the world of Naruto. Before he could fully comprehend, a familiar voice pierced through the noise. We must quickly open the barrier. Minato? Wang Mo murmured, and moments later, a roar echoed that unmistakably belongs to the Nine Tails. If I am correct, this should be the scene where Minato seals the Nine Tails. What is happening? Have I crossed over or been reincarnated? Am I now Naruto? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a familiar sight. Nestled in Minato's arms was an infant, undoubtedly Naruto. Upon witnessing this scene, countless questions flooded Wang Mo's mind. Did Minato and Kushina not only have Naruto? What is happening here? Just as he pondered this, a voice rang in his ear. Awake at last, little one. Apologies for waking you, Kushina. Wang Mo turned his attention to the source of the voice, who was none other than Minato. My apologies, Kushina. It'll be all right for a bit longer, Minato. Kushina weakly smiled at Wang Mo before suddenly unleashing a barrage of enormous golden chains from the ground, and behind her, ensnaring the Nine Tails. Minato looked at the kneeling Kushina with concern. Kushina, before he could finish, a wail erupted from the infant, and Kushina struggled to lift her head, blood trickling from her mouth. I woke him. I'm sorry. Naruto. Kushina. Minato's words were cut short as Kushina interrupted. Keep the Nine Tails restrained. I will sacrifice myself. This way that we can delay the Nine Tails resurrection. I will use the remaining chakra. I have to assist you. Kushina spoke slowly, fighting to maintain her composure. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. At this moment, Minato gently placed the two children down and stood up to form hand seals. With a swift clap, he intoned, Reaper, Death Seal. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind Minato, a spectral entity with a dagger in its mouth, a string of beads in hand, and a soul bound at its center, the Shinigami. In that instant, a hand adorned with runes emerged from Minato's abdomen, stretching toward the Nine Tails. You detestable fourth Hokage. The Nine Tails glared fiercely at Minato. Yet Minato appeared unfazed, resolutely declaring seal. As he confined half of the Nine Tails within himself, he then performed additional hand seals, a radiant light emanating from his palm as he placed it on Wang Mo's abdomen. Wang Mo watched in shock. No, I refuse to become the Nine Tails jinchūriki. Not only will I face discrimination, but I'll also be targeted by the Akatsuki with my life hanging in the balance. Initially, Wang Mo had intended to embrace his reincarnation and live fully within the Naruto world, perhaps rectifying some of its regrets. Yet now, he found himself bound as a jinchūriki alongside Naruto. Soon, Minato resumed forming seals to imprison the remaining half of the Nine Tails within Wang Mo. Next is Naruto. Using the 8 trigrams seal should suffice to confine the Nine Tails within him. The Nine Tails chakra is far too immense. It cannot be contained within a single child, Minato murmured. With that, Minato cradled Naruto and made his way to the altar designated for the sealing ritual. A ritual altar? You intend to seal me again? Moreover, my other half is sealed within that little brat. Now you wish to seal me within this child. The Nine Tails glared at Minato, roaring in fury. Meanwhile, Kushina continued to cough, prompting Minato to rush back to her after placing Naruto on the altar. Concern etched on his face. Kushina, are you all right? At this moment, as Kushina's body gradually weakened, the chains of the sealing jutsu loosened slightly. The Kyuubi's pupils constricted as it raised its arm, its long and sharp claws aimed directly at Naruto. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mo longed to shout a warning to Minato and Kushina, but being but an infant, he found himself unable to do anything other than cry. Fortunately, Both Minato and Kushina reacted swiftly. Their pupils narrowed as they positioned themselves protectively in front of Naruto just before the Kyuubi's claws descended. A sharp talon pierced through Kushina and Minato, who struggled valiantly to halt the advance of the Kyuubi's claws, ultimately managing to stop just as the tips were about to make contact with Naruto. Blood from the Kyuubi's claws dripped slowly onto Naruto. I have already stated, this is a duty within a father's capabilities, Minato said, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Kushina, who was also impaled by the Kyuubi's claws, and spoke with a strained voice. Then it is even more imperative that a mother fulfills this duty, Kushina replied, casting a glance back at Minato before shifting her focus to the two children before her. For reasons unknown, Wang Mo felt tears welling in his eyes as he witnessed this familiar scene in his previous life. He had shed many tears while watching Naruto now. Despite knowing everything, he found himself weeping at this immersive experience. Minato looked at the two children with unwavering resolve, wiping a bit of blood from his palm before beginning to form hand seals, summoning jutsu. At that moment, a toad appeared before him. Fukusaku, startled by the sight, exclaimed, "Ah, the Kyuubi! Fourth Hokage, what is happening here?" Addressing Fukusaku, Minato replied, "Fukusaku, I am entrusting you with the key to the seal. Please ensure that Jiraiya Sensei safeguards it." After a brief moment, Fukusaku, who had elongated into a scroll form, began to retract. Joining his hands together, he declared, "I will accept the key. I shall take my leave now." With that, a puff of smoke enveloped him, and Fukusaku vanished from sight. Once Fukusaku departed, the situation remained unchanged. Minato and Kushina left a portion of their chakra within Naruto and Menma, ensuring they would have assistance when mastering the Kyuubi's power in the future. After repeating her earlier sentiments, Kushina gazed at her two children, tears of reluctance streaming down her face. Subsequently, Minato completed the hand seals, sealing the Kyuubi within Naruto's body. As the Kyuubi vanished, Minato and Kushina collapsed to the ground, and the external barrier began to dissipate. Observing the two from within the barrier, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rushed to Minato and Kushina's side, accompanied by two ninjas. At that moment, Hiruzen noticed that Kushina still had a faint breath left. He quickly cradled her and asked urgently, "Kushina, are you all right?" Kushina slowly opened her eyes, casting a glance towards Naruto and Menma, and weakly said, "I entrust my two children to you, third Hokage. The elder is named Uzumaki Naruto, and the younger is named Namikaze Menma. Please let them grow up joyfully as the sons of heroes." With those words, Kushina exhausted her strength and gently closed her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Hiruzen felt a deep sorrow. He had observed from outside the barrier as Minato sealed the Kyuubi, aware that both children harbored the beast within them. The village now had two jinchūriki of the Kyuubi, evoking a complex mix of emotions. At that moment, Wang Mo, who had envisioned accompanying Naruto, the Kyuubi jinchūriki, as they grew up together so he would not have to endure solitude as he once did now found himself in the same predicament, burdened with the constraints and scrutiny that came with being a jinchūriki. The thought filled him with a profound sense of melancholy. In that somber place, where the air was thick with sorrow and gravity, the aftermath of a brutal battle still lingered. A ninja followed in the footsteps of Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepping into this realm steeped in grief. His gaze fell upon two infants cradled in swaddling clothes on the ground. Hesitating for a moment, he softly inquired, "Lord Third, what shall we do with these children?" "First, take them back to the village and settle them in. I will arrange for their care," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied as he slowly rose to his feet. Upon hearing Hiruzen's response, the Jonin nodded and said, "I understand, Lord Third." He, along with another Jonin, lifted Naruto and Sasuke and began their journey toward Konoha. Just as they were about to depart, several other Jonin arrived, their hearts sinking at the sight. "Lord Fourth, Lady Kushina," the gathering felt a wave of profound sorrow wash over them. "Bring Minato and Kushina back to the village. They are heroes of Konoha." With a heavy sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly returned to the village, carrying the bodies of Minato and Kushina. 3 years slipped by like a gentle stream. Yet the atmosphere in the Hokage's office felt as oppressive as the stillness before a storm. Danzo's gaze radiated an undeniable firmness as he slammed his hand on the Hokage's desk, producing a resounding thud that made the documents tremble. He shouted at Hiruzen, "Hiruzen!" Regardless of the circumstances, one of the jinchūriki must be entrusted to Root for training. Surely, that is acceptable? Sitting at his desk, Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, exhaling swirling smoke before addressing Danzo. "Danzo, these children are Minato and Kushina's. I do not wish for them to be tainted by darkness. I merely desire to honor Kushina as final wish and allow these children to grow up joyfully." Upon hearing this, Danzo's lips curled into a cold smirk, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a chilling rationality. "Grow up joyfully? Humph. Once they become jinchūriki, there will be no such carefree existence for them." The village's attitude towards them. At that moment, Hiruzen interrupted, slamming his hand on the table. "Who is spreading these rumors? Surely you know in your heart." Taking a puff from his pipe, he continued, "Give it up. I will not entrust either child to your Root." In that moment, Hiruzen asserted the authority of the Hokage, compelling Danzo to relent. "Then I shall arrange for some of Root's personnel to protect them in secret. Surely, that is acceptable?" Danzo seemed to concede, casting a glance at Hiruzen. Hiruzen remained silent, continuing to smoke his pipe, gradually turning away. "Since you choose to remain silent, I shall take that as your acquiescence," Danzo said through gritted teeth. "I have already arranged for the Hokage's direct Anbu to provide covert protection, so there is no need for your Root to concern themselves," Hiruzen stated without turning back. "Hiruzen, you," with a huff of frustration. Danzo spun on his heel and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The moment the door closed, a loud thud reverberated through the office, causing the documents on the desk to tremble once more. As he watched Danzo storm out, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh, retreating into his own thoughts as he lit his pipe. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, two children with golden hair and blue eyes walked together. One bore 3 whisker-like marks on each side of his face, while the other had 2. Everywhere they went, they attracted whispers and pointed fingers. Naruto glanced at the crowd and then turned to his companion, Menma, puzzled. "Why are they treating us this way?" With his hands casually clasped behind his head and a blade of grass nonchalantly held in his mouth, Menma squinted slightly, as if trying to shield himself from the peculiar stares of onlookers. He responded indifferently, "Why bother with them? Their gossip is like the wind, blowing however it pleases. But it won't change a thing. We just need to focus on ourselves." Naruto pondered over this for a moment before rummaging through his pockets, revealing the last remnants of his money. "Menma, how much do you have left?" Menma sighed as he reached into his pocket. "Ah, my dear brother. Could you perhaps refrain from buying so much candy in the future? It's clear that some people don't want your sweets, so why buy so many? Now, we can only survive on candy each day." Seeing Menma's troubled expression, Naruto offered a sheepish smile. "All right, I won't do it again. How about we eat out today?" Menma, taken aback by Naruto's excitement, reluctantly agreed. "Well, I suppose it's just fish again." With that, they made their way to a small stream nestled within the forest. "All right, today, let us catch some fish and have a feast," Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement as he pulled out his homemade fishing rod. Menma, watching Naruto's exuberance, felt a sense of resignation. "If only we had the inheritance of Minato and Kushina, we wouldn't be fishing," Menma murmured softly. "What inheritance?" Naruto asked with wide, curious eyes. Startled, Menma realized it was not the right moment to discuss such matters. After all, his understanding of the so-called inheritance was merely speculation. He quickly covered, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking of new methods to catch fish." Menma forced a smile, attempting to divert Naruto's attention. "New methods? What new methods?" Naruto inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Well, my method might not guarantee a catch, so you should stick to fishing. If it fails, we'll just go hungry," Menma replied, looking at the scene before him with resignation. Naruto's excitement dimmed slightly as he responded, "All right then, let us see who can catch more fish." "Deal," Menma replied, promptly beginning to search for stones. Before long, a pile of stones of various sizes accumulated by the stream. Menma removed his shoes, picked up a fist-sized rock, and waded into the water. Using the stone, he constructed a small fish trap at the edge of the stream, wide at the entrance and narrow inside. As he surveyed his handiwork, he felt a swell of accomplishment. Having watched numerous survival videos in the past, he felt like an expert in outdoor survival. "Hey Menma, are you playing with stones? Aren't we supposed to be catching fish?" Naruto asked, puzzled as he observed Menma at the edge of the stream. Just wait and see. Victory is assured for me." After placing some earthworms in the fish pond, Menma settled next to Naruto, observing Menma's unwavering confidence. Naruto instinctively tightened his grip on the fishing rod, his gaze fixed intently on the water's surface, filled with determination as he declared, "Just you wait. I will undoubtedly be the winner." No sooner had he spoken than the fishing rod trembled unexpectedly, and Naruto's eyes sparkled with realization. A fish had taken the bait. With a vigorous lift of the rod, he reeled in a fish, proclaiming, "Look, this is already my second catch," he boasted, casting a proud glance at Menma. Menma could only shake his head in resignation, turning his gaze towards a particular direction. At that moment, this scene was being observed through a crystal ball by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office, who was taken aback, thinking, "Has he sensed my presence? This child possesses remarkable perceptive abilities." In truth, it was not Menma's heightened perception, but rather a peculiar cloud drifting from that direction. The cloud bore an uncanny resemblance to a head pat, prompting Menma to quietly remark, "That cloud looks oddly like a head pat." However, this fleeting glance acted as a key, instantly unlocking the door to his memories. 3 years prior, he recalled the mysterious man who frequently displayed head pat expressions. And soon after, the formidable and dangerous figure of Madara emerged in his mind. The mere thought of potentially facing an adversary as formidable as Madara caused Menma's heart to tremble involuntarily, his complexion paling. "Menma, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so pale?" Naruto, noticing Menma's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. "And no, it's nothing, just a bit chilly," Menma replied, regaining his composure as he turned to face Naruto. The water was indeed quite cool. "If it feels cold, let us start a fire." With that, Naruto set down his fishing rod and took Menma's hand, leading him aside to kindle a fire. Watching this unfold, Menma felt a surge of complex emotions, reflecting inwardly. "Despite being merely a child myself, I find myself caring for one who appears equally young, although I am the younger sibling. This sensation of being looked after is indeed quite peculiar." Before long, dusk descended, and Menma approached the small fish pond, spotting several fish within, his heart leaping with joy as he called for Naruto to join him in catching fish. "Amazing! Truly, you are my brother," Naruto exclaimed, delighting in the sight of the fish. Hearing Naruto's words, Menma experienced that strange feeling once more. In the evening, Naruto and Menma sat by the fire, grilling fish as the crackling flames filled the air with the enticing aroma of grilled fish. With several fish still in the pond, Naruto cheerfully remarked, "For the next 2 or 3 days, we need not worry about food. Indeed, with this time, I can also practice a bit," Menma sighed, gazing at the starry sky. "By the way, Menma, what kind of people do you think our parents are?" Naruto asked, glancing at Menma and then up at the stars. "Our parents? Who knows? They must be extraordinary individuals, perhaps even Hokage," Menma responded slowly, still lost in the stars. "Hokage, you say? One day, I will become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition," Naruto declared with unwavering conviction. Observing Naruto's unwavering aspiration to become Hokage, Menma couldn't help but reflect inwardly. As the two conversed, an unexpected voice shattered the tranquility. "Pardon my intrusion," a figure approached slowly, a venerable old man, his steps slightly unsteady yet imbued with a calm demeanor, who soon stood before the two brothers. Naruto, gazing at this unfamiliar elder, inquired, "Sir, who are you?" Instantly recognizing the figure, Menma realized it was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "I am merely a passing old man," replied Hiruzen, looking at the puzzled Naruto and the silent Menma. Soon, Hiruzen caught a whiff of grilled fish, causing his stomach to grumble audibly. Upon hearing this, Naruto burst into laughter, prompting an awkward chuckle from Hiruzen. Thereafter, Naruto presented a grilled fish to Hiruzen, saying, "Here, sir. This is for you. I caught it today. The very first fish goes to you." Seeing Naruto's beaming smile, Hiruzen glanced at Menma and remarked, "Is that so? Thank you. This fish looks truly delectable." Hearing this, Naruto's face swelled with pride, as if to say, "Who else could have caught this fish? Come on. I clearly caught the most fish," Menma quietly retorted, observing Naruto's self-satisfied expression. Subsequently, Naruto held out another grilled fish to Menma, and just as he was about to take one for himself, Menma spoke up. "Brother, why not go back to the pond and fetch 2 more fish?" Menma gazed at Naruto with hopeful eyes. Fine, Naruto sighed, rising slowly to head towards the pond. As Menma took a bite of the grilled fish, he turned to Hiruzen, who was watching Naruto depart, and said, "Lord Third Hokage, are you so destitute that you've come to steal our fish?" Hiruzen, caught off guard by this remark, seemed to choke on the fish, his body jerking as he coughed violently, his face tinged with a hint of embarrassment. After a moment, he regained his composure and looked at Menma with a touch of surprise. "It appears you already know who I am," Hiruzen said, his curiosity piqued. "Your likeness is carved so grandly on Hokage rock that only Naruto could fail to recognize you," Menma replied, his tone teasing. Hiruzen scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Is that so? I understand now." Menma scrutinized Hiruzen, who noticed the gaze upon him, and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No. I was merely checking if there was any guilt upon your countenance," Menma responded, savoring another bite of grilled fish. "Guilt?" Hiruzen looked at Menma with both surprise and curiosity, eager to understand the reason behind his statement. "Surely, Lord Third, you are aware? My mother, Kushina Uzumaki, has spoken of you." Menma continued to savor the grilled fish while speaking. Sarutobi Hizashi was rendered speechless, gazing at Menma with incredulity. "Quite astonishing, is it not? I too find it remarkable. I possess memories from my birth until now, perhaps attributed to the 9 tails within me." Menma took another bite of the grilled fish, one hand resting on her belly. Sarutobi Hizashi, even more astonished, sighed and spoke of Menma's parents, expressing his sincere apologies. However, Menma interrupted him, saying, "You need not apologize to me. Direct your apologies to our parents, for you have failed to uphold the promise made to them." Menma set down the grilled fish, looking at Sarutobi Hizashi with a hint of anger. "I am aware that this is a mistake on my part," Sarutobi Hizashi replied, filled with remorse. "You are mistaken in more than just this. Had you acted sooner, our parents might have survived. Had you been more resolute, the entire Hidden Leaf village would not have been plagued by such rumors. If you had paid a bit more attention to Naruto and me, we would not be living in such poverty, resorting to catching our own fish for sustenance." Menma's eyes glistened with a touch of red, as if she were defending Naruto. Sarutobi Hizashi glanced at Menma, then at the direction Naruto had just departed, and sighed, "You speak the truth. I have indeed erred, causing you such hardship. What compensation do you seek? I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi finally address the crux of the matter, Menma's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, "Our demands are modest. We merely wish to reclaim our parents' inheritance, the house, and my father's ninja scroll." Her gaze exuded a resolute determination, as if this request had been thoroughly contemplated. Sarutobi Hizashi observed Menma, who took a bite of grilled fish with utmost seriousness, and after a moment, he responded, "Very well. I shall grant your request. Within 2 days, I will arrange everything." Menma's face instantly blossomed into a joyful smile upon hearing Sarutobi Hizashi's agreement. She exclaimed, "Brother is indeed correct. The Third Hokage is truly a commendable leader." Sarutobi Hizashi's acquiescence to their demands, in Menma's eyes, was a testament to the worthiness of the Third Hokage. After this, Menma laughed heartily. Sarutobi Hizashi, feeling a bit awkward, joined in her laughter. After a while, Menma leaned closer to Sarutobi Hizashi with a serious demeanor and asked, "Regarding my name, the Third Hokage, my mother named me Namikaze Menma. Why was it changed to Uzumaki Menma? Was it to prevent others from guessing that we are the children of the Fourth Hokage?" This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sarutobi Hizashi seemed unsurprised that Menma knew this, and he spoke slowly. "Indeed, the moniker of the Yellow Flash carries too much weight. To prevent enemies from tracking us down, it was necessary to change your name to Uzumaki Menma." As anticipated, Menma appeared to have expected this answer, slightly bowing her head in contemplation of deeper matters. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to Sarutobi Hizashi and earnestly said, "Third Hokage, I hope our conversation remains confidential from Naruto. The reason is simple. I do not wish for my mother to learn of our current living conditions. I presume neither of you would wish to confront the furious wrath of Mother, whose anger blazes like a fiery red chili pepper, would you?" Menma's lips curled slightly in amusement as he cast a teasing glance at the Third Hokage, contemplating, "Surely, you must be sweating profusely, old Third." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed at Menma's antics, responding, "Ah, no worries. I shan't divulge anything to Naruto." "What is it that you mustn't tell me?" inquired Naruto, returning with an expression of curiosity etched upon his face. Hiruzen, momentarily taken aback, swiftly glanced at Menma, his mind racing to concoct an excuse to deflect the inquiry. After a brief pause, he smiled at Naruto and said, "Well, Naruto, Menma just mentioned he plans to secretly consume your fish and asked me not to inform you." Listening to Hiruzen's explanation, Menma was left pondering whether he was being praised or scolded, reflecting, indeed, an old fox. It would be a pity if you did not become the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Observing Menma's silence and considering his temperament, Naruto, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Menma, how could you steal my fish while I'm away?" Menma, taken aback by Naruto's fury, found himself at a loss for words, ultimately forced to acknowledge the accusation. For revealing the truth to Naruto was out of the question. After all, the words of Mizuki nearly pushed Naruto toward darkness. Had Iruka not appeared in time to offer trust and support, Naruto might have indeed succumbed to despair. "I didn't actually eat any. It was merely a jest. Must you take it so seriously?" Menma feigned irritation, turning his gaze away. Witnessing this exchange, Hiruzen could not help but chuckle. "All right. You two brothers need not quarrel over a single fish. Did you not claim there were plenty? Why not simply roast another?" Upon hearing this, Naruto settled down, promptly preparing the two fish he had brought and skewering them on a stick, placing them by the fire to roast. After some time, the three of them sat contentedly on the ground. Seizing the moment, Hiruzen began to impart the will of fire to the two youngsters. Naruto listened with rapt attention, while Menma remained indifferent, his sole aim being to accompany Naruto as a supportive brother. As twilight descended, the night draped over Konoha like a dark silk tapestry. After bidding farewell to Menma and Hiruzen, Naruto returned to their modest abode. The room was imbued with a faint chill, and a small bed occupied most of the limited space. Naruto soon drifted into a peaceful slumber, his breathing even and calm. Menma, with his hands behind his head, gazed quietly out at the cool moon, its light streaming through the window and casting a silvery sheen upon his face. "Otsutsuki Kagaya, indeed, it is time to prepare. I must devise a means to retrieve the Book of Seals," Menma thought, for he had contemplated the possibility of summoning Kushina and Minato. Acquiring flesh and blood seemed manageable. Yet the notion of desecrating his parents' graves felt profoundly unsettling. "I shall become the Hokage," Naruto suddenly shouted, prompting Menma to close his eyes and slip into slumber. As if accustomed to such outbursts, on the following dawn, sunlight streamed through the small window, illuminating the humble room. Naruto slowly rubbed his eyes and, through the haze of sleep, realized that the spot where Menma should have been sleeping was now vacant. With a voice still thick with slumber, he called out, "Menma, are you home?" At that moment, Menma peeked out from the direction of the kitchen, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Oh, has big brother Naruto awakened? There's some ramen on the table that you love. Help yourself, I've already eaten." Looking at Menma, Naruto felt as though he were gazing upon a different person altogether. Typically, Menma would not rise this early. He was known for sleeping in and lingering in bed. A flicker of doubt stirred within Naruto's mind, but the thought was swiftly cast aside the instant he heard the mention of ramen. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he leapt from the bed exclaiming, "Wonderful! Ramen again!" Suddenly, it seemed as if a realization struck him, and he turned to Menma, asking, "But didn't we run out of money? Where did the ramen come from?" Upon hearing Naruto's question, Menma beckoned him over. When Naruto approached and beheld the array of items on the table, he was taken aback. "So much? Who provided all this?" he asked in astonishment, gazing at the bounty spread before him. "Not much," Menma explained. "The third Hokage gave us this, claiming it to be our parents' inheritance, along with a house. We can finally move out of this dilapidated little place." Naruto seemed to latch onto the crux of the matter, inquiring, "The third Hokage gave us our parents' inheritance?" He looked at Menma in disbelief. "Yes, let us visit the house where Mom and Dad used to live later. That will be our new home," Menma replied. Observing Naruto's incredulous expression, Menma had anticipated that, as per Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, they would need to wait 2 days, given the intricacies involved in settling inheritance matters. However, he was surprised to find that early the next morning, all these items had already been delivered. This efficiency left him somewhat astounded and filled him with gratitude for Hiruzen's diligence. "I did a quick tally, and it seems our parents left quite a bit. There's 10 million ryo here alone, enough to sustain us for quite some time," Menma remarked, pointing at the neatly arranged coins on the table, his astonishment palpable. "Hey, brother, if you have a moment, finish your breakfast and come help me count. I want to see Dad's ninja book," Menma urged, eyeing Naruto, who remained frozen in place. Okay, okay, Naruto replied, hastily heading off to wash up before devouring the ramen. Meanwhile, Menma opened Minato's ninja book and began to peruse its contents. As expected, I can't understand it, he thought, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His initial excitement waned as he realized that apart from a few recognizable kanji, he understood little else. Like a deflated balloon, he slumped over the table in defeat. Menma, what's the matter? Naruto approached him, shaking his shoulder gently. Concern etched on his face. I'm fine, Menma replied, raising his hands in exasperation. I just suddenly realized I can't read most of the words in Dad's ninja book. Naruto cast a glance at the ninja book belonging to Minato, only to find that he could not comprehend a single character. At that moment, Naruto realized that, until now, neither he nor Menma had received any instruction in literacy. Menma felt a deep sense of frustration, secretly wishing it were in Chinese. However, the script of the Hokage world was entirely foreign to him. The only solution was to find someone to teach them how to read. But who would be willing to do so? After all, their status as the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails rendered their situation in the village rather precarious. After pondering for a moment, Menma concluded that seeking assistance from the third Hokage seemed to be the only viable option. With this thought, Menma jumped off his chair and approached the door, addressing Naruto. Brother, I'm heading to the Hokage office. Would you like to come along? Absolutely. We've hardly ever been apart since childhood, and I've always wanted to visit the Hokage office, Naruto replied, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Menma. Then let us go? Menma put on his shoes, and once Naruto emerged, they made their way toward the Hokage office. As they walked through the streets of Konoha, the villagers cast them peculiar glances, mingled with fear, disdain, and curiosity. Wherever they went, whispers followed, and some people avoided them as if they were a plague. Naruto kept his head down, focusing on the ground beneath his feet. With each piercing gaze, his spirits sank further, filled with confusion and sorrow, unable to fathom why people regarded them in such a manner. Menma, seemingly unfazed, walked ahead, his gaze appearing unfocused on the villagers, yet he remained vigilant of his surroundings out of the corner of his eye. Occasionally, he would glance back at Naruto, and seeing his brother's dejected demeanor weighed heavily on his heart, akin to a boulder pressing down on him. Eventually, the two arrived at the entrance of the Hokage office, halting before the two Chunin guards. Excuse me, big brother, may we see Lord Hokage? We have something important to discuss, Menma said shyly to the Chunin. As a naturally introverted person, he felt a twinge of nervousness when engaging with unfamiliar individuals. The two Chunin exchanged glances between Menma and Naruto, recognizing them from quite a distance. After all, as the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, their identities were well known throughout the village. Except to some of the younger children. Little ones, Lord Hokage has informed us that if you arrive, you may enter and seek him directly, one Chunin replied, somewhat reluctantly. Thank you, big brother, Menma said, signaling for Naruto to ascend the stairs to meet the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As the Chunin watched the brothers' retreating figures, a sense of melancholy enveloped them. Alas, they are still but children. Why must the burden of blame fall upon these innocent souls? The Chunin who had responded to Menma mused aloud. Indeed, what can be done? After all, they are the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Another Chunin sighed. Observing the retreating figures of Naruto and Menma, another Chunin began to feel sympathy for the two brothers. After a while, they arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. Menma knocked gently, and a voice from within called, Enter. With the permission of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the two pushed the door open, revealing the third Hokage seated at his desk and a masked Umbu ninja with white hair standing beside him. Ah, you are the old man who shared fish with us yesterday, exclaimed Naruto, pointing in astonishment at Sarutobi. The Hokage chuckled before turning to Menma, remarking, Little Naruto recognized me. Indeed, I am the third Hokage. After a brief pause, he smiled again. Fool, Menma muttered softly, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Who are you calling a fool? Naruto retorted, casting a displeased glance at Menma, his eyes glimmering with indignation. The one who just recognized the third Hokage is the fool, Menma replied, tilting his head defiantly, arms crossed over his chest. The nearby Umbu ninja observed this exchange with a hint of nostalgia, as if lost in a memory. Sarutobi keenly noticed a subtle shift in Kakashi's demeanor, directing a steady, meaningful gaze toward him, which seemed to convey a silent directive. Understanding instantly, Kakashi excused himself and stepped outside. Menma, upon entering, recognized Kakashi and was surprised to encounter him here. "What brings you to see me?" Sarutobi inquired, approaching the brothers with the warmth of a kindly elder. "Hokage-sama, we seek a teacher to help us learn to read," Menma stated straightforwardly. "Ah, I see. I must admit I overlooked this matter. Rest assured, I will find a teacher for you shortly," Sarutobi replied, as if a thought had just occurred to him. "Do you have any specific requirements for the teacher?" he asked, primarily directing his question at Menma, having deduced that Menma generally took the lead in their decisions. "Well, we have no high demands, just someone to teach us to read. It would be preferable if they were younger, not necessarily a school teacher. Even a student would suffice. As for the reason, I trust you understand, Hokage-sama," Menma responded, looking earnestly at Sarutobi. Sarutobi knew well what Menma implied. They sought someone genuinely willing to teach them, unconcerned about their status as jinchūriki or unaware of it altogether. Such individuals were indeed rare to find. If the teacher were a child, they might possess a certain innocence, free from the prejudices that often colored adult perceptions. However, children in Konoha, to some extent, were influenced by the opinions of their elders, and many harbored aversions toward Naruto and Menma. Furthermore, Minato and Kushina must have had friends during their lifetimes. Although the official narrative did not disclose that Naruto and Menma were their children, those familiar with Minato and Kushina might have surmised this connection, yet for various reasons, they refrained from addressing it openly. Thus, finding an individual who is both willing to teach them literacy and is indifferent to or unaware of their status as jinchūriki is no simple task. It poses a challenge, yet it is not insurmountable. "I shall make arrangements promptly for him to visit your residence." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "Indeed, we shall await him at our home. You should be aware of which one we refer to," Menma replied, gazing intently at Sarutobi. He nodded in understanding, knowing that Menma alluded to the abode where Minato and Kushina once resided. Once Sarutobi comprehended this, Menma and Naruto exited the Hokage building, making their way toward the former dwelling of Minato and Kushina. This location was a considerable distance from the bustling city center, exuding an air of tranquility. "Is this the place?" Naruto inquired, observing a villa before him. "Why not try the door to find out?" Menma responded, retrieving a key from his pocket and approaching the entrance. With a decisive click, the door swung open, only for a cloud of dust to envelop them. Both were taken aback by the sheer volume of dust, prompting a fit of coughing as they peered inside and stepped into the house. As they entered, a musty air enveloped them. Dust hung like a gossamer veil, delicately settling in every corner. Despite the absence of occupants for an extended period, the furnishings were surprisingly well preserved. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the windows, illuminating the particles dancing in the air. To their astonishment, they discovered that the utilities had been restored, as if the house were silently welcoming its new inhabitants. Standing in the center of the room, Menma's gaze swept around, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. He murmured softly, "How things have changed." His voice echoed in the empty space, seemingly narrating the stories of the house's past. "Such a bother. We must clean up," Menma remarked, glancing at Naruto, contemplating how much easier it would be if Naruto had mastered the shadow clone technique by now. Naruto, noticing Menma's peculiar look, felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the burden of chores were being implicitly assigned to him. "Shall we explore a bit first?" Naruto suggested to Menma. "Very well," Menma agreed, ascending to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Menma opened the door to a room where a faint scent of antiquity lingered and cobwebs adorned the corners. The sight of the cobwebs sent a shiver down Menma's spine, causing him to halt instinctively. He cautiously maneuvered around the webs, his eyes darting warily, fearful of an unexpected spider encounter. His attention was drawn to a cabinet within the room as he approached it, all the while keeping an eye on the cobwebs. Suddenly, he felt something scurrying past his feet, prompting an involuntary yelp of alarm as he jumped. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely a small insect. He exhaled in relief, though his heart continued to race. Before his journey through time, he harbored an intense fear of spiders, centipedes, and snakes. Little did he expect that upon traversing into another realm, his trepidation for these creatures would persist. With trembling hands, he cautiously opened the cabinet, only to discover a pristine white cloak within, emblazoned with 5 prominent characters, 4th Hokage. It was the cloak of Minato. How splendid, he thought with a tinge of delight. He donned the cloak, but it was slightly oversized, from behind. Only the words "fourth" were visible. His gaze then shifted back into the cabinet, where he noticed a kunai hanging, a kunai that belonged to Minato, the flying thunder god kunai. He lifted it, toying with it in his hands, pondering how mastering the flying thunder god technique would surely surpass even Minato's prowess, causing him to break into an involuntary grin. Meanwhile, Naruto had descended to the kitchen, where he opened the refrigerator, only to be met with the stench of decaying food. Wrinkling his nose, he exclaimed, "How long have these been here?" After surveying the first floor with little of interest, he ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he noticed a room with its light aglow and curiously approached. Peering inside, he found Menma, adorned in the fourth Hokage's robe, toying with a kunai. "Menma, what are you doing?" Naruto inquired. "Presumably, this belongs to our father, which means our father is the fourth Hokage." Menma explained. "What? Our father is actually the fourth Hokage?" Naruto replied, astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Logically speaking, yes. There's even a photograph." Menma picked up a picture from the corner and handed it to Naruto, depicting Minato and Kushina together. Naruto's hands trembled as he accepted the photograph, his gaze fixed on the two figures within, his eyes gradually welling up with tears. His lips quivered as he asked, voice thick with emotion, "Is this really our mom and dad?" Each word seemed to be wrested from the depths of his throat, his body slightly swaying from the intensity of his feelings. "Since the third Hokage entrusted us with the keys to this house, it naturally belongs to our parents. And everything within is theirs," Menma reassured him. Tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks. It was his first glimpse of his parents' likeness, residing in the home once owned by Minato and Kushina, making him feel a step closer to them. Understanding the depth of Naruto's emotions, Menma approached and gently patted his back, smiling warmly as he said, "It's all right, brother. You still have me." Upon hearing these words, Naruto embraced Menma tightly. Just as the brothers were enveloped in this tender and poignant atmosphere, a sudden knock at the door echoed through the room, shattering the tranquility like a stone cast into a still pond. The two individuals abruptly ceased their actions. Naruto was still gently sobbing, while Menma softly patted his shoulder before turning to descend the stairs and open the door. Observing Menma's departure, Naruto wiped his tears and hurriedly followed suit. The duo arrived at the entrance and opened the door, only to be greeted by the sight of a figure sporting a watermelon-inspired hairstyle, thick eyebrows, clad in a green training outfit topped with a Chunin vest and a ninja headband worn like a belt around his waist. The newcomer was none other than the azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Menma was instantly filled with exhilaration. After all, this was the legendary Might Guy, who nearly kicked off a grand finale. With admiration gleaming in his eyes, Menma gazed at Might Guy. Meanwhile, Naruto, still reeling from the revelation of his parentage, lowered his head in contemplation. "Greetings. I am Might Guy, the azure beast of Konoha. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I have accepted a mission from the third Hokage, and starting today, I will be teaching you to read." With that, Might Guy enthusiastically displayed his signature pose. "Huh. Are we really going to have Guy teach us to read? Isn't that a bit of a waste of talent? Surely, even a Chunin or a Genin could handle teaching children to read." What was Sarutobi Hiruzen thinking? Menma internally grumbled. Teacher Guy, I'm Menma Uzumaki. And this is my brother, Naruto Uzumaki," Menma said politely with a smile, instinctively extending his hand for a handshake. Might Guy warmly grasped Menma's hand, his eyes brimming with vitality. His gaze then inadvertently shifted to Naruto, who, feeling the scrutiny, raised his head and, with a hint of naivety and candor, greeted, "Hello, Teacher Thick Eyebrows." Menma inwardly winced, concerned that this casual nickname might vex Teacher Guy. However, Might Guy was remarkably magnanimous. He burst into hearty laughter, giving Naruto a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You have great spirit, Naruto." He seemed to take the nickname as a sign of Naruto's vibrant energy rather than an affront. "Now, Naruto, do not be so dispirited. Your youth is just beginning." Menma felt a sense of foreboding. Could it truly be wise for the ever-enthusiastic Guy to be their reading instructor? Would they be engaging in physical training alongside their literacy lessons? Perhaps, if they failed to master 100 characters today, they would have to do 1,000 squats in return. Instantly, beads of sweat formed on Menma's brow. Such a regimen could be life-threatening. Yet, upon further reflection, he found the notion rather appealing. After all, apart from sage techniques, only taijutsu could potentially harm the sage of 6 paths resolute. Menma determined that he must learn taijutsu from Guy, no matter the cost. Teacher guy, can we also break a sweat like you while learning to read? I've heard you are a genius in taijutsu. May I train alongside you? Menma gazed at Might Guy with almost pleading eyes. Both Might Guy and Naruto were momentarily taken aback, but Might Guy quickly regained his composure and, striking his signature pose, responded, I acknowledge your youth. I grant your request. At that moment, Menma imitated Might Guy, giving a thumbs up, his teeth shining brightly as he smiled. Naruto looked at Might Guy with a puzzled expression, then glanced at Menma, unable to comprehend the nature of their interaction. At that moment, Menma suddenly realized and promptly invited Might Guy into the house. However, as they stepped inside, he was struck by the realization that the place had not been cleaned at all, leaving no space to sit amid the dust. Feeling embarrassed, Menma scratched his head and apologized to Might Guy, saying, I'm sorry, teacher guy. We just moved in today, and Haven Tea had a chance to tidy up before your arrival. Not to worry, Naruto. Household chores are also a means of exerting oneself. Let our youth blaze forth. Might Guy replied with enthusiasm. Teacher guy, my name is Menma, and he is Naruto, Menma interjected. Recalling the peculiar encounters between Might Guy and Kisame, and sensing that this could become a regular occurrence. Given how strikingly similar he and Naruto appeared, differing only in the number of whisker-like markings on their faces. Hearing Menma's clarification, Might Guy chuckled awkwardly and said, I see. My apologies, I want to mistake you again. Now let us begin to sweat. With the seriousness of a mission commander, Might Guy assigned tasks. Then earnestly addressed Menma. If we do not finish cleaning the house by this morning, we shall run 10 laps around the village. This was a considerate concession, as he recognized that these two youngsters had not trained much. If it were him, the task would have begun with 100 laps. Naruto's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he stared at Might Guy, then turned to Menma. Menma, too, was taken aback, having anticipated a mere 100 or 200 squats. But running 10 laps around the expansive Konoha seemed like an insurmountable feat that would surely take a toll on their endurance. Once Might Guy had delineated the cleaning duties, Menma commenced dusting the furniture. As he wiped a corner, he spotted a spider's web. His body trembled slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he summoned the courage to clear it away. Nearby, Naruto, mopping the floor, noticed Menma's trepidation and teased, Menma, why are you so afraid of spiders? Menma's face flushed as he retorted, what is so funny? Spiders have so many legs, they look terrifying. Hearing their exchange, Might Guy encouraged Menma, fear not, Menma. This is your opportunity to conquer your fears. It is a challenge of youth. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, Menma carefully removed the spider web. Observing the diligent efforts of the two, Might Guy declared, now this is what youth is all about. With that, he too took a cloth and began cleaning higher surfaces. As noon arrived, the time for lunch came. The three gathered together, with Naruto and Menma collapsing onto the floor, panting heavily. To their astonishment, they had managed to transform the house inside and out in just half a day, a commendable feat indeed. Might Guy looked at the two sprawled on the floor, a look of pride illuminating his face as he proclaimed, now this is what youth is all about. To reward your hard work, I have decided we shall run 5 laps around the village. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Menma were momentarily taken aback. Menma internally lamented, so, it turns out, regardless of whether it's completed or not, we still have to run laps around the village. At this juncture, Might Guy beckoned the two brothers, suggesting they head out for lunch, which instantly invigorated Naruto, who eagerly inquired about what they would be having. Menma also rose slowly, sitting up and standing. What do you wish to eat? Might Guy asked the duo. Ramen. Let us have ramen for lunch. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he glanced at Might Guy and then at Menma. Ramen again? Menma furrowed his brow at Naruto's excitement over the prospect of more ramen and questioned, aren't you tired of eating so much? Should we perhaps try a different flavor? Naruto shook his head and earnestly replied, how could delicious food ever become tiresome? Faced with Naruto's unwavering enthusiasm, Menma resignedly acquiesced to having ramen. All right then, let us proceed to enjoy some ramen, Might Guy declared, giving a thumbs up. The trio stepped out of the house, making their way towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. As they traversed the bustling streets, passers-by hastily avoided them, as if they were plague bearers, quickening their pace to distance themselves. Concurrently, a barrage of biting remarks pierced the air like arrows, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Observing the crowd's aversion and the unkind words exchanged, Menma merely shrugged, having long grown accustomed to such treatment. As for Naruto, his shoulders slumped slightly. a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes, and his lips involuntarily drooped, revealing the emotional toll this situation took on him. Might Guy empathized, recalling his own childhood as a mere underperformer in physical skills, often ridiculed by classmates. However, compared to Naruto and Menma, his struggles seemed trivial. All right, let us sweat it out and sprint directly to Ichiraku Ramen, Might Guy exclaimed with an invigorating tone. Huh. Menma, still processing the situation, watched as Might Guy bolted ahead. Naruto paused for a moment, glancing at Menma, who wore a resigned expression. Sigh, let us go, Menma called out to Naruto, reluctantly following suit. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, the warm air was filled with the rich aroma of ramen. As Might Guy entered with Naruto and Menma, the chef immediately took note of their arrival. Might Guy appeared unfazed, while Naruto and Menma were slightly out of breath. You took a detour? Menma exclaimed, plopping down onto a chair, gasping, and running so fast. I almost couldn't keep up, Naruto chimed in, agreeing. Ha ha ha, this is the essence of youth. After we finish eating, I'll teach you how to read. Might Guy bellowed with laughter, patting Menma on the shoulder. 1 serving of signature miso ramen, please. Naruto's eyes brightened. Sigh, I'll have a serving of miso ramen too. Menma sighed. All right, 3 servings of signature miso ramen, please. Might Guy called out to the ramen chef. Oh, Might Guy, you brought Naruto and Menma to enjoy some ramen? Uncle Yao, while preparing noodles, conversed with Might Guy. Indeed, the 3rd Hokage has asked me to teach the children to read. At lunchtime, he will bring them here for ramen, Might Guy proclaimed confidently. Oh, is that so? Uncle Yao responded, perplexed. Was it truly the 3rd Hokage's arrangement for Might Guy to teach the children? Handing out noodles had left him somewhat bewildered, yet he refrained from voicing his doubts. As it was, after all, the 3rd Hokage's directive. Moments later, 3 bowls of steaming ramen were served. Naruto, upon seeing the delectable noodles, couldn't help but drool. Let's dig in. Without wasting a moment, Naruto began to devour his ramen, prompting the others to follow suit. Halfway through his meal, Menma suddenly felt a familiar sensation and lifted the curtain to glance outside. Upon recognizing someone, a subtle smile graced his lips as he nudged Might Guy and gestured behind him. Turning around, Might Guy spotted a figure with a mask obscuring one eye and white hair, dressed in casual attire, carrying a box as he passed by the Yao ramen shop. Ah, isn't that my lifelong rival, Kakashi? Might Guy exclaimed exuberantly, calling out to Kakashi. Hearing Might Guy's voice, Kakashi paused momentarily, glancing in his direction with an expression devoid of much emotion before resuming his steady pace towards home. Witnessing this, Might Guy was momentarily taken aback before springing up to chase after Kakashi. Menma, observing this, thought, have we been abandoned? What about the reading lessons? With a resigned sigh, he continued to enjoy his ramen. Considering Kakashi's current situation, he was still part of the Umbu and would not begin his role as a Jonin leader for several more years. Given Kakashi's personality, he likely preferred solitude at this stage. Menma mused that Might Guy's departure meant they would likely resume their reading lessons only in the afternoon. To his surprise, shortly after, he witnessed Might Guy grasping Kakashi's arm, pulling him towards the Yao ramen shop. This unexpected scene caught Menma off guard, prompting him to internally critique Might Guy's impulsive nature. Don't be shy, Kakashi. Come enjoy some ramen with us. Afterward, we shall engage in a true battle of men, Might Guy proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Kakashi paid little heed to Might Guy's exuberance, instead focusing on Naruto and Menma, both of whom were regarding him intently. Years prior, Minato had entrusted Kakashi with the task of safeguarding Kushina during her childbirth, enabling him to witness the arrival of new life and emerge from his shadows. However, on the very night of Kushina's delivery, the chaos of the Nine Tails incident unfolded. As Kakashi gazed at the 2 boys, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He felt an unshakable sense of guilt, believing that his failure to protect the village and fulfill Minato's mission had resulted in Naruto and Menma becoming orphans. Noticing Kakashi's demeanor, Might Guy urged him to sit down and ordered a bowl of ramen for him. The chef was also delighted to see Kakashi, as they were old acquaintances. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to continue reading. Oh, Kakashi, it's been quite a while since your last visit, the chef greeted, while also preparing the noodles. Indeed, it has been too long, Kakashi seemed to muse. Menma, observing this scene, felt an indescribable sensation. He set down his chopsticks and retrieved Minato's kunai from his pocket, the handle engraved with the words Sword of Love. He waved the kunai in front of Kakashi and remarked, My father would not wish to see the person you have become. Both Kakashi and Might Guy were taken aback, turning their gazes towards Menma. Kakashi's eyes fell upon the flying thunder god kunai being offered to him. In that instant, his pupils slightly constricted, as if struck at the core of his being. A complex mix of emotions flickering in his gaze: surprise, nostalgia, and an ineffable sense of guilt. "Is this my teacher's flying thunder god kunai?" Kakashi asked in astonishment. Looking at Menma. "Yes, it belonged to my father," Menma replied as he handed the kunai to Kakashi. Kakashi accepted it, then produced another identical kunai from his pocket. Gazing at the two kunai stirred a multitude of thoughts within him, and he turned his attention back to Menma, who was now continuing to savor his ramen. "So, you are aware?" Kakashi placed the kunai before Menma, his voice tinged with a somber tone. Menma swallowed the noodles, wiped his mouth, and spoke slowly. "It's not entirely clear. This morning, Lord Third entrusted us with our parents' house, and inside the cabinet, I found this kunai, alongside a photo of our parents. I also discovered another picture featuring someone who bears a striking resemblance to you. Given some prior circumstances, I could piece together a semblance of the connection." Kakashi's understanding dawned upon him. He realized that he had yet to care for Minato's children, stirring a pang of guilt within him. Just then, the ramen was served. And as Kakashi gazed at it, memories surfaced of the times Minato had treated him, Rin, and Obito to ramen. Now, everything had changed. He was the only one left from Minato's class, and tears began to fall, surprising even himself, the usually stoic copy ninja. Witnessing this, Might Guy patted Kakashi on the back, saying nothing yet conveying everything. Menma, taken aback by Kakashi's tears, finished his ramen, fished out some bills from his pocket, placed them on the counter, and continued to observe Kakashi. Kakashi did not dwell in sadness for long. Within a mere 10 seconds, he regained his composure. "I truly am remarkable." Just a few words could break the cold-hearted Kakashi, Menma thought to himself with a hint of delight. Kakashi lowered his mask and swiftly finished his ramen before donning it once again. "He actually looks quite handsome. Why does he insist on wearing that mask at all times?" As they jested, Menma remarked, "We are being pointed at everywhere without wearing masks. Why is it that Kakashi?" At this point, Menma hesitated, uncertain whether to address Kakashi as uncle, brother, teacher, or senpai. Observing the unfinished sentence, Kakashi seemed to grasp the situation, offering a somewhat stiff smile as he replied, "If you wish. You may call me Kakashi and I. "Ah, all right," Menma responded, a hint of awkwardness evident in his demeanor as he stammered slightly while looking at Kakashi. "Do you two know each other?" Naruto inquired, a look of confusion on his face as his gaze darted between Menma and Kakashi. "Didn't we just see each other in the Hokage's office this morning?" Menma hopped off the stool, hands stuffed in his pockets, and began to walk outside. The others followed suit, with Naruto jogging to catch up to Menma, engaging him in cheerful conversation. Witnessing their interaction, Kakashi felt a pang of nostalgia, reminiscent of Obito, Rin, Minato, and Kushina. Noticing Kakashi's somber mood, Might Guy cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey, Kakashi, how about a contest of true men?" Initially inclined to decline, Kakashi found it difficult to refuse Guy's eager expression. "What shall we compete in?" Kakashi asked with a smile, gesturing for Naruto and Menma to assist him with the items in his hands. Though reluctant, Menma helped carry the box. While not particularly heavy, its height obstructed his view completely. Observing this, Naruto hurriedly stepped forward to lift the front of the box, leading the way ahead. "How about we run a lap around the village, finishing at Naruto and Menma's home?" Guy proposed, glancing at Kakashi. "Very well," Kakashi pondered for a moment before agreeing. He was already aware of Naruto and Menma's residence, having been informed by Guy about the siblings' current circumstances during their walk from Ichiraku Ramen to fetch Kakashi. "Then let us begin." With that, Guy dashed forward, and Kakashi swiftly followed suit. As Naruto and Menma reached their doorstep and set the box down, they noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance, with two figures emerging from it. They sprinted towards them like the wind, occasionally tossing small objects that arced gracefully through the air. In an instant, the two nearly arrived simultaneously before Naruto and Menma, the gust from their speed ruffling the corners of their garments. "How was that, Naruto and Menma? Who won?" Guy panted, eagerly awaiting their response. "Well, it's hard to say. They arrived almost at the same time," Menma shrugged. "Not quite. I felt that this brother, Kakashi, arrived first." Naruto expressed his differing opinion. Upon hearing this, Menma found it rather peculiar. After all, he was accustomed to Naruto referring to Kakashi as teacher, and this sudden shift to Kakashi and I felt rather odd. Is that so, Menma? Guy looked at him with an expectant gaze. I suppose that's how it is, Menma replied, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, and merely echoed Naruto's sentiment. Upon learning the results of the competition, Might Guy's previously bright expression faded into despondency. His shoulders slumped slightly, and the corners of his mouth drooped, rendering him a figure devoid of vitality, clearly dispirited. Meanwhile, Kakashi wore a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with warmth and jest, as he quietly observed Might Guy and remarked, "It appears I have triumphed. With this round included, the score stands at 71-70 in my favor." Kakashi chuckled softly, scratching his head. Suddenly, Might Guy seemed to regain his vigor, exclaiming to Kakashi, "Come on, Kakashi. I am ready for another duel. I shall make you concede." Kakashi clenched his fist and raised it high. Witnessing this, Might Guy wasted no time and raised his own fist, rushing toward Kakashi while shouting, Kakashi." As they drew nearer, just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, they began to play rock, paper, scissors. Neither was willing to yield, and their choices matched perfectly, resulting in repeated ties. Observers were left in a state of bewilderment. It was clear these two were well matched. "Teacher Guy, aren't you supposed to be teaching us literacy this afternoon?" asked Menma, as he prepared to interrupt their so-called duel. "Oh dear, Guy. You have matters to attend to this afternoon? Then you may carry on. We'll call this round a draw." With that, Kakashi ceased his actions, picked up his belongings, and prepared to depart. "Kakashi, have you considered taking on a leadership role among the Jonin? Prolonged time in the Umbu can have its repercussions." Menma inquired as he noticed Kakashi's impending exit. "Well, I shall contemplate that," Kakashi replied with a smile before taking his leave. Might Guy felt a sense of joy seeing Kakashi's change in demeanor, and he cast a glance at Menma, who, despite being only 3 years old, displayed a maturity uncommon for his age. "Therefore, Teacher Guy, now that Kakashi has left," Menma observed, "we ought to focus on our tasks. Indeed, we should attend to our duties." "Let us proceed," Might Guy affirmed, leading the way into the room. As this peculiar contest concluded, sunlight continued to bathe the earth, and the surroundings appeared to return to tranquility. Meanwhile, Naruto and Menma's journey of learning persisted. Might Guy's teaching methods were quite unconventional, beyond standard literacy. He often incorporated physical rewards, such as push-ups and squats, which left Naruto and Menma in considerable distress. Yet, Menma did not harbor any resentment. Over the course of more than a month, both Naruto and Menma made discernible progress, being able to comprehend most of the content from the ninja handbook authored by Minato. Days passed, and under Might Guy's unique tutelage, Naruto and Menma gradually flourished. However, a sudden knock at the door shattered this serene atmosphere, heralding the onset of a new tale. On this day, Might Guy, as per usual, was instructing Naruto and Menma in his distinctive manner when an unexpected knocking echoed from outside. "Strange, who could be visiting?" Menma, engaged in push-ups, remarked with curiosity. Naruto, too, felt puzzled, yet was too occupied with his exercises to interject. Naruto, Menma, you continue. I shall answer the door," Might Guy announced. As Might Guy prepared to open the door, a surge of joy enveloped him upon seeing the visitor. Is that not my lifelong rival Kakashi? What brings you here?" Might Guy inquired with curiosity. "Well, Aki, the Hokage has summoned you for a mission, and I am here to cover for you for a few days," Kakashi replied, his face adorned with a warm smile. During this period, Kakashi had been contemplating his future, pondering a departure from the Umbu. Yet he remained ambivalent about taking on the role of a team leader. I see. No problem. I will report to the Hokage's office right away. You can take care of Naruto and Menma. They are both quite diligent." Might Guy glanced back at Naruto and Menma, who were diligently performing push-ups, then turned to Kakashi and gave him a thumbs up, his pearly whites gleaming. "Understood. You can rest assured," Kakashi said with a smile as he stepped into the room. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback to find Naruto and Menma in the midst of their exercise. "What are you two doing?" he asked, puzzled by their activity. Menma, without pausing in his push-ups, responded, "Kakashi-sensei, this is a special teaching method from Guy-sensei. He claims it enhances our literacy skills. By the way, where is Guy-sensei?" Hearing this, several dark lines appeared on Kakashi's forehead. He inwardly scoffed. Is this how Aki has been teaching these two children for the past month? They are drenched in sweat, yet seem to relish it? What sort of bizarre new teaching method is this? Kakashi's eyes were filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend Might Guy's approach. While Kakashi pondered, Naruto suddenly stood up and declared, 200 push-ups completed. After which, he plopped down on a chair, took a sip of water, and then rested his head on the table. Kakashi approached, noticing both boys were soaked in sweat, their clothes clinging to them. At that moment, Menma also stood up, drank some water, wiped his brow with his sleeve, and collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. Observing the exhausted duo, Kakashi found himself increasingly baffled by Might Guy's methods. Was this meant to teach them literacy or physical techniques? Uncertain of what to do, Kakashi cleared his throat and said, Guy-sensei has gone on a mission. I will be taking over for him these few days. Given your current state, perhaps you should take a break today? He smiled gently at the two. Upon hearing this, Naruto lifted his head, visibly delighted. Menma, however, remained unfazed, still sprawled on the sofa. Then I will teach you literacy tomorrow. But today, Kakashi had not finished his sentence when Menma abruptly rose and asked, Kakashi-sensei, are we going to learn ninjutsu today? Really? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Kakashi, however, stood there speechless, exchanging a bemused glance between Menma and Naruto. Considering your current condition, it would be quite difficult to teach you ninjutsu. Kakashi mused thoughtfully. Then could you teach us some basic ninjutsu? Menma inquired. For instance, the hand seals and the fundamental knowledge of the 5 elements. Menma gazed at Kakashi with anticipation. Well, the Hokage merely assigned me to teach you literacy. He did not mention instructing you in ninjutsu, Kakashi replied, somewhat exasperated. Were it not for the fact that they were the children of his esteemed teacher, Minato, he would have been reluctant to take on Might Guy's class. At that moment, Naruto clung to Kakashi's leg, wearing a pitiful expression as he implored, Kakashi-sensei, please teach us. He had even changed his mode of address to sensei. Menma felt a sense of normalcy return. This was indeed Naruto's customary way of addressing Kakashi. Realizing the effectiveness of Naruto's approach, Menma quickly stepped forward, grasped Kakashi's hand, and sweetly implored, Kakashi-sensei, please teach us ninjutsu. Observing the two beside him, Kakashi, despite his reluctance, ultimately consented. Upon hearing Kakashi's agreement, the two of them beamed with joy. Kakashi seated himself on the ground, and Naruto and Menma crossed their legs, attentively listening to his explanations. There are 12 hand seals in ninjutsu: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and boar. These seals are formed by interlacing the fingers of both hands into various shapes, also known as the 9-character protective technique, which involves the extraction and control of chakra. Kakashi patiently elucidated while demonstrating each hand seal one by one. Menma, being a fan of Naruto in his previous life, had a certain understanding of these seals. Thus, his gaze was fixated on Kakashi's hands, and he swiftly mastered all 12 seals. Naruto, on the other hand, appeared serious. Although he took a bit longer to comprehend than Menma, under Kakashi's meticulous guidance, he eventually succeeded as well. Since you wish to learn ninjutsu, you must first learn how to gather chakra, Kakashi declared as he rose. Let us proceed to practice. He smiled at Naruto and Menma before heading toward the door. Overjoyed, they quickly changed their shoes and followed suit. Before long, the trio arrived beneath a towering tree. Kakashi first channeled chakra to his feet and then ascended vertically, executing the maneuver without the use of his hands. In no time, he was suspended from a branch high above, yet he did not fall. Just like me. Channel chakra to your feet. If you can reach my height, that should suffice, Kakashi instructed the two below. That's amazing. I want to give it a try, exclaimed Naruto. Eager to emulate Kakashi, he began to gather chakra, and soon a faint blue aura coalesced beneath his feet. Taking a deep breath, he charged forward, propelled by inertia toward the tree. However, to his surprise, he stumbled and fell after just 2 steps. Witnessing this, Kakashi advised, Naruto, you must regulate the amount of chakra. Too little will lack adhesive force, while too much will hinder your movement. Kakashi-sensei, how much chakra should I use? Naruto inquired, puzzled. At this moment, Menma understood that climbing required not only controlling the amount of chakra, but also maintaining a consistent flow, otherwise, one would also risk falling. With this thought, Menma began to gather chakra, advancing step by step towards the branch where Kakashi perched. However, he did not ascend far before tumbling back down. Yet, it appeared that Menma had discovered the secret, as he continued to channel chakra and ascend once more. Witnessing this, Naruto refused to be outdone. He distanced himself from the tree, concentrated his chakra, and launched himself towards the branch occupied by Kakashi. As noon approached, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Menma had already settled comfortably on Kakashi's branch, his figure light and seemingly integrated with the wood. Although Naruto had yet to reach him, his vibrant silhouette persistently climbed the trunk, sweat trickling down his forehead, his eyes reflecting determination and tenacity. Each upward movement was executed with increasing finesse, clearly indicating his progress. Kakashi glanced upwards, noting that the sun had reached its zenith. Indeed, it was now midday. All right, we shall pause here for now and continue in the afternoon, Kakashi said with a smile. Sure, no problem, Menma replied as he gracefully leaped down from the branch, landing steadily, followed by Kakashi's descent. Darn it, I was so close, Naruto exclaimed in frustration, glancing at Menma before an idea struck him. He hurried over to Menma's side. Hey, Menma, do you have any tricks? Can you share them with me? Naruto scratched his head, squinting his eyes into a narrow slit, a grin spreading across his face. Ah, a trick, indeed. I have one, Menma said, walking along. Really? Really? Please tell me. Naruto eagerly followed him, anticipation evident in his gaze. Ha ha ha, I want to tell you, Menma teased playfully. Ah, come on, Menma. Please, I'm begging you. Just share the secret. Naruto implored, his eyes pleading. All right, fine. The secret is quite simple. It's to relax, Menma replied, clasping his hands behind his head. A slight smirk gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with a hint of pride as he walked briskly. Relax? Naruto pondered, still struggling to grasp the meaning. Listen closely. Using chakra requires mental energy, so one cannot be overly tense or fixated. To gather a sufficient amount of chakra at the soles of your feet, you must relax and focus your mind on the tree. That's all there is to it, Menma explained. Oh, I see now. I understand, Naruto exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him, eager to return and practice immediately. Yay, you both have worked hard today. Let us go have some barbecue for lunch, Kakashi said, his eyes narrowing into a cheerful slit. Awesome, let us go, Naruto declared, bounding ahead with exuberance. Mr. Kakashi, I can already climb to that branch. I want to just watch Naruto climb trees this afternoon, will I? Menma seemed to hint at Kakashi, his gaze filled with expectation. Indeed, that is the case. How about I teach you the transformation technique this afternoon? Your control over chakra has improved significantly, so this should pose no difficulty, Kakashi contemplated before responding. Ah, is that so? That sounds great. Although the body flicker technique is fundamental, mastering the basics ensures swift progress in any endeavor. Time swiftly transitioned to the afternoon, and the trio returned to the small grove they had previously visited. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed forward, making remarkable strides, now only a few steps away from the branch. Upon landing, he felt invigorated, casting a glance at the branch above before charging once more. Meanwhile, Kakashi was demonstrating the body flicker technique, which encompasses transformation, substitution, and clone techniques. The transformation technique is a form of ninjutsu that alters one's appearance through chakra manipulation. The substitution technique is a type of summoning and sealing ninjutsu that serves as a defensive measure. The clone technique, on the other hand, is employed for distraction and deception, akin to a simple illusion. Kakashi elucidated these techniques one by one. After listening to Kakashi's explanations and witnessing the demonstrations, Menma was eager to try. Clone technique, he called out, and in a puff of smoke, another Menma appeared beside him. Oh, quite impressive, you mastered it in one go, Kakashi remarked, somewhat astonished. Menma then attempted the transformation technique. Transform, he exclaimed, and with a resounding bang, 3 Menmas morphed into 3 Kakashis. Well done. Combining the clone and transformation techniques so seamlessly is remarkable. To grasp this on the first attempt is nothing short of genius, Kakashi noted, acknowledging the rarity of such talent, even in foundational skills. Next, we shall proceed with the substitution technique, Menma declared confidently. Substitution technique, he shouted, and with another bang, smoke enveloped the area. Menma's figure vanished like a specter, and in his place, Naruto appeared, looking somewhat bewildered. Initially, Kakashi assumed it had failed, yet upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed Naruto. Menma had unexpectedly reappeared where Naruto had just been, who was still in the process of climbing the tree. Without warning, Menma fell to the ground. Naruto, perplexed, scratched his head and muttered, Huh? Wasn't I climbing the tree? How did I end up here? Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of Menma using his brother as a substitute. Meanwhile, Menma, nursing a bump on his head, sat up in surprise. Realizing the outcome was unexpected, likely due to his inexperience with the technique. Noticing Menma sitting under the tree with a sizable bump, Naruto rushed over. "Hey, Menma, how on earth did you get that bump? And how did you suddenly end up here?" Naruto questioned, his face a picture of confusion. Sighing in exasperation at Naruto's slow reaction, Menma stood up. "Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The story only gets more thrilling." "Never mind. Brother, you carry on," Menma reassured, patting Naruto on the shoulder before stepping up to Kakashi. "You're the first to use your own brother as a substitute," Kakashi teased, grinning at Menma. Menma, slightly exasperated, could only gaze blankly at Kakashi, unsure of how to respond. At this moment, Naruto, with a burst of energy, propelled himself onto the very branch where Kakashi and Menma had been situated. Ecstatically, he called out to Kakashi and Menma, "Kakashi-sensei, I've made it up here too." Kakashi, glancing in Naruto's direction and seeing him perched on the branch, smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "Well done, Naruto." However, Naruto soon became a tad overconfident, laughing heartily, when suddenly he lost his balance and appeared to be on the verge of falling. At this alarming sight, both Kakashi and Menma's expressions changed dramatically. "Naruto!" they exclaimed in unison. Just as it seemed Naruto would tumble down, he managed to stabilize himself, hanging precariously from the branch. "Just kidding. This is my newly developed ninjutsu, the ninja technique, bat hanging technique." Naruto grinned cheekily at Kakashi and Menma. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, his feet slipped away from the branch entirely. Oh! Before Naruto could comprehend the situation, he plummeted from the tree. Kakashi's face turned pale, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. In an instant, he activated the body flicker technique, transforming into a blur of light, and appeared beneath the tree in the blink of an eye. He extended his arms and securely caught the falling Naruto, their silhouettes framed beautifully by the sunlight. As Naruto regained his composure from the shock, Menma rushed over. "You really ought to take a tumble sometimes," Menma chided, first rubbing a bump on his own head before crossing his arms defiantly. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a touch embarrassed. Kakashi observed Naruto closely, noting that he had developed a solid grasp of chakra control. Thus, he gently encouraged Naruto. "Naruto, you seem to have a good handle on chakra. Come over and learn the body replacement technique with Menma." With that, Kakashi carefully set Naruto down, who immediately sprang up in excitement, eager to join Menma, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. After Kakashi provided an explanation, Menma demonstrated the technique once more, prompting Naruto to start practicing. Shadow Clone Technique. A puff of smoke erupted, revealing a miniature version of Naruto, no larger than a fist, standing before the trio. Kakashi was unfazed. If Naruto, like Menma, could grasp it so easily, he might find himself envious of Minato and Kushina's genetics. Menma's lips twitched slightly, reflecting his internal musings. This is just like a scene from the Naruto series. He vividly recalled how, in the memories of the Naruto world, Naruto had once created two mini versions of himself to protect Hinata, yet now he could only manage one. Observing the unchanging expressions of Kakashi and the bemused look on Menma's face, Naruto felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Shadow Clone Technique. He shouted once more, and suddenly, with a resounding poof, another set of clothes identical to Naruto's appeared beside him amidst the smoke. Unable to contain himself, Naruto's lips twitched, while Menma was left exasperated, though Kakashi remained seemingly indifferent to the spectacle. As time passed and the sun began to set, Menma had become quite adept at using the body replacement technique, skillfully combining it to take on various forms. Naruto has become quite adept at utilizing the transformation technique, and while he can barely summon a shadow clone, the clone that appears resembles a deflated balloon, slumped on the ground. As for the body replacement technique, for reasons unknown, he has yet to succeed. Over the following days, Naruto and Menma engaged in literacy lessons with Kakashi in the mornings, while afternoons were reserved for practicing the body flicker technique. Menma also diligently pursued physical training each day. On a tranquil and serene afternoon in the courtyard, Naruto and Menma were focused on perfecting the body flicker technique, while Kakashi lounged comfortably in a deck chair, engrossed in the tale of perseverance and willpower. Suddenly, the vibrant voice of Might Guy pierced the calm. "Hey, Kakashi, it seems you've taught them something remarkable during my absence." This interruption drew the attention of Naruto and Menma, prompting them to halt their practice. while Kakashi closed his book and turned towards the source of the voice. "Teacher Guy?" Naruto exclaimed with delight. "Oh, you're back, Guy?" Kakashi responded, standing up from his chair with a smile as he greeted Might Guy. "Welcome back, Guy. I must tell you, Kakashi-sensei has been teaching us. We have nearly mastered our literacy, and in addition, we have learned the body flicker technique." Menma dashed to Might Guy, seemingly eager to showcase his progress. However, his intention was not merely to boast. He understood Guy's character all too well and aimed to learn the 8 gates from him. "Ah, my chosen disciple indeed. You've already learned so much," Might Guy remarked, affectionately ruffling Menma's hair before suddenly recalling something. "What? You've mastered the body flicker technique so quickly? Kakashi, you scoundrel, stealing my disciple." Might Guy glared at Kakashi, his eyes filled with fiery determination. "Oh well, I can't help it. Both of them are exceptionally talented, and they learn swiftly," Kakashi replied, scratching his head with a chuckle. "Huh, they learn swiftly," Might Guy exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "How infuriating. Kakashi, let us settle this with a duel between real men." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback by Might Guy's sudden challenge upon his return. After nearly 2 months of study, Naruto and Menma were nearing the conclusion of their literacy lessons. Menma eagerly produced Minato's ninja notes. Throughout their literacy journey, he had skimmed through these notes and could now understand them fully. The notes chronicled Minato's mission experiences and detailed the development of the Rasengan. "Concentrate chakra in my hand," Menma pondered, seated on his bed, as he attempted to condense a Rasengan following the instructions in the notes. A pale blue, translucent sphere slowly materialized in his palm, but quickly dissipated. "Is it because I infused too little chakra, or is it not rotating properly?" he mused, attempting once more to gather chakra, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The nascent sphere vanished once again. "Still not working. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that technique." Menma hopped off his bed and hurried to knock on Naruto's door. Naruto promptly opened the door, looking puzzled. "Menma, what's the matter?" "Let us take a stroll through the streets and procure some balloons," suggested Menma. "Balloons? What purpose do they serve?" "Menma, do you intend to buy them for fun?" Naruto inquired with a puzzled expression. "No, they are for training," Menma calmly elucidated. Upon hearing the word training, Naruto swiftly grasped Menma's hand and dashed down the stairs. If it is for training, then why delay? Once they reached the entrance, they exchanged their footwear and stepped outside. Due to their identity as hosts of the Nine Tails, many merchants were reluctant to sell to them. Fortunately, they had mastered the transformation technique. Aside from a few accommodating shops, they had to assume the appearance of others during each shopping excursion. Menma purchased a plethora of balloons and rubber balls, and the duo carried 2 hefty bags as they made their way home. Upon arrival, they placed their items in the small courtyard. Menma set down Watergate's ninja notebook on the table in the yard, then retrieved a balloon from the bag and approached the faucet to fill it with water. Naruto followed suit, taking a balloon to fill as well. "We shall endeavor to learn the A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan, developed by Father. The Rasengan possesses tremendous destructive power and requires no hand seals. One merely needs to concentrate chakra," Menma stated. With that, he extended a hand to gather chakra, and soon a Rasengan formed in his palm, though, as was often the case, it dissipated shortly after. "I am currently unable to manifest a perfect Rasengan, so I must practice using this method for now," Menma explained. "How shall we practice?" Naruto inquired curiously. Menma began to infuse chakra into the water balloon, causing its surface to ripple. As the agitation intensified, with a sudden pop, the water balloon exploded. Menma turned to Naruto and said, "First, you must gather chakra and rotate it, but not in a uniform direction. It must spin irregularly. The initial step is to channel chakra into the water balloon. Feel the flow of water swirling within, and then burst the balloon." Menma glanced at the rubber balls beside him, approached, and picked one up, stating, "The second step is to burst the rubber ball." He infused chakra into the rubber ball, yet it remained unresponsive, as if merely held in his hand. Observing Menma's diligent practice, Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, commenced his own training. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was observing the 2 brothers through a crystal ball. The Rasengan, a technique invented by the 4th Hokage. I had anticipated that Jiraiya would teach them, yet they have embarked on self-study. Perhaps they are more capable than I had envisioned. Hiruzen mused with a smile, continuing to watch. Suddenly, with a pop, Naruto's water balloon burst, prompting Menma to look over. "Did you succeed?" "Let me see," Menma exclaimed, Somewhat astonished, based on past experience, Naruto would typically require at least 3 days to achieve such a feat. Hearing the request, Naruto retrieved another balloon, filled it with water, and began to demonstrate. With another pop, the water balloon exploded, but Menma identified a flaw. Brother, it is not about injecting chakra to burst the water balloon. Rather, it is necessary to make the water inside spin, Menma clarified. I see now, I understand. Naruto nodded and resumed his practice. Meanwhile, Menma's attempts were equally challenging. Each time he infused chakra, it was either too much or too little, resulting in several rubber balls bursting, leaving his hands marked with numerous injuries. Fortunately, he possessed the bloodline of the Whirlpool clan and the chakra of the Nine Tails, allowing his wounds to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Thus, the two continued their practice until dusk. As the sky darkened, they returned indoors, boiled some water, and each prepared a bowl of instant noodles for dinner. Throughout the day, they had been tirelessly practicing the Rasengan in the courtyard, returning only to satiate their hunger with noodles. After a hearty meal and a brief respite, they resumed their training in the living room, only retiring to bed when exhaustion overtook them. The following morning, they began their day with a bowl of instant noodles for breakfast before heading back outside to practice. In the courtyard, sunlight danced upon the ground littered with deflated balloons and rubber balls, creating a vivid tapestry. A small tree in the corner swayed gently in the breeze. After nearly 3 days of diligent training, just as the supply of balloons and rubber balls was nearing depletion, Naruto completed the first phase of his practice, while Menma finished the second. Their hands were either sore or marked with bruises, yet neither paid much heed to their discomfort. After venturing out to purchase more rubber balls, Naruto commenced the second phase of his training, while Menma embarked on the final third phase. After some time, the hardness of the rubber balls, being dozens of times firmer than the water balloons, began causing Naruto's palms to ache, accompanied by a few minor cuts. Meanwhile, as Menma concentrated on gathering chakra, his duration improved, though stability remained elusive. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. I'm so exhausted after these few days. If I eat another bowl of instant noodles, I might just vomit. Let's go out for something different, Menma declared, setting aside his practice. All right. How about we indulge in some barbecue? Naruto suggested with a nod. Anything is fine, as long as it isn't instant noodles or ramen. I really can't handle any more. Menma lamented. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, they decided to employ transformation jutsu while strolling down the streets of Konoha. They arrived at the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan, where an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and smoke billowed as the charcoal blazed beneath the grill. The restaurant was furnished neatly, adorned with various decorations representative of the village. Upon entering, they encountered familiar faces. Upon closer inspection, it was Kakashi, Guy, Yuhi Kurinai, and Asuma Saratobi. The two approached to greet them, but Kakashi and his companions found the appearance of the unfamiliar figures puzzling. Soon, Naruto and Menma realized their oversight, and Kakashi's group deduced that the two had utilized transformation jutsu. Why resort to transformation jutsu? Just to enjoy some barbecue? Kurinai teased. Upon hearing her remark, Naruto and Menma had no choice but to revert to their original forms. As they revealed themselves, Kakashi was unfazed, while Asuma and Kurinai expressed surprise, and Guy warmly invited them to take a seat. In Konoha, it was rare to find anyone who did not recognize Naruto and Menma, apart from a few children. Most villagers were well aware of their identities as the hosts of the Nine Tails. Guy, realizing the situation, introduced his companions to Naruto and Menma. This is Asuma, son of the third Hokage, and this is Kurinai, a master of Jinjutsu. Hello, big brother and sister. Naruto greeted them with a cheerful smile. Menma remained silent, while Guy, as if fully understanding him, affectionately patted his head and said, "What is there for a man to be shy about? Be a little more generous." Kakashi followed up with a smile, adding, "In fact, it wouldn't hurt to call us older brother or sister." Kakashi, being more familiar with Menma, was aware that his silence was not due to shyness, but rather a consistent hesitance in terms of addressing others. Asuma and Yugao exchanged knowing smiles. Guy had just been discussing their matters when, unexpectedly, they arrived. Yugao smiled at Naruto and Menma, her demeanor suggesting that she bore no ill will towards them for being the Nine Tails jinchūriki. Indeed, but why did you resort to transformation jutsu? Asuma inquired. Upon hearing Asuma's question, images of being rejected by merchants flashed through Naruto's mind, causing a pang of hurt in his heart. However, He swiftly recalled his dream of becoming Hokage and reminded himself not to be defeated by setbacks. He clenched his fists, determination returning to his gaze. Yugao quickly noticed this change in Naruto and nudged Asuma with her arm. Asuma, also aware of Naruto's emotions, awkwardly scratched his head and apologized. "I'm sorry. But was interrupted by Menma, who said, "It's all right. My brother won't be defeated by this. The reason we use transformation jutsu is something you can surely guess." The four understood the reason and were puzzled as to why the faults of the Nine Tails were being placed upon these two children. At that moment, Naruto perked up and declared, "I will become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition. That has always been my dream." Seeing Naruto regain his spirit brought comfort to the four of them. "What a lovely child," Yugao remarked as she called over the waiter, ordered more meat, and placed a freshly grilled piece in front of Naruto, saying, "Eat up." Witnessing this scene, Naruto's eyes welled with tears. The others, seeing him cry again, felt somewhat at a loss. Menma, observing this, was momentarily lost in thought, understanding the reason behind Naruto's tears. Yugao, noticing Naruto's tears, looked at him with compassion and softly said, "Naruto, please don't cry. The meat here is delicious. You should try it." Menma's eyes also involuntarily glistened with tears. The four, seeing Menma cry as well, became even more uncertain, wondering if they had inadvertently said something wrong that caused both children to weep. Menma, noticing their discomfort due to the reactions of himself and Naruto, understood that they meant no harm. It was merely that Naruto's inner wounds had been touched. Yet, he did not wish for them to worry excessively, so he endeavored to control his emotions. At that moment, Menma wiped away his tears and continued to eat the grilled meat on his plate, while Naruto gradually adjusted himself. However, as he ate, tears dripped into his plate, mingling with the grease from the grilled meat, creating small ripples. His shoulders trembled slightly, revealing the grievance within. They were acutely aware that these two children, who had depended on each other since childhood, had never experienced the love of parents or the affection of any elder. Moreover, they had to endure ostracism and scorn from the villagers. In an attempt to shatter the oppressive atmosphere, Menma abruptly set down his chopsticks and turned to Kakashi beside him, expressing, "For the past few days, Naruto and I have been diligently practicing the Rasengan at home, following the instructions from our father's ninja notebook. However, my Rasengan remains unstable. Kakashi-sensei, as a student of our father, could you possibly offer us some guidance?" Menma revealed his concerns, hoping Kakashi might provide a solution. The four initially stared in disbelief before Kakashi quickly regained his composure, responding, "First, show me a Rasengan you've managed to gather." Without hesitation, Menma concentrated and formed a Rasengan in his hand. This Rasengan appeared smaller than usual and flickered erratically, indicating its instability. Kakashi glanced at it, then conjured a Rasengan of his own, stating, "Mine is barely adequate. I am not in a position to instruct you. My only advice at this juncture is to practice more diligently. The only one capable of providing effective guidance now would be Jiraiya-sama." "I see," Menma pondered. "But where is Jiraiya-sama now?" Naruto seized the opportunity to inquire. Kakashi replied, "I have heard that he has been traveling beyond the village and has not returned to Konoha for quite some time." "That seems plausible. But I recall the old man mentioning that Jiraiya-sama might return to Konoha soon. We just do not know how long he will stay," Asuma added. Menma and Naruto initially rejoiced at this news, their anticipation for Jiraiya's return growing. After finishing their meal, the two stood to bid farewell to the four. But just as they were about to leave, Kakashi spoke again. "Menma, you previously asked me why I always wear a mask. And now you both are using transformation techniques as you leave. In truth, you need not concern yourselves overly with the opinions of others. Simply be true to yourselves." Kakashi seemed to be imparting wisdom to them. Turning back, the two bowed respectfully and replied in unison, "Understood, Kakashi-sensei, we comprehend." With that, they exited the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. The four watched their retreating figures, reflecting on the scene. "Kakashi, as a disciple of the fourth Hokage, you should take extra care of his two children. I observe that they strive harder than their peers for the village's acknowledgement," Yuhi Kurinai remarked. "Indeed, they are still young and deserve more attention," Asuma concurred. Kakashi nodded in agreement, admitting, "I am aware. It was indeed my oversight not to care for them properly. As a teacher's disciple, it is inexcusable to witness the struggles of my teacher's children without offering support. It is all right. I understand them well. They will not be overwhelmed by such trivial matters. I have faith they will rise to the occasion." That is the essence of youth, Mato Guide declared with unwavering confidence. After bidding farewell to Kakashi and the others, Naruto and Menma walked home with a lightened step, buoyed by the prospect of Jiraiya's arrival. However, upon returning home, the pressures of reality quickly drew them back into the practice of the Rasengan. Menma increasingly yearned to acquire the sealing book, eager to master the multi-shadow clone technique. Envisioning that he could produce hundreds of clones for practice, perhaps enabling him to fully grasp the Rasengan in just a day or two. Acquiring the Book of Seals is no easy feat, and he yearned not only to master the shadow clone technique, but also coveted the Flying Thunder God technique and the reanimation jutsu. Contemplating this, he thought of Mizuki. According to the original storyline, because Naruto failed his graduation exam, Mizuki incited him to steal the Book of Seals, after which Naruto learned the shadow clone technique and became nearly invincible, relying on this technique and the Rasengan. When faced with formidable foes, he would either tap into Sage mode or unleash a barrage of spiraling orbs as if under a divine influence. Menma pondered, where could Mizuki be? He wished to orchestrate a scheme that would prompt Mizuki to encourage them to steal the Book of Seals, thus providing a scapegoat without significant repercussions for them. Mizuki, where are you? Please come and incite us to steal the Book of Seals. Menma silently called out in his mind. At that moment, while enjoying ramen with Irika, Mizuki suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Caught a cold? Irika inquired with concern. Nothing, just a strange feeling that someone is thinking of me, Mizuki replied, rubbing his nose curiously. Could it be that a girl has a crush on you? Irika teased. Impossible, Mizuki chuckled, resuming his meal. Mizuki had always been a paradox, outwardly amiable. Yet his thoughts were a mystery to all. Meanwhile, since Naruto's return, he had been lost in thought, having burst countless balloons in his distraction. Brother, are you all right? Menma noticed Naruto's unusual demeanor, pausing his Rasengan and approaching him. Naruto halted as well. Menma, I miss Mom and Dad, he said, tears streaming down his face. This scene tugged at Menma's heartstrings. Whether in this life or the last, witnessing such sorrow compelled him to tears. Especially remembering Naruto's conversation with Minato after the Fourth Great Ninja War, when he had wept profusely. Menma was at a loss for words and could only sit beside Naruto on a bench outside. Menma, don't you miss Mom and Dad? Naruto asked again. Menma pondered for a moment before responding. Of course, I think about them every day. To be honest, I often cry under the covers. Menma smiled, concealing the truth behind his words. Wiping his tears, Naruto seemed to regain his composure. I'm supposed to be the older brother. Yet it's always you who comforts me. With renewed determination, Naruto promised Menma, I won't cry anymore. I will train harder to protect you. I cannot bear to see my only family suffer any further harm. Menma felt a warmth in his heart. Naruto was right. He was indeed the elder brother. Perhaps due to not having drunk the soup of forgetfulness, he retained memories from his past life, rendering him more mature than Naruto. Seeing Naruto's spirits lifted, Menma took his hand and suggested, Brother, let us take a walk and visit the village that Mom and Dad once protected. Menma smiled at Naruto, awaiting his response. All right. Naruto nodded, and the two brothers walked hand in hand toward the outside world. At the entrance of Konoha, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent red robe, his hair as white as snow and an oil character adorning his forehead, stood in contemplation. This man was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Observing the familiar scenery, Jiraiya exclaimed, Ah, it has been quite some time since my last visit. First, I shall pay a visit to the old man, and then perhaps indulge in a soak at the mixed bath. With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata strolled leisurely down the bustling streets, which remained as vibrant as ever, filled with laughter and conversation. The thoroughfare of Konoha was lined with an array of shops. From those selling ninja tools with various shurikens and kunai displayed at their entrances, to sweet shops wafting delightful aromas, where freshly made dumplings steamed invitingly. Amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, there were young men clad in ninja attire, hastily passing by with ninja pouches at their waists, while elderly folks sat leisurely on benches, observing the throngs of people. In this seemingly harmonious setting, an abrupt voice shattered the tranquility. Look, isn't that the Nine Tails? Why have they emerged once more? Exclaimed a bald-headed man engaged in conversation, pointing at Naruto and Hinata. Keep your voice down. Is that something you should say? A woman nearby cautioned in a hushed tone. What is wrong with speaking the truth? That's just a fact, the bald man retorted, his words laced with the effects of too much drink. At that moment, another short-haired man interjected, "Enough. Regardless of what you think, they are merely children. Discuss it behind their backs, but don't say it to their faces. Why shouldn't I speak? If it weren't for the Nine Tails, my son would still be alive." The bald man's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his neck as he raised his voice. His words ignited a ripple effect, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, setting off a chain reaction among the crowd. Whispers turned to murmurs, and soon the air was thick with increasingly harsh comments. "I say, those two should be locked away. I cannot fathom what the Hokage is thinking," remarked a woman cradling an infant. "I've heard they are the offspring of the demon fox. Just look at the whiskers on their faces. That's the proof." A man in his 20s sitting in a shop asserted to the others. Witnessing this scene, Naruto lowered his head, his spirits plummeting. Hinata silently cursed. "I just calmed him down, and now this? Wait until the Nine Tails goes berserk. Let us see what you all do then." She scanned the crowd, determined to memorize their faces, her gaze fixed upon them. "Hey, you little foxes over there, what are you staring at?" A boy of about 10, playing with pebbles, called out, flanked by several others of similar age. Hinata turned to see 4 or 5 boys around the same age glaring at them. Seeing her gaze, their leader seemed displeased. "What are you looking at? Allow me to show you my prowess." With that, he hurled a stone towards Hinata. Several stones flew in her direction. Yet she simply sidestepped gracefully, allowing them to whiz past her clothing. He furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, before he swiftly kicked the stones that had fallen at his feet back with force. Witnessing this scene, the leader of the group, resembling a child king, suddenly discovered something of great significance and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The Nine-Tails Fox is throwing stones. Come and see." His voice was sharp and jarring, quickly resonating through the crowd like a lit fuse on a ticking bomb, igniting a chaotic uproar that drew more attention. At that moment, the suppressed emotions of the onlookers erupted, with many expressing their grievances without restraint. A tide of crude insults surged forth towards Naruto and Menma, their venomous words cutting through the air like thorny brambles. Even more alarming, in their rage, some individuals seized whatever objects they could find, be it fruits from nearby stalls or random belongings, and hurled them viciously at the two. Menma, witnessing this turmoil, felt a deep sense of helplessness, truly feeling numb. While he himself remained relatively unscathed, possessing a mind distinct from Naruto's, it was a different story for Naruto. The boy's recently rekindled, yet fragile spirit resembled a leaf swaying in a storm, at risk of being utterly shattered by the deluge of malice. When Naruto saw Menma being struck, a flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he rushed forward to embrace Menma, shielding him with his small frame, as if to absorb all the hostility directed at them. Observing this act, Menma felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart, flooding him with sorrow. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh, filled with anger and helplessness. He longed to master the Rasengan instantly, to deliver it to everyone present, allowing them to experience the taste of being attacked. At that moment, Menma seemed to sense something amiss and quickly turned to look at Naruto. Naruto's eyes had turned crimson, his pupils transforming into slits, resembling a fissure leading into endless darkness. It was evident that the Nine-Tails chakra was beginning to overflow uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, a torrent of intense red chakra surged forth from Naruto, akin to bubbling magma, exuding a chilling aura that warped the surrounding air. Those nearby, upon witnessing this spectacle, froze in their actions of throwing objects, eyes wide with terror as they beheld the two brothers, as if confronted by the most fearsome of monsters. Brother, calm down," Menma shouted anxiously, attempting to soothe Naruto. However, the chakra of the Nine-Tails enveloped Naruto like a raging crimson river. Though a flicker of consciousness remained, his dwindling rationality was utterly consumed by the flames of fury. At this moment, a crimson chakra tail gradually emerged from Naruto's back, writhing as if it possessed a life of its own. Following closely were a second and a third tail, growing at a terrifying pace. Upon witnessing this scene, Menma was struck with horror, realizing that his worst fears were materializing. Desperately, he shook Naruto, gripping his shoulders tightly, as if attempting to awaken him through sheer force of will. However, without warning, the surging chakra of the Nine-Tails enveloped Menma as well. Feeling an ominous shift, Menma sensed that the chakra within him resonated with the Nine-Tails, beginning to overflow uncontrollably. Soon, he too was ensconced in the dense chakra. his eyes transforming to a blood-red hue with slitted pupils, his expression contorting into a grotesque visage, as if possessed by a demon. Red chakra tails sprouted from his back, 1, 2, 3, growing with no sign of abating. A reckless thought crossed his mind. Let it all be destroyed. As consciousness slipped away, Menma succumbed to the urge to unleash chaos. Under the searing heat of the Nine Tails chakra, their skin tore and flaked away like fragile parchment, the excruciating pain eliciting heart-wrenching cries from both. The skin that fell away morphed into a black substance, staining the surrounding red chakra like ink. Ultimately, the black matter fused with the crimson chakra, forming two colossal black chakra spheres that enveloped them completely. The onlookers gasped in shock at the unfolding spectacle. Someone shouted, "The Nine Tails has gone berserk again." The proclamation echoed like a death knell, sending the crowd scattering in panic like startled birds. At that moment, a sinister black mist began to emanate from the spheres, and a powerful vortex of air surged outward, akin to a tornado. Amidst the chaos, the agonized screams of Naruto and Menma could still be faintly heard, their cries resembling the roars of the damned, chilling to the bone. The surrounding structures began to collapse under the immense force, debris raining down like lethal confetti. The ground buckled as if pressed by an invisible hand, forming a vast, hemispherical pit. As the black chakra spheres shattered, Naruto and Menma were revealed within. Both sported four tails, appearing as though they had been sculpted into demonic forms by the blood-red chakra, their eyes and mouths radiating blinding white light as they glared at the fleeing crowd, resembling diminutive versions of the Nine Tails, albeit with only four tails. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying this thrilling tale. At this juncture, both had completely lost their consciousness, driven solely by an instinctual desire for destruction. They resembled two uncontrollable machines of slaughter, commencing a frenzied rampage of everything before them. With arms raised high, Naruto's limb came crashing down with a resounding thud. With a thunderous roar, a tempest of air surged forth, akin to a mighty tsunami, mercilessly hurling those who had not yet managed to flee into the air. These individuals soared like leaves caught in a frenzied gale, tracing graceful arcs before crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Jiraiya strolled leisurely down the street, only to be jolted by a sudden and intense tremor ahead, followed by a powerful shockwave. Panic-stricken, many fell to the ground, resembling a cascade of dominoes. Quick-witted and agile, Jiraiya steadied himself and reached out to halt a person rushing by in a flurry of chaos, urgently inquiring, "What transpired up ahead?" "Run. The Nine Tails has gone berserk." The individual, pale and trembling, gasped before fleeing without a backward glance. "What? The Nine Tails has gone berserk?" A flicker of alarm crossed Jiraiya's eyes as concern gripped his heart, prompting him to hasten forward. Meanwhile, not far away, Kakashi and his companions, having just exited the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, noticed the billowing smoke rising in the distance, soon accompanied by a fierce shockwave. Instinctively, they shielded themselves, bracing against the force that struck them like a barrage of heavy fists. Sensing the gravity of the situation, they exchanged glances and swiftly raced towards the source of the disturbance. The Umbu swiftly recognized the abnormality as well. After promptly dispatching personnel to inform the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the remaining members hastened towards the scene of the incident. At that moment, within the root base, Danzo-sama, "The Nine Tails has gone berserk," a breathless root member reported, sweat beading on his forehead, anxiety evident in his gaze. "The Nine Tails? Which one?" Danzo inquired, his brow slightly furrowing as he maintained his composure. "Both have gone berserk," the kneeling member replied hoarsely. Danzo fell into contemplation, his expression deep and complex, weighing the implications in his mind. "Danzo-sama, should we not send reinforcements?" the member began, only to be interrupted by Danzo's impatient dismissal. "No, let us observe how they manage. If they cannot contain the situation, we will intervene." Danzo's voice was calm and detached, as if he held all the strings of fate in his grasp. Resigned, the root member lowered his head, acquiescing to Danzo's directive. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi also received news of the Nine Tails rampage. The two elders, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, seemingly in sync, arrived uninvited at the Hokage's office in haste. "Hiruzen, what is happening?" Koharu inquired urgently, concern and confusion evident in her eyes. According to Umbu reports, Naruto and the brothers Menma were maliciously attacked while out for a stroll. After being struck with objects, Both have gone berserk, Hiruzen replied, his expression grave. At this moment, Xiaochun could not help but voice her thoughts. I told you back then that the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki should be confined and closely monitored, yet you chose to disregard my advice. Her words carried a hint of reproach, as if she were blaming Sarutobi Hiruzen for his earlier decision. Well, now is not the time to assign blame. The pressing matter at hand is how to address the rampage of the Jinchūriki. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, his gaze resolute and steady. The Umbu have already been dispatched. I will join them shortly. I will not allow the Nine-Tails to re-emerge in this world, he declared with unwavering conviction. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, they are the children of Minato, the sons of heroes. I cannot imprison them. They have committed no wrongdoing. I refuse to treat these innocent children as criminals under surveillance. Sarutobi added, casting a determined glance at the two elders. The elders exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say in rebuttal. Very well, I understand. They finally conceded and quietly exited the Hokage's office. Sarutobi then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Nine-Tails rampage. After observing the billowing smoke, he took a deep breath, donned his battle attire, and promptly made his way to the scene without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had arrived at the site first. Upon witnessing the two rampaging small Nine-Tails, his heart tightened with concern. The two small Nine-Tails roared, their voices resonating through the air like thunder, releasing pent-up resentment and frustration. This is quite a predicament. There seems to be no choice but to contain them somehow, Jiraiya murmured to himself, furrowing his brow. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully. Earth style? Hell swamp, he shouted, causing the ground to transform into a murky brown swamp. Naruto and Menma, caught off guard, fell into it immediately. The swamp seemed almost sentient, tightly ensnaring them. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Jiraiya, observing this scene, realized that it would take some time for them to escape and began anxiously rummaging through his pockets for something. Kakashi and his team soon arrived at the chaotic scene. Taking in the widespread destruction and spotting Naruto and Menma trapped in the swamp, their hearts aching for them. However, they understood that their primary objective must be to subdue the rampaging Nine-Tails. Confusion filled their minds. How could the two have suddenly gone berserk when they seemed fine just moments ago? They were eager to uncover the true cause behind the rampage. At that moment, they noticed Jiraiya across from them, and together they circled around to his side. Lord Jiraiya, what should we do next? Kakashi inquired, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope that Jiraiya would have a plan to manage the situation. My Hell Swamp can only confine them for a brief moment. They will undoubtedly break free soon. You must restrain them while I devise a solution for this uprising. Jiraiya glanced at the newcomers, hastily organizing without time for pleasantries. Very well, leave it to us. Kakashi responded without hesitation. He then raised his forehead protector, revealing the enigmatic, crimson-tinged Sharingan. Asuma swiftly unsheathed his chakra blade, his eyes ablaze with the resolve to contain the rampaging Nine-Tails. At that moment, the ANBU members swiftly arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, they wasted no time and immediately surrounded Naruto and Menma. One of the ANBU captains calmly instructed, quickly set up the barrier. We cannot allow them to escape and further ravage the village. Following his orders, the team dispersed rapidly, diligently arranging the protective barrier. Suddenly, Naruto lifted his gaze towards the rooftop, and one of his tails elongated, darting toward an ANBU member. Sensing the imminent danger, Kakashi's heart raced. He reacted swiftly, forming hand seals, earth style, earth wall. Abruptly, a thick earthen barrier rose from the ground, standing firm like a shield before the tail. However, to Kakashi's astonishment, the tail pierced through the wall like a sharp spear, relentlessly advancing towards the ANBU member with alarming speed. With a resounding cry, transformation, adamantine staff. A white-haired monkey instantaneously morphed into a colossal staff, striking forcefully at the tail. The newcomer was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose tremendous strength successfully redirected the tail's trajectory. The tail missed the ANBU member by mere inches, leaving him pale and drenched in cold sweat. With the arrival of the third Hokage, a sense of relief washed over the crowd, for in such perilous circumstances, he stood as an unyielding pillar of support. Without a doubt, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the one capable of upholding the sky above them. A powerful gust swept through, akin to the rampaging Naruto and Menma expressing their displeasure over the third Hokage's intervention against the tail. before the onlookers could regain their footing. The unprepared ANBU members were mercilessly toppled by the ferocious waves of chakra. Suddenly, Naruto and Menma simultaneously extended their tails, which swiftly grasped the uncovered ground. And with a forceful pull, they freed themselves from the Hell Swamp's restraints. Roaring, they unleashed a terrifying chakra that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Old man, arrange for someone to restrain the jinchūriki. Before the sixth tail emerges, I have a plan, Jiraiya whispered as he approached Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, no problem. Hiruzen nodded resolutely in response. At this moment, Jiraiya retrieved 2 square sheets of white paper from his pocket, each adorned with enigmatic symbols, prominently featuring a large character for press. This talisman possessed the ability to instantly suppress the Nine Tails chakra, albeit only effective prior to the emergence of the sixth tail, Jiraiya explained. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly organized the Umbu to restrain the rampaging Naruto and Menma, while Jiraiya handed one of the talismans to Kakashi. Kakashi, we will each handle one of them. Wait for the opportune moment to affix the talisman to their foreheads. This will immediately suppress the Nine Tails chakra, Jiraiya instructed. Understood, Master Jiraiya, Kakashi replied, taking the talisman and fixing his gaze intently on the Umbu ninjas who were engaging closely with the Nine Tails. Observing the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called out, "Is the Flying Thunder God team present?" Upon hearing Hiruzen's summons, Narashikaku, Inuzuka Tsum, and Yamanaka Inoichi quickly approached the third Hokage. Lord Third, what are your instructions? They asked in unison. We must relocate the jinchūriki outside the village. Although there is a barrier, we are currently within it, akin to being trapped in the same cage as 2 ferocious beasts. Therefore, I need you to use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the jinchūriki outside. We should be able to resolve the situation there, correct? Sarutobi explained. Theoretically, there should be no issues. We will exert ourselves to the utmost to protect the village. We would risk our lives, Narashikaku affirmed, with the others nodding in agreement. With that, the 3 of them executed the body flicker technique, swiftly arriving before Naruto and Menma, forming a triangular formation around them. They then promptly activated the Flying Thunder God transmission array, and in an instant, everyone within the array was transported outside the village. In a clearing outside, the very spot where Minato had sealed the Nine Tails, remnants of the Flying Thunder God marks remained on the ground. Recognizing the location, the 3 utilized the Flying Thunder God array once more, then, using the kunai from Kakashi's pack, returned to the others. The situation was dire, leaving no room for discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, Barrier Team, dismantle the barrier. Jiraiya, Kakashi, let's move. Upon receiving the order, Jiraiya immediately joined Kakashi and Hiruzen, and together they activated the Flying Thunder God array, swiftly arriving at the location of Naruto and Menma. At that moment, one of Naruto's tails lunged toward an Umbu ninja, who evaded it with remarkable agility. The tail struck the ground, but suddenly, an additional chakra arm extended from it, reaching for the Umbu ninja. Realizing the peril, the ninja executed a series of evasive maneuvers to avoid the continuously emerging chakra arms. As fatigue weighed heavily on everyone, they were reluctant to grasp directly, as others had attempted and suffered severe burns from the intensely high temperature of the Nine Tails chakra cloak enveloping Naruto and Menma. Is there truly no viable solution? One Umbu ninja lamented, gazing helplessly at the rampaging forms of Naruto and Menma. Suddenly, Naruto and Menma raised their hands high and thrust them forcefully into the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and 4 chakra arms erupted from beneath the feet of the Umbu, reaching out to seize them. Several Umbu ninjas, endowed with heightened sensory abilities, swiftly retreated before the arms fully emerged, while also cautioning their comrades. Unfortunately, one slower Umbu ninja was ensnared by the arm around his leg. The chakra limb tightened mercilessly, resulting in a catastrophic fracture. The anguished cries of the Umbu ninja prompted the others to hurl kunai and shuriken in a desperate attempt to halt the rampaging Naruto and Menma. Yet, neither the kunai nor the shuriken could pierce the dark crimson chakra exterior enveloping Naruto and Menma, leaving not even the faintest scratch. What an opportune moment! Jiraiya exclaimed as he observed Naruto and Menma thrusting their arms into the earth, signaling Kakashi to prepare for close combat. Recognizing the rarity of the opportunity, Kakashi joined Jiraiya in sprinting toward Menma. Sensing their approach, Menma elongated his 4 tails, relentlessly stabbing at Jiraiya and Kakashi. The duo, displaying remarkable agility, effortlessly evaded all assaults. Realizing this tactic was futile, Menma swiftly retracted his arms, only to extend them once more, reaching out to grasp Kakashi and Jiraiya. The two quickly navigated their way to Menma's front, with Kakashi forming hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. Instantly, four earthen walls adorned with doghead motifs rose from the ground, encircling Menma in a square formation. However, Menma was not confined for long. With a mere wave of his arm, the walls crumbled. At the moment the walls disintegrated, Kakashi had already reached Menma, affixing a sealing tag to his forehead. A flash of white light ensued as the crimson chakra cloak of the Nine Tails rapidly dissipated at a visible pace. Menma emitted a heart-wrenching wail, gradually reverting to his original form, yet his skin remained severely scorched by the Nine Tails chakra, exposing raw flesh beneath. Witnessing Menma in such a state, Kakashi felt a pang of sorrow. Once the Nine Tails cloak had entirely vanished, Menma succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing toward the ground. Quick as a flash, Kakashi rushed forward to catch him, retreating several steps while cradling Menma and approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Observing the unconscious Menma in Kakashi's arms, Sarutobi felt a tumult of emotions within him, turning his gaze toward the still rampaging Naruto and seizing the adamantine staff to charge forward. At that moment, Naruto detected Jiraiya closing in, hastily retracting his arm to evade while swinging his tail. Jiraiya, unprepared, was flung away, though he quickly regained his balance. Before this chapter concludes, please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Naruto stepped back a few paces, creating a slight distance from the others. Sarutobi approached Jiraiya, who was filled with a foreboding sensation at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a surge of dark red and pale blue chakra orbs erupted from within Naruto, who then slightly lifted his head, his mouth aglow with white light, as four tails extended upward toward the sky. At that moment, two distinct colored chakra orbs converged at Naruto's mouth, coalescing into a colossal black chakra sphere. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, discerned the immense chakra contained within the dark sphere, prompting a surge of alarm within him. The others, witnessing this scene, began to panic as well. It was then that Jiraiya seemed to realize something, suddenly exclaiming, "Everyone, quickly employ defensive ninjutsu. If we are struck by this attack, we are surely doomed." Upon hearing this, the group hastily gathered together to cast their defensive techniques. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, earth wall. After forming their seals, they slammed their hands onto the ground, and several massive, sturdy earthen walls rose up, shielding them within. This may not be nearly enough, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and remarked. At that moment, Nohara's Gunma, along with Inuzuka Rado and Yamanaka Iwasaki, positioned themselves in a triangular formation to begin sealing. Simultaneously, they struck the ground, and a triangular purple barrier promptly ascended. Three purple flames formation, they shouted in unison. Upon seeing this barrier, the group felt a slight sense of relief, for they were aware of its formidable strength and did not believe it would be easily shattered. We must do something more, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted, seemingly sensing something imminent. At this juncture, the black chakra sphere at Naruto's mouth began to compress, each contraction causing the ground to tremble. The earth beneath them slightly caved in, forming a circular indentation. Naruto then opened his mouth wide and consumed the black chakra sphere, causing his body to swell like a balloon, appearing as though it might burst at any moment. Just as he prepared to unleash his attack, Hiruzen caught wind of it. Now, he commanded, "Earth release, earth flow spear." After completing his seals, he struck the ground. Suddenly, a rock shot up from the earth towards Naruto's head, causing a slight deviation in his aim, which in turn altered the trajectory of the tailed beast bomb he was about to unleash. In that instant, a tailed beast bomb sped towards the group, crashing into the earthen wall. With a thunderous explosion, the tailed beast bomb obliterated the earth wall, a defense that had previously withstood the third Raikage's assault, reduced to nothing upon impact. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished by the overwhelming power. A flash of light momentarily blinded them, accompanied by a ringing in their ears, leaving them momentarily dazed. Fortunately, the tailed beast bomb did not breach the three purple flames formation, and when they regained their senses, they found that apart from their immediate vicinity, other areas had been ravaged by the explosion, intensifying their fear. They knew that if the chakra had solidified further, their lives would have been in grave peril. Before the group could fully appreciate their narrow escape, Naruto charged forward. Nohara's Genma, Inazuka Rado, and Yamanaka Iwasaki promptly dispelled the barrier, and upon seeing it dissolve, everyone scattered. Naruto lunged with a claw but missed, swiftly redirecting his charge towards Kakashi. Startled, Kakashi instinctively dodged to the side, clutching his mask. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya witnessed this scene, they hurriedly stepped forward to shield Kakashi. Earth style, Earth flow river. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, forming hand seals. At that moment, the ground suddenly transformed into a mudslide, rushing towards Naruto. Naruto wavered unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, a member of the Nara clan's Umbu swiftly cast the shadow binding technique, immobilizing Naruto. Hurry, Lord Jiraiya, I can't hold on much longer. The Umbu called out to Jiraiya. I understand, Jiraiya replied, quickly approaching Naruto and placing a sealing paper on his forehead. The instant the paper adhered, it emitted a radiant glow, and like a veil, the dark red chakra of the Nine Tails gradually dissipated, revealing Naruto's original form. Simultaneously, Naruto's skin, scorched by the Nine Tails chakra, was exposed, displaying raw flesh. Naruto let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. The Nara clan's Umbu sighed in relief, releasing the shadow binding technique. As the chakra cloak continued to fade, once it completely dissipated, Naruto fell unconscious, collapsing backward. Jiraiya, with quick reflexes, caught him and carried him over to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The onlookers observed the skin of both Naruto and Yamato, cradled in Kakashi and Jiraiya's arms, beginning to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Their self-healing abilities are truly remarkable. An Umbu remarked. Since Yamato had exited his berserk state first, he had nearly returned to his normal condition. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the Umbu ninja with a shattered leg and inquired, Are you alright? Make sure to rest well during this time and recover as best as you can. The Umbu with the fractured leg, supported by two others, nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us return, Jiraiya said. Subsequently, Nara Shikaku, Inazuka Kiba, and Akamichi Choji approached, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting everyone back to Konoha. After Yamato lost consciousness due to the tailed beast transformation, he entered the sealing space. Previously, Yamato had attempted to enter the sealing space to meet the Nine Tails. But the Nine Tails, like a bashful maiden, refused to show itself. Each time Yamato stepped into the sealing space, he was forcefully expelled by the gust of wind released from the Nine Tails' roar. Therefore, this was the first time Yamato truly encountered the Nine Tails. He beheld a massive, dark orange fox lying within its cage, its eyes firmly shut as if in deep slumber. Without uttering a word, Yamato sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the cage, quietly gazing at the Nine Tails. Time flowed slowly, and ultimately, it was the Nine Tails who could no longer contain its impatience, suddenly opening its eyes. Hey kid, why do you keep staring at me? Aren't you afraid of me? The Nine Tails questioned, adopting a fearsome demeanor. I saw you were sleeping, so I didn't want to disturb you, Yamato replied with a beaming smile, his expression innocent and untainted. The Nine Tails paused in surprise, and then retorted. I am the leader of the nine-tailed beasts. Humans tremble at the mere mention of my name. Are you belittling me? Menma was acutely aware of the temperament of the Nine Tails, understanding that deceit would yield no results. Only sincerity could truly touch its heart, especially given the Nine Tails' inherent pride. After listening to the Nine Tails, Menma shook her head slightly before inquiring. So, you are the most formidable among the nine-tailed beasts? How impressive. She gazed intently at the Nine Tails, showering it with compliments. Surely, you can effortlessly defeat the other tailed beasts, right? That's remarkable. I wish I could be as powerful as you, so I could protect those I cherish. Upon hearing Menma's words, the Nine Tails' pride surged, for her praise resonated deeply with its nature. However, when Menma expressed her desire to protect her loved ones, a flicker of change appeared in the Nine Tails' eyes. With your strength, what can you truly protect? It retorted, observing Menma with a dispassionate gaze. But you are incredibly strong. With you by my side, I would feel secure. If I possessed great strength, I would want to protect you as well, Menma replied, maintaining her innocent demeanor. Protect me? Little one, have you lost your senses? Do you think I, being so powerful, need your protection? The Nine Tails felt its pride swell at the first part of her statement, yet faltered at the latter. Menma shook her head and continued, Nine Tails, even though you are powerful, you still require protection. Just as there are countless people outside who insult you, I am the one shielding you from their words. She spoke with an air of nonchalance. The Nine Tails scoffed, A few idle remarks from mere humans cannot harm me. Indeed, you are quite formidable, Menma complimented again. This praise sent the Nine-Tails' pride soaring. Of course, one must consider who I am. By the way, you must be quite lonely here. If possible, I would like to be your friend, Menma said with a warm smile. The Nine-Tails was taken aback, scrutinizing Menma closely, pondering. This child perceives me as an ordinary human? To befriend me? Are you out of your mind, little one? I am a tailed beast. I understand. But there is no rule stating that humans and tailed beasts cannot be friends, Menma replied earnestly, devoid of any deceitful intent. I have killed your parents. Do you not despise me? The Nine-Tails glared at Menma, its voice thunderous. Menma's expression shifted slightly, yet she shook her head. No, I do not hate you. You were merely resisting to protect your freedom. If someone sought to confine me, I would likely make the same choice. The one responsible for my parents' demise is that masked individual. He is the true villain. Her conviction was unwavering, and the Nine-Tails could sense no resentment towards it from her. Humph, you foolish child, I have no desire to be your friend. Once I am free, you will be the first to face my wrath, the Nine-Tails declared, lowering itself once more. That's all right. I already consider you a good friend. As your friend, I shall open this great door for you. Once you emerge, you may do as you please, for as your friend, all I need is to understand you. Menma spoke with utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. Kyubi opened his eyes, gazing at Menma with incredulity, as he discerned a resolute expression on the child's face, suggesting that he was not engaging in mere folly. Kyubi could not help but scrutinize Menma further, yearning to see through him. Yet this child, not yet 4 years of age, exhibited no signs of deceit. This was indeed his genuine sentiment. Kyubi smirked and remarked, I truly find you perplexing. Rising to his feet, he extended his fist toward Menma. Heart elated, Menma also stood up, and the two exchanged a fist bump. At that moment, both Kyubi and Menma shared a smile. Do not worry, Kyubi. There will come a day when I shall unlock this great door. This is a promise between friends, Menma declared with a grin. What concern is it of yours? You little rascal? I have no desire to open that door, Kyubi retorted, then nonchalantly lay down, closing his eyes as if preparing to slumber. Observing this scene, Menma chuckled softly. Rest well, Kyubi. I shall take my leave for now and return shortly. With that, he waved goodbye and exited the ceiling space. Once Menma had departed, Kyubi opened his eyes, casting a glance at Menma's retreating figure, revealing a trace of a smile. What a peculiar little rascal, he murmured, before closing his eyes once more. Meanwhile, within the village of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the site where Kyubi had previously rampaged. Upon their arrival, numerous Umbu rushed over. Lord Third, are you unharmed? An Umbu ninja inquired immediately, then glanced at Naruto and Menma, who lay unconscious in Jiraiya and Kakashi's arms, and asked, What shall we do with them, Lord Third? I am quite well. Please take Naruto and Menma to Konoha Hospital. I will arrange for their care, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. However, Hokage-sama, Kyubi's rampage has wrought considerable destruction upon Konoha. The villagers deserve an explanation, an Umbu ninja began, but was swiftly interrupted by Jiraiya. Explanation? Had they not uttered those words, would Kyubi have rampaged? Do you expect 2 children, not yet 4 years old, to fully control and suppress Kyubi's chakra? You are more aware than I of how this transpired, Jiraiya retorted, his voice tinged with irritation as he addressed the Umbu ninja who had just spoken. The Umbu were, of course, cognizant of the truth. They had been silently safeguarding Naruto and Menma, witnessing the entire episode unfold. As for Jiraiya's awareness, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not conceal such matters from him. He had the right to know. Upon hearing this, the Umbu ninja found himself at a loss for words and quietly stepped back. At that moment, onlookers began to gather, many of whom were villagers present during the incident. Lord Third, we cannot allow these 2 fox demons to go unpunished. They have caused immense harm to our village. Someone shouted. This outcry acted as a spark, igniting a chorus of grievances from the villagers. The Hokage, my child was caught up in the Nine-Tails rampage and is now lying unconscious in the hospital. You must deliver us justice. A woman lamented through her tears. The Hokage, my shop, which I have painstakingly built over the past decade, has been utterly destroyed. All my hard work. A middle-aged man cried, his face stricken with despair. More people gathered, demanding that Sarutobi Hiruzen impose severe punishment on the fox spirit. Witnessing this turmoil, Sarutobi felt a headache coming on, while Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others who understood Naruto and Menma's character clenched their fists tightly. Have you said enough? Jiraiya, holding Naruto, glared fiercely at the villagers. The villagers were taken aback, turning their gazes toward Jiraiya. During the Ninetales incident, Naruto and Menma's parents sealed the rampaging beast within their child to protect the village, sacrificing their own lives in the process. They not only sacrificed themselves, but also the happiness of their children, all for your sake, to safeguard the village. As descendants of heroes, is it the custom of the villagers of Konoha to disrespect them, to slander, ostracize, and bully their children? Jiraiya glared at the crowd with fury. These two children have endured your disdain since birth, and today you have gone too far. Do you dare to repeat what you just said in front of me and the third Hokage? I shall tell you now, these children are my disciples. If you wish to bully them, you must first get past me. Ignoring Sarutobi's subtle warnings, Jiraiya continued unabated. At that moment, the more astute individuals in the crowd grasped the essence of Jiraiya's words, scrutinizing Naruto and Menma closely. Suddenly, as a realization dawned upon them, fear crept into their hearts, and they quietly slipped away. Meanwhile, emerging from the ceiling space, Menma slowly opened his eyes, casting his gaze upon Kakashi, who held him, and then surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that Menma had awakened, Kakashi hurriedly inquired with concern, "Menma, are you all right? Is there anywhere that hurts?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately turned around, and Mato Guy, Asuma, Kurinai, and Sarutobi approached as well. "Menma, are you okay?" Kurinai looked at him with a heart full of compassion. "I'm fine. I feel great," Menma replied, shaking his head. He then gestured for Kakashi to set him down and continued, "After releasing the pent-up grievances within me, I do feel considerably lighter." Menma scanned the area, recognizing many familiar faces, particularly those who had been the loudest in their accusations. Upon meeting his gaze, some began to avert their eyes, while a few brash youths remained defiantly staring back. "You seem quite unconvinced, don't you? I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me, I will concede your prowess." Menma wore a serene expression. The brash youths, unable to withstand such provocation, charged forward. Seeing this, Kakashi, Mato Guy, Asuma, and Kurinai immediately positioned themselves in front of Menma. "What do you intend to do to a child?" Kakashi gazed intently at the approaching individuals and inquired, "What is the meaning of a few grown men bullying a child?" Yuhi Kurinai addressed the group, asserting, "If you intend to intimidate my disciple, you must first contend with me." Mike Guy, undeterred, boldly declared, "Though I am reluctant to engage, should you threaten this child, I shall not hold back." Asuma unsheathed his chakra blade, gathering energy upon its edge. Witnessing this scene, Menma felt a warm surge of emotion. This was the essence of being protected. He looked at the backs of those defending him, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, Aunt Kurinai, Uncle Asuma, please do not intervene. This conflict is between me, Naruto, and Kurama, and we wish to resolve it ourselves." After speaking, Menma stepped in front of the four. Within the ceiling space, Kurama observed this moment and chuckled softly. "This little brat truly sees me as one of them. Since you disapprove of my association with Naruto and Kurama, we shall grant you an opportunity to vent your frustrations." Menma regarded the individuals stepping forward with keen interest. Kakashi and the others exchanged puzzled glances, intrigued by Menma's words. "Kurama? Is that the name of the Nine Tails?" They pondered, a sense of alarm creeping into their minds. "Then let us commence," Menma declared. As his words fell, he clashed his fists together, enveloped instantly in a dark golden chakra. Entering the Nine Tails chakra mode, absent the constraints of the seal, he might have unleashed his perfect jinchūriki form. Next, Menma closed his eyes, channeling chakra into his hands. Moments later, a spiraling sphere materialized, continuously growing without signs of cessation. The sphere expanded until it dwarfed Menma's own body by several times before finally halting. Supersized Rasengan. Menma raised the immense sphere triumphantly, playfully challenging, "Will you face me one at a time, or shall you come at me all at once?" The onlookers were frozen in fear, cold sweat trickling down their brows, rendered speechless by the sight of Menma. Observing their immobility, Menma found the situation rather tedious. "Cowards who prey on the weak, what else can you do but boast? If I were to unleash the tailed beast ball, would you not soil yourselves in terror and kneel, calling for mercy?" As the colossal Rasengan began to dissipate, he crossed his arms, mocking the stunned youths. Not only were these individuals taken aback, but all present were equally astonished. Kakashi and the others regarded Menma with bewildered expressions, unable to comprehend how he had achieved such power in such a short span. They understood that had that Rasengan struck, the devastation would have been immense, likely obliterating those men. Yet, they silently rejoiced that Menma's display was merely a demonstration of force, a means to intimidate, averting a potentially chaotic confrontation. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, was taken aback, pondering if Menma was indeed the prophesied child foretold by the great sage of the Toads. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed quietly, contemplating whether he would need to intervene should Menma truly unleash his power. However, he was also aware of Menma's character, recognizing him as someone who held no grudges. Once again, I wish to emphasize that my brother and I desire nothing more than to live in tranquility. We do not seek your sympathy, nor do we require your apologies. If there is to be an apology, let it be directed towards my brother, Naruto. As the sons of the fourth Hokage, we owe you nothing. When Menma mentioned the fourth Hokage, his tone intensified, as though he were proclaiming a truth, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a declaration from Menma. Kakashi and the others, however, felt differently, believing that only by clarifying matters would these people understand their proper course of action. At that moment, someone uttered, "They are the murderers of the fourth Hokage." The villagers fell silent, instinctively parting to create space around the speaker. The individual who had spoken felt a chill run down his spine. In an instant, Menma appeared behind him. A dark golden chakra arm extended from Menma's back, seizing the man's neck. "Do you wish to dance as well?" Menma emanated the chilling aura of the Nine Tails, instilling fear in the hearts of the surrounding villagers. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. With a swift motion, Menma brought the man before Sarutobi Hiruzen and released him, stepping back from the Nine Tails chakra mode. "Third Hokage, I entrust this person to you. In the Nine Tails chakra mode, I can sense malice in others. This man harbors ill intent towards me, towards Naruto, and even towards you." Menma dusted off his clothes nonchalantly. "Understood," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, taking Menma's words at face value. He directed the Umbu to escort the man to the intelligence department for interrogation regarding his identity. Following this, Menma released the Nine Tails chakra mode, and in that instant, he felt a heaviness in his head before collapsing to the ground. Kakashi and the others were alarmed, rushing over to assess the situation. "How is Menma? Is he all right?" Jiraiya inquired, cradling the still unconscious Naruto. "He is breathing steadily. There should be no significant issues. He may simply be fatigued or have overexerted his chakra, and we cannot rule out the aftereffects of the Nine Tails rampage," Kakashi analyzed after checking Menma's pulse and breathing. "Regardless, we should take Naruto and Menma to the hospital," Yuhi Kurinai suggested. Kakashi agreed without hesitation, promptly lifting Menma as they all hurried towards the hospital. At Konoha Hospital, after examining the two boys, the doctor turned to Kakashi and the others and said, "Both children are mostly unharmed. Uzumaki Naruto is experiencing psychological distress, compounded by recent exhaustion and today's outburst. His chakra is currently in disarray, and he may require a day or two to awaken. Uzumaki Menma's condition is somewhat better. He simply overexerted himself with his chakra. It is advisable to take him home to recuperate. There are no serious concerns." With the doctor's words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Thank goodness Naruto and Menma are all right. Otherwise, I would have certainly sought an explanation from Danzo. Jiraiya gazed at the two individuals lying on the hospital bed. His fists clenched, a hint of anger lacing his voice as he spoke. "Are we seeking Lord Danzo?" Asuma inquired, glancing at Jiraiya with a look of confusion. "You may not be aware, but the person captured today by Menma is affiliated with the Root. I refuse to believe he would instigate trouble without Danzo's directive," Jiraiya clarified. The others suddenly comprehended, their trust in Jiraiya's words unwavering. "Let us first take the two back," he declared, preparing to lift Naruto. Suddenly, Asuma rushed forward to intervene. "Lord Jiraiya, please be gentle." With that, Asuma picked up Naruto and exited the room. Witnessing this scene, the others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Consequently, Jiraiya resigned himself to carrying Menma as they made their way out. Before long, they arrived at the doorstep of Naruto and Menma's home. Jiraiya's heart swelled with comfort as he beheld the scattered remnants of balloons and rubber balls strewn across the yard. After witnessing Menma unleash the Rasengan, he had already surmised certain truths. The others, observing the chaotic scene, pondered how the two little rascals had played so wildly. Were they hurling water balloons at one another? And who, pray tell, could not play fair and resorted to tossing rubber balls instead? They fell into deep contemplation. Kakashi approached, retrieving the keys from Menma's pocket to unlock the door, then ascended to the second floor, placing the two on Naruto's bed and tucking them in before surveying their surroundings. The disarray of Naruto's room revealed his carefree nature. It was quite untidy, adorned with photographs of the fourth Hokage and several posters. The group quietly exited the room, closing the door behind them, and proceeded to Menma's chamber. Upon entering, they found Menma's room to be intriguing. A freestanding clothing rack stood by the window, draped with Minato's Hokage cloak, the bold characters of fourth Hokage facing the foot of the bed, ensuring that Menma would see them upon waking. Next to the rack was a table. On the right side sat a makeshift wooden stand, from which hung a kunai of the Flying Thunder God technique. To the left was a small bookshelf, accompanied by a pen holder beside the lamp. At the center of the desk lay Minato's ninja book, flanked by a small notebook whose contents remained a mystery. Kakashi picked up the notebook, discovering it contained details on how Minato managed various tasks during missions, alongside challenges encountered in the development of the Rasengan. Such meticulousness. No wonder he is the child of my mentor, Kakashi mused. He is a child pursuing his dreams, inspired by his father. Asuma glanced around, then at the notebook in Kakashi's hands. Suddenly, Kakashi's attention was captured by a book on the shelf. "Isn't this my work? Ika Paradise?" he exclaimed. "Who would have thought Menma is a fan of my writing?" "Ah ha ha ha." Jiraiya burst into laughter upon seeing the book. The others fell silent, watching the jubilant Jiraiya, momentarily at a loss for words. Kakashi flipped the book over to examine the cover and noticed a small note affixed to it, reading, "To Teacher Kakashi." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, and the group cast him peculiar glances, intrigued by the unexpected revelation. Suddenly, a small card fell out of the book, catching Might Guy's attention. He picked it up, and the gaze of the others converged upon the card in his hand. It was a pale blue birthday card, the front inscribed with "Happy 18th Birthday, Kakashi-sensei," and below it, the words from Naruto and Menma. At that moment, a warm feeling surged within Kakashi. Less than a month remained until his 18th birthday. While Naruto and Menma's birthdays were just around 2 months away, Kakashi seemed to have a sudden realization and hurriedly snatched the birthday card from Might Guy's hands, placing it back into the book before returning it to its original spot. All right. It's inappropriate to intrude upon someone else's room. Everyone, please leave," Kakashi said, gently ushering the group out while restoring the room to its previous state before he exited. The others felt a bit embarrassed, acknowledging that it was indeed improper to enter without the host's consent, and thus remained silent. "Everyone, just pretend that nothing happened," Kakashi said sternly, fixing his gaze upon them. With a loud bang, Naruto's door swung open. "Huh, what is going on?" Naruto asked, eyeing the group who were conversing seriously in the stairwell on the second floor. Naruto, you're awake," Kakashi replied, his expression betraying a hint of guilt. The group looked at Naruto with the bewilderment of thieves caught red-handed. "What is wrong with you all? Why are you sweating so much? And who is this white-haired old man?" Naruto inquired, pointing at Jiraiya with curiosity. "Oh, good question. I am the great sage of Mount Myaboku, also known as the Toad Sage, Jiraiya proclaimed with exaggerated gravitas. Sage. Naruto still couldn't grasp the identity of the man before him. "So what exactly are you all doing?" he asked, glancing at the group. Well, right. My guy is instructing us in physical training." Asuma fabricated an earnest response. Upon hearing this, the group sprang into action. Some were doing squats, others push-ups, some sit-ups, while a few attempted handstands. "Oh, you're training? I want to join too," Naruto exclaimed eagerly. "What are you all making such a racket for?" Menma stood at the door of Naruto's room, rubbing his eyes, appearing as though he had just been roused from slumber. Menma, you're awake too." Kakashi quickened his pace in doing push-ups. Seeing this, the others hastened their movements as well. "Didn't the doctor say it would take a day or two for you to wake up? What is going on?" With both Naruto and Menma awake, the group couldn't help but mentally criticize the doctor's reliability. Seeing their enthusiasm, Naruto also felt invigorated and expressed his desire to join in. "Wait a moment, by the way. Brother, have you mastered the Rasengan?" Menma called out to Naruto, inquiring. "Not yet," Naruto replied sheepishly, scratching his head. "Then let's head downstairs." With that, Menma waited at the top of the staircase for Naruto to join him. "I'm coming," Naruto said, jogging over and preparing to descend the stairs. "I must say, your acting skills are truly abysmal. You could only fool." Menma's words were abruptly cut off as Naruto suddenly missed a step, his body swaying perilously. And it appeared he was about to tumble down. At this moment, Menma, with her arms crossed, was criticizing the poor acting skills of several individuals. Before she could utter another word, she felt a sudden tug. Naruto, unsteady on his feet, had grasped her clothing as if it were a lifeline, refusing to let go. If this continued, an accident seemed inevitable. As expected, the two tumbled down the stairs together. The others on the second floor were taken aback and rushed to the railing to peer down. "Naruto! Menma!" they shouted, immediately dashing downstairs. At that moment, Might Guy, hurrying along, accidentally missed a step. Predictably, another mishap was about to unfold. As he stumbled at the back, it was akin to knocking over a line of dominoes, causing everyone ahead to fall forward, cascading down the staircase just like Naruto and Menma. Just as Naruto and Menma managed to rise, Naruto, clutching his head, exclaimed, "Ah, that hurts so much." Menma also sat up, cradling her chin, and said, "Ouch, wait. Brother, you haven't finished your sentence." Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the stairs. "Get out of the way," Kakashi shouted. At this moment, Naruto and Menma, still dazed, witnessed several others rolling down the stairs like they had. Shocked, they had no time to react as the group collided in a heap. "Ah, it hurts so much. Kakashi-sensei, what are you all doing?" Naruto complained. "Ouch, what is happening? Tell me, is there any more misfortune in store for today?" Menma mused to herself. Unexpectedly, a broom leaning against the wall seemed to respond to her thoughts and toppled directly onto her head, though Menma remained oblivious. Bang! Without fail, the broom struck her head. "Ah!" Menma clutched her head, and the others burst into laughter at the scene. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Menma cried out in pain. To her surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing through the crystal ball, witnessed the unfolding chaos. He had intended to check on Naruto and Menma, but was taken aback to see Naruto misstep, dragging Menma down with him, followed by the frantic descent of the others, and Might Guy's stumble leading to yet another tumble. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement continues. Ultimately, the 7 individuals ended up in a heap, with only Menma rubbing her head while the others laughed heartily. Fools, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. In the evening, after confirming that Naruto and Menma were unharmed, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and Kurinai departed. The group had spent the entire afternoon together, with Jiraiya also instructing Naruto on the second stage of the Rasengan training. After bidding farewell, the two ascended the stairs and, upon returning to their rooms, collapsed onto their beds in exhaustion. Menma lay on her bed, closed her eyes, and entered the sealed space. "Hello, Kurama, I'm back," she greeted as she walked towards Kurama's direction. "Humph, little brat, today you look quite disheveled," Kurama teased, eyeing Menma. Menma's lips twitched. "You really know how to pick the right moment to comment." She pouted and murmured softly. After that, Menma stepped into the cage and sat down in front of Kurama. "Well, Kurama, this is our first time being so close, isn't it?" Menma remarked with a smile. "Little brat, I didn't let you in here. You should leave at once," Kurama replied, feigning an attempt to shoo him away. Wait, Kurama. I came to ask you a question. How difficult would it be for Naruto to be like us?" Menma directly broached the subject. "Like us? In my opinion, my other half isn't nearly as accommodating as I am. That little rascal Naruto is rather tongue-tied, unlike you who is so silver-tongued. He is bound to face quite a bit of hardship," Kurama responded. "I see, I understand now," Menma contemplated aloud. "I say, little brat, you're not merely here to inquire about this matter, are you? Is there something you wish to request from me?" The Nine Tails seemed to peer into Menma's intentions. "Ah, you caught me." Menma scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed as if he had been caught in a misdeed. "Humph, what is it? Speak up," Kurama leaned in, closing his eyes as if waiting for Menma to voice his request. It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask you for some chakra." Menma grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. "You wish to borrow my chakra? For what purpose?" Kurama inquired, suddenly intrigued, rising to his feet. "I had initially intended to keep it a secret, but as I have promised not to deceive friends, I shall tell you the truth. I wish to sneak into the Book of Seals and resurrect my mother," Menma explained. "What? You want to use my chakra to steal something? Are you out of your mind, little brat? I have no interest in such thievery. Kurama regarded Menma with an air of superiority. Oh, Kurama, you are the best. I'm only going to take a quick look. I don't intend to steal it. Please, just this once, I beg you. Menma pleaded, resorting to a bit of coaxing. Humph. I'm at a loss with you, little brat. I suppose I can allow it this once. With that, Kurama reluctantly granted Menma the chakra. Wonderful. I knew you were the best, Kurama, Menma exclaimed, his excitement propelling him out the door. He paused halfway, turned back, and bowed to Kurama before dashing off. This little brat is becoming increasingly amusing, Kurama chuckled to himself, watching the scene unfold. At that moment, Menma suddenly opened his eyes, quietly slid out of bed, and stealthily approached Naruto's room. He cautiously opened the door a crack to peer inside. At that moment, Naruto was deep in slumber, blissfully unaware of Menma's movements. Perfect, the operation begins. Menma thought to himself, brimming with excitement. He donned his shoes and entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode, attuning himself to the surrounding environment. There are quite a few onlookers. In addition to the Umbu, there are even root members. This is becoming increasingly interesting, Menma mused. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 2 clones of Menma appeared beside him. Transformation. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, one of Menma's shadow clones morphed into Naruto's likeness. All right, let us split up and carry on with our plan, Menma declared. Absolutely, leave it to us. With that, Menma's clone strode confidently out of the room. The essence of Menma continued to perceive the surrounding movements from within his home. After a while, having assessed his surroundings, Menma stealthily ventured outside. The plan unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Both the Dark Division and the Root were discreetly watching over the area, maintaining a distance that initially prevented them from recognizing the use of a shadow clone technique. It was imperative to act swiftly and decisively before being discovered, or it would lead to complications, Menma pondered. At this moment, while remaining attuned to his surroundings, he raced towards the Hokage building. His body flicker technique endowed him with extraordinary speed, rendering him a mere shadow of dark gold amidst the night. Thus, Menma arrived at the Hokage building without incident, adeptly avoiding the on-duty personnel through his keen sensory abilities and swift movements, ultimately entering the Hokage's office. After rummaging through the cabinets, Menma finally unearthed the Book of Seals. Splendid. Everything had gone remarkably well thus far, he thought with quiet joy. Opening the book, he illuminated its contents with a small flashlight. The first technique he beheld being the multi-shadow clone technique. With a mere glance, he mastered it, as it was relatively straightforward. The reason it was sealed within the book was due to the significant toll it exacted on the user. Upon the release of the multi-shadow clones, their experiences would be relayed back to the original body. If the physical constitution were inadequate, it could result in severe fatigue or even death. Multi-shadow clone technique. Suddenly, over a dozen Menmas materialized within the Hokage's office. He then proceeded to open the Book of Seals further. Here, the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World Reincarnation technique, one clone remarked. Subsequently, the numerous Menmas commenced their study of these 2 techniques. They then dispelled the multi-shadow clone technique, allowing Menma to reflect on what he had just learned before once again employing the multi-shadow clone technique to continue his studies. After repeating this cycle twice, Menma not only mastered the multi-shadow clone technique, but also gained proficiency in the usage of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Moreover, he briefly glanced at the explosive tags and the corpse demon sealing technique, but time constraints only permitted a hasty observation. Afterward, Menma rolled up the Book of Seals and restored it to its original place, rearranging the room to its initial state before departing. At this point, Menma arrived home ahead of his clones, and shortly thereafter, they returned as well. It seems quite successful, remarked the clone of Menma. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, he replied, subsequently dispelling the clones. It was easier than I imagined, he said, before returning to the second floor. He first checked outside Naruto's room, ensuring Naruto was still asleep before retreating to his own room. Menma picked up the kunai of Minato, inscribing his Flying Thunder God mark upon it using the technique he had just learned. His mark was simple, resembling the Leaf Village's emblem. He then placed the kunai on the ground, stepped back slightly, and began to sense the position of the Flying Thunder God mark. Flying Thunder God. In an instant, Menma vanished, reappearing beside the kunai. Although the distance was not great, the successful execution necessitated prolonged practice. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Menma arose early, completed his morning routine, and set out alone. Following the events of yesterday, the villagers exhibited a marked shift in their attitude towards the two brothers, beginning to harbor a sense of fear towards them. Menma was aware that this situation might linger for some time, though he anticipated a gradual easing of tensions. Unperturbed, Menma made his way to the bun shop. "How much are the buns?" Menma inquired. "Oh dear, it's Master Menma. No charge, no charge. Just enjoy them as you please." The shopkeeper replied with an ingratiating tone. "Please, just call me Menma. Besides, how can I accept them for free? If my father found out, he would surely scold me." Menma chuckled in response to the shopkeeper. "I would like 10 meat buns, please, wrapped up nicely." "Thank you," he said politely. "Certainly." In a short while, the shopkeeper handed Menma a package containing 10 meat buns. When Menma asked for the price, the shopkeeper adamantly refused to accept any money. "How can one conduct business without collecting payment? You cannot incur a loss on my account," Menma insisted. "Oh, young master, consider this a token of apology from the villagers of Konoha to the fourth Hokage. You must accept it," the shopkeeper said earnestly. "That simply cannot be. My father sacrificed his life for the village out of love, not with the expectation of receiving anything in return. Like him, I do not seek any personal gain from the village," Menma explained, placing several bills on the counter. "Dear boy, this is far too much for just a few buns," the shopkeeper exclaimed upon seeing the money Menma had left. "Not at all. Consider it a gesture of my father's condolences to the villagers," Menma replied, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving the shopkeeper momentarily startled and lost in thought. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. When Menma reappeared, he found himself back at home. The Flying Thunder God is truly a marvelous technique. He mused as he exited his room and approached Naruto's door, entering without hesitation. At that moment, Naruto was still sound asleep. Menma felt a twinge of exasperation. But then a mischievous idea struck him as he glanced at Naruto with a grin. He stepped out of Naruto's room and left a Flying Thunder God mark on him. Menma ventured outside to the yard and activated the technique once again. In a flash, Naruto was transported before him, lying on the ground in the yard, still showing no signs of waking. "TSK still not awake?" Menma said, sitting beside him while munching on a bun and watching Naruto sleep soundly. Suddenly, Menma noticed a water balloon he had yet to use, and an idea sparked in his mind. With a mischievous intent, Menma approached Naruto with the water balloon and began to infuse it with chakra. With a pop, the balloon burst, drenching Naruto's face with water. Instantly, Naruto jolted awake, exclaiming, Who is it?" Frantically surveying his surroundings, he soon realized Menma was the sole presence nearby, and his irritation flared. "Hey, Menma, did you douse me with water? And why am I out in the yard?" Naruto glared at Menma in anger. "Yes, it was me. Consider yourself lucky I didn't toss you into the river," Menma retorted. While enjoying a bun, Menma nonchalantly remarked, "Menma, you seem upset." Observing Naruto's displeasure, Menma couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, dear brother, calm down. Hurry and freshen up. The buns are nearly cold," she said, gesturing towards the bag of buns beside her. Naruto finally relented, went inside to change and wash up, and soon emerged. The two were now seated outside, savoring their buns, embodying a moment of serene tranquility. "Did you see that?" one Umbu agent whispered to another lurking in the distance. "Indeed. That was the Flying Thunder God technique used by the fourth Hokage. When did he learn it?" The other Umbu replied. "I don't know. We should report this to Lord Hokage," the first Umbu said before vanishing using body flicker technique. After finishing their meal, Menma executed the multiple shadow clone technique, but this time only created a single clone. "All right, brother, today I shall train alone. My clone will teach you an extraordinary technique, one that is quite suitable for you." "Ganma," Menma declared, taking her half-eaten bun and stepping outside. Naruto, perplexed, wondered what she meant by her clone teaching him an extraordinary technique. "It's merely a clone. What could it possibly teach me? It's truly remarkable. Allow me to introduce this technique, the multiple shadow clone technique, which is even more powerful than the basic clone technique. With sufficient chakra, you can create hundreds or even thousands of clones," explained the clone of Menma. "Wow, that's amazing. Please teach me, please," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration for Menma. Meanwhile, Menma arrived at a small grove, finding a spacious area to set down her bun. Instantly, a dozen Myanmas appeared in the clearing. "All right, you all practice the Flying Thunder God technique. and focus on combining it with other jutsu, Menma instructed, waving her hand as the clones dispersed. She then executed the multiple shadow clone technique again, resulting in another dozen Menmas appearing. Great. Now you all practice physical techniques, she commanded, waving her hand once more, and the group scattered to train. The grove now contained around 30 to 40 Menmas diligently honing their skills. Where on earth did he learn the multiple shadow clone technique? One Umbu agent whispered to another. Quickly report this to Lord Hokage, he instructed, and his companion immediately vanished using body flicker technique. By midday, the shadow clones of Menma were sweating profusely, while the original Menma was practicing the flying thunder god technique with her numerous clones. Meanwhile, hidden behind a tree, a figure was secretly observing the group of Menmas. This individual, with white hair, a mask covering his face, and forehead protector obscuring his right eye, and dressed in a Jonin uniform, was none other than Kakashi. During this time, Kakashi had been wandering around the village aimlessly. This morning, he had been summoned by the Hokage, thinking there might be an urgent mission. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen informed him about the recent developments concerning Menma. Upon hearing this, Kakashi was taken aback and promptly informed Sarutobi Hiruzen that he neither possessed the Flying Thunder God technique nor had he ever taught the Shadow Clone technique to Menma. This is rather peculiar, Kakashi. Given your close relationship with Menma, I entrust you with the responsibility of clarifying this matter. I fear he may stray onto a misguided path. Hence, I leave him in your care, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, taking a puff from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke. I understand, Lord Hokage, Kakashi replied, before departing from the Hokage's office. At that moment, Menma sensed someone in close proximity. Aware that there were members of the Umbu or even root nearby to protect or surveil him, he recognized the chakra signature as familiar and immediately deduced that Kakashi was nearby. Without hesitation, Menma hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique towards Kakashi's direction and vanished in a flash. Upon reappearing, Menma stood beside Kakashi and, without warning, launched a punch aimed at Kakashi's face. Kakashi, however, calmly raised his hand to intercept Menma's fist with ease. Observing this, Menma swiftly seized the kunai he had just thrown and thrust it towards Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi remained unperturbed, using his other hand to grasp Menma's wrist, applying just enough pressure to elicit pain, causing the kunai to slip from Menma's grasp. Nevertheless, Menma did not relent. He adjusted his stance and aimed a kick at Kakashi's head. Kakashi, noticing the incoming attack, adeptly restrained both of Menma's hands with one hand while using the other to grip Menma's ankle, applying a slight squeeze that rendered Menma compliant. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kakashi-sensei, ease up. Menma winced, baring his teeth. Ah, so it is you, Menma. I thought I was being ambushed by a ninja from another village, Kakashi chuckled. Suddenly, two of Menma's shadow clones, utilizing the fallen kunai, executed the Flying Thunder God technique and launched a surprise assault on Kakashi. Kakashi first leapt to dodge a sweeping kick from one clone, while the other swiftly retrieved the kunai and hurled it at Kakashi, who, being airborne and unable to adjust his trajectory, used Menma as a makeshift shield. Witnessing this, the clone performed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear directly before Kakashi. With a resounding thud, the controlled Menma vanished, and from above Kakashi came Menma's voice. Kakashi-sensei, take this. Menma leaped from a tree, launching a Rasengan directly towards Kakashi, while the two clones advanced to restrain Kakashi's limbs. Boom! The Rasengan detonated against Kakashi, and as the smoke dissipated, Menma, panting heavily, rose to his feet, unfazed by the scene before him. At that moment, there was no trace of Kakashi in the crater, nor any evidence of a substitution technique having been employed, confirming that the Kakashi he had faced was indeed a clone. Ah, let this farce come to an end, Kakashi remarked, emerging from the side and gazing at Menma. I knew it was a shadow clone, Menma said as Kakashi helped him climb out of the pit. Initially, it was but a mere shadow clone that assailed me. To put it delicately, the execution was rather commendable. However, employing the Flying Thunder God technique directly with the Rasengan would yield even more splendid results. Kakashi began to analyze the recent practice session. That is not feasible. Such a method is only effective against foes. Menma shook his head resolutely. Without the steadfast resolve to vanquish me, you cannot hope to triumph, Kakashi stated calmly. Why must I necessarily seek to overcome you, Kakashi-sensei? I merely wish to hone my skills. There is no need to take this so seriously, Menma replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands in indifference. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, I presume you did not come solely to observe my training, he continued. Let me guess. It is the Hokage-sama who has tasked you with inquiring about the origins of my shadow clone technique and flying thunder god. Menma gazed at Kakashi, as if he had discerned the entirety of the situation. Indeed, that is accurate. So, Menma, might you enlighten me? Kakashi, unfazed by Menma's insight, regarded him with a sense of admiration, recognizing Menma as a prodigious talent surpassing his own youthful prowess. Ah, well, I can certainly disclose this to you, Kakashi-sensei. And you may inform Hokage-sama as well. However, I implore you to keep this from others, Menma said, gesturing for Kakashi to lean in closer, as if about to divulge a monumental secret. Kakashi, without hesitation, inclined his ear toward Menma. I share with you, Kakashi-sensei, that my parents left a portion of their chakra on the seal when they sealed the Nine Tails. Should the seal weaken, they will re-emerge, Menma whispered, cupping his hands around his mouth. This precaution was primarily to guard against those who can read lips from the foundation. One must be exceedingly cautious, for after all, Danzo is a cunning strategist. What if he were to strike unexpectedly? Although Kakashi had prepared himself mentally, he found the revelation astonishing. Despite Menma not disclosing the entire narrative, Kakashi grasped the implications of what had been articulated. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating content. The subsequent events are straightforward. The recent rampage of the Nine Tails had caused the seal to weaken, prompting Minato to reinforce it. Besides fortifying the seal, he imparted several techniques to Menma. Kakashi pondered this, increasingly finding it plausible. Observing Kakashi lost in thought, Menma refrained from interrupting and instead retrieved the bun he had left uneaten from the morning, sitting down to savor it. Now is an opportune moment to digest the morning's training, Menma mused, preparing to dispel the shadow clones. With a cacophony of popping sounds, Menma's clones were dissolved. Once the clones dissipated, Menma felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body, devoid of the strength even to remain seated. His eyelids grew heavy, and he toppled backward. With a thud, Menma fell unceremoniously, the noise interrupting Kakashi's contemplation. Hey, Menma, what has happened to you? Kakashi hurried to Menma's side, checking on him before exhaling a sigh of relief. This is quite chaotic, to create so many shadow clones at once, Kakashi remarked with a hint of exasperation. Menma has exhausted himself. I shall report to Hokage-sama later, Kakashi called out in a specific direction. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja appeared on a branch of a tree in the direction Kakashi was facing. I understand, Captain Kakashi. I shall inform Lord Hokage, the Umbu ninja remarked, seemingly unperturbed by being discovered, before vanishing from sight. Sigh, it has been some time since I left the Umbu. These fellows. Kakashi shook his head, crouched down to pick up Menma, and then departed from the location. Meanwhile, at Naruto and Menma's home, Naruto had mastered the multiple shadow clone technique. Now, dozens of his clones were diligently practicing the second stage of the Rasengan. With a loud pop, one clone's rubber ball burst. Great! I did it! The successful Naruto exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. The original Naruto, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of happiness and promptly dispelled the shadow clones. At that moment, a wealth of experience flooded into Naruto's mind, but he also felt increasingly fatigued, panting slightly as he leaned against the wall and sank to the ground. Just then, Kakashi approached, cradling Menma in his arms. The clone of Menma that had been with Naruto had long since disappeared when Menma dispelled his multiple shadow clones, leaving Naruto alone in the yard. Hey Naruto, you look quite tired, Kakashi greeted him. Kakashi-sensei. Huh, what happened to Menma? Naruto responded to Kakashi's greeting, noticing Menma in his arms. Well, you see, he practiced with multiple shadow clones and wore himself out, Kakashi explained with a smile after a moment's thought. Oh, is that so? I feel pretty exhausted after using just 10 or so shadow clones. Menma must have used quite a few more, Naruto speculated. You hit the nail on the head. He used around 30 or 40 clones and collapsed as soon as he dispelled them, Kakashi chuckled, glancing at Naruto before looking down at Menma in his arms. Indeed, always causing trouble for others, Naruto remarked, assuming an authoritative tone reminiscent of an older brother as he gazed at Menma. I'll take Menma inside now, Kakashi said, and with that, he headed toward the house, with Naruto following closely behind. That day, Menma trained alone in the forest as he usually did, since the last time he had exhausted himself through overtraining. He had refrained from such reckless practice. After all, his body was still that of a child, and both his physical and mental stamina could not withstand such strain. However, after a period of training, Menma had shown significant improvements in his endurance. How impressive, truly worthy of being my brother, came a somewhat youthful voice from a distance. There are others here? Well, this forest has always been home to prodigies, Menma thought to himself, not finding it particularly strange. With that in mind, he made his way toward the source of the voice. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha was demonstrating shuriken throwing techniques to Sasuke Uchiha, hitting the target even at challenging angles. Brother, teach me, Sasuke eagerly implored. Itachi squatted down, beaming with a smile as he gestured for Sasuke to come closer. Seeing this, Sasuke joyfully ran over. Forgive me, Sasuke. I will teach you next time. Upon completion of his words, Itachi gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. This was a recurring occurrence, where he always promised to impart knowledge next time. Sasuke's face flushed crimson as he pouted, glaring at Itachi with indignation. Suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped from Menma, who observed the scene from a tree. The two turned towards the source of the laughter, discovering a boy with golden hair and cerulean eyes, sporting two whisker-like marks on each cheek, playfully gazing at them. Who are you? What is so amusing? Sasuke was the first to inquire, his expression brimming with irritation as he directed his gaze at Menma. My apologies. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. My name is Uzumaki Menma. Judging by your clan emblem, you must belong to the Uchiha clan, correct? Menma replied with a smile. Uzumaki Menma. You're the one who recently went berserk, Sasuke began, but was swiftly silenced by Itachi covering his mouth. I apologize, Menma. My younger brother is still quite immature and unaware of his actions. I hope you can overlook his behavior, Itachi explained, casting an apologetic glance at Menma. I'm still young myself. Perhaps I should even call him brother, Menma said nonchalantly to the two. Itachi chuckled softly, as if recalling something, and said, Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. I am Uchiha Itachi, and this is my younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan? I've heard of you, Menma exclaimed as he leaped down from the tree. So, Menma, are you here playing by yourself? Itachi inquired. Not playing, I'm training over there. Hearing the commotion, I became curious and came to see. Menma gestured towards a distant direction. I see. I am currently training with my brother, Itachi replied, his smile warm. What's the point of just showing off and then claiming you'll teach next time? Sasuke grumbled, still sulking. Is it necessary for your brother to accompany you during training? I never pester my brother, Menma teased Sasuke with a playful glint in his eyes. Itachi appeared to be aware of something, quietly observing the interaction between the two. Your brother must not be as skilled as mine. Sasuke stepped closer, speaking earnestly. Indeed, my brother is not as formidable as yours, Menma agreed, unfazed by Sasuke's assertion. However, the future remains uncertain. Sasuke's expression turned slightly vexed as he struggled to formulate a rebuttal. His face reddened, and after a prolonged silence, he muttered, Who can predict what the future holds? Right, the future is indeed unpredictable. My brother may not be able to defeat yours at present, but that could change. Menma replied with a mischievous grin, seemingly attempting to ensnare Sasuke in his trap. At a loss for words, Sasuke cast a pleading glance at Itachi. Yet, Itachi remained silent, merely observing the exchange. Relying on others for assistance will only render you a perpetual child, Menma remarked with a hint of derision directed at Sasuke. Sasuke glared at Menma, feeling as though he had been struck at his weakest point. Menma, momentarily at a loss for a response, remained silent. As Lin took her last breath, Obito unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan in a fit of rage, while Sasuke, having lost his clan, awakened only a single tome. How predictable. You rely solely on others, little one. Allow me to enlighten you. I am unlike you. I have lived without parents, side by side with my twin brother throughout my life. Menma continued, deliberately provoking Sasuke. Sasuke's face flushed crimson, his anger directed at Menma. Oh dear. The little one is upset. Itachi, aren't you going to comfort your brother? Menma teased, glancing between Sasuke and Itachi. I am not a child, Sasuke retorted, infuriated, charging at Menma. Menma remained steadfast, unperturbed by Sasuke's advance. Sasuke cried out, raising his fist to strike. What a fool, Menma said, effortlessly catching Sasuke's fist with one hand and flinging it aside, delivering a swift kick to Sasuke's knee, causing him to kneel in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Menma positioned himself behind Sasuke, restraining him. Is your outburst merely a means to bolster your courage? Little one, such antics will not bring me down. Menma mocked as he released his grip. This chapter is far from over. Please turn the page to continue reading. He continued. Rather than clinging to your brother, you would do better to devote your time to training, unless you wish for me to continue calling you little one. With that, Menma rose and walked away from Itachi without a backward glance. Do not comfort him, for if you truly care for him, he must weather the storms to grow into a mighty tree, Menma added, arms crossed behind his head. Itachi regarded Menma with a perplexed expression, sensing no malice from him. Perceiving that Menma was deliberately provoking Sasuke, he glanced down at Sasuke, who was now on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Throughout his life, he had never faced such humiliation, compounded by the fact that his brother offered no support. Hey, little one, it seems I should call you a crybaby instead, Menma said, not bothering to look back, delivering another jab. You, Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury, transforming into a blood-red hue as a single tome appeared. Suddenly, he collapsed forward. Itachi was taken aback, never expecting Sasuke to awaken his eyes in such a manner. Menma noticed Itachi's astonishment, turning to see that Sasuke had indeed activated his one-tome Sharingan. He had anticipated needing to provoke Sasuke multiple times to achieve this, yet it had occurred in a singular moment, exceeding his expectations. Oh dear. It seems this is even more impressive than I had anticipated. I thought it would require further provocation to awaken his eyes. Menma openly expressed his thoughts. Menma, why would you do such a thing? This is far too soon for Sasuke. Itachi's voice carried a hint of anger. Listen, Itachi, you are undoubtedly remarkable, but your arrogance blinds you. Have you ever considered whether your brother wishes to live the life you have planned for him? You may find my words perplexing now, but in time, you will understand, Menma said before vanishing with a sudden snap. Shadow clone. Itachi murmured, observing Menma's abrupt disappearance as he approached Sasuke. Fortunately, it was merely a fainting spell. Although it seemed somewhat excessive, the outcome was favorable. Itachi smiled faintly as he lifted Sasuke and made his way home. Upon their arrival, Itachi recounted the entire sequence of events to Fugaku. Are you saying that the one named Uzumaki Menma deliberately provoked Sasuke to awaken his eyes, and he succeeded? Fugaku gazed at Itachi in disbelief. Indeed, that is precisely the case, father, Itachi affirmed with conviction. This nine-tails jinchūriki evokes a rather peculiar sensation within me, Mikoto. Fugaku murmured softly, before calling out toward the kitchen. What is it, dear? Is something the matter? Uchiha Mikoto emerged, her expression one of confusion. Later, we shall pay a visit to the orphan of Kushina. Please make the necessary preparations, Fugaku instructed Mikoto. Oh, is that truly advisable? Though I am not well acquainted with the situation, the villagers have been discussing it, Mikoto began, but was promptly interrupted by Fugaku. Some matters must be clarified, regardless, he stated, as if issuing a command. Very well, I understand. I shall prepare, Mikoto replied before returning to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Naruto frolicked in the park with other children, while Menma sat on a swing, observing them. During this period, Menma had been accompanying Naruto in play, for such is the nature of childhood. However, training could not be neglected, so he had dispatched a shadow clone for that purpose. Menma, come play with us. Inuzuka Kiba called out. Menma, hurry over. Naruto chimed in. Of late, Naruto had indeed made numerous friends. Since that day when the Nine-Tails rampaged, the villagers' attitudes had shifted and the rumors had dissipated. The root members captured that day had activated their internal sealing techniques during interrogation, resulting in no significant outcomes. I'm coming, Menma exclaimed as he leaped down and approached them. At that moment, Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba, and Naruto were all present. So what do you plan to play? Menma inquired. Hide and seek, Kiba declared confidently. Hey, isn't hide and seek a bit unfair, Kiba? Your sense of smell, Menma remarked, gazing at Kiba. I can simply opt not to be it, Kiba retorted. All right, but who will be it? Menma asked, casually digging in his ear. You, Menma, everyone, save for Shikamaru, responded in unison. Me? Menma pointed to himself, bewildered. The group nodded in affirmation. Fine, I will count to 20. With that, Menma covered his eyes and began to count. 1, 2, 20. Here I come. Upon finishing his count, Menma uncovered his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Have you all hidden well? I am coming to find you. With that proclamation, Menma commenced his search. At that moment, behind a thicket, Hey, Naruto, don't hide with me, Shikamaru whispered to Naruto, who was crouched beside him. It's too late now. Menma has already finished counting, Naruto replied. I found you, brother, and Shikamaru. Menma suddenly leaped into the thicket, addressing the two. Having located them, he continued his search for the remaining four. Menma approached a tree and leaped up. Kiba, I found you. Was I discovered so swiftly? How vexing. Inuzuka, appearing somewhat discontented, perched upon a tree, caught sight of the furtive Ino in the distance. Without hesitation, Inuzuka leaped down from the tree and made her way to the flower bed. Ino, I spotted you from the tree, she announced, gazing at the blossoms. How annoying. To be found so quickly, Ino replied, rising with a hint of disappointment. I have located 4, there are still 2 remaining. His gaze shifted toward the back of the flower bed. Ahem, Sakura, are you not coming out? Upon hearing this, Sakura had no choice but to emerge. Discovered so soon, huh? Now only Choji remains, Inuzuka remarked, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, she heard the sound of munching. Approaching, she peered behind a large stone and found Choji indulging in a snack. I found you, Choji. The others gathered around. Indeed, it seems having Inuzuka seek us out was not the wisest decision, Ino said, exasperation evident as he spread his hands. Isn't it you who requested I play the role of the seeker? Inuzuka replied, exuding a sense of resignation. Every time. It's either Inuzuka finds us in no time, or we cannot locate her at all, Ino expressed, sounding somewhat defiant. So, Inuzuka, how exactly did you manage to discover us? Sakura inquired, her curiosity piqued. At Sakura's question, the group turned their expectant gazes toward Inuzuka. Well, she said, a smile dancing at her lips, I won't tell you. What a troublesome individual, Shikamaru remarked, casting a sidelong glance, his expression tinged with disdain. All right, the hour grows late. We should each return home, Inuzuka declared, nearly divulging more, but recalling Naruto's presence just in time. The group, clearly reluctant, sighed in unison. Though I am quite unwilling, I shall share with you tomorrow, Inuzuka stated, feigning reluctance as she began her journey home. Hey, Inuzuka, wait for me, Naruto exclaimed, rushing to catch up, his words lost in the excitement. The others, witnessing this, had no choice but to head home. Upon arriving at their doorstep, they were startled to find the Fugaku family seated outside. Inuzuka, taken aback, initially thought they were there to confront her. She quickly hid behind Naruto, nudging him forward. Hey, Inuzuka, what are you doing? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered by her sudden actions, before turning to see the visitors. The Fugaku family, hearing the commotion, glanced in Naruto and Inuzuka's direction. Inuzuka felt as though she were under the scrutiny of a lion, shivering involuntarily. The group stood and approached the entrance. Excuse me, sir and ma'am, who are you? Do you have business with us? Naruto spoke first, as typically, such matters were addressed by Inuzuka unless they were unfamiliar faces. You must be Naruto, right? I am a good friend of your mother. Makoto spoke first. A good friend of our mother? Naruto questioned, puzzled. We were unaware that you were Kushina's children. Upon discovering this, we decided to come and visit you, Makoto continued. Is that so? Naruto cast a glance at Menma, who was equally uncertain about what to say, choosing instead to adhere to the adage that less spoken leads to fewer mistakes. Indeed, this is my first visit to you, Makoto remarked as she drew closer, lifting both of them into her embrace. Let me tell you, I had the pleasure of touching you while your mother was still pregnant with you. She laughed. Naruto, feeling somewhat flustered, and Menma, with a look of exasperation, could not help but recognize the similarity in their personalities, a testament to her close friendship with Kushina. Mom, Sasuke exclaimed, resembling someone who was feeling a bit envious. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you, Makoto continued. This is Uchiha Sasuke, my younger son, who is a few months older than you. You should call him Big Brother, and this is my eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. As she set them down, Itachi was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Makoto's unexpected display of affection. We've been outside this whole time, right? Let's head inside, Menma suggested. Recognizing it was inevitable they would have to face the situation, he proceeded to the entrance, producing a key to unlock the door, with everyone following closely behind. Once inside, Menma guided them to the living room, where he requested Naruto to prepare some tea, as the household was accustomed to such visits from Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai. So, you are not merely here for a casual visit, are you? The leader of the Uchiha clan and the Jinchūriki are closely connected. Aren't you concerned that something might happen? Menma inquired directly. You truly are a little adult, Mikoto chuckled quietly. At that moment, the previously silent Fugaku spoke up. This morning, you. Indeed, I was out playing with my brother, Menma interjected quickly, casting a glance at Naruto. Fugaku immediately understood Menma's cue and refrained from continuing. Uncle, come with me. I have something to show you. Itachi, you should join us as well, Menma announced before heading upstairs. Fugaku rose to follow Menma, with Itachi trailing behind. Brother, you stay down here with Auntie and Sasuke. We may be a while, Menma said as he reached the banister, leading the two into his room. What gives? I'm the older brother, yet Menma always takes on an elder's tone when directing me, Naruto thought, feeling a bit disgruntled as he glared at the staircase. Mikoto, stifling a laugh, engaged Naruto in conversation. Once inside his room, Menma first drew the curtains before switching on the light. As the illumination filled the space, Fugaku and Itachi's eyes were drawn to the Hokage cloak belonging to Minato. Make yourselves comfortable, Menma invited, before reclining on the bed and dispelling his shadow clones. The moment he did, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Today felt rather strenuous, he mused internally. With his eyes closed, he processed the day as training accomplishments, then sat up to address Fugaku. Uncle, I presume you came mainly to see me today? Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement, and then inquired, Menma, what did you mean earlier when you spoke with Itachi and the others? He settled into a chair, focusing intently on Menma. Uncle, may I pose a question to you? Which holds greater significance, the clan or the village? Menma inquired. Fugaku was taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Menma. This query had long troubled him. The conflict between clan and village had intensified, with radicals even contemplating a coup aimed squarely at the upper echelons of Konoha. Fugaku found himself at a loss for an answer, engrossed in contemplation about how to respond. It was evident that Itachi shared his surprise, equally astonished by Menma's question. Uncle, Itachi, perhaps you should consider this. If the Uchiha clan were to initiate a coup, what would be the ultimate outcome for you? Menma continued. Both men were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they regarded Menma. This matter was known only to a select few within the Uchiha, leaving them curious about how Menma had come to possess such knowledge. They began to doubt whether the village's higher-ups were also in the know. How do you know this? Fugaku began to feel a sense of unease. By acknowledging this, Uncle, I shall reveal to you that the Nine-Tails possesses the ability to sense malevolence, to perceive the psychological state of others, and to glimpse into their hearts. Do you believe me? Menma stated, weaving a narrative that blended truth and deception. Knowing that no one could ascertain its veracity, Fugaku fell silent, suddenly realizing he had unwittingly stepped into Menma's trap. Itachi, if you truly hold affection for Sasuke, I implore you to conceal your abilities. Although your reputation is already formidable, it is imperative to remain hidden until that man has met his demise, Menma remarked, shifting his focus to Itachi. That man? Which man? Itachi asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. Shimura Danzo, Menma replied slowly. Fugaku's heart sank in disbelief as he regarded Menma. Danzo was a name that required little introduction. He had orchestrated countless unexpected events and harbored a desire to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Menma suddenly sat up. Weariness etched on his face as he looked at Fugaku. How could this be? No matter the circumstances, Fugaku began, eager to refute Menma, but was interrupted. If Itachi continues along his current path, he may very well be drawn into the Umbu. Given his disposition, he could become a spy, indeed, a double agent. The reason should be evident to you, Uncle. If the Uchiha rebellion becomes an inevitability, Itachi will find himself in a dire predicament. What if Danzo demands that he personally eradicate the clan, only to spare Sasuke? As the clan leader and father, what would you do? Menma paused, awaiting Fugaku's response. The silence enveloping them. I might not resist, for I do not wish for a father and son to turn against each other, Fugaku finally articulated after much deliberation. Thus, the question arises. According to my estimation, this scenario represents the best possible outcome. The worst-case scenario, however, is total annihilation, as there are root operatives surveilling outside my home. If Danzo can no longer contain himself, he may act prematurely, Menma concluded. The two individuals fell into a profound silence. When suddenly Fugaku had a revelation. Since Itachi has yet to join the Umbu, there would be no such arrangements. In that case, I shall surely resist. And such defiance would undoubtedly inflict significant losses upon the higher echelons of Konoha. It was as if Fugaku had discovered a loophole, and he spoke up. Indeed. But what if the other prominent clans of Konoha conspire against the Uchiha under the pretense of quelling a rebellion? How would you respond then? At that point, Konoha's strength would wane, and other ninja villages might seize the opportunity to strike. Menma had yet to finish speaking, gazing intently at the two. They both fell into deep contemplation, processing Menma's words. So what shall we do? Must we resign ourselves to annihilation? Fugaku expressed a sense of despair, uncertain of the path forward. It is simple. Eliminate Danzo, and let one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, or Jiraiya, ascend as the fifth Hokage. Furthermore, we must vigorously cultivate a new generation of Uchihas, striving to make them disciples of the Sannin, and relinquish all authority over the Konoha police force. Lastly, and most crucially, the radical faction must be eradicated. Menma spoke with an expression devoid of emotion, words that hardly seemed fitting for someone not yet 4 years of age. Once again, silence enveloped them as they struggled to find words. I have another secret to share, one known only to Kakashi-sensei and the Hokage. But I can only disclose it once I receive your response, Menma said enigmatically, regarding them with a mysterious gaze. The two stared blankly at Menma, feeling an inexplicable aura of inscrutability emanating from him. Sacrificing a few to save the many, then entering the upper circles, what do you think of this strategy? Menma continued to scrutinize them, awaiting their reply. If we relinquish power over the Konoha police force, would we not be left with nothing? Would not the other clans then turn against us? Fugaku inquired. No, uncle, you are merely perceiving the surface. The true cause of the Uchiha clan's decline is the Konoha police force itself. Initially, others may indeed be wary of the Uchiha, but over time, wariness will transform into animosity. Consequently, other clans will become increasingly reluctant to engage with the Uchiha. As communication dwindles, so too will connections, leading to the Uchiha being marginalized. Menma explained, glancing at the two. Itachi appeared to grasp the situation, contemplating Fugaku's words. Father, Menma is correct. The approach he proposes seems to be the most viable at present, Itachi affirmed. It appears we have no choice but to proceed as such, Fugaku sighed in resignation. Recognizing the absence of better alternatives. Since you accept this course of action, I shall divulge that secret, Menma declared as he rose to his feet. When my father sealed the Nine Tails, he left some of his chakra within the seal. The last time the seal weakened, I encountered my father, Menma continued, casting a glance at Minato's Hokage cloak. The two gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief as they regarded Menma. In that case, many things begin to make sense. Now, uncle, what you must do is swiftly eliminate the radicals within the clan and resign from all positions within the Konoha Guard, Menma stated. Understood, Fugaku nodded in agreement. As for Danzo, in my eyes, he is already a dead man. All that remains is a plausible excuse. Menma's expression remained unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. I see. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us, Fugaku offered. Let us descend. They may be anxiously awaiting us. With that, Menma exited the room. Fugaku cast a glance at Minato's Hokage cloak and pondered. Minato, you have an exceptionally talented child. His future is boundless. Downstairs, the three heard the commotion from above. Once Menma arrived, he directly seated himself beside Naruto. Your name is Menma, right? We still need to settle the score from this morning. I will prove to you that I am not a mere child. Sasuke stood up, glaring angrily at Menma. His teeth clenched. Enough, Sasuke. Menma still has to call you brother, Mikoto interjected, glancing at Menma. Although I am unsure how Menma has offended you, as your brother, I will not allow you to bully my younger sibling. Naruto positioned himself protectively in front of Menma. TCH. You. Sasuke raised his fist, preparing to confront Naruto. The other three were about to intervene. Do not cause a ruckus. You cannot defeat my brother, Menma stated calmly from the sofa, observing Sasuke. Humph. Do not underestimate me. Sasuke leaped forward, throwing a punch at Naruto. Sasuke, stop. Mikoto yelled. Sasuke. Fugaku commanded authoritatively. In an instant, Menma activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting Naruto to his own room, causing Sasuke's punch to miss completely. Sasuke, bewildered by Naruto's sudden disappearance, scanned the area in vain, then turned his ire towards Menma. Just as he was about to act, Itachi stepped in front of Sasuke, lifting him and carrying him outside. I truly apologize, Menma, for the trouble, Mikoto said, somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Naruto burst from Menma's room, his face a mask of confusion. What just happened? He inquired. The group turned to the staircase, and Naruto rushed down again. Hey, are you all leaving? He asked, eyeing the group by the door. Indeed, we will visit again another day, Mikoto replied, kneeling to pat Naruto on the head. Meanwhile, Menma rose from the sofa and approached the others. Have you not eaten yet? He asked them. Indeed, Naruto and Menma had initially planned to have instant noodles. While Fugaku and the others arrived around 3 p.m., waiting nearly an hour at Naruto and Menma's doorstep before they returned. We have not eaten yet. Would you care to join us? Mikoto smiled at Menma. Menma nodded, his hands clasped behind his head in a leisurely manner as he spoke. Then let us go. I am open to anything except ramen. Oh, not ramen? Naruto expressed his disappointment. Mikoto chuckled quietly to herself, while Fugaku observed Menma, deep in thought. How about we go for hot pot? Mikoto seemed to have suddenly devised a plan as she gazed at the group. Very well, Fugaku agreed. All right, let us proceed. Naruto then boldly approached Menma, placing his hand on Menma's shoulder while engaging him in jovial banter. Sasuke, go join them, Itachi encouraged, setting Sasuke down with a warm smile. I refuse, Sasuke replied, still sulking as he glanced at Itachi and then at Naruto and his brother. Observing the situation, Itachi took hold of Sasuke and guided him towards Naruto and Menma. After exchanging a few words, Naruto erupted into laughter, yet Sasuke appeared increasingly irate, chasing after Naruto. Fugaku and Mikoto exchanged knowing smiles at the scene. I've made up my mind. I trust that child, Menma, Fugaku declared to Mikoto. Though Mikoto was unaware of the details of their conversation, she smiled and replied, I may not know what you discussed, but I shall always support you. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. At that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the playful silhouettes of Naruto and the others were cast before Fugaku and Mikoto, who quietly followed behind them. The next day marked just one day before Kakashi's 18th birthday, and it was rare for Menma to enjoy a leisurely morning. Yash, today, I must absolutely defeat that guy Kiba, Naruto shouted from his room. Hearing the commotion next door, Menma simply buried his head under the covers to continue sleeping. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as the door swung open. Menma, rise and shine. I need to teach Kiba a lesson today. You must come and watch. Naruto exclaimed. How noisy. Let me sleep a little longer, Menma replied, refusing to budge. Hey, Menma, Naruto exclaimed, pulling the blankets off him. Reluctantly, Menma sat up. He had intended to take a day off, given the intense training he had endured for over a month, pushing his body to its limits. By the way, tomorrow is Kakashi-sensei's birthday. Have you prepared a gift? Menma suddenly recalled, turning to Naruto. I think I forgot. Naruto admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Didn't I tell you about it a week ago? Well, let us hurry and get something ready today. However, Naruto seemed to have more to say. You should prepare the birthday gift first. It's not too late, Menma said, looking at Naruto with exasperation. All right, that will have to do, Naruto conceded as he stepped outside, pondering what gift to give Kakashi. Menma rolled out of bed, dressed, and washed up before heading downstairs. Meanwhile, Naruto was still troubled by the choice of gift, struggling to come up with an idea. Let us go have breakfast, then wander around. Perhaps inspiration will strike you, Menma suggested. They arrived at a dango shop and each ordered a serving. Just as they were enjoying their dango, a very familiar figure entered. Itachi, big brother. Naruto greeted upon spotting him. Itachi approached, accompanied by another familiar face, Shisui Uchiha. Itachi joined Naruto and Menma at their table, taking a seat alongside Shisui. Allow me to introduce you to Uchiha Shisui, my dear friend. Shisui, this is Uzumaki Naruto, and this is Uzumaki Menma, Itachi said as they exchanged introductions. Hello, Shisui. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I aspire to become Hokage, earning the recognition of everyone, Naruto declared, fervently emphasizing his dream. Menma remained silent, quietly savoring his dango. Oh, don't mind Menma too much, Shisui. He has this peculiar personality, often lost in thought and unresponsive no matter how you call him, Naruto remarked, glancing between Shisui and Menma. Indeed, such charming children they are. Given their ages, they must be similar to your younger brother, right? Shisui inquired, directing his gaze towards Itachi. Precisely, they are of the same age. In 2 years, they shall be able to attend the ninja academy together, Itachi replied with a smile. At that moment, Menma came to his senses. The thought of attending the ninja academy in 2 years filled him with dread. While he yearned to graduate early and ascend to Chunin and then Jonin through sheer prowess, he also wished to remain by Naruto's side. His heart was in turmoil. Hello. Shursui I apologize for zoning out earlier, Menma said, scratching his head and smiling apologetically. It is quite all right. To be so engrossed in a thought must mean it is of great significance, Shursui said with a warm smile. Not particularly important, just rather perplexing, Menma replied. Oh, what is troubling you? Perhaps we could offer some advice, Shursui suggested, maintaining his gaze on Menma. Well, I am torn between personal honor and my friends and family. Unsure of how to proceed, Menma articulated somewhat obliquely. That's a matter only you can resolve. We cannot provide much counsel, but simply follow your heart, Shursui advised. Follow my heart, you say? I understand, Menma echoed thoughtfully, drifting back into contemplation. After finishing their dango, Naruto and Menma bid farewell to Itachi and Shursui before departing the dango shop. The two wandered aimlessly down the streets of Konoha, occasionally stopping as various shopkeepers greeted them enthusiastically, addressing them as young masters. I still don't comprehend when they transformed into this, Naruto remarked, glancing around before turning to Menma. Oh, that? It all began after the incident with the nine tails within us. Once they learned our father is the fourth Hokage, they changed, Menma explained vaguely, hands tucked into his pockets. In truth, Menma understood that their acknowledgement of him and Naruto was superficial, primarily stemming from their intimidation by Menma's strength and Watergate status. Hey, is that the Toad Sage? Naruto suddenly pointed in a direction, spotting a very familiar figure. Menma turned to see a man clad in red with long white hair, seated outside a bathhouse, a lecherous grin on his face. Is Jiraiya spying? Menma pondered internally. Come on, Naruto, let's go greet Lord Jiraiya, he suggested, striding towards Jiraiya's direction. Hey, Toad Sage, what are you doing here? Naruto called out loudly. Jiraiya was startled and quickly turned around, finding Naruto gazing at him with curiosity, while Menma regarded him with a look of disdain. Humph. Lord Jiraiya is merely peeping. How disgraceful, Menma scoffed, exposing Jiraiya's intentions. What? How can my actions be termed as peeping? I am clearly gathering inspiration from my novels. Something a little brat like you wouldn't understand, Jiraiya retorted. Peeping? So Toad Sage, you are indeed a lecher, Naruto chimed in, having overheard their exchange. I have no interest in arguing with two little brats, Jiraiya said, turning back to peer inside, his face betraying a rather lewd expression. Brother, from now on we should refer to him as the perverted sage. It seems more fitting, Menma remarked to Naruto, observing the scene. Yes, I agree, Naruto nodded in affirmation. Hey, perverted sage, you are actually peeping here, Naruto shouted, his voice echoing loud enough for those inside to hear. Upon hearing the commotion, the occupants within fled in disarray. Jiraiya, witnessing this, erupted in anger. Ah, you two brats, he exclaimed, landing two punches on Naruto and Menma's heads. Ouch, you actually hit me, Naruto whimpered, rubbing his head, tears welling in his eyes. Is it wrong to speak the truth? Menma muttered under his breath, pouting slightly. You little brat, Jiraiya growled, hearing Menma's mumbling, and delivered another punch. With a thud, Menma found himself on the ground, gingerly touching his head before standing up. Brother, let us go? We shouldn't associate with someone who can't even protect his own disciples, he declared, pulling Naruto away. Hey, little brat. What do you mean by that? Jiraiya called after them. What do I mean? Does Lord Jiraiya not understand? Let me clarify. I am referring to that day when you were absent from Konoha, proclaiming yourself a sage while failing to save our parents. Menma stopped in his tracks, not turning back, his face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Naruto froze at this revelation, glancing between Jiraiya and Menma before sorrow took hold of him. In the presence of Minato Namikaze, everyone seems inadequate, right, Lord Jiraiya? Yet, even so, you were still absent that day. If you hadn't been so careless, chasing after some prophesied child, our parents would not have perished, and we wouldn't have become orphans. Menma's words dripped with disappointment. Hearing this, Naruto could no longer hold back his tears. He tugged at Menma's sleeve, as if to signal him to stop. Menma, however, did not look back and walked away, prompting Naruto to wipe his tears and glance back at Jiraiya before departing as well. Jiraiya's heart was a tumult of emotions. He felt that Menma's words held a painful truth. Had he been in Konoha that day, perhaps events would not have unraveled in such a tragic manner. In truth, Menma does not harbor any disdain for Jiraiya. Rather, She wept copiously upon witnessing his tragic fall during the battle against pain in her previous life. Her intentions were purely to ensure that Jiraiya could remain in Konoha for an extended period, allowing him to better mentor Naruto. As noon approached, the tumult of the earlier events had drained the two of their desire to continue their leisurely stroll. They made their way to Minato's Hokage Rock. Gazing down upon the village of Konoha, Menma reclined, watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky, exclaiming, "This is what life should be. How wonderful it would be if each day were as serene as this." Naruto, typically loquacious, fell into a contemplative silence beside her, lying back and gazing upward, tears silently tracing his cheeks. Why are you crying again?" Menma turned her head to look at Naruto. "I'm not crying. It's just that some sand got in my eyes," he replied, wiping the tears away while continuing to gaze at the sky. "The azure skies and fluffy clouds. This is the life I long for, so comfortable and carefree, devoid of worries and pressure," Menma mused, extending her hand and sighing at the sight of her youthful fingers. "All right, let us go fishing. Although we are not in need of money, experiencing life occasionally is quite enjoyable," Menma suggested, sitting up and turning to Naruto. "I agree. It sounds delightful. Shall we invite Kiba and the others to join us?" Naruto proposed, also sitting up. "Then let us go? If you wish, you can also call Sasuke," Menma pondered before speaking. "That's a fine idea. Let us split up." Naruto responded enthusiastically. "All right, you seek out Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba, while I will look for Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji," Menma stated decisively. "Agreed. Let us do it." With that, Naruto set off first, while Menma conjured 4 shadow clones, assigning each their respective tasks and items to procure before heading toward the stream where they had fished previously. Before long, the group reconvened by the stream, where they found one of the clones leisurely reclining against a large rock, his hands clasped behind his head. "Hey, Menma. How utterly infuriating. You send your shadow clone to work while you indulge in a nap," Naruto remarked, a hint of imbalance in his tone. "You can't do it?" Menma tilted her head slightly in response. "I told you, this guy only knows how to show off," Naruto muttered to the others, who nodded in agreement. "Didn't we come here to fish? You all invited me, and now I haven't even eaten," Choji complained, though his hands continued to munch on snacks. Menma sat up and joined the group, proposing, "How about this? The girls can gather firewood while we boys focus on catching fish." She surveyed the group, noting Sasuke's absence, but surmised he likely wouldn't join them anyway. "That won't do. Let us have a contest to see who can catch the most fish. The one who catches the least must admit he is not a man. What do you say?" Kiba suddenly suggested. The group turned their attention to Kiba, whose competitive spirit was palpable. Before they could even declare the start, Naruto dashed to the stream, eager to begin. "Hey, Naruto, you rascal, I haven't even said start yet," yelled Kiba, as he swiftly caught up with Naruto. Shikamaru, feeling exasperated, had no choice but to follow suit. He believed that merely catching one more fish than the last place would suffice. Eventually, only Ino and Choji remained, exchanging glances of uncertainty. "Aren't you going to join?" Ino inquired, gazing at Choji. "I'm too famished to exert myself. I think I'll just accompany Ino to gather firewood," he replied, heading in the direction where Ino and Sakura had departed. The others, having removed their shoes and shirts, waded into the stream to catch fish, while Ino kept a slight distance from them. With Kiba and Naruto around, the commotion could easily scare the fish away, and if they failed to catch any, they would be left hungry by noon. As the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel, one meal skipped leaves one uneasy. With this thought in mind, Ino promptly utilized her shadow clone technique to seize some fish. Observing Ino from afar, Naruto quickly employed his own multi-shadow clone technique. Watching this unfold, Kiba felt a surge of frustration, yet when he glanced at the relaxed Shikamaru, he felt a glimmer of hope, convinced he would not finish last. After some time, Ino's 4 clones each held 2 fish, while she herself approached with a small bucket. Upon setting the fish down, Ino dispelled her clones, just as Naruto, Kiba, and Shikamaru arrived. Naruto's 2 clones also deposited their catches before disappearing, and Kiba placed his fish down as well. In total, Ino had 8 fish, Naruto 6, Kiba 2, and Shikamaru none, Ino remarked, observing the pile of fish. "So that means Shikamaru is in last place?" Naruto said with a cheeky grin. "No, the last place belongs to Kiba," Shikamaru retorted, producing 4 tiny shrimp to counter the claim. The group fell silent. What's wrong? Even the smallest counts as meat. And besides, No one specified it had to be fish. Shikamaru defended himself upon seeing their expressions. Well, then you can eat your shrimp, Naruto quipped. To which the others nodded in agreement. Ino then noticed that the bucket Ino had placed down was filled with numerous shrimp and crabs. So who is truly in last place in this contest? Kiba asked eagerly, turning to look at Ino. Ah, indeed, a ninja must learn to see through cunning tricks. Shikamaru is right. You never specified it had to be fish, so clarity in the rules is essential, Ino acknowledged. By all accounts, that does not make me the loser. Choji hasn't caught a single shrimp, Kiba insisted, still unwilling to concede. But Choji said from the start that he wouldn't participate. Ino shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet before Kiba could respond, Naruto interrupted. Kiba, are you even a man? If you are, you should accept defeat gracefully. He cast a scornful glance at Kiba. Goodness. It turns out that whether Kiba admits defeat or not, he is still not behaving like a man. This was a thought Ino had intended to voice. But Naruto had beaten her to it. All right, everyone must be hungry now. If you're hungry, let's grill some fish. Why are you all just sitting there? Menma playfully nudged his shoulder. Thus, the group spent a jovial afternoon together, and before they knew it, the sun had set. After a reluctant farewell, they all returned home. That night, Naruto and Menma found themselves nestled together, a rare occurrence for them. Naruto didn't mind sharing a bed with Menma, but Menma was quite resistant. It wasn't that he disliked Naruto. Rather, it was Naruto's restless sleeping habits that troubled him. Occasionally kicking in his sleep was tolerable, given the spacious bed. But Naruto's tendency to sleepwalk was what truly vexed Menma. Previously, after exhausting himself practicing the Rasengan, Naruto had fallen asleep on the sofa on the night he mastered it. Menma, equally fatigued from training with shadow clones, had also opted for the sofa. Unexpectedly, that night, Naruto sleepwalked, nearly striking Menma with a Rasengan. Fortunately, Menma was quick to react. Otherwise, their home would have been in disarray. Menma concluded that whenever Naruto was particularly worn out during the day, the likelihood of him sleepwalking at night increased significantly. Thus, Menma invited Naruto to sleep in his room that evening. There was also another reason for this. Upon returning, Menma had noticed some unusual marks on the windows of both his and Naruto's rooms. Although they had been hastily wiped, some traces remained, perhaps due to a hurried departure. In Menma's room, it was his shadow clone keeping watch over Naruto while Menma himself lay in Naruto's bed. A nagging feeling stirred within him, an instinct that someone might come by that night, prompting his decision to wait. If something were missing from the room, it could indicate a burglary. However, if everything was intact, the situation could be far more serious. As time passed, the night deepened, and Menma's eyelids grew heavy, leading him to question whether he was overthinking the situation. Just then, he sensed movement at the window. Although he faced away, he immediately detected the anomaly. Yet he remained still, feigning sleep. At that moment, two figures quietly slipped through the window. This is indeed Uzumaki Naruto's room, one whispered. Correct. Uzumaki Menma's room is next door, the other replied. We've been watching for a while. We must act quickly, or we'll be caught, one said, swiftly grabbing Menma. As Menma prepared to resist, the assailant suddenly cast a jinjutsu. Before Menma could react, he succumbed to the illusion and fell unconscious. We need to hurry and take Uzumaki Naruto back. We have to return him after we deal with this, the one carrying Menma said as he fled. Indeed. We can't keep Danzo-sama waiting, the other agreed. The two swiftly traversed the rooftops, but suddenly, a figure blocked their path. Ah, I see now. You from the Foundation intend to make a move against us, the figure spoke. You are Uzumaki Menma. No, that can't be. We clearly placed a sleeping incense in your room. You shouldn't have awakened so soon. The one carrying Menma exclaimed. Why the haste? Meina remarked. You left without even wiping away your traces. Therefore, I exchanged rooms with Naruto. The root ninja, holding on to Meina, scrutinized her closely. This is the real body. The embraced Meina stated. How can that be? Before he could react, Meina vanished and reappeared beside her shadow clone. Why are you here instead of sleeping? The original Meina inquired. Restless, just came to take a look, the shadow clone replied. Shouldn't you be under the influence of my jinjutsu? The root ninja asked. Indeed. I initially fell victim to your illusion. That was a lapse in my judgment. However, I am a jinchūriki, and one need not fear illusions of your caliber. Although I am not yet a perfect jinchūriki, I have long since befriended Kurama, Meina declared, dispelling her shadow clone. Since your roots intend to strike against us, be prepared for eradication, she asserted, her right fist and left palm facing each other. Instantly, a powerful dark golden chakra enveloped her. As she transitioned into the Nine Tails chakra mode, I forgot to mention, while you were holding me, I had already marked you with the Flying Thunder God seal, she stated before vanishing. Impossible. The root ninja barely had time to react before Mei Na appeared behind him and seized him. Almost immediately, a dark golden chakra arm emerged from her back, grasping another individual, and the three vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in an open space, a site where Mei Na had previously trained, marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Every training session involved the use of this technique for her shadow clones. At this moment, Mei Na released the two individuals and spoke to herself. Just now, I could have instantly killed you, but I refrained. I wished to test my strength after such extensive training. With that, Mei Na deactivated the Nine Tails chakra mode. You don't believe you can defeat us without the Nine Tails power, do you? Another root ninja remarked. Let me first see what you look like, Mei Na responded, producing two Flying Thunder God kunai and hurling them towards the pair. As the kunai approached, the two swiftly dodged. They were well aware of the effectiveness of the Flying Thunder God and understood that blocking the kunai would be futile. So evasion was their best course of action. At that moment, Mei Na vanished and appeared before the root ninja who had embraced her. How can this be? The ninja's words were cut short as Mei Na struck down with a kunai. With a sharp crack, the mask he wore shattered. Mei Na quickly distanced herself. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. I told you. You bear my Flying Thunder God seal. I just mentioned it. How could you forget? The seal does not disappear, Mei Na said, playfully twirling the kunai in her hand. Looking closely at the individual before her, Mei Na recognized him instantly. Yamashiro Kaze? I didn't expect it to be you. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Aburame Shino, right? Mei Na addressed the other root ninja. Since my true identity has been unveiled, there is no longer any purpose in donning this mask. Although I am uncertain how you discerned our names, now that you are aware, I shall show no mercy. With a swift motion, I removed the mask from my face. And in an instant, my entire form transformed into a deep shade of purple. Is my body now enveloped in nanobots? It appears that contact must be avoided at all costs. Contemplating my strategy, I summoned 4 shadow clones. And together we charged towards the mountain wind and engaged in close combat with him. However, during the skirmish, I remained cautious, prioritizing defense. For a single blow could spell trouble. As the battle unfolded, I strategically embedded kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique around us, forming a pentagon to encircle our adversary. Engaging in pure physical combat, I could distinctly feel the strain as my opponent hailed from the root, making it difficult to secure an advantage without resorting to the Nine Tails chakra. You intend to wear us down with a war of attrition? You underestimate me. Upon uttering these words, he removed his upper garment and tied it around his waist. As a thick purple mist began to swirl around him, each particle revealing itself as a nanobot. Realizing the threat, the mountain wind instinctively evaded, seeking to avoid collateral damage. You are far too dangerous. You must be dealt with first. In a flash, the Nine Tails chakra surged forth, and I immediately entered its enhanced state. Did you not claim you could forego the Nine Tails chakra? My adversary's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. I must ensure my life is not endangered before I can proceed in this manner. With that, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing beside the nearest kunai. At that moment, a dark golden chakra arm emerged from my back, coalescing into a spiraling sphere aimed directly at him. I cannot risk you becoming a vessel for Edo Tensei. What if Naruto, while embracing Kushina, fell victim to your nanobots? Thus, I must regrettably request your demise. I gazed down at the lifeless form of the mountain wind. However, your remains will serve another purpose, as evidence against the root's transgressions. I continued, casting a sidelong glance at the mountain wind. Fear not, I shall not take your life. Instead, I wish to demonstrate my newly developed ninjutsu. With that, I invoked the multiple shadow clone technique, summoning 4 clones behind me. In an instant, all 5 of us vanished, reappearing at the location where the kunai had been embedded earlier. This technique is reserved for confronting overwhelming numbers of foes. Rest assured, I will avoid critical areas to allow you a complete experience. All 5 of us spoke in unison, each wielding 6 kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Super Spiral Flash, Super Round Dance Roar, 3 styles. Together, we hurled our kunai at the mountain wind. utilizing the spiral flash super round dance roars simultaneously. The outcome is far from a mere sum of 1 plus 1. Rather, it yields a result greater than 2. With the ability for all Kanai to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, the breadth of this assault expands, annihilating our foe with remarkable speed. Within the confines of the Pentagon, I flashed repeatedly, each blink leaving a new gash upon the mountain wind's body. After a period of relentless assault, the mountain wind, now battered and bruised, fell to his knees in defeat. In the midst of such rapid assaults, each strike was delivered with mere milliseconds between them. Had I lost consciousness? Perhaps this is for the best, sparing me the burden of control. With that, Menma approached Kazekage and retrieved a sealing scroll from his pocket. He unfurled the scroll and intoned, "Release." Suddenly, with a resounding bang, an unknown entity materialized from the scroll. Not long ago, Menma had subtly left a Flying Thunder God mark while visiting the graves of Minato and Kushina during the day, preparing for his nocturnal endeavors. On a moonless night, the cold moonlight bathed the graveyard of Konoha in an eerie glow. The surroundings were so tranquil that only the rustling of grass in the wind could be heard. Seizing the moment after the patrol had passed, Menma utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Kushina's tombstone, obtaining a fragment of her essence. After all, who would suspect that a child would venture to rob a grave in the dead of night, especially that of their own parents? Although Menma's soul was that of a reincarnator, there was no denying that his flesh was that of Kushina and Minato's child. During his days living alongside Naruto, he had unconsciously accepted the reality that Kushina and Minato were indeed his biological parents. Menma placed the scroll beside Kazekage and commenced a series of intricate hand seals, his hands moving swiftly before they came together in prayer, proclaiming, "Edo Tensei." At that moment, a mysterious power began to envelop Kazekage tightly, who, regaining consciousness, found himself unable to resist. With a piercing scream, silence fell once more, leaving Menma standing still, transfixed by the unfolding scene. Then, a woman clad in a maternity outfit with cascading red hair appeared before him. Menma softly uttered, "Release." As the bindings were lifted, the woman instantly regained her awareness. "Am I not dead?" she exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at her hands and surveyed her surroundings. At that moment, Menma and Kushina locked eyes, their gazes intermingling. "Are you Naruto? Or Menma?" Kushina recognized her child at a glance, realizing he was one of her 2 sons. "Mother, I am Menma," he replied, tears streaming down his cheeks, rooted in place. Upon seeing this, Kushina's demeanor softened immediately. She approached Menma and gently caressed his head. "Before I closed my eyes, you were still such little babies. Now, you have grown so much. How have you and Naruto fared in our absence? Have you eaten well? Are you picky? Do you go to bed on time?" Kushina chattered on. Unable to contain his emotions, Menma threw himself into Kushina's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. In his previous life, his mother had perished in a tragic accident, and this reunion with Kushina rekindled the long-lost warmth of maternal love. As Kushina held the sobbing Menma, her heart ached, and tears slipped down her cheeks. It was often said that the bodies resurrected through Edo Tensei could not weep, yet fathers could, and indeed, mothers could as well. "You and Naruto must have felt so lonely without your father and me over the years. Apologies, Menma, for the distress we have caused you, as parents. We are to blame. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive both your father and me." With that, Kushina wiped away her tears, kneeling down to gently caress Menma's cheeks, drying her tears. "Oh, my child, why must you cry upon our first meeting? It's making me want to weep as well. Shouldn't we share a smile instead? Come now, brighten up and give me a smile," Kushina said softly. "For all these years, I have thought of you, hoping to dream of you each night. I never anticipated that you would miss me so dearly, Mama," Menma sobbed, gazing at Kushina, the visage from her memories gradually merging with the present. Kushina embraced Menma tightly. "I am so sorry, Menma. I truly apologize for everything." No longer concealing her emotions, she wept openly as she spoke to Menma. After a while, wiping her tears, Kushina looked at Menma and inquired, "Where is your brother Naruto?" "He is sleeping at home. Tonight, some individuals from the Root organization stealthily came to our house, intending to abduct him, but fortunately, I sensed something amiss. To prevent him from noticing, I had my shadow clone accompany him to sleep while I waited in his room for them to arrive. I know they are targeting him, for they cannot defeat me. More precisely, they cannot defeat Kurama," Menma recounted, detailing the events of that night. including the plan involving the reanimation of Kushina and the rampage of the Nine Tails. Kushina listened attentively, allowing Menma to express herself without interruption. Mama, let me take you to meet my brother, but just for a brief moment. A formal introduction will have to wait. In 25 days, we will celebrate our 4th birthday, and I hope you can be there to surprise him. Menma articulated her intentions. 4 years old, is it? Just 25 days away, Kushina reflected, choosing not to mention that this date also marked the anniversary of her and Minato's passing, as it would only deepen Menma's sorrow. Tomorrow is Kakashi-sensei's 18th birthday. After everyone leaves tomorrow night, I hope you can have a conversation with him, Menma continued. If possible, I would like you to stay at Kakashi-sensei's home during this time. Please do not venture out to avoid alerting my brother. If you miss us, you can return at night to see us. With that, Menma handed Kushina a kunai inscribed with his flying thunder god mark. As long as you infuse it with chakra, I will sense it and use the flying thunder god technique to bring you back, Menma elaborated. But you must promise me, Mama. You must not reveal yourself to my brother. Otherwise, my birthday surprise will be ruined, Menma reiterated earnestly. All right, I understand. Let us return home. I long to see Naruto, Kushina acknowledged. Yes. With that, Menma grasped Kushina's hand, activating the flying thunder god technique, and they instantly returned to Menma's room. Menma approached the bedside and sat down, removing her soiled socks. It was agreed upon that they must not let the elder brother discover their secret. If he were to awaken, Mother, you should hide in the storage room on the 3rd floor, for he seldom ventures there, Menma reiterated. With that, Menma lay down beside Naruto, who remained blissfully unaware of the current situation. Kushina approached the bedside, her expression one of maternal warmth as she gently stroked Naruto's head. She then turned to Menma, saying, Menma, quickly fall asleep. You must be exhausted today, rest well. Kushina tenderly patted Menma's back, akin to soothing a small child to slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as dust particles danced in the beams of light. Upon awakening, Naruto stretched lazily, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he glanced at the still sleeping Menma. Hey, Menma, rise and shine. The sun's already up, Naruto exclaimed, shaking Menma in an attempt to rouse him. You're so loud, Menma mumbled, his eyes still closed, burrowing his head further into the blanket to continue sleeping. I really can't deal with you, Naruto remarked as he dressed himself. You two are awake. Come for breakfast, an unfamiliar woman announced as she entered the room. Menma was startled, sitting up immediately, gazing at the newcomer in astonishment. Indeed, this was Kushina, albeit in disguise, allowing her to be near Naruto and Menma without disrupting the surprise birthday celebration Menma had planned. Who are you, and what are you doing in our home? Naruto inquired. Oh, I am the nanny arranged for you by Lord Hokage. You can call me Aunt Kushina, she replied. Ah, I see, Naruto responded thoughtfully. Menma continued to stare blankly at the unfamiliar figure, but recognized it as Kushina's transformation technique. All right, let us hurry down for breakfast, Kushina encouraged the two. Menma promptly got up to change his clothes. While doing so, he noticed that the dirty socks he had discarded the previous night were mysteriously gone. After retrieving a clean pair from the cupboard and finishing his morning routine, he joined Naruto downstairs. They sat at the table, where breakfast was simple, a glass of milk, a bowl of noodles, and a fried egg. The table, positioned by the window, allowed sunlight to gently warm the food, making it appear quite appetizing. This looks delicious. I'm starting, Naruto declared. I'm starting too, Menma echoed. As they took large bites of their noodles, suddenly both paused. What's wrong? Is it not good? Kushina inquired, looking curiously at the two. Menma shook his head, a pained expression crossing his face as he continued to eat, well aware of the fiery chili pepper that could lead to a catastrophic outburst. Naruto, on the other hand, did not ponder such things and remarked, it's not just bad. The noodles are overcooked, and there's too much salt, making it very salty. And this egg. He continued to list the breakfast grievances. Menma, not lifting his head, gobbled down his food quickly, stuffing his mouth to the brim before grabbing the milk and drinking it all in one fluid motion. Naruto and Kushina exchanged bewildered glances at Menma's speed. I'm done. I'm leaving now, Menma declared, not looking back as he dashed out the door, leaving only Kushina and Naruto behind, bewildered in the aftermath. What is the matter with this fellow, Menma? How exasperating. With that, Naruto suddenly sensed a menacing aura behind him. Is it truly unpalatable? Then why does Menma savor it so delightfully? It seems to me that you are simply picky. Although Kushina spoke in a calm tone and with a serene expression, the ominous presence warned Naruto that if he did not finish his breakfast, he might face repercussions. With that thought, Naruto swallowed hard, resolved to go all out, and began devouring the noodles voraciously. After finishing the egg and guzzling down the milk, he hurriedly dashed out, just like Menma. That is how it should be. One cannot afford to be finicky. Tell Menma to remember to return for lunch, Kushina instructed as she observed Naruto preparing to leave. Understood, Aunt Kushina, Naruto replied before exiting. So early in the day, what could they possibly be up to? I am quite curious, Kushina mused as she began tidying the dining table. Outside, not far from his departure, Naruto spotted Menma's figure. Hey Menma, why did you leave me all alone? He called out while rushing over. Upon getting closer, Naruto realized that Menma had vomited up all of his breakfast. So you've expelled everything. Had I known, I wouldn't have swallowed mine, Naruto complained. You could manage to eat that? You're something else, Menma retorted, giving Naruto a thumbs up while still retching. No way. I need to eat something to recover, he declared as he headed toward the streets of Konoha. Menma, Aunt Kushina said we must return home for lunch today, Naruto lamented. What? We must go home for lunch. I need to clarify this with her. We're eating out all day because it's Kakashi-sensei's 18th birthday. Yes, that's the plan. With that, Menma dashed back toward home. Wait for me, Menma, Naruto shouted as he chased after him. Inside the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, mingling with the distinctive scent of burning charcoal. Menma and Naruto were seated, relishing the grilled meat, the sizzling, oily morsels glistening enticingly on the grill. Nearby sat Might Guy, Asuma, and Yuhi Kurinai, all of whom had come at Menma's invitation. The atmosphere in the restaurant was rather subdued, as not many patrons were there so early in the morning. Why did you call us out for grilled meat at such an early hour? Asuma inquired, glancing at the duo of Naruto and Menma. At that moment, a staff member approached with fresh ingredients and beverages. Menma said that seeing noodles made his stomach turn. So we opted for grilled meat instead, Naruto replied, reaching for another piece of meat. Grilled meat is indeed delectable. That morning's noodles were hardly fit for human consumption, Menma remarked, his mouth stuffed full, cheeks puffed out. Agreed, Naruto responded, shoving more grilled meat into his mouth, a look of pure enjoyment upon his face. But the fact that you managed to swallow it is quite impressive, Menma acknowledged, expressing admiration for Naruto. Let us get down to business. What are your thoughts on Kakashi's birthday? Might Guy interjected, sitting upright, his demeanor serious. Dining, playing, and then feasting once more, culminating in a delightful surprise. What a simple affair. Menma continued savoring the grilled meat, mumbling indistinctly while occasionally sipping a beverage. You really are succinct, Shirihong teased, observing Menma with a grin. By the way, how prepared are you all with your gifts? Asuma inquired at that moment. I've been ready for ages. As my dear friend and eternal rival, how could I possibly forget? Might Guy declared, producing a gleaming barbell that shimmered under the restaurant's lights. Truly, you are the epitome of thoughtfulness and charisma, Teacher Kai, Menma observed, a hint of sarcasm in his tone, realizing that the first gift that came to Might Guy's mind was indeed a barbell. Of course, how could I not be attentive to Kakashi's 18th birthday? With that, Might Guy erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the establishment. So what have you all prepared? He asked, glancing at his companions. I have a custom lighter, Asuma replied, producing a beautifully crafted lighter inscribed with the words to Kakashi. I have a customized kunai. Shirihong showcased a specially designed kunai, its blade glinting ominously in the light. And you all probably know what I have, Menma said, placing a brand new copy of Intimate Paradise on the table, eliciting subtle expressions from those around him. The group exchanged awkward smiles, turning their attention to Naruto. Don't tell me you haven't prepared anything. I reminded you just yesterday, Menma said, a tinge of irritation in his gaze. The shadow clones are ready, but this has to be done on the day itself. Naruto scratched his head and explained. What is it? Menma's curiosity was piqued as he leaned slightly forward. The others also looked at Naruto, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Grilled fish, Naruto replied. A silence enveloped the group, leaving only the ambient noise of other patrons in the restaurant. Grilled fish sounds delightful. I hear Kakashi-sensei enjoys fishing, Menma remarked, continuing to relish his grilled meat. Exactly. Kakashi-sensei mentioned he often fished for his meals as a child, Naruto said, his excitement palpable as he looked at Menma, as if he had found a kindred spirit. All right then, Let's head over to Kakashi's place. Might Guy exclaimed, bubbling with enthusiasm to celebrate Kakashi's birthday. The others nodded in agreement. After Menma and Naruto had their fill, they arrived at Kakashi's doorstep. The path leading to the door was flanked by an array of unknown flowers swaying gently in the breeze. Might Guy approached and knocked, the sound resonating conspicuously in the quiet street. "Hey, Kakashi, you're not still in bed, are you?" Might Guy called out. "Oh, you've arrived so early," Kakashi said, opening the door with a warm smile that was illuminated by the sunlight, bestowing upon him a cozy aura. "Happy birthday, Kakashi-sensei." "Happy birthday, Kakashi," the group chorused in unison. Before Kakashi could fully comprehend the situation, they presented their gifts to him. "Thank you all so much. Please, come in and have a seat." With that, Kakashi invited several individuals into the room. The space was decorated simply, adorned with various ninja weapons and protective gear as embellishments. "Kakashi-sensei, my gift for you is quite special. I shall present it to you shortly," Naruto stated, his eyes sparkling with a mysterious gleam. "I eagerly await your gift," Kakashi replied with a smile directed at Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei, this is for you." Menma produced a specially crafted kunai marked with his flying thunder god seal from his ninja tool pouch. The kunai reflected a soft glow in the room's light. "Is this the flying thunder god kunai?" Kakashi inquired. "Indeed, this is my specially made kunai, which costs quite a bit. It is far more resilient than the usual kunai. Consider it a gift for you, Kakashi-sensei," Menma said, grinning at Kakashi. "Well then, I shall accept it," Kakashi responded as he took the kunai. "Kakashi-sensei, you must organize your day well. Menma and I intend to spend the entire day with you." Naruto chimed in from the side. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." "Why?" Kakashi asked, puzzled. "Because there is a culinary king of darkness at home," Menma replied, as if mentioning something quite dreadful. "Culinary king of darkness?" Kakashi echoed, bewildered. "Oh, you will find out tonight, Kakashi-sensei." Menma waved his hand and continued. "Tonight?" Kakashi was further perplexed, struggling to comprehend what Menma and Naruto were implying. At Kakashi's residence, the group engaged in conversation. A relaxed atmosphere enveloped the room, with sunlight streaming through the windows, casting patches of light on the floor. Might Guy Asuma and Kurinai were recounting stories of Kakashi's childhood to Naruto and Menma, intentionally avoiding any mention of Rin and Obito. As they shared tales of Kakashi's past, he reciprocated with his own embarrassing anecdotes, leaving the four feeling quite awkward, with Naruto and Menma listening in discomfort. Their expressions ranged from embarrassment to helplessness, occasionally scratching their heads in shyness. Just then, a knock sounded from outside, prompting Kakashi to rise and open the door. "Oh, it's you all. Come in, come in." Kakashi greeted the newcomers with a smile. "Kakashi has changed a lot," Kurinai remarked in a tone only a few could hear. "Indeed, he has become much more cheerful than before," Asuma responded. "Kakashi is, after all, my eternal rival," Might Guy proclaimed, striking his signature pose with pride. "Certainly. Ever since Menma arrived in this world, many changes have occurred, particularly evident in Naruto and Kakashi. Regardless, Menma pondered that the overarching narrative should not deviate too much, as he lacked the confidence to defeat Madara alone, let alone the formidable opponents that lay ahead in the Six Paths realm. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, and the mere consideration of those terrifying adversaries made him feel a bit anxious. A flicker of concern crossed his gaze, and his body tensed slightly. "What is wrong, Menma? Are you feeling unwell?" As the crimson sun began to set, Shiyu noticed that Menma's complexion appeared somewhat pale, assuming it to be a sign of discomfort. "No, not at all," Menma smiled, explaining, "I was merely recalling this morning's breakfast." One could only wonder how dreadful it must have been to leave a child with such psychological scars. Asuma found himself perplexed, unable to fathom just how unpleasant it could have been. "Next time, I shall invite you all to my home for a meal, so you can experience the culinary skills of my mother and our housekeeper." Menma nearly let slip, but quickly caught himself. "If her skills are poor, why keep her as a housekeeper?" Shiyu interjected. "She was appointed by the third Hokage," Menma replied, "and perhaps she is merely a novice, practicing on us." At that moment, Naruto chimed in. "Is that so?" Asuma muttered softly, and a contemplative expression swept across the faces of the group. "Ah, you're all here," a voice suddenly broke through, and a figure appeared before them. "Oh, it's Yuya and Jifeng, long time no see." Asuma rose to greet Uchiha Yuya and Tsukuyami Jifeng, and the others followed suit. exchanging pleasantries. Previously, Kakashi had formed a close friendship with Yuya while working in the Umbu, and Jifeng was a classmate of Kakashi during their time at the Ninja Academy. Although their bond wasn't as strong as that shared with Obito, they were nonetheless comrades. These two must be the sons of the fourth Hokage, Jifeng remarked, glancing at Naruto and Menma before shifting his gaze towards Asuma and the others. Indeed, these two are the sons of our esteemed teacher, Minato, Kakashi confirmed as he approached. Ah, so it is true, Jifeng acknowledged. Jifeng, the very one who had been embroiled in the Chunin exams. No, rather, the Konoha collapse plan, had found himself in a precarious situation. Overhearing Yakushi Kabuto and Maki discussing an attack on Konoha before being discovered by Maki and ultimately forced into a rooftop battle. Jifeng had struck Maki's shoulder with his crescent moon dance, only to find his blade stuck due to Maki's unique abilities, leading to his demise at the hands of Maki's wind blade. Menma, upon seeing Jifeng, couldn't help but think how frail he appeared, looking quite unwell. Hey old man, are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Menma blurted out without a second thought. The air around them seemed to freeze momentarily. The group turned to Menma in astonishment. What do you mean by kidney deficiency, Menma? Naruto asked, glancing curiously between Menma and Jifeng. Nothing. Jifeng is merely unwell. It's not what you think, Yuya said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she looked at Menma. Then why not visit a doctor? Naruto inquired. The doctor said it would require years of rest and recuperation, advising me to cease all missions, Jifeng replied. Menma, lost in thought, squinted slightly, as if contemplating something of great significance. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Excuse me, is Kakashi-senpai home? A familiar voice called out, and Menma instantly recognized the visitor. Kakashi, hearing the voice, made his way to the door and opened it. Indeed, it is you, Tenzu. Kakashi smiled as he addressed Yamato. Today, we have quite a few guests. Allow me to introduce you. With that, Kakashi led Yamato over to a group of individuals and began the introductions. Everyone, this is Tenzu, formerly of the Root organization, now serving in the Hokage's Direct ANBU. We have worked together before, and he is also my friend. Kakashi facilitated the introductions, and soon laughter and conversation filled the air. Within the room, a harmonious atmosphere prevailed, as sunlight streamed through the windows, casting patches of light upon the floor, resembling a golden carpet laid out within the confines of the room. Root? That old coot Danzo. Yamato remarked, his disdain for Danzo evident as he furrowed his brow. Yamato, what has gotten into you today? Guy interjected, playfully nudging Yamato. A hint of irritation in his voice. My apologies, teacher Guy. I merely harbor some discontent towards Root and Danzo. Nothing more, Yamato hastily clarified, realizing he had been unusually candid today, as if compelled to speak his mind without restraint. What brings about such sentiments? Kakashi inquired. While the others turned their attention to Yamato, their expressions filled with curiosity as they sought to understand the underlying cause. Quite simply, Danzo has set his sights on Naruto. And I have taken notice of Danzo. Last night, I even eliminated a member of Root. It is as straightforward as that, Yamato replied nonchalantly, as though recounting an ordinary occurrence. What? The group gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief as they regarded Yamato. What transpired last night? Kakashi pressed. Concern etched across his face as he inquired further. Danzo targeted Naruto. He visited our home during the day without us knowing and left in haste, leaving some traces behind. Yamato recounted the events of the previous night in detail, though he omitted the part about resurrecting Kushina. What is Danzo's intention by reaching out to the jinchūriki? Kurinai exclaimed in outrage, her eyes blazing with fury. Kurinai, temper your tone, Asuma interjected timely, a note of caution in his gaze. Essentially, Danzo wishes to become Hokage. Yet Root must remain hidden in the shadows, not casting a shadow upon the sunlit Konoha. Now, Root has extended its reach into the light of Konoha, obscuring the sun. And without sunlight, Konoha will wither in darkness. Yamato's words bore a profound significance that resonated with all present. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. As the group exchanged solemn glances, a weighty cloud of concern hanging over them. I will inform the Hokage of this matter. Rest assured, Yamato. We will ensure that you and Naruto receive the answers you deserve. Do not act recklessly, Asuma declared, his gaze resolute and sincere. Yamato had intended to mention the Ninetales incident, but, considering it was Kakashi's birthday, he swallowed the words that lingered on his lips. Oh dear. Such a delightful birthday gathering has turned into this. I sincerely apologize, Kakashi-sensei. Yamato rose, his face filled with remorse as he addressed Kakashi. It matters not at all. I am simply delighted by your company. As the hour grows late, might we seek a place to dine? Kakashi suggested with a smile, glancing at the group. Where shall we go? Naruto inquired, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I know a splendid spot. Follow me, Asuma replied, leading the way. Before long, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant, its entrance adorned with crimson lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, alongside pots of verdant plants that breathed life into the establishment. Ah, hot pot. What a delightful choice, Kakashi remarked, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Once inside, the group settled at the largest table, forming a circle of 9. As they began to order, Menma sat there, glancing around before falling into deep contemplation. It was astonishing that the Hidden Leaf Village lacked even a decent restaurant. If I were to open a dining establishment, I would have casual seating on the first floor, private rooms for 10 and 20 on the second, and a grand hall for 50. Just imagining it is rather enticing. If I were to spread my restaurant across the entire ninja world, I could earn a fortune while lounging about. With this thought, Menma couldn't help but smile foolishly, growing increasingly enamored with the idea of such a lucrative venture. What are you grinning about all by yourself? Naruto asked, nudging Menma. Yes, what is you so elated? Share it with us. Ino chimed in, curiosity evident in her tone. I've come up with a brilliant way to make money, Menma replied, his gaze mysterious as he looked at the group. Oh, pray tell, and if it pleases you, I wouldn't mind investing, Asuma said with a chuckle, eyeing Menma. Menma shook his head. I'd rather not discuss it here. What if someone overhears? I promise. It's a splendid idea. His confidence was steadfast, for he knew that 5-star establishments in modern society could be quite profitable. Clever lad. Are you worried we might seize the opportunity before you? Asuma declared earnestly. Fear not. I would not encroach upon the ambitions of the younger generation. Since you're the elder, shouldn't you show some support, Asuma? Ino teased. If my disciple has a vision, I shall undoubtedly support it. Menma, I have high hopes for you, Guy said, striking his signature pose with a thumbs up, his gleaming white teeth reflecting his exuberance, as if he were about to proclaim the essence of youth. Laughter filled the air as their hot pot orders arrived. As time slipped quietly into the afternoon, the others found their own obligations, leaving only Naruto and Menma to accompany Kakashi. I never imagined even our teacher with the thick eyebrows would have matters to attend to this afternoon. I was looking forward to sparring with him, Naruto said, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he pouted slightly. You wish to challenge Guy-sensei in taijutsu? Have you lost your senses? Menma replied, regarding Naruto as one might an idealist, for he himself would not dare to match skills with Might Guy. It seemed to him that such boldness was akin to a naive calf unafraid of the tiger. I must ensure that the teacher with bushy eyebrows witnesses the fruits of my labor thus far. During this period, Naruto, aside from indulging in play, has not neglected the practice of taijutsu. He has already mastered the Rasengan, though he is not yet able to wield it one-handed like Might Guy. He still relies on shadow clones. Naruto, I dare you to bet on this. Teacher Guy could kick you to death. Do you believe it? Might Guy teased, a smirk playing on his lips. What nonsense is this? How can you wager like that? What do you mean? Teacher Bushy Brows could kick me to death. That's quite disheartening, Naruto retorted, his face flushing with indignation, and Might Guy realized he had overstepped. Ever since the resurrection of Kushina, Might Guy had transformed, becoming rather reckless, voicing his thoughts without a filter. I apologize, I truly went too far, he quickly amended. Kakashi shared the sentiment, noting that Might Guy was behaving unusually today, speaking without restraint, as if he were not considering the appropriateness of his words. I'm so sorry. Might Guy continued to express remorse. I'm ignoring you, Naruto pouted, turning his head away defiantly. Come on, big brother, I was wrong. Why not let me have a good beating? Might Guy attempted to placate Naruto. Bang! Naruto delivered a heavy punch to Might Guy's abdomen. Are you really hitting me? Might Guy exclaimed, clutching his stomach in pain. But you asked for it. I must fulfill your request, Naruto replied, arms crossed over his chest. As long as you're calmed down, Might Guy half knelt on the ground, still gripping his belly. That punch had been quite forceful. He felt dazed, sensing that Naruto had infused chakra into the blow. Might Guy lifted his shirt to reveal a vivid red imprint of a fist on his abdomen. Why strike so hard? That really hurts. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Are you all right, Might Guy? I never intended to injure you, Naruto exclaimed, panic evident in his eyes. Kakashi, witnessing the scene, was taken aback, pondering whether Naruto had truly struck with such intensity. He rushed to assess the injury but was astonished to observe that the mark on Might Guy's belly was visibly healing at an incredible rate. Such remarkable self-healing abilities. Kakashi remarked, astonishment flickering in his gaze. Do not be overly surprised. The Uzumaki clan is inherently endowed with formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities, coupled with the 9 tails within me. Such injuries are trivial, albeit the pain is indeed real, Might Guy elucidated. I'm sorry, Might Guy. I shouldn't have hit you that hard. Naruto expressed his remorse, feeling guilty as he had never intended to harm him. Do not blame yourself, big brother. However, you are indeed impressive. That punch seemed to unconsciously gather chakra into your hand, Might Guy said, not wishing to cast blame. Curiosity piqued. He wondered if Naruto possessed an innate talent for brute strength, with Naruto's chakra reserves and the 9 tails serving as a source of energy. It seemed plausible that he could deliver a punch capable of shattering Susanoo. The more Might Guy contemplated, the more feasible it appeared, even igniting a desire within him to learn. With this thought, he stood and addressed Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, since we have nothing planned for the afternoon, why not instruct us in the art of ninjutsu? Menma gazed at Kakashi with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression also shifted, mirroring the same expectant look towards Kakashi. Kakashi, feeling somewhat helpless against their enthusiasm, conceded, stating that they could indeed proceed, starting with a test of their chakra affinities. With that, he produced 2 pieces of chakra test paper, having long intended to teach this lesson, especially upon recognizing the remarkable talent of both Naruto and Menma, particularly Menma. He was well prepared for this moment. Holding the test paper, he instructed them to infuse it with their chakra. Kakashi handed the test paper to the 2 of them. This seems rather straightforward, Naruto remarked as he took it and began to channel his chakra. Menma, equally excited, also wished to discover his chakra nature. And upon receiving the test paper, he followed suit. Kakashi elaborated. After you inject your chakra into the paper, if it is of the fire nature, the paper will ignite. If it is wind, it will split in 2. For lightning, it will crumple, water will make it damp, and earth will cause it to crumble. After infusing his chakra into the test paper, Naruto opened his palm to find it split perfectly in half. It appears, Naruto, that your chakra affinity is the rare wind nature, Kakashi announced. What about mine? Menma inquired, revealing the test paper from his palm, which exhibited various effects at its 4 corners, also split in 2. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Menma, you possess 5 chakra affinities. Naruto approached, looking at Menma with admiration. This means I can utilize ninjutsu of all 5 types, just like you, Kakashi-sensei? Menma asked, though he already knew the answer, astonished by the suddenness of his fortune. Indeed. Kakashi confirmed. Now that we have discerned your chakra affinities, I will guide you according to your respective abilities. Looking at the 2, Kakashi began. First, Naruto. Your affinity is wind. The characteristics of wind chakra include cutting and blowing effects, which enhance the sharpness of weapons. He then produced a kunai and threw it at a tree. The kunai lodged itself into the bark. Typically, a thrown kunai would merely stick. But with the infusion of wind chakra, the results were extraordinary. Kakashi retrieved another kunai and began to concentrate wind chakra upon it before hurling it towards the tree. With a resounding thud, that kunai pierced through the tree, embedding itself deeply into a large rock behind it. Remarkable, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Now, Naruto, your task is to attune yourself to the wind chakra, Kakashi instructed. Attune to wind chakra? How do I do that? Naruto asked, puzzled as he looked towards Kakashi. Like this, Kakashi replied, picking up a leaf from the ground and placing it in his palms. He began to infuse it with chakra. By channeling wind chakra, you can split the leaf in 2. As he opened his hands, the leaf was indeed severed in half. I see now. I understand. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand seals, summoning dozens of shadow clones, each of which grasped a leaf to commence their practice. Observing this scene, Kakashi turned his gaze towards Menma. You are rather unique, Menma, as you possess chakra of 5 different natures. Your task is considerably more challenging than Naruto's. You must flawlessly gather different chakra types. As Kakashi spoke, he plucked several leaves from a nearby tree. The difficulty in accurately wielding different chakra types lies in the fact that each chakra nature is distinct. Isolating any single type is a challenge in itself, and the training method mirrors that of Naruto's. Kakashi continued, indeed, It sounds rather daunting. Menma pondered thoughtfully. However, this form of training is quite simple for us. With that, Menma began to form seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. A puff of white smoke erupted, revealing dozens of Menma clones. Alright, let's divide our tasks. You will practice with fire chakra, and you will handle wind chakra, Menma directed. And soon the open space was filled with the shadow clones of both Naruto and Menma. This training method indeed suited them well. Kakashi observed the two, remarking, "Now, while they train, I shall also engage in my own practice." With that, Kakashi began his physical training nearby. As evening approached, Naruto and Menma's shadow clones were left panting heavily. Through an afternoon of practicing with multiple shadow clones, Naruto had made some progress. Menma, too, had not been without advancement. He was just barely able to utilize the 5 chakra types, but it was quite taxing. When he employed one type, the other 4 would disrupt him. Akin to attempting to extract a handful of identical colored beads from a box mixed with 5 different colors. Naruto and Menma glanced at the twilight sky, exchanged looks, and simultaneously dispelled their multiple shadow clones. They absorbed the fruits of their afternoon training, soon overwhelmed by intense fatigue. It's been ages since we pushed ourselves this hard. Menma half knelt on the ground, breathless, before collapsing. Naruto followed suit, both lying on the ground, gasping for air. By the way, Menma, why are we exerting ourselves so diligently in our training? Naruto asked, turning his head slightly. Why? To ensure that neither we nor those we hold dear are bullied by others, Menma replied, gazing up at the starry sky. To prevent ourselves and our cherished ones from being bullied? Naruto echoed, lost in thought. Hey, you two, can you still stand? Kakashi called out from the side. Struggling, they managed to rise and approached Kakashi. Well, can you still stand? In the past, you two might have just passed out from exhaustion. It seems that all this training has not been in vain, Kakashi remarked to them. That is not the main point, is it? The real question should be, what are we having for dinner tonight? Menma interjected. Oh, right. Follow me. Naruto exclaimed as if suddenly struck by an idea and dashed off. Kakashi and Menma exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Naruto's intentions, but they followed suit. 3 individuals arrived at the stream, and at that moment, Menma suddenly recalled the matter of Naruto's birthday gift. Hey, brother, you aren't planning to take us fishing, are you? It's quite late. Perhaps we should just find somewhere to eat, Menma said as he rushed in front of Naruto. No need for that. I have everything prepared, Naruto replied, gesturing towards a glimmering spot in the forest. Upon reaching that location, they discovered 3 of Naruto's shadow clones seated there. You finally made it. If you had come any later, the fish might have burned, one of the clones remarked. I apologize for the trouble today, Naruto said, dispelling the clones. Here you go. Kakashi-sensei, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. I remembered you mentioning how you often fished for yourself when you were young, so I thought of this. Naruto handed a freshly grilled fish to Kakashi. Let me taste this fish and see how it fares, Kakashi chuckled as he began to eat the grilled fish. Menma settled by the fire and took a bite of another grilled fish. Dear Master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. There's more excitement ahead. The starry sky is exceptionally beautiful tonight. Menma gazed up at the stars, marveling. Indeed, Kakashi also looked up at the sky, lost in thought. The trio did not linger for long. After satisfying their hunger, they prepared to leave. Kakashi-sensei, why don't you escort us home? Menma suggested. What? Are you afraid of walking in the dark? Kakashi teased with a smile. After all, we are still children, Menma replied, casting a fearful glance at Kakashi. So now you acknowledge you're a child? Kakashi jested. After dropping off Naruto and Menma at their home and preparing to leave, the door swung open, revealing a woman Kakashi had never encountered before. You must be Kakashi, come in for a glass of water before you go, the woman invited. No, thank you, Kakashi began, but Menma had already pulled him inside. Once inside, Menma hurriedly took Naruto to prepare for a bath. What is the rush? Naruto remarked upon witnessing the scene. Well, we need to sleep early tonight, so let us hurry and finish our baths, Menma replied after a moment's thought. However, Naruto wanted to mention that Kakashi-sensei was still at their house, and it seemed rather impolite to ignore him. It's fine. Aunt Kushina is the same, Menma reassured him. All right then, Naruto consented. With that, the two gathered their change of clothes and headed to the bathroom to draw water for their bath. Kushina then led Kakashi into a small room. First, she glanced at the 2 brothers upstairs, ensuring they had entered the bathroom before she dispelled her transformation technique. Long time no see, Kakashi, Kushina greeted. Kushina-senpai? I can hardly believe my eyes, Kakashi responded, astonished at the sight of her. Surprised, are you? I was even more astonished when I first saw Menma and Naruto, Kushina remarked. Kushina-senpai, have you been resurrected? Kakashi inquired. Not entirely. I was brought back to life by Menma's Edo-tensei, Kushina explained. Edo-tensei? Is it that forbidden technique that requires living sacrifices? Kakashi gazed incredulously at Kushina. Indeed. I was equally astonished and taken aback. By the way, today is your birthday, isn't it, Kakashi? Allow me to convey my heartfelt wishes for your 18th birthday on behalf of Minato, Kakashi. Kushina spoke with the tender demeanor of a caring elder. Thank you, Senior Kushina. And Teacher Minato, Kakashi replied, inadvertently drifting into a reverie. The room was suffused with a warm, yet slightly melancholic atmosphere. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting slender beams of light, while dust danced gracefully within them. Speaking of which, Kakashi, could you share the tale of Naruto and Menma with me? Kushina warmly urged Kakashi to take a seat, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Certainly, Senior Kushina, what would you like to know? Kakashi responded with a smile, his gaze imbued with respect. I wish to learn whether Naruto and Menma faced the scorn of the village, whether they were ostracized. Despite her calm tone, there was an unmistakable authority in Kushina's voice, as if warning Kakashi that he must speak the truth without any semblance of concealment. Well, how should I put this? It is true that they encountered such challenges. However, ever since the last incident with the Nine Tails, and after Menma stated that they were Minato's children, the village has improved significantly. At least I have not heard such rumors again. Kakashi candidly recounted the events surrounding the Nine Tails rampage to Kushina in detail. How could that old man, the third Hokage, allow Naruto and Menma to endure such a life? They are the sons of heroes, the sons of the fourth Hokage. What was he thinking? Is it so difficult to suppress a few slanderous whispers? Kushina's anger flared, her fiery red hair seeming to come alive, rising like furious crimson tails. Kakashi, somewhat apprehensive, regarded Kushina. He had witnessed her fury before, and at this moment, his back was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. In other words, had it not been for Menma's cleverness and resilience, my two sons might still be living in such dire circumstances. The more Kushina pondered, the angrier she became, feeling a blaze of indignation swelling within her chest, eager to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen and demand clarity. All right, Senior Kushina, please calm down. Kakashi quickly interjected, his voice tinged with anxiety. Meanwhile, the two individuals soaking in the second-floor bathroom heard Kushina's roar. Menma, do you think Aunt Kushina is angry about something? Naruto inquired with curiosity, his heart racing at the thought. It was fortunate they were not downstairs, or they would surely have been caught in the crossfire. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Perhaps it's because we've been away all day. Menma replied, though he had a fair idea of what Kushina might be discussing. I say, brother, let us hurry to bed right after our bath. Otherwise, we might just find ourselves in trouble. Menma suggested. I feel the same. Aunt Kushina is rather tempestuous today. Naruto expressed deep agreement, a hint of concern glimmering in his eyes. The two individuals downstairs continued their conversation. Speaking of Kakashi, as Minato's disciple, why haven't you been more attentive to Naruto and Menma? Kushina inquired, her brow furrowed. The inevitable had arrived, and Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a thoughtful pause, he replied, I apologize, senpai. It is indeed my fault for not taking better care of Naruto and Menma, and I do not wish to make excuses. Kakashi spoke with sincere regret. Given that it is your birthday today, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. Kushina continued. By the way, are you aware that Naruto and Menma were attacked by Root last night? Her gaze remained fixed on Kakashi. Yes, Menma informed me about it today. Kakashi recounted the events of the day in detail to Kushina. For now, I shall hold off on confronting the third Hokage. I must wait until after Naruto and Menma's birthday to take them with me, Kushina fumed. I kindly ask you, senpai, not to act rashly. It could cause us trouble. Kakashi attempted to interject, but he was impatiently interrupted by Kushina. Kakashi, why do you always take the side of others? Minato has been good to you, has he not? And I have treated you well too, yet you continuously speak on their behalf. Kushina's anger flared again, her fists clenched, ready to strike. Primarily, it would bring negative repercussions to the village. After all, I am the Hokage, Kakashi explained. And what of it? Wasn't your teacher a Hokage? Now, the son of the fourth Hokage is being bullied. As a disciple of the fourth Hokage, shouldn't you seek justice? Kushina shouted furiously, her eyes ablaze. Just as Kakashi prepared to respond, a voice from outside interrupted. Aunt Kushina, Teacher Kakashi, we're going to bed now. Good night. It was Menma, who hoped Kushina would cease the quarrel, fearing it would not bode well if Naruto overheard. Kakashi and Kushina exchanged glances, and it was Kushina who spoke first. Kakashi, you should head back. We shall discuss some matters later. Also, do not disclose my being reanimated to anyone, especially Naruto, she instructed. Understood, senpai. Kakashi replied before turning to leave. As Kakashi walked alone down the deserted street, the night air felt chilly, and the dim streetlights cast a pallid glow. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Facing the fiery temperament of Kushina was indeed a challenge. Fortunately, I've been spending time with Naruto and Menma lately. Kakashi sighed in relief. He felt that if Kushina discovered he had not adequately cared for Naruto and Menma, she would surely tear him to pieces. Thank you, Akai. You have saved my life this time, Kakashi silently acknowledged. In the quietude of the morning, Kushina tiptoed to Naruto's room, peering gently inside before glancing at Menma's door. Satisfied to see both of her sons safe and sound, a smile of contentment graced her lips as she softly closed the door and descended the stairs. At that moment, she felt that nothing could bring her greater joy than being by the side of her two beloved children. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, she recalled Kakashi's teasing remarks about Naruto and Menma critiquing her culinary skills, prompting her to question her own abilities. After all, she was now a vessel of Edo Tensei, unable to taste food, requiring no rest, and devoid of any need for sustenance. It seemed imperative for her to master the art of cooking. As she contemplated this, memories of Minato surfaced. He had always been the one to prepare meals while she assisted him. Rest assured, Minato, I shall always be here to care for our children, she murmured, gazing at the framed photograph of herself with Minato, alongside another featuring Naruto, Menma, Kakashi, and Might Guy. The latter was taken over a month ago, after their literacy class had concluded. With her Edo Tensei body not requiring rest, she diligently studied a cookbook, immersing herself in its pages. Soon, dawn broke, and sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, illuminating the space with a warm glow. At that moment, Kushina was busy preparing breakfast. Menma, having risen early, descended the stairs while stifling yawns. Approaching the dining table, he lethargically greeted, "Good morning, Aunt Kushina." Suddenly, an aura of menace enveloped the air. "What did you just call me, Menma?" Kushina set down her spatula, cracking her knuckles in a playful display of mock anger. Mom. We agreed to keep things low-key when Naruto is home." Menma quickly interjected, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to Kushina's playful wrath. With that, Kushina's anger dissipated. Naruto was not present, and she mused that revealing her identity to him now would indeed be a delightful surprise. "Mom, please don't be impulsive. There are still 24 days to go," Menma urged, knowing all too well Kushina's spirited nature. If Naruto were to learn of her true identity now, she would undoubtedly cease her concealment and take both brothers straight to the Hokage's office to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi. Menma anticipated that he would have to take action against Root, especially against Danzo. While he believed that with Kurama's assistance, defeating Danzo would not be insurmountable, he still wished to minimize any risk of failure. Therefore, he resolved to dedicate this time to rigorous training, while also gathering evidence of Root's misdeeds, aiming to dismantle the organization altogether. "Good morning, Aunt Kushina." Naruto chimed as he made his way downstairs. "Good morning, Naruto. Come and have breakfast," Kushina called out warmly. Although both boys displayed reluctance on their faces, their bodies obediently moved towards the table. Today's breakfast featured a simple yet delightful change: 2 slices of bread accompanied by crispy bacon. The two individuals, upon seeing today's breakfast, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, for aside from the bacon and eggs that required preparation, everything else was readily available. With a sense of trepidation, one consumed the eggs while the other indulged in the bacon. As they continued to eat, they found the meal to be less unpalatable than the previous day. At least it was somewhat bearable, albeit still slightly salty. Yet, it was a marked improvement over yesterday's overly mushy and excessively salty fare. Observing that their expressions were not as grim as the day before, Kushina felt assured that there were no significant issues with today's breakfast, allowing her to relax. After finishing their meal, they prepared to head out, mentioning that they had arranged to meet Kakashi, who would be guiding them in their training. "Remember to bring Kakashi along for lunch," Kushina said lightly. However, Naruto and Shikamaru were already drenched in sweat upon hearing her words. After all, today's breakfast required minimal preparation. The thought of lunch was daunting, for they could hardly bear to imagine having to endure it, let alone suffer alongside Kakashi. Yet, under Kushina's authoritative gaze, they reluctantly acquiesced, too intimidated to protest. In the Uchiha clan territory, today marked another day of the clan gathering. For the past 3 days, Fugaku had been haunted by Shikamaru's words. Lingering like an inescapable shadow, the clan grounds were enveloped in tranquility, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground, reminiscent of shattered glass. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, yet it could not dispel the deep sorrow etched upon Fugaku's face. Must we ultimately arrive at this juncture? He pondered inwardly, his brow furrowed. Father, could you teach me how to train? At that moment, Sasuke pushed open the living room door and rushed in. Oh, Sasuke. Very well, come with me, Fugaku replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Wonderful. Sasuke silently rejoiced. Fugaku led Sasuke to the edge of a serene pond. The water was crystal clear, rippling gently under the caress of the breeze, with fish occasionally leaping to the surface, splashing droplets around. Sasuke, today I shall teach you our Uchiha clan's fire release technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu. The hand signs are snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, and tiger. As he spoke, Fugaku began to form the necessary hand seals. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. In an instant, a massive fireball erupted from Fugaku's mouth, the intense flames raising the temperature in the vicinity. Now, it's your turn, Sasuke, Fugaku encouraged, gesturing for him to try. Sasuke carefully formed the seals, then called out. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. However, only a small flicker of flame emerged from Sasuke's mouth, a fragile ember swaying in the wind, seemingly poised to extinguish at any moment. Witnessing this, Fugaku's initial anticipation faded into disappointment, though he was not overly surprised. After all, Sasuke was merely a 4-year-old child. Mastering such a technique on the first attempt was nearly impossible, especially considering Itachi had only succeeded at the age of 6. No worries, practice diligently. Your brother mastered it at 6. Take your time, Fugaku reassured Sasuke before turning to leave. Fugaku walked slowly, departing from the Uchiha clan's territory. He sought a secluded corner, where he employed a transformation technique, and then proceeded towards the Hokage building. Shortly thereafter, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Fugaku were engaged in discussions regarding matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi sat behind his desk, a pipe in hand, with smoke swirling around him. Hokage-sama, recently some members of our clan have become excessively radical, and I seek your assistance, Fugaku stated. Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke that gradually dispersed into the air. First, tell me what has transpired. Some within our clan believe that the village has been unjust towards us, and they are plotting a coup. Fugaku's voice bore a weight of gravity. Oh, is that so? Sarutobi had actually heard of this matter before, but he was surprised that Fugaku, as the clan leader, would come personally to address it. Indeed, Hokage-sama, for the stability of the village and the future of the Uchiha clan, I hope you can arrange for your direct Anbu to assist me in eliminating the radicals. Fugaku's heart was filled with conflict, yet he had resolved himself before coming here. Sarutobi took another puff from his pipe, releasing a stream of smoke, and fell into a long silence. Are you truly willing to proceed with this? He inquired, glancing up at Fugaku. If there were any other solutions, they would have been enacted by now. Thus, we must undertake this course of action. Fugaku's tone was resolute, as if proclaiming this was the only path forward. Very well. When shall this take place, so I can make the necessary arrangements? Sarutobi regarded Fugaku with a keen eye. This evening, we will convene a clan meeting, during which I will detain the radicals, allowing your Anbu to act at that time. Fugaku conveyed his plan to Sarutobi. Understood. I will ensure the right personnel are in place. Sarutobi nodded in agreement. I entrust this matter to you, Hokage-sama. Also, I request that this remain confidential. I fear complications may arise otherwise, Fugaku cautioned. I comprehend. I will not disclose this to anyone else. Sarutobi nodded once more. Afterward, Fugaku departed the Hokage's office. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, he was filled with discomfort, for he was to turn against his own kin. In truth, these instructions were given to him by Itachi, who suggested a long-term strategy to ensnare larger prey. Fugaku arrived at an uninhabited area, dispelled the transformation technique, and returned to the Uchiha compound. Meanwhile, Naruto and Itachi were continuing their training from the previous afternoon in an open space, while Kakashi was engaged in physical training nearby. The area was overgrown with weeds, with occasional insects flitting about in the grass. In the distance, birds chirped in the trees, seemingly cheering them on in their training. This isn't working. I feel like there's been no progress today, Naruto furrowed his brow. Indeed, I feel the same, Itachi replied, equally vexed. If it were merely about gathering chakra, it would be manageable, but accurately channeling different elemental chakras presents a significant challenge. Alas, there is no choice. We must give it our all, Naruto sighed. Having spoken, Menma dispelled the numerous shadow clones and closed his eyes to assimilate his experiences. A flicker of realization dawned upon him, prompting him to take a daring leap. With that, Menma began to form hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. As he uttered the incantation, over 100 clones of Menma materialized. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Naruto, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. Menma was indeed prepared to make a full commitment. However, he was aware that regardless of Menma's success, he would need to rest afterwards. Is he truly pushing himself this hard? I shall do the same. Naruto dispelled his own shadow clones, and after absorbing their experiences, he too summoned over 100 clones. Yar, they are truly pushing their limits. Let us hope they master this before the leaves are stripped bare, Kakashi mused, pausing his own activities. In truth, Kakashi was not overly astonished by the sheer number of clones the two could produce, considering their remarkable chakra reserves. It seemed I too must not remain idle. With that thought, Kakashi intensified his training regimen. As time passed, inching closer to noon, Naruto and Menma's clones continued their diligent training in the clearing. Suddenly, one of Naruto's clones leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, "We did it!" Really? The other clones swiftly gathered around, and upon witnessing the leaf in this clone's hand severed cleanly in half, they erupted in cheers of celebration. Without hesitation, Naruto seized the moment and dispelled his clones. As he did, a flood of experiences surged into his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of fatigue that caused him to collapse onto the ground. Kakashi, observing this, felt genuine happiness for Naruto. He approached Naruto, confirming he was all right, and assisted him to the shade of a nearby tree to rest. Beneath the tree's canopy, dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and providing a refreshing breeze that offered Naruto some comfort. Seeing Naruto's success, Menma was eager to seize the moment as well. Gritting his teeth, he dispelled his shadow clones. In that instant, alongside the sudden influx of experience, a profound weariness washed over him. Menma collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. But he mustered the strength to rise once more. Multiple shadow clone technique. Menma continued to summon clones, though this time the number was diminished, totaling only a few dozen. Kakashi watched in astonishment, not expecting Menma to produce so many clones under such circumstances. Reflecting silently, he glanced at Naruto, who was resting nearby. Compared to their peers, these two brothers were exceptionally gifted. Should they enter the ninja academy, they would undoubtedly be regarded as prodigies. Yet, unbeknownst to others, they had been relentlessly training since their early years. Menma, gritting his teeth, persevered in his training. After an indeterminate time, Naruto, observing Menma still immersed in his training, couldn't help but smile. It seems I have triumphed, Naruto thought to himself. Early that morning, they had agreed that the one to finish their training first would have a wish fulfilled by the other. Naruto began to ponder what task he should assign to Menma, feeling quite conflicted. Should he invite him for ramen? That seemed rather unwise. He contemplated various options, yet struggled to conceive a suitable idea. Naruto, how do you feel? Kakashi inquired with a smile directed at him. Well, aside from feeling a bit fatigued, I am otherwise fine, Naruto replied. Just then, cheers erupted from the vicinity of Menma. Kakashi, sensing something, approached with a beaming smile, and Naruto, witnessing this, rose to follow. As they drew near, they discovered several of Menma's shadow clones. Some with leaves singed with holes, others split in two, some warm to the touch and slightly crinkled, while a few bore droplets of water. It was evident that Menma had succeeded. In truth, once one mastered the technique, it became rather simple. Thus, mastering one method would enable success with the others by employing the same approach. With jubilant exclamations, Menma suddenly collapsed, causing the surrounding shadow clones to dissipate automatically. Has he reached his limit? Kakashi murmured, quickly regaining his composure and advancing toward Menma's form. Kakashi-sensei, is Menma all right? Naruto asked anxiously, gazing at Kakashi. It's nothing serious. He merely exhausted too much chakra, and he'll recover with a bit of rest, Kakashi reassured him. Subsequently, Kakashi glanced at the sky, noting it was nearly midday. At that moment, Naruto recalled Kushina's instructions and promptly informed Kakashi. Is that so? Then let us proceed. With that, Kakashi hoisted Menma onto his back, following Naruto as they departed. Meanwhile, Kushina awaited their return at home. Earlier that morning, she had arranged for the three of them to join Kakashi for a meal. The aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air, as the table was generously laden with an array of tempting culinary delights. Sitting at the table, Kushina's gaze frequently shifted from the bounty before her to the entrance, where sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright patches on the floor. What could be taking Naruto and Menma so long? The food will surely grow cold, she murmured in frustration. We're back. Just then, the door swung open, and Naruto exclaimed. He removed his shoes at the entrance and stepped inside. Kushina's eyes lit up, and she quickly rose to greet him at the threshold. You've finally returned. Come. Before the food cools down, she urged, her face adorned with a motherly smile. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Menma, who Kakashi was carrying. What happened to Menma? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. He overexerted himself in training and depleted too much chakra. He just needs to rest for a while, Kakashi explained. Oh dear, this child. Just place him on the sofa, and you two come to eat, Kushina instructed, turning toward the dining table. Naruto sensed something amiss, but brushed it off. Taking a seat at the table, he gazed at the dishes, their presentation appealing, though the true taste remained to be discovered. After placing Menma on the sofa, Kakashi joined Naruto at the table, pulling out a chair to sit down. Kushina sat opposite them, gazing at the two as she urged, Please, eat up. You must be hungry. I began to indulge in the meal. In unison, the two responded. Naruto scanned the table and reached for a piece of fish that appeared appetizing. Yet after several attempts with his chopsticks, he failed to secure a morsel. Observing this, Kakashi assisted him, and as the fish was finally torn apart, both were momentarily taken aback. This fish seems undercooked, Kakashi remarked tentatively. Really? Let me see. Kushina leaned in to inspect, and discovered that while the exterior of the fish was cooked, the inside remained raw. Feeling embarrassed, she removed the fish to reprocess it. The two exchanged glances before shifting their focus to the other dishes on the table, wondering if they were any better. At that moment, Kakashi reached for a plate of greens, took some with his chopsticks, and upon tasting it, his expression contorted in pain. The dish was excessively salty and bore a bitter taste, likely due to the unremoved old leaves during preparation. Naruto stood up, grabbed a ladle, and scooped some soup into his bowl for a taste. His face transformed into a vivid portrayal of horror. The soup was an unusual concoction, with a medley of bitterness, sourness, and spiciness, rendering it far beyond mere unpleasantness. Indeed, it was nearly inedible. Kakashi, observing Naruto's reaction, swallowed hard and also sampled the soup. His countenance soured immediately, feeling an overwhelming resistance from his body, yet he managed to swallow it down. Almost instantly, his stomach began to churn violently. The dining experience for the two was akin to enduring torment, exchanging wry smiles as they glanced at one another. In that moment, Kakashi finally comprehended why Naruto and Menma often criticized Kushina's culinary skills. The title of Queen of Dark Cuisine was truly well-deserved. Just then, Menma, reclining on the sofa, stirred awake. He sat up, his eyes dazed as they roamed around the quiet room, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall. Kakashi and Naruto, hearing the commotion, turned to see Menma awake, prompting them to hastily rise and lead him to the dining table. Naruto mischievously ladled some soup and offered it to Menma. Menma, do try Aunt Kushina's cooking, Naruto grinned. Menma, feeling a bit puzzled, hesitated on whether to drink it when Kushina approached, carrying the reprocessed fish. Oh, Menma, you're awake. Please eat something, she said, placing the fish on the table before taking her seat again. Menma stared at the bowl of soup, glanced at Kushina, and then at Naruto and Kakashi. He swallowed, thinking to himself that he might as well take the plunge. Well then, I'll dig in, Menma declared, lifting the bowl and downing the soup in one go. Naruto and Kakashi watched, feeling as though he were undergoing a trial of life and death. Menma reasoned that enduring a brief moment of pain was preferable to prolonged suffering. After finishing the soup and setting down the bowl, he had yet to voice his opinion when the aftertaste surged forth. The flavor was unlike anything he had ever encountered, indescribably difficult to swallow, with a potent after-effect. Quickly regaining his composure, the three shared a tacit understanding and reached for the plate of fish. This time, unlike the last, the fish was indeed thoroughly cooked. The three of them each took a piece of fish and placed it in their mouths. Instantly, their faces involuntarily twitched. Although the fish was cooked, its taste was peculiar, neither delightful nor distasteful, and it was impossible to discern the flavor of the fish itself. Kushina, it seemed, was a culinary genius in her own right, capable of transforming fish into a dish devoid of flavor. Such a feat was truly remarkable. Observing their reactions with a curious gaze, she inquired, "What's wrong? Is it unpalatable?" The trio quickly shook their heads. "Delicious. Absolutely delicious," Naruto exclaimed eagerly. "Yes, I've never tasted such exquisite fish," added Menma. "Indeed, it is quite tasty," Kakashi concurred. However, the true assessment of the dish resided solely within their own hearts. At that moment, the three were at a loss as to which dish to tackle next, convinced that the remaining offerings would be less than satisfactory. Menma swiftly scanned the table and spotted a peculiar-looking bowl. With a spirit of experimentation, he took a piece, only to discover it was a chicken leg, albeit obscured by a layer of burnt sugar that rendered it an unappealing shade of black. As he bit into it, he recognized it was indeed chicken, and upon further tasting, found that aside from the slightly bitter charred sugar, the flavor was rather pleasant. Seeing Menma's expression improve, Naruto and Kakashi decided to try a piece as well. After tasting, they too realized that despite the bitterness of the outer layer, the overall taste was quite acceptable. This dish had been prepared by Kushina according to a recipe, but her misjudgment of cooking time and temperature had resulted in the caramelization going awry. Witnessing their reactions, Kushina beamed with satisfaction, acknowledging that not every dish she made could be exquisite, as long as a few were palatable. She would find contentment. This was her current standard for her culinary abilities. Menma then turned his attention to a plate of carrots, which were unevenly chopped, with varying sizes and thicknesses, interspersed with corn and peas. He took a spoonful and began to eat, discovering that the thicker pieces of carrot were undercooked. Nevertheless, since carrots could be consumed raw, he did not mind overly much. Thus, the trio spent a considerable amount of time enjoying their meal. After finishing, they sank into the sofa, their faces reflecting discomfort, while Kushina busied herself washing the dishes in the kitchen. "So, Kakashi-sensei, how was the taste? Not too bad, right?" Menma teased, glancing at Kakashi. "Ah, indeed. It's a rarity to have such a lunch," Kakashi replied, the implication of his words evident to any discerning ear. "Since it's so delicious, you must come again next time," Menma said with a beaming smile at Kakashi, his seemingly sincere invitation harboring a hidden agenda. "I think I shall refrain from intruding on your gathering." Kakashi politely declined the ostensibly kind invitation. "What are your plans for the afternoon?" Naruto inquired, eager to ascertain their next activities. "I am quite exhausted and would prefer to rest for a while," Menma replied. "In that case, I shall go find Shikamaru and the others," Naruto declared as he prepared to leave. "Go ahead, I'll catch up with you later," Menma said, ready to ascend the stairs for a nap. "I too shall take my leave." Kakashi rose to leave, but was halted by Kushina. "Kakashi, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Kakashi hesitated, retracting his foot and resuming his seat. "Very well," he replied, settling back to await Kushina's words. After Naruto exited, he sought out Shikamaru and the others, while Menma ascended the stairs to prepare for rest. Once Kushina finished washing the dishes, she joined Kakashi at his side. "Do you recall the times we undertook missions together? Back when the fourth Hokage was still with us?" Kushina began to reminisce. "Of course. I remember, senpai. Those days were filled with vigor and determination. Reflecting on them now, they are indeed precious memories," Kakashi responded earnestly. Thus, Kushina continued, "Kakashi, I hope you can continue to mentor Naruto and Menma. I sense that they truly enjoy your company. Rest assured, senpai, I will do my utmost to guide them. Both Naruto and Menma possess remarkable potential. If they persevere, they will undoubtedly become outstanding shinobi." Kakashi affirmed confidently. "I too have noticed the exceptional qualities in these two children, especially Menma. He seems to stand apart from his peers, and I worry he may feel isolated and burdened," Kushina expressed, her face etched with concern. Do not fret, senpai. Menma is indeed different. He is more gifted and diligent than the others, and possesses a maturity not often seen in children. However, you need not worry. Menma is quite cheerful and has other friends, Kakashi reassured her. Indeed, this child is extraordinary, surpassing his father in his youth. I wonder how far he will grow, Kushina marveled. As Kakashi and Kushina continued their light-hearted conversation, a knock echoed from the door. The afternoon sunlight poured into the room, and the surrounding tranquility was punctuated only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The atmosphere within was relaxed and pleasant, and the knock disrupted this serene ambience. Is Menma home? Came a man's voice. Kushina found the voice familiar and opened the door. Upon recognizing the visitor, she greeted him warmly. Ah, it's Fugaku. It's been so long. Please come in. Wait, where's Mikoto? Kushina initially beamed with joy, but upon scanning the area and finding no sign of Mikoto, she could not help but inquire. Fugaku paused, scrutinizing the unfamiliar woman before him, unable to recall who she was, and hesitantly asked, "Excuse me, miss. Do we know each other?" Struggling to place her, he was perplexed as to why she was in Menma's home. If not for his repeated confirmations, he might have thought he had come to the wrong place. Oh dear, though it has been ages, surely you haven't forgotten me? I am Kushina, she replied with a cheerful smile, suddenly realizing something. She glanced around before pulling Fugaku inside. Upon hearing her introduce herself as Kushina, Fugaku was visibly startled, gazing at her with incredulity. Before he could gather his thoughts, she had already ushered him into the house. Is it truly you, Kushina? Fugaku asked tentatively. As Kushina finally dispelled her transformation technique and reverted to her original form, she stifled a laugh and remarked, "Isn't it so?" It was then that Fugaku realized that the person before him was indeed Kushina. At that moment, Kakashi approached and greeted Fugaku. "Hello, clan leader Fugaku." Upon noticing Kakashi, Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. "So, Kushina, have you returned to life?" Fugaku inquired. "One could hardly call it a resurrection. I was reincarnated through the reanimation jutsu," Kushina replied. "What?" Fugaku gazed at Kushina in disbelief, then turned to Kakashi. After receiving Kakashi's confirmation, he became increasingly aware of the complexity surrounding the reanimation jutsu. "By the way, Fugaku, were you looking for Minato?" "Unfortunately, he just fell asleep," Kushina stated. "It seems my timing is rather unfortunate," Fugaku replied with a hint of resignation. "Oh, it matters not. It has been quite some time since we last met. Let us sit and converse while we await Minato's awakening," Kushina said, gently pulling Fugaku toward the living room. Though Fugaku initially intended to decline, he could not resist Kushina's warm invitation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Minato emerged from his room. The three downstairs heard the commotion from above and glanced up. "Ah, Uncle Fugaku is here as well. Let this be a witness," Minato remarked as he descended the stairs. "Witness?" Fugaku echoed in confusion, with both Kushina and Kakashi wearing expressions of bewilderment. "Ah, you'll find out soon enough. Come a bit closer," Minato said, placing his hands on both Kushina and Kakashi. Kakashi quickly understood the implication and placed his hand on Fugaku, and with a whoosh, the four figures vanished from their location. Meanwhile, Naruto was engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with Shikamaru and others. The surrounding forest was dappled with sunlight filtering through the leaves, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing everyone to feel a weight upon them, leading them to collapse. Clearly, they had fallen victim to a jinjutsu. At that moment, several masked individuals emerged, among them a figure with bandages wrapped around his head, obscuring his right eye, and his right arm hanging as if broken. This was Danzo. "Lord Danzo, we've taken care of it," one of the masked root ninjas reported. "Good. Take the jinchūriki and retreat," Danzo commanded. Subsequently, a root ninja lifted Naruto and prepared to leave. Just then, with a whoosh, four figures appeared before them. "You wish to take my brother without even greeting me first?" came a voice belonging to Minato, who had arrived using the Flying Thunder God technique. Knowing that Root would certainly attempt a second mission after their initial failure, Minato had ensured Naruto's safety by sending a shadow clone with him, secretly following Naruto. "Mother, we cannot allow those who bully us to escape," Minato declared. "I understand this well," Kushina replied, then conjured a barrier to encircle the root ninjas, as well as Minato and Kakashi. Now, faced with so many adversaries, a certain technique seems most fitting: multiple shadow clone jutsu. Upon uttering these words, dozens of shadow clones encircled 9 individuals, including Danzo. You little brat, do not presume that mastering the Flying Thunder God technique allows you to underestimate us, Danzo declared, while directing his subordinates to break free. At that moment, the numerous shadow clones engaged in a fierce battle with several root ninjas. Although the techniques of the shadow clones were inferior to those of the root members, their numerical advantage rendered the conflict intensely balanced. The true form of Menma sat calmly on the ground, propping his head with one hand, observing silently. Time passed, and after the last shadow clone was vanquished, the root members found themselves slightly breathless, weapons in hand, fixated on Menma. "Oh, can you still fight?" Menma rose and began to form seals. At that instant, four shadow clones appeared behind him, swiftly vanishing to the prearranged kunai of the Flying Thunder God. This chapter is not over. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. So, after receiving this attack, can you still continue the fight? Menma taunted. "You insufferable brat. What do you take us for?" A root ninja bellowed furiously. "Merely Danzo's dogs," Menma retorted. "You wretched child, do not underestimate us." Water style. Great water burst wave. Suddenly, a massive torrent surged forth. Another root ninja, quick on the draw, formed seals. Lightning style. Lightning ball. The water within the barrier crackled with electricity, hurtling directly towards Menma. Quite interesting. Flying Thunder God lightning guidance. Menma positioned a kunai before him, and a formation appeared abruptly. As the electrified water approached, it was drawn into the formation as if by a black hole just before contact. Meanwhile, by the seaside, an old man prepared to set out for fishing, the surface of the sea shimmering under the sun. Suddenly, the waters began to rage, prompting the old man to retreat hastily. Once the sea calmed, he returned to the shore and was taken aback to find many half-dead fish scattered along the shore and surface. Convinced this was a gift from the sea god, he immediately knelt down in reverence, bowing profoundly. "Thank you for this bounty, great sea god." On Menma's side, the Umbu were taken aback by this scene, gazing in disbelief. Those outside the barrier also looked on in astonishment at Menma. Kakashi, however, remained unfazed, for he had personally trained Menma and possessed some understanding of his capabilities. "Kakashi-sensei, are you ready? It's time to go?" Menma inquired. "Indeed. Let us proceed." Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Super Spiral Flash, Super Wheel Dance. Roar of the three styles. The five Menmas simultaneously shouted, flinging the kunai of the Flying Thunder God. Kakashi also seized a kunai and charged forward. At this juncture, the root members, besieged by Menma's relentless onslaught, gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, they were not entirely inept. 3 or 4 individuals managed to keep pace with Menma's speed, preparing their defenses in advance, though they could only withstand a few strikes before sustaining injuries from Menma's kunai. Upon witnessing this scene, the root ninja, who had been carrying Naruto and standing alongside Danzo, could no longer bear it. He set Naruto down and said to Danzo, "Lord Danzo, I must go assist them." After receiving Danzo's consent, he swiftly performed hand seals, fire style, grand fireball technique. At that moment, a colossal fireball soared towards the crowd, and he quickly formed new seals, wind style, great breakthrough. Upon the collision of wind and fire, the fireball expanded significantly. The 7 root ninjas engaged in battle with Menma, upon seeing this spectacle, executed the body flicker technique to teleport beside Danzo. As the fire technique erupted under the influence of the wind, it exploded and spread outward, shrouding the entire barrier in smoke, rendering the outside observers unable to discern the situation within. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed that the root's position was shielded by earth style, while a glimmer of golden light began to emerge from Menma's side. Once the smoke cleared completely, a dark golden sphere enveloped Menma and Kakashi, signifying that, in a moment of peril, Menma had entered the Nine Tails chakra mode, utilizing its power to safeguard both himself and Kakashi. With the earth-style barrier lifted, Danzo glanced towards Menma. Although he anticipated that Menma and Kakashi would remain safe, it nonetheless caused him a headache. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Yet this did little to alleviate the tense atmosphere. "I say, Danzo, if you wish to take my brother away, you must first subdue me. However, with your skills and those of your subordinates, you have much to learn." Menma taunted with reckless disdain, clearly dismissing Danzo's authority. "Do not be so arrogant, brat." An irate root ninja threatened to charge forward. "Step back. You are no match for him," Danzo commanded, halting the ninja. He then grasped the illusion-controlled Naruto and slowly advanced. Vortex Menma. If you do not wish to see your dear brother perish before your eyes, surrender and come to me willingly, Danzo declared, feeling he had found Menma's weakness. Convinced that Menma would not disregard Naruto's safety. Hey, you old thief, have you miscalculated? As long as I remain unbound, you will never seize Naruto, Menma retorted, casually toying with the kunai in his hand. No sooner had he spoken than he instantaneously utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before Danzo, swiftly swinging his kunai with astonishing speed, severing Danzo's hand that held Naruto. The 8 individuals nearby quickly reacted, attempting to rush in to protect Danzo. However, Menma offered them no opportunity to respond. 8 dark golden chakra arms materialized behind him, each forming a Rasengan, and they struck directly at the assailants. After a cloud of dust settled, aside from a few nimble ninjas who evaded the attack using the body replacement technique, 2 were struck by the Rasengan, suffering grave injuries and collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Having accomplished all this, Menma swiftly transported himself and Naruto to Kakashi's side using the Flying Thunder God technique. Are you alright, Lord Danzo? A root ninja beside him inquired, initiating medical ninjutsu to treat Danzo's wounds. Observing the disheveled state of the 9 individuals, Menma could not resist a taunt. Oh dear, is this the famed root of Konoha? It appears rather unimpressive to me. With a nonchalant gesture, he cleaned his ear with his pinky, exuding an air of indifference that was infuriating. You insolent brat. One of the root members, visibly enraged, glared at Menma with clenched teeth. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Unable to defeat a mere child, you all truly are pathetic. Menma continued his mockery. Child, if you persist in this manner, you will inevitably face dire consequences, Danzo growled, clutching his injured arm. Oh my, it seems Lord Danzo is concerned for my well-being. I must thank you for your concern, though I fear you may not witness the outcome. As soon as Menma finished speaking, he abruptly vanished from sight. Let me inform you of one more thing. The Flying Thunder God seal will never dissipate. Menma's voice echoed from behind Danzo. How can this be? Danzo exclaimed in terror as he turned to look. Rasengan. Menma hurled the Rasengan toward Danzo. Watch out. Lord Danzo. The root ninja treating Danzo suddenly shoved him aside, taking the full brunt of Menma's Rasengan himself. Seeing his attack miss, Menma initially contemplated pursuing his assault, but soon deemed it rather pointless to eliminate Danzo outright. He decided to retreat to Kakashi's side instead. Perhaps I may have gone a bit overboard, Menma murmured softly. Indeed, but it should not pose significant issues, Kakashi remarked from the side. Let us conclude for today, Danzo. Remember this. Roots can only be buried in the ground, and if they obstruct the sunlight, they must be eradicated, Menma declared loudly in Danzo's direction. Menma then turned to signal Kushina to lift the barrier. Once the barrier was dispelled, he approached Kushina, with Kakashi carrying Naruto following closely behind. Kakashi-sensei, please dispel the jinjutsu on those lying on the ground, Menma instructed, gesturing toward the incapacitated individuals. In truth, Kushina had long wished to release Shikamaru and the others from their jinjutsu, but had been halted by Menma. Once Shikamaru and the others were freed from the jinjutsu, Menma approached them, pointing at Danzo. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and Kiba, upon your return, inform your parents that Lord Danzo from the root attacked you. You were merely caught in a jinjutsu and nearly taken away by him. Shikamaru and the others momentarily stood in shock, glancing at Menma before looking in the direction he indicated. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei and clan head Fugaku rescued you, Menma added reassuringly. At this moment, Shikamaru finally regained his composure and stood to express his gratitude to the two, with the others following suit. Naruto, however, remained in a dazed state, staring blankly at the scene before him. Lord Danzo, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. What a pity that your plans have been thwarted. And not a single one of you was taken, Menma remarked, feigning politeness while brimming with provocation. Damn it, that insufferable brat. Toanzo fixed a fierce gaze upon Menma's retreating silhouette, his eyes brimming with a malevolent intensity as if he wished to rend him asunder. In an effort to render their performance more authentic, Menma, Kakashi, Kushina, and Fugaku took turns escorting Shikamaru and the others home, meticulously explaining the day's events to their parents. Once everyone had been safely returned, an exhilarating sense of anticipation surged within Menma as he declared, "This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." Tomorrow's Hokage office will surely be riveting. I find myself quite eager to witness it. Menma's elation stemmed from the realization that he had refrained from killing Toanzo not due to an inability to do so, but rather because he found the unfolding drama to be far more intriguing. After all, Toanzo harbored numerous secrets waiting to be unearthed. Revealing them would undoubtedly create a spectacle of greater magnitude. Suddenly struck by a thought, Menma turned to Fugaku, inquiring, "Uncle Fugaku, what brings you to seek me today?" Upon hearing this, Fugaku glanced around cautiously, prompting Menma to swiftly comprehend the unspoken implication. He placed a hand on several individuals, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. And in an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing within the confines of Menma's home. The abrupt change in scenery elicited little surprise from the group, as they had grown accustomed to such occurrences after their numerous experiences together. "I came to find you because Fugaku has relayed the conversation he had with Sarutobi Hiruzen this morning," Menma explained. After pondering for a moment, a subtle smile graced his lips, suggesting that tomorrow would prove to be even more captivating. "What do you mean?" the others queried, their expressions clouded with confusion, particularly Naruto, who remained utterly bewildered. "You may be unaware, but there are individuals affiliated with Root in close proximity to the Hokage," Menma stated nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. "What?" The group gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated the presence of Root agents so near to the Hokage. "Let us observe whether Toanzo makes a move tonight. After all, he is quite eager to acquire the Sharingan, particularly the right eye belonging to Uchiha Kagami," Menma remarked with casual ease, though Fugaku's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. He was well aware of Uchiha Kagami, but what astonished him was Menma's knowledge of the matter, something even he had not been privy to. "Menma, I have long been curious about how you come to know so much. There are many things that even the Hokage may be unaware of," Fugaku inquired, his intrigue palpable. The two others, though silent, clearly shared in his curiosity. "Well, how shall I put it?" Menma began, suddenly realizing he may have divulged too much, struggling to conjure a suitable excuse. "Much of it is conjecture. I cannot explain why, but I possess an instinct for these matters. While previously traversing the realm using the Flying Thunder God technique, I inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden chamber, within which I discovered some rather remarkable things." Menma resumed his grandiose storytelling. "What did you uncover?" Fugaku pressed. "A clandestine research facility, containing a dossier regarding Toanzo's arm and eye, which explicitly detailed that the eye was indeed a transplanted Sharingan from Uchiha Kagami, and that the arm was composed of Hashirama's cells," Menma asserted with an air of conviction, as if it were an established fact. "And where might this research facility be located?" Fugaku asked anxiously. "As I departed, I inadvertently triggered a mechanism that caused a collapse in that vicinity. Fortunately, I was swift enough to escape. Although the laboratory has ceased to exist, I am aware of who performed the transplant surgery." Menma continued. "Who is it?" The three inquired simultaneously. "It is none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha," Menma replied. The trio was taken aback, but upon reflection, they acknowledged that it indeed seemed like something Orochimaru would undertake. The revelations they had received today were astonishing, and they required some time to process the information. Naruto, standing aside, was utterly perplexed by their conversation and interjected, "What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand anything. You keep mentioning Danzo and Orochimaru. Who are they?" "They are exceptionally nefarious villains," Menma succinctly responded. At this description, Kushina nearly burst into laughter. "All right, Uncle Fugaku, you should return now. We need to refrain from discussing Danzo. It is likely that the Hokage is already aware of your interactions with us, the jinchūriki. While you could perhaps deflect with the excuse of looking out for a friend's child, the Hokage is unlikely to be easily persuaded by such a rationale," Menma stated. "I understand. Even if they are aware, there's little that can be done. The situation between the Cloud and Stone villages has become quite dire, with the potential for conflict looming at any moment. If a war were to erupt, it could very well implicate Konoha. So the Hokage likely has little energy to focus on this matter," Fugaku replied. "What? Such a situation exists?" Menma exclaimed in astonishment. "Logically, despite the ongoing tensions between the Stone and Cloud villages following the Third Shinobi War, there had never been large-scale warfare. Could his arrival have instigated this outcome? The more he pondered, the less plausible it seemed, and he began to deeply contemplate the underlying reasons. Noticing the time, Fugaku bid farewell and departed. The night enveloped the Uchiha clan like an immense black curtain, weighing heavily upon them. Within the blue-hewn shrine, flickering lights cast shadows of the Uchiha clan members that danced upon the walls. At this moment, Fugaku was presiding over the clan assembly. The Uchiha were divided into two distinct factions within the shrine. One side, led by Elder Uchiha Shana, represented the radical faction, their eyes gleaming with fervor and urgency. The other side, composed of the younger generation, constituted the pro-peace faction, their expressions more composed and serene. Caught between these two factions, Fugaku, the clan leader, traditionally found himself in a predicament. However, this time felt different. As in previous clan meetings, the clamor of disputes reverberated throughout the shrine, intense and fervent. The radicals brandished their arms, vociferously advocating for a coup to seize power, while the pro-peace faction argued with reason, promoting dialogue and seeking mutual benefit. Just when it seemed that today's assembly would conclude without resolution, Fugaku spoke up. It is natural for you young people to have differing opinions from ours, but I implore you all to refrain from damaging the harmony of our clan. He directed his steady, calm voice towards the pro-peace faction. Let us conclude today's assembly here. Elder Shana, please remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Fugaku turned to address the radicals, and upon hearing his words, the moderates deflated like a punctured balloon. A few attempted to voice their thoughts, but were promptly silenced by Shursui. As the moderates gradually departed, the radicals converged around them. Chief Fugaku, by keeping us here, do you not also align with our ideals? Elder Shursui inquired first, his gaze filled with a glimmer of hope. Elder Shursui, I must apologize for my bluntness. I do not concur. Fugaku replied decisively, his tone firm and unwavering. Since you do not concur, then you must be part of the moderates. Why then? Have you chosen to retain us? Uchiha Shursui observed Fugaku, an ominous premonition stirring within him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. I cannot allow a few rogue elements to spoil the entire pot, Fugaku proclaimed, closing his eyes momentarily. Upon reopening them, a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan emerged before all present. Before anyone could react, Fugaku ensnared them in his jinjutsu. For the future of our Uchiha clan, I must impose upon you. Rest assured, I shall not harm your families. Sparing them is the utmost kindness I can offer. With that, Fugaku turned to leave the Bansho shrine. Just as he stepped through the doorway, the umbu arranged by Sarutobi Hizen materialized. I have ensnared them in my jinjutsu. I wish to avoid staining my hands with the blood of my kin, so I entrust this task to you. Fugaku addressed the umbu. Understood, replied an umbu captain. Wait. A voice interrupted, belonging to Uchiha Shursui. Senior Fugaku, one of my elders is among them, and I wish to see him off personally. Though his words were calm, the slight tremor of his lips revealed the turmoil within. In truth, Fugaku had already informed Shursui of this matter, urging him to prepare himself mentally. Very well. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Remember, you carry the future of the Uchiha clan on your shoulders. Fugaku murmured gently. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were among the most exceptional of their generation, with Shursui likely destined to become the next clan leader. I understand, Chief. I am prepared. With that, Shursui stepped into the Bansho shrine. Let us proceed. The umbu captain followed suit, entering as well. Inside the shrine, there was an eerie silence, devoid of any cries. Only the chilling sound of blades piercing flesh resonated. Shortly thereafter, Shursui and the umbu emerged. Shursui's face bore the marks of tears, reminiscent of one who had just lost a cherished loved one. His eyes filled with anguish and sorrow. Upon witnessing this, Fugaku sighed deeply and gently placed a hand on Shursui's shoulder. You did well, Shursui. Had you not acted, perhaps even more lives would have been lost today, Fugaku reassured him. I understand, Chief Fugaku. Clutching the bloodied blade tightly, Shursui felt the blood trickling down the edge. Yet he refused to relinquish his grip. At that moment, Shursui slowly opened his eyes, revealing his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Fugaku observed silently, opting not to raise an alarm. Instead, he gently patted Shursui on the shoulder and spoke. Come, Shursui, let us retreat to a tranquil place for a moment of reflection. As Fugaku moved forward, Shursui, having wiped the blood from his kunai, sheathed it at his back and silently trailed Fugaku. Captain, what shall we do with the bodies? Inquired a nearby umbu ninja. The Hokage instructed that the Uchiha clan is to handle this matter themselves. Our duty was merely to end their lives, the umbu captain replied. Understood. I have confirmed there are no survivors, the Umbu ninja added. Very well, let us depart, the captain responded, and the Umbu members soon left the area. Once all had vacated, two figures stealthily emerged. These individuals bore no insignia to identify themselves and covertly infiltrated the Blue River Shrine. Upon entering, one of them retrieved a scroll from within their robes, unfurling it to reveal a conspicuous character. One of the figures swiftly performed hand seals, and suddenly, with a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing Danzo's presence. Seize all of their Sharingan, and do so with haste. Danzo commanded impatiently. Yes, Lord Danzo, came the immediate response as some began to act. Lord Danzo, what are your intentions? At that moment, a fallen Uchiha's corpse rose to confront Danzo. The trio was startled, turning to see that the figure before them appeared to be no older than a mere child. It was Shirsue's clone. Lord Danzo, we meet again. Fugaku's voice rang from behind, revealing that both he and Shirsue had not strayed far, but rather lay in wait. Fugaku. Danzo quickly grasped the trap that had ensnared him. Humph. Your clan seeks a coup. I am merely assessing the situation, Danzo retorted defensively. Yet, this is curious. Aside from myself, only Kakashi, Minato, Itachi, Shirsue, and the Hokage were privy to tonight's operations. Might I inquire how you, Lord Danzo, came by this information? Fugaku countered, his gaze sharp with scrutiny. It dawned on Danzo that he had walked into a meticulously laid trap. As an advisor to the Hokage, I am under no obligation to answer your queries, Danzo declared. Attempting to withdraw. Safe travels. No need for farewells, Fugaku remarked coldly. Danzo departed without a backward glance. It seems Minato's speculation was accurate. Danzo truly would come, Fugaku noted. Indeed, tomorrow's Hokage office meeting will surely be riveting, Shirsue responded. Quite so. First, let us arrange for the handling of our clan's deceased. We shall claim that Danzo's root members ambushed our clan grounds, Fugaku suggested. Shirsue was taken aback, although the radical faction had indeed been eradicated. Such actions would undoubtedly give rise to new radicals, as Danzo represented the higher echelons of Konoha. Fugaku, do you not think this course of action may be somewhat inappropriate? Given that Danzo embodies the village's senior leadership? Shirsue expressed his concern. I understand. However, once Danzo is eliminated and a younger clan leader is appointed, matters will be resolved. Futake remarked nonchalantly. What? Clan leader? Shirsue exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Futake. Shirsue, I have faith in you. Leading our clan will be more effective in your hands. Besides, you and I are the only ones with the Mangekyo Sharingan in our clan. They will not dare to voice their objections, Futake continued. But clan leader, I am merely 13 years old. How can I possibly? Shirsue protested, reluctant to assume the responsibilities of leadership at such a tender age. There is no need for you to take on the role immediately. A few more years will suffice, Futake reassured him. Mina is right. Danzo must perish. Without his demise, we shall endure no peace, and this is the only course of action left to us. Very well, I comprehend, Shirsue declared before turning to depart. At that moment, in Mina's room, Naruto and Mina sat on the bed clad in pajamas. The dim lighting cast their shadows upon the wall, creating a somewhat comical scene. Rock, paper, scissors. They engaged in this simple game, their faces adorned with numerous small paper notes. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh no, I lost again, Naruto lamented, promptly adding another note to his face. Concede, I have completely deciphered your hand gestures, Mina replied with a sense of triumph. Though Mina also bore notes upon her face. Their quantity was far less than Naruto's. No way, let us go again. Naruto insisted stubbornly. Oh, what harm is there in promising me one thing? Mina said while continuing their game of rock, paper, scissors. Don't forget, you still owe me one, Naruto reminded her. Let me know once you've made up your mind. Mina responded. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Naruto, Mina, are you not asleep yet? Have you even checked the time? Kushina's voice came from the other side, tinged with displeasure. Yes, we will sleep right away. Mina quickly tore off all the notes from her face, turned off the bedside lamp, and prepared for slumber. Naruto, too, hurriedly removed his notes and lay down. Hey, Mina, this time you've won. Tell me, what do you want me to promise you? Naruto whispered in her ear. Let us cancel out that one time, Mina replied softly. What? Cancel out? Naruto suddenly sat up, exclaiming. Shoo, keep it down. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble, Mina hissed in a tone only they could hear. Alas, it was too late. As soon as Naruto spoke, Kushina pushed the door open. Her eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, and her hair seemed to float, rendering her akin to a demon. The two, witnessing this spectacle, clung to each other, swallowing hard, their expressions a portrait of terror as they gazed at Kushina. "Still awake at this hour, are we? Then sleep shall elude you," Kushina declared, brandishing the rolling pin in her hand. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. Your brother just had a nightmare and was talking in his sleep. And then, Aunt Kushina, your presence startled him awake," Mina explained, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "Is that so?" Kushina inquired, gradually advancing toward them, her imposing aura seemingly capable of engulfing the two at any moment. Naruto nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains, affirming that Menma's words were indeed correct. "Then you all should hurry off to sleep. Good night." Kushina seamlessly transitioned her expression and, with a gentle tone, exited the room. Both individuals were startled, breaking out in a cold sweat, and with a tacit understanding, they fell silent and lay down to sleep. The following morning, the sun's rays streamed softly through the window's crevice, gracing Menma's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, gazing out the window, and an involuntary smile crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of eager anticipation. "All right, time to watch the show." Menma's voice carried a trace of barely contained excitement. He swiftly changed his attire without rousing Naruto, tiptoeing quietly out of the room. After a brief wash in the bathroom, he descended the stairs leisurely. At that moment, the morning sunlight cast a dappled pattern upon the staircase, creating a dance of light and shadow. In the kitchen below, Kushina was busily preparing breakfast, the gentle clinking of pots and pans punctuating the air, mingling with the tantalizing aroma of food. "Mom, are we really going to stir up the Hokage's office today? Let us give the old third a bit of a shock," Menma called out as he made his way down the stairs. Hearing his voice, Kushina peeked out from the kitchen, a look of confusion adorning her face. "I'm going to. Weren't we supposed to wait until after your birthdays?" Kushina replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. If this were to happen, she could finally reveal her identity to Naruto, a thought that thrilled her. "Of course we're going. We need to add some fuel to the fire," Menma stated, taking a seat at the dining table. "Then why didn't you wake Naruto? He should join us," Kushina inquired, still holding a spatula. "I'm not ready to reveal the truth to him yet. It's just the two of us today," Menma responded. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Kushina's eyes. She had hoped that she could finally stop concealing her identity, yet it seemed she still had to keep it from Naruto. "Menma, I mean, everyone else knows, and Naruto is the only one left in the dark. Wouldn't it truly be a surprise for him?" Kushina remarked to Menma. Menma pondered her words, scratching his head, feeling that there was indeed some merit to her argument. "But if I disclose it now, wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain?" He found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to reveal the truth to Naruto now and head to the Hokage's office together or wait until his birthday to present him with a delightful surprise. "I believe Naruto will understand your intentions, but that day is also your birthday, Menma." Kushina smiled gently at him, her voice as soothing as the morning breeze. In truth, since Kushina decided to stay home using the transformation technique, the plan had already shifted. If they continued with the original scheme, it might not yield the anticipated results and could even backfire. Indeed, it seems the plan has changed. Sticking to the original course might indeed lead to unintended consequences. Menma mused thoughtfully. "That's the spirit. I'll go wake Naruto now." Kushina, upon finishing her transformation, placed the breakfast she had prepared upon the dining table before ascending the stairs. Menma gazed at the meal before him, a steaming bowl of noodles, a golden fried egg, and a glass of fresh milk. He couldn't help but ponder how Naruto would react upon seeing Kushina. Would he be astonished, or would he burst into tears? The more Menma contemplated, the more curious he became, as if a playful kitten were scratching at his heart, urging him to investigate. Resolute, he rose and made his way upstairs. Just as he had ascended a few steps, he heard a voice from his room. "Hey, did you transform into Danzo? Are you plotting to take me away? What have you done to Menma? I will not let you get away with this." Naruto's voice echoed loudly. Menma was taken aback, never expecting such an unforeseen turn of events. He quickened his pace and reached the door, leaning against the frame to quietly observe the two within. At that moment, Kushina was tightly embracing Naruto, and neither spoke, simply sharing a tranquil moment in each other's arms. Although Menma was reluctant to interrupt, he reminded them of their impending visit to the Hokage's office. Only then did they both come to their senses. Kushina released her hold and stood, saying, "Naruto, There are some matters we can discuss later. For now, wash up and hurry down for breakfast, as we need to head to the Hokage's office soon. She gently tousled Naruto's hair and planted a kiss on his forehead before preparing to leave the room. As she reached the doorway, she also bestowed a kiss upon Menma, leaving him momentarily flustered. At that moment, Naruto approached Menma, his eyes filled with anticipation, and asked, "Is she really our mother?" Menma nodded in affirmation. Tears began to flow silently from Naruto's eyes. Observing this, Menma reached out to wipe away Naruto's tears, explaining, "For the past few days, Mother has been with us in the guise of Aunt Kushina, intending to surprise you for your birthday. However, due to certain circumstances, it transformed into what you see now." Naruto was taken aback. This revelation filled him with a mixture of astonishment and joy. Suddenly recalling Kushina's fierce demeanor, he realized something and hurried to change his clothes and wash up. During this time, Menma shared the story of resurrected Kushina with Naruto, who listened intently while preparing. Unable to contain his excitement, the two descended the stairs together and approached the dining table. As Menma tentatively took a bite of the breakfast before them, Naruto, in contrast, devoured his food with gusto, as if savoring the most exquisite meal in the world. Kushina noticed something amiss and observed Naruto crying while eating, large tears plopping into his bowl. "Oh, my child, truly now, is this breakfast so delectable?" she inquired, rising to gently wipe away Naruto's tears with a tissue. "No, it's because this is the first time I've tasted food made by Mom," Naruto replied. "My dear child, haven't you been eating for the past 2 or 3 days? How can you claim this is your first time?" Kushina remarked with a smile. "Things were different back then," Naruto continued, munching on his breakfast. Sitting beside him, Kushina rested her hand on his back, quietly observing him as he devoured his noodles. To her surprise, the noodles seemed more palatable today, prompting her to indulge heartily as well. After finishing their breakfast, Kushina took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. Naruto promptly rushed over to assist her, and the two exchanged laughter, painting a heartwarming picture of maternal affection. Meanwhile, Menma sat nearby, quietly engrossed in a book titled Fundamentals of Ninjutsu. "Menma, why can't you learn from your brother? He knows to help me with the dishes while you, on the other hand, contribute nothing," Kushina remarked as she scrubbed the plates. "Otherwise, how could he be called an older brother?" Menma replied without diverting his gaze from the book. They shared a knowing smile and continued washing the dishes. Once they had completed their task, the trio ventured outside together. The streets of Konoha basked in glorious sunshine. Kushina held Naruto's hand as they walked ahead, his face radiating a blissful smile. Menma trailed behind, reading as he walked, while the lively sounds of vendors calling out and children laughing filled the air, creating a bustling scene. The passers-by gazed at them with expressions of astonishment, their eyes inevitably drawn to Kushina. Upon spotting some acquaintances, she greeted them warmly. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt. Menma, unaware, bumped into her. "I'm so sorry," he exclaimed, lifting his head to see who he had collided with. Upon recognizing Kushina, a sense of dread washed over him. Without hesitation, Kushina grasped Menma's ear, her hair beginning to flutter slightly as she admonished him. "Who taught you to read while walking?" Seeing her anger, Menma quickly closed his book, exclaiming, "I won't read anymore, I promise." The sharp pain made him obedient, as he thought to himself how daunting it was to face Kushina's fiery temper. Only then did Kushina release her grip, concern replacing anger as she asked, "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" Menma initially shook his head but then hesitantly nodded. He dared not admit to her that it didn't hurt, fearing another reprimand. Kushina said nothing more and took his hand, continuing forward. At that moment, she held Naruto's hand in one and Menma's in the other, her face illuminated with a radiant smile, her heart brimming with contentment. "Kushina," a familiar voice called out. Turning around, she spotted a recognizable figure. "Mikoto, it's been such a long time," Kushina exclaimed warmly upon recognizing her. Mikoto had been out shopping when she inadvertently spotted a familiar silhouette that resembled Kushina and decided to follow. It was only when Kushina turned to scold Menma that Mikoto confirmed it was indeed her. Approaching Kushina, Mikoto greeted Naruto and Menma politely. "Kushina, what brings you here?" Mikoto inquired curiously. "Oh, didn't Fugaka mention it to you? Very well, I shall bring Naruto and Menma to your home later for a visit. We can have a good discussion. For now, I must head to the Hokage's office," Kushina remarked. "Then it is settled. Please come to our home for lunch today. I will go buy some ingredients and prepare accordingly," Mikoto said before departing. The The trio continued their journey until they arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building. The Chunin on duty, upon seeing them, momentarily hesitated and did not approach to obstruct their entry. Thus, Kushina, accompanied by Naruto and Menma, entered the Hokage office building, making their way towards the Hokage's office on the upper floor. Inside the Hokage office, the current clan heads of the Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Uchiha clans, Narashiku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, Inuzuka Tsum, and Uchiha Fugaku, were all present. In addition, the two esteemed elders, Nara Shikaku and Mito Gate-on, were also in attendance, seemingly waiting for someone. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, causing all eyes within to turn towards it. "Is that Danzo? Please, come in," Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Kushina pushed the door open, with Naruto and Menma closely following her. Upon their entrance, the individuals present, with the exception of Uchiha Fugaku, were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen was initially startled but quickly regained his composure. Previously, the Umbu had reported to him about an unfamiliar woman residing in the host family's home, and although he intended to pay her a visit, he never anticipated that the woman would be Kushina. The others noticed Naruto and Menma standing behind Kushina, and they instantly comprehended the impending events. Instinctively stepping aside to allow Kushina space to approach the Hokage's desk, Kushina slowly advanced towards the Hokage's desk, her gaze fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen, her eyes brimming with uncontainable fury. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the office, casting a tense atmosphere throughout the room. "Kushina, you," Sarutobi Hiruzen began, but was abruptly interrupted by Kushina's fierce exclamation. "Third Hokage, how have I entrusted you in the past? Is this how you conduct affairs? Were Naruto and Menma's lives meant to be lived in such a manner befitting the child of a hero?" Kushina's voice quivered with emotion, her fists clenched tightly, as if ready to strike at any moment. "Kushina, please calm down," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his tone tinged with anxiety. "Calm down. How can you expect me to remain calm? Both Minato and I sacrificed our lives for Konoha. I entrusted Naruto and Menma to you before my death. Yet look at what you have done. My children are barely scraping by, and that is merely regarding their economic plight. Moreover, observe the village. Each word spoken by its people is more hurtful than the last. Is it truly so difficult to quell such slander?" Kushina's agitation escalated, her anger erupting like a volcano on the verge of explosion as she slammed her palm onto the table, the sound reverberating throughout the silent office. The atmosphere in the office was thick with tension as the assembled clan leaders, particularly the likes of Dijuu, Dingzhua, and Hai, remained silent. Despite their long-standing camaraderie with Minato, they refrained from uttering a single word in defense of Naruto and Menma, merely advising their families to regard the two boys as ordinary children, urging them to eschew discrimination and exclusion. Had it not been for my son's remarkable intelligence, he might still be enduring that same plight. Third Hokage, I implore you to reflect upon your actions. Do they truly honor the sacrifices made by Minato and myself? We have devoted our lives to Konoha, yearning only for our children to grow up in joy. Is this how you safeguard their well-being? Kushina's eyes blazed with fury as she continued her vehement questioning. Furthermore, that old coot Danzo has set his sights on my son. What are you, as Hokage, doing about it? This marks the second occasion, and yet your presence has been conspicuously absent. You speak of protecting us from the shadows, yet I have yet to see a single shadow of yours. You must provide me with an explanation, and Danzo as well. Otherwise, I swear I will dismantle Konoha with my two sons. Kushina's gaze bore into Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sharpness akin to a blade. I have summoned Danzo. He should be on his way, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his eyes betraying a hint of evasion. Better he not come. I fear I might be compelled to take his life, Menma interjected suddenly, drawing the attention of all in the room. They were incredulous that such a murderous sentiment could emanate from a child scarcely 4 years of age. However, neither Fugaku nor Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared particularly astonished, for this was not the first instance of such demeanor. Had I not considered that the third Hokage was unaware of these matters, I might have already taken his life yesterday, Menma continued, his tone disturbingly calm as if recounting a trivial event. Just then, a knock echoed from the door, followed by Danzo's entrance. Upon seeing the multitude present, he appeared momentarily disoriented. Danzo, what happened to your hand? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, noticing that one of Danzo's hands was bandaged and slung over his shoulder. Yesterday, he threatened my brother's life with that hand, and I subsequently severed it, Menma stated nonchalantly, raising his hands in indifference. At this revelation, Danzo's rage was palpable, with his teeth almost grinding to dust. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Menma with a complex expression, glancing at Danzo as well. There were others present at the time, including Uncle Fugaku, Teacher Kakashi, and our mother. This matter is for you adults to discuss. My brother and I shall take our leave, Menma declared, taking Naruto's hand as they prepared to exit. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, instructing someone to fetch Kakashi. Meanwhile, Naruto and Menma settled on the staircase outside. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the swirling dust motes in the air. Naruto gazed upward, his eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment, while Menma remained engrossed in his book. The silence around them punctuated only by the sound of turning pages. Inside the office, disputes erupted intermittently, creating a lively cacophony. Before long, Kakashi arrived. He observed two individuals seated on the staircase and approached them to offer a greeting. Kakashi-sensei has arrived. You should head inside. It's quite lively in there, said Menma with a cheerful smile directed at Kakashi. Without needing Menma's prompt, Kakashi had an inkling of what transpired within. He first politely knocked on the door, and upon receiving permission, he entered the Hokage's office. Kakashi, you're here, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked upon Kakashi's entrance. Yes, Hokage-sama. May I inquire about the matter at hand? Kakashi replied. Please recount in detail the events of yesterday afternoon, leaving no detail unmentioned, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated with a serious tone. Kakashi then meticulously narrated the occurrences of the previous afternoon and, in addition, incorporated the information provided by Kushina, reconstructing the initial attack on the jinchūriki by Root. Danzo, what on earth are you plotting? Tsunade finally could no longer contain herself. Let me see what you have been accused of. First, 2 assaults on the jinchūriki, then an attack on the sons of various clan leaders, and you even murdered members of the Uchiha clan. Danzo, are you intent on destroying Konoha? Mito gate and summarized, his voice rife with anger and disappointment. Tsunade then suggested, I recommend we first remove Danzo from all his positions and confine him, and then we can deliberate on how to proceed. At that moment, Menma entered the room, drawing the attention of everyone present to the doorway. Lord Danzo, would you kindly unveil the bandages on your head and right hand for everyone to see? Menma respectfully inquired. Danzo instantly became flustered, uncertain of how Menma had uncovered his secret. If this information were to spread, he feared even Sarutobi Hiruzen would be unable to protect him. Is Lord Danzo unwilling? Menma continued, then I must speak. Third Hokage, Lord Danzo's right eye is an implanted Sharingan from Uchiha Kagami, and his right hand contains cells from the first Hokage. What? Is this true? Mito gate and exclaimed in astonishment. Uchiha Kagami is one of our friends. Danzo, how could you? Tsunade looked at Danzo, feeling a tumult of emotions within her heart. I sacrificed an eye and an arm for Konoha. What is wrong with a little compensation? All I do is for the sake of Konoha, Danzo retorted, his agitation palpable, yet he was interrupted by Menma. For your own ambition to become Hokage, I assent it? Otherwise, it's hard to explain why you have people surrounding the Hokage. Menma's words detonated like a bomb on a tranquil lake, sending ripples of uproar throughout the room. What? Danzo, you even arranged for someone to monitor me? What exactly are you scheming? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also infuriated, utterly taken aback by Danzo's egregious actions. I do all of this for Konoha. What wrong have I committed? It is all because of you. Because of you, little brat. I shall eradicate you for the sake of Konoha. Danzo bellowed as he charged towards Menma. The crowd was taken aback. Before they could react, Menma suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Danzo, delivering a fierce kick to his back. Danzo stumbled and fell to the ground, propped against the wall, glaring menacingly at Menma. Lord Danzo, this marks the second time I have uttered these words. The flying thunder god mark will never vanish, Menma stated, addressing the seated Danzo. By the way, Lord Danzo, this is your third attempt against the jinchūriki, Menma added, prompting the crowd to realize the truth of his words. Danzo, effective immediately, you are relieved of all duties, and Root is hereby disbanded. I will take care of all personnel within Root, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, pausing momentarily, grappling with his inner turmoil. Lord Hokage, will you still shield him? Inazuka Tsume, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. She was the mother of Inazuka Kiba and the clan leader of the Inuzuka clan. Alas, Danzo, you have gone too far this time. Let the village regulations dictate your fate as a traitor, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, turning away solemnly. No, no, I am not a traitor. Everything I do is for Konoha. You cannot treat me this way, Sarutobi. I am the unsung hero of Konoha. Danzo shouted vehemently at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fear not, Lord Danzo. Konoha will fare better without you, Menma remarked with a smile before exiting the room. The onlookers were left speechless, their gazes shifting towards Kushina. What are you all looking at me for? Since the matter has been mostly resolved, I shall take my leave with the child, Kushina stated before departing the Hokage's office. Then, Lord Hokage, we shall take our leave as well, Nara Shikaka spoke, and upon receiving a nod from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the others began to exit the office in succession. In the Hokage office, the remaining 4 individuals sat in heavy silence, their expressions as grim as a stormy sky. Ultimately, Mito and Tenten exchanged no words, turning to leave as well. Alas, Danzo, you have indeed overstepped this time, though some matters are not as they have been portrayed. Your actions against innocent children of the village and the jinchūriki have branded you as an enemy of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he approached Danzo, expressing his helplessness. Sarutobi, others may not understand me, but you must. Everything I do is for Konoha. Danzo continued to protest passionately. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation, letting out a deep sigh before arranging for Danzo to be taken away. Once all matters were settled, Fugaku, having learned of the conversation between Kushina and Mikoto that morning, took Kushina, Naruto, and Menma to his home. Naruto was brimming with excitement as he chattered incessantly, his mind filled with boundless imaginations about the Uchiha clan. For this was his inaugural visit to such a prominent family. Meanwhile, Mikoto leisurely followed behind them with her hands clasped behind her head, eagerly anticipating a reunion with Shursui. It would be delightful if he had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina wore a gentle smile, occasionally responding to Naruto's enthusiastic remarks. Upon arriving at the Fugaku household, Mikoto had already prepared a warm and tidy environment, eagerly awaiting the guest's arrival. The moment she spotted Kushina and the others, her eyes sparkled with joy as she warmly ushered them inside. The air within the house was imbued with a distinct Uchiha essence, adorned with family crests and ancient ninjutsu scrolls upon the walls. The exquisite tatami mats and traditional tea sets reflected the clan's rich heritage and cultural depth. As everyone settled into the living room, Mikoto promptly presented an array of carefully prepared treats, including sweet pastries and fragrant tea. Observing Mikoto's bustling figure, Kushina remarked with a touch of nostalgia, Mikoto, it has truly been ages since we last met. Nearly 4 years, if I recall correctly. Mikoto nodded with a smile. Indeed. Time flies. So much has transpired in these 4 years. Kushina gazed affectionately at the 2 children, saying, look how much they have grown. Naruto is as mischievous as ever, while Menma appears more composed. Their 4th birthday is just around the corner. Mikoto turned her attention to Naruto and Menma, her eyes filled with affection. I truly wish to attend their birthday celebration. Kushina replied joyfully, of course, Mikoto. You and your family must come. Mikoto responded enthusiastically, that would be wonderful. We shall definitely attend. At that moment, Naruto curiously inquired, Aunt Mikoto, does the Uchiha clan possess any special ninjutsu? Mikoto smiled and replied, indeed. We Uchiha have the formidable Sharingan, but awakening it requires certain conditions. Does that mean the training methods differ from ours? Naruto continued. Mikoto patiently explained, yes. There are some differences. We place greater emphasis on harnessing the power of our eyes and mastering fire-style ninjutsu. Suddenly, Menma seemed to recall something and approached Fugaku, whispering, Uncle Fugaku, Shursui should have awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan by now, right? Fugaku did not respond verbally, but merely nodded, deeming it appropriate to share such information with Menma. What are you two discussing? Naruto asked, noticing the hushed exchange. Fugaku calmly replied, Menma asked me if he could tour the Uchiha compound. Hearing this, Naruto's excitement surged. He too wished to explore. Fugaku stood up, saying, then let us go. We shall tour the Uchiha compound. Thus, Fugaku led Naruto and Menma out of the house, while Kushina and Mikoto continued their conversation. Their first stop was the Uchiha training grounds, where clan members diligently honed their ninjutsu. Various fire-style techniques blossomed like radiant flowers, and agile figures weaved through the training area. At that moment, they beheld Sasuke Uchiha, immersed in his training. Naruto and Menma were already acquainted with Sasuke previously. Menma had provoked him verbally, which incited Sasuke to unleash his Sharingan. Upon noticing them, a flicker of complex emotions crossed Sasuke's eyes, mingling dissatisfaction towards Menma with a competitive spirit directed at Naruto. Fugaku, observing Sasuke, nodded slightly and remarked, "This child, Sasuke, is indeed diligent in his training." Sasuke bowed respectfully to Fugaku, then turned his gaze towards Naruto and Menma, coldly inquiring, "What brings you here?" Naruto, with a grin, replied, "Uncle Fugaku brought us to visit." Menma, maintaining his composure, stated, "It seems you are still striving to better yourself." Sasuke clenched his fists, asserting, "I will surpass both of you. I am not the little baby you speak of." Fugaku, witnessing the subtle tension among the children, smiled and encouraged, "You all possess considerable potential. With effort, you will undoubtedly become exceptional ninjas." At this juncture, Menma suddenly proposed, "Sasuke, since you are so eager to surpass us, why not engage in a spar right now?" Sasuke's eyes lit up, instantly responding, "Absolutely, that suits me perfectly." Fugaku hesitated momentarily, but, upon seeing the determination in the children's eyes, nodded and cautioned, "Just keep it within limits." The spar commenced, with Sasuke launching the first attack, employing a fire-release jutsu. Fugaku observed with a pleased smile. Although Sasuke had yet to master the great fireball technique, the intensity of his flames was commendable. The flames surged towards Menma, who remained unflustered, swiftly executing the shadow clone technique. Several clones dispersed in various directions, while his true self utilized the flying thunder god technique to vanish from sight. Sasuke's flames met only empty air, prompting him to remain vigilant as he activated his Sharingan to track Menma's whereabouts. In that instant, Menma materialized behind Sasuke, delivering a taijutsu strike. Though Menma did not possess the Eight Gates technique, he had undergone rigorous taijutsu training under Guy, boasting a Chunin-level prowess. The speed and force of his strike were formidable. Sasuke, sensing the impending attack from behind, reacted swiftly, evading to the side while hurling a shuriken at Menma. Recognizing his inferiority in shuriken jutsu, Menma opted against a direct confrontation, instead employing the shadow clone technique once more. One of his clones intercepted the shuriken and charged towards Sasuke. Sasuke prepared to channel all his chakra, intending to employ the yet-to-be-mastered Great Fireball to counter. Just then, Fugaku shouted, "Stop!" Both Menma and Sasuke halted, and Fugaku addressed them. "Your skills are impressive, yet remember that combat is not solely about victory or defeat. The essence lies in learning from the experience. Sasuke, you are growing stronger. Keep it up." As soon as Fugaku finished speaking, Menma vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing that he had been using shadow clones all along while his true self observed from the sidelines. Although this realization might be disheartening, Sasuke, it is important to acknowledge that Menma is exceptionally strong. At present, you cannot defeat him, and even I cannot guarantee victory against Menma. Both Sasuke and Naruto were momentarily taken aback by this revelation, as they had not anticipated that Menma had reached such formidable heights. However, it was not entirely surprising, considering he possessed the Nine Tails as his trump card. Once he activated the Nine Tails chakra mode, he could handle most challenges, unless faced with an elite shadow-level opponent. After touring the clan's grounds, Mikoto came to invite everyone back to the house for lunch. The dining table was adorned with exquisite dishes unique to the Uchiha clan, including delicate sushi, freshly grilled fish, and an array of pickled delicacies. As everyone gathered around the table, Uchiha Itachi entered the room. His gaze was deep and composed. After giving a slight nod to acknowledge everyone, he took his seat. Upon seeing Itachi, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Itachi, brother, it's good to see you again. I heard from Sasuke that you know many impressive ninjutsu." Itachi smiled gently and replied, "Naruto, you possess great potential. Be sure to work hard." Menma greeted Itachi, who then turned to him and said, "Menma, you are already quite remarkable, but remember, with great power comes great responsibility." Menma felt a bit overwhelmed by this statement, wondering if Itachi was viewing him as a failure. During lunch, everyone savored the delicious food while engaging in pleasant conversation. Fugaku and Kushina discussed the future of the Leaf Village, while Mikoto expressed her concerns about the children's growth. Although Sasuke had faced some setbacks in training, he was also affected by the cheerful atmosphere at the table and contributed to the conversation from time to time. After finishing their meal, Itachi stood up and addressed Naruto, Menma, and Sasuke, saying, You youngsters should learn from each other and progress together. Naruto nodded vigorously and replied, "Yes, Itachi. We will." Subsequently, everyone rested at the Uchiha household for a while, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Finally, Kushina took Naruto and Menma to bid farewell to Fugaku and Mikoto. Mikoto gifted the two children some unique tokens from the Uchiha clan, which Naruto joyfully accepted, while Menma expressed his gratitude politely. "Thank you for your hospitality. We had a delightful time," Kushina said. "You're welcome. We look forward to your next visit," Mikoto responded. After leaving the Uchiha home, Kushina led Naruto and Menma back to their own house. Naruto excitedly recounted the day's experiences, while Menma fell into contemplation, realizing that he had not seen Uchiha Shursui at the Uchiha clan grounds, likely because he was on a mission with his own team. At the headquarters of the Leaf Village's security force, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the dust particles dancing in the light. Fugaku sat at his desk, diligently reviewing personnel lists, preparing to transfer the authority of the security force. Suddenly, a knock disrupted the silence of the room. Without lifting his gaze, Fugaku remained focused on his documents, casually saying, "Come in." The door opened, and a group of individuals entered, most of whom were members of the security force. Led by the deputy captain, Uchiha Fo. "Captain, are you really going to hand over the authority? If we relinquish the power of the security force, the Uchiha clan will truly be left powerless, and our circumstances will become increasingly dire." Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with reluctance. The several members behind him nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with hope that Fugaku might reconsider. With a gentle sigh, Fugaku raised his gaze, slowly scanning the crowd before inquiring, "What makes you believe that surrendering the security force's authority will lead to our downfall?" Upon hearing this, Fugaku stepped forward, addressing him. "Isn't it obvious, Captain? Without the power of the security force, who in the village will fear the Uchiha clan?" Fugaku crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment before responding, "They fear us, but that does not equate to genuine acceptance. Not a single high-ranking official in Konoha belongs to our Uchiha clan. Have you considered the reasons behind this?" At this moment, a member of the security team could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Isn't it because the village is against us? Just the night before last, Danzo acted against our clan members. This is an undeniable truth, is it not? Now we are to relinquish the power of the security force. Who knows how the higher-ups will treat us?" His words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest, and others began to echo his sentiments, heightening the tension within the room. Uchiha Fugaku slowly shook his head, gazing at the assembly, and calmly stated, "Ultimately, it is the Hokage's distance from our Uchiha clan that is the crux of the matter. If our Uchiha children could enter the Hokage's direct line, the situation would ease considerably." Upon hearing Fugaku's words, the crowd fell silent, reflecting on the validity of his assertion. At that moment, Fugaku suddenly realized and spoke, "Currently, the Hokage's direct disciples are solely the 3 students of the 3rd Hokage, the legendary Sannin. It seems rather unrealistic for them to take on apprentices. Besides them, the only remaining option is the 4th Hokage's disciple, Kakashi Hatake." The crowd instantly grasped the implications of his words. Then, another voice piped up, "I recall that the 2 sons of the clan head have a good relationship with the 2 sons of the 4th Hokage. Could it be?" As soon as this remark was uttered, the others seemed to have an epiphany, their gazes converging on Fugaku, as if seeking confirmation. Fugaku nodded in response. The mood shifted dramatically. Smiles replaced the earlier somber expressions. Uchiha Fugaku laughed and said, "Captain, if you had mentioned this sooner, we would have readily agreed. Is there anyone here who disagrees?" The others shook their heads, indicating their unanimous support. Uchiha Fugaku then turned to Fugaku and said, "Well then, clan head, you carry on with your duties. Just call on us if you need anything. We shall not disturb you further." With that, Fugaku led the other members out. Fugaku watched their departing figures, shaking his head in resignation. Now, he placed all his hopes on the next generation of Uchiha and on Itachi. The scene shifted to the Uchiha clan's territory. In a dimly lit room, sunlight barely trickled through a narrow window, casting a faint glow. A woman was softly weeping as she cradled a little girl of 2 or 3 years in her arms, while a boy in his teens stood beside them, earnestly attempting to console them. "Jishui, you say your uncle was murdered by Danzo just like that. What are Starry and I to do?" The woman sobbed, her gaze fixed on Jishui, her eyes filled with despair. "Aunt, do not worry. I shall treat Starry as my own sister. I will take good care of her, Jishui declared firmly, striving to offer her some solace. But Aunt, my health has never been good. If I were to vanish, what would happen to little Starry? The woman's cries intensified, her sorrow deepening as she clutched the child tightly. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Jishui felt a profound ache in his heart. He dared not speak the truth, fearful that revealing it would cause his aunt unbearable grief. Your uncle and I have but one daughter. If I were truly no longer here, I entrust Starry's care to you, the woman pleaded with her eyes. Aunt, what are you saying? Do not fret. You will recover. You will be there to watch Starry grow up. Besides, I have always treated her as my own sister, Jishui replied, forcing a smile to comfort her while glancing at Starry. At that moment, Starry was staring wide-eyed at Jishui. Upon seeing her mother cry, she too burst into tears, seemingly sharing in the sorrow. When Starry began to weep, the woman hurriedly tried to soothe her. Observing this, Jishui was overwhelmed by a surge of guilt, feeling as though he was the cause of Starry losing her father at such a tender age. Aunt, I have a mission to attend to. I will be away from the clan for several days. Should anything arise, you can reach out to Uncle Fugaku. He will ensure you are well looked after, Jishui said as he stood up, preparing to leave. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. Jishui's aunt did not try to stop him, but instead urged, Jishui, please take care of yourself. Starry and I will be waiting for your return at the clan. Upon hearing this, Jishui offered a warm smile, replying, rest assured, I will be fine. With that, he swiftly exited. Inside the dark, damp confines of the Konoha Umbu prison, a foul stench lingered. Ever since the events of the previous day, Danzo had remained confined here. Despite his dire circumstances, he remained defiant, fixated on the idea of escape. At that moment, the heavy jail door creaked open with a dull sound. Hearing the noise, Danzo lifted his head. Upon recognizing the visitor as Hiruzen Sarutobi, he rushed forward. Hiruzen, you cannot keep me here. I am the Hokage's advisor. The Hokage's advisor. Hiruzen shook his head in resignation as he gazed at Danzo, then slowly replied, Danzo, under normal circumstances, I should execute you. However, considering your contributions to Konoha over the years, I have decided not to kill you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy appeared on Danzo's face. Upon witnessing the scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and remarked, Alas, it is clear that you cannot remain in the village any longer. I shall escort you out, and then you may find a quaint little village to spend the rest of your days. The moment Sarutobi's words fell silent, Danzo's countenance darkened, his eyes widening in fury, and he gradually began to lose his composure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you cannot treat me this way. Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. You, as Hokage, are indecisive. In my opinion, you ought to step down and pass the mantle to someone else. Sarutobi gazed at Danzo, shaking his head in resignation. And before Danzo could utter another word, he turned and walked toward the prison door. Seeing Sarutobi attempt to leave, Danzo hurriedly blocked his path, exclaiming, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will regret this. With that, Danzo sank onto the bench in the cell, simmering in frustration. Sarutobi shook his head once more in helplessness before briskly exiting. Meanwhile, in the room with Naruto and Mabuki, sunlight streamed through the window, casting patches of light across the space. Kushina placed a hand on Mabuki's forehead, and both of them closed their eyes. Naruto observed curiously from the side, unsure of the purpose of this act, believing instead that Mabuki was unwell and Kushina was merely checking her condition. Simultaneously, within the ceiling space of the Nine Tails, the surroundings were shrouded in a yellowish hue. With numerous water pipes overhead, some dripping persistently. The ground was covered in a thin layer of water, which produced a soft splashing sound as one walked upon it. The place resembled a vast and intricate labyrinth, yet Mabuki was remarkably familiar with it. Upon Kushina's entry into the ceiling space, Mabuki guided her to the presence of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails regarded the newcomer with disdain, showing no inclination to acknowledge Kushina. It merely focused on Mabuki and inquired, Little Mabuki, why have you brought Kushina here? Quickly send her away. I have no desire to see her. Just as Mabuki was about to respond, Kushina intervened. Looking at Kurama, she spoke respectfully. Kurama, first and foremost, as Mabuki's mother, I wish to express my gratitude for the care you have provided her over the years. With that, Kushina performed a deep bow before Kurama. Upon witnessing this, Kurama's mouth curled into a slight smirk. Yet it still did not open its eyes or utter a word. Mabuki approached Kurama, climbed onto its back, and whispered a few words into its ear. Suddenly, Kurama opened its eyes and sat up, causing Mabuki to lose her balance and tumble down. Fortunately, Kurama reacted swiftly, catching Mabuki with its hand. Looking at Mabuki, Kurama gently placed her on the ground, feigning annoyance as it said, "You little rascal, how can you not even stand properly?" Kushina, witnessing the scene, smiled with relief. Seeing Kushina smile, Kurama remarked, "You and Minato truly have a wonderful son." Kushina beamed even brighter, as this was praise for her child. Mabuki, filled with anticipation, approached Kushina and asked, "Mother, is there any way to break this seal?" Kushina cast a glance at the seal, and with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Indeed. This seal belongs to our Uzumaki clan, but only the caster has the power to unlock it, leaving me powerless." Upon hearing this, Menma's spirits plummeted. Observing his dismay, Kushina gently caressed his head, offering him solace. Meanwhile, Kurama, witnessing this tender moment, subtly lifted the corners of his mouth in a barely perceptible smile. "If it cannot be opened, then so be it. I have no desire to unlock this door anyway. It is rather comfortable in here," Kurama mused as he settled down. Menma, upon hearing Kurama's words, immediately bristled, stubbornly declaring, "That won't do. The more you tell me not to open it, the more determined I become to do so." At that moment, Menma's tenacity surged forth. "You little imp, I have already stated that I do not wish to open this door," Kurama retorted, lifting his gaze to meet Menma's, appearing genuinely disinterested in opening it, while secretly reveling in the situation. "That is unacceptable. It resides within me. And I have declared my intent to open it, so it must be opened," Menma asserted firmly. "Humph, you obstinate little brat, get out of here," Kurama exclaimed, unleashing a gust of energy that propelled the two of them out. As Menma and Kushina emerged from the space of the nine-tailed seal, they gradually opened their eyes. Naruto, noticing their awakening, immediately inquired, "Mom, what happened between you and Menma just now?" Kushina looked at Naruto with a smile, reassuring him, "It's nothing. There's no need to worry." With that, she reached out to stroke Naruto's head. Meanwhile, Kakashi had just completed a mission and returned to the village, his weary form dragging along with him. His steps were heavy, his eyes clouded with fatigue, his mind solely focused on reaching home for a much-needed rest. Kakashi's abode was nestled in a corner of the village, surrounded by towering trees whose branches swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. As Kakashi approached his doorstep, he spotted Menma waiting patiently at his door. "Kakashi-sensei, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you for several days," Menma exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he rushed over. Kakashi sighed helplessly, weariness evident in his voice. "Menma, I've just completed a mission and I'm quite exhausted." Yet, Menma remained resolute, his gaze shimmering with fervor. "Kakashi-sensei, I know you're tired, but I truly wish to continue learning ninjutsu from you. You see, I've been coming here every day, afraid I might miss your return." Kakashi, observing Menma's unwavering determination, felt a mix of exasperation and gratitude. After all, having such an eager student was indeed a stroke of fortune. "Very well, Menma, since you are so resolute, let us begin. Today, I will teach you some single attribute ninjutsu," Kakashi announced. Menma rubbed his hands together in excitement, his face alight with anticipation. "All right, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi proceeded to demonstrate the earth release, earth flow wall. Standing on a slightly open patch of grass, the blades beneath his feet bent slightly under his weight, Kakashi calmly formed hand seals while steadily instructing Menma. The sequence for the earth flow wall hand seals is snake, horse, ram, dragon, and ox. Pay close attention to your chakra control. As soon as the words were spoken, a sturdy earthen wall gradually rose from the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Under the sunlight, the wall appeared particularly imposing. According to Kakashi's instructions, Menma attempted the hand signs, but her first attempt ended in failure. The wall barely emerged before collapsing, sending a small plume of dust into the air. Kakashi shook his head and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Oh dear, Menma, are you trying to sprout like bamboo shoots? You need to control your chakra with greater precision. Try again." Adjusting her focus, Menma performed the hand signs once more. This time, the earthen wall successfully stood tall. Albeit not as grand and solid as Kakashi's creation, but it was certainly a success. The wall stood quietly in the gentle breeze. causing the surrounding grass to sway lightly in response to the wind it generated. Confidently, Menma turned to Kakashi and asked, "Sensei Kakashi, what do you think?" Achieving this in just 2 attempts means that with shadow clones, I could easily create a wall as impressive as yours. Kakashi chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief, and moved to a more open area with minimal debris to demonstrate the Great Fireball technique. While forming the hand signs, he explained, "The sequence for the Great Fireball technique is Inu, Tatsu, Yu, Torayu. This jutsu consumes a considerable amount of chakra, so be cautious with your control." With that, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, flames roaring and raising the temperature around them noticeably, enveloping them in warmth. Menma mimicked Kakashi's hand signs, concentrating her chakra, and a small flame flickered to life, unsteady and wavering like a candle in the wind. Kakashi teased, "Menma, that little fireball is hardly impressive. Have you been using all your chakra to grow taller?" Menma raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Sensei Kakashi, this is just the beginning." Next, Kakashi moved to a spot by a small pond to perform the water release, water wall technique. Standing at the pond's edge, his reflection shimmered on the water's surface. While forming the hand signs, he stated, "The sequence for the water wall is Tora, C, Tora, C, Tora, C." As he finished, a wall of water rose from the pond, glistening under the sunlight, droplets splashing out and dotting the surrounding grass. Menma followed the sequence. Yet her water wall formed rather weakly and quickly dissipated, leaving only a damp mark on the ground. Kakashi crossed his arms and shook his head, saying, "Oh dear, Menma, your water wall resembles something made of paper." Furrowing her brow, Menma recalibrated her chakra and attempted the hand signs again. This time, the water wall emerged successfully and held its form for a while, swaying gently in the breeze and reflecting the sunlight like a transparent mirror. "Sensei Kakashi, surely this one isn't made of paper," she declared. Kakashi then demonstrated the lightning release, lightning ball, standing on parched earth, cracked from prolonged sunlight. He began forming the hand signs while explaining, "The sequence for the lightning ball is Yu, Tatsu, Yu, Tora, Yu." Upon completing the signs, a crackling ball of electricity appeared in Kakashi's hand, emitting a faint buzzing sound, as if the very air around them was charged with electricity. Menma diligently formed hand seals in sequence, conjuring a small ball of lightning that flickered gently like a star on the verge of extinguishing in the night sky. Kakashi chuckled, remarking, "Menma, your lightning ball resembles something just awakened, lacking in spirit." Embarrassed by Kakashi's teasing, Menma exclaimed loudly, "Kakashi-sensei." Subsequently, Kakashi arrived at an open field to demonstrate the wind release, vacuum palm. He steadied himself and announced, "The sequence for the vacuum palm hand seals is In, Yang, Chun, Si Wu Wei." A fierce wind howled forth, rustling the leaves and lifting the dust from the ground. Menma attempted to harness the wind, although it was not strong. It took on a rudimentary form, barely stirring the grass at his feet. Kakashi jested, "Menma, your wind technique feels merely like a tickle." Growing frustrated with Kakashi's continuous jests, Menma retorted, "Just you wait, Kakashi-sensei." Determined, Menma resolved to practice these ninjutsu techniques using the shadow clone technique. He produced dozens of shadow clones, each practicing a distinct jutsu. The clones dispersed across various locations to hone their skills. The clones practicing earth release, earth barrier in an open expanse, saw walls of earth rise and collapse repeatedly, dust swirling around as sunlight filtered through the haze. Meanwhile, the clones mastering fire release, Great Fireball technique gathered chakra in a relatively barren area, gradually increasing the size of their fireballs, though the chakra consumption escalated as well. The heat from the flames rendered the surrounding air stifling, and the ground beneath began to scorch. The clones attempting water release, water barrier worked diligently near a small pond, striving to stabilize and sustain their water walls. With each attempt, droplets splashed higher, leaving the ground damp, while chakra rapidly dwindled. Furthermore, Menma endeavored to create a water barrier even in the absence of water, aspiring to emulate Tobarama, who was renowned as the man who forged a pact with the sea. The shadow clones practicing lightning release, lightning ball adjusted their technique on dry sandy terrain, the electrical sparks intensifying, causing the sand to quiver slightly under the influence of the current, while chakra consumption reached a significant level. The clones engaged in wind release. Vacuum palms sought to amplify their wind's power, and as the gust grew stronger amidst the grass, the blade swayed violently. With chakra nearing exhaustion, as time progressed, Menma's original self began to feel the toll of excessive chakra depletion, experiencing dizziness. Yet, his competitive spirit urged him to persist. The surroundings appeared to sway gently, and the sunlight grew increasingly blinding. Finally, after enduring a period of intense practice, one of Menma's shadow clones successfully executed a remarkably powerful fire release, great fireball technique, resulting in a flame significantly larger and hotter than before. The flames blazed fiercely. The surrounding air scorched to an unbearable heat, causing the grass beneath to wither under the extreme temperature. Although Menma's physical form was somewhat weakened due to the excessive consumption of chakra, he still cast a proud glance at Kakashi, exclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, look, I did it." Kakashi regarded Menma with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, responding, "Menma, your effort is commendable, but it is crucial to be mindful of the judicious use of chakra. Overexertion can be perilous." Menma nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, Kakashi-sensei. I will be more careful next time." Subsequently, Menma dispelled his shadow clones, and an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him as he did so. Practicing 5 different ninjutsu techniques at once had indeed placed a burden on his body, though still within his limits. He felt his legs grow weak, and the surrounding scenery seemed to swirl around him. "All right, let us test the results of this morning's training," Menma declared after a brief moment of recovery. "Fire style. Great fireball technique." After forming the necessary hand seals, a massive fireball erupted from Menma's mouth, propelled forward by a powerful wave of heat that distorted the air around it. Menma continued to weave his seals, but before he could complete them, a sudden wave of dizziness struck him, causing him to half kneel. Gritting his teeth, he persevered and continued forming the seals. Lightning style. Lightning ball. 5 or 6 lightning spheres materialized beside him, crackling with intense electricity and emitting a sizzling sound. Though not as many as Kakashi's, they were sufficient. As several lightning balls shot forth, Menma pressed on with his seals. Water style. Water barrier. Wind style. Vacuum palm. Just as a shimmering wall of water appeared, it was abruptly thrust outward as though struck by an immense force. Finally, Menma invoked the earth style technique. A sturdy earthen wall rose, and with a swift maneuver, he leaped atop it, standing proudly as a gentle breeze tousled his hair and clothing. Turning back to Kakashi, he asked, "Kakashi-sensei, what do you think?" "Am I?" Menma gasped for breath, but before he could finish, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he lost his footing, tumbling from the earthen wall. Kakashi, quick to react, rushed forward to catch him. "It seems you've exhausted your chakra. Take a moment to rest," Kakashi advised. Menma nodded in agreement, and together they made their way to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. The savory aroma of grilled meat wafted outside, and the atmosphere inside was lively and vibrant, filled with laughter and chatter. Menma didn't forget to use his shadow clone to summon Kushina and Naruto. Although Kushina was a reanimated body and did not require sustenance, it was essential for her to join them. Leaving her alone at home was simply not an option. Over the past few days, Kushina had been imparting foundational knowledge to Naruto. In the room they occupied, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a table laden with books. During this time, Kushina observed that while both Naruto and Menma were learning similar material, Naruto's grasp of theoretical concepts lagged significantly behind Menma's, primarily due to his difficulty in retaining information. Thus, Naruto found himself immersed in rigorous study, as Kushina pressed him to grasp theoretical knowledge. Although it was merely a review, it felt akin to learning anew for Naruto. The room reverberated with Kushina's explanations and Naruto's occasional inquiries. Despite his initial disdain for theoretical concepts, he found joy in learning from Kushina, relishing the experience of maternal guidance, something he had never truly known before. The gentle morning sun bathed the village of Konoha, and the room was filled with a warm ambience. Naruto was lost in delightful dreams, a smile gracing his lips as if savoring a bowl of ramen from Uncle Irika. Meanwhile, Menma had already awakened. He stretched languidly and glanced at his still sleeping brother. "Naruto, wake up. Didn't you have plans with Shikamaru and the others?" Menma said, gently shaking Naruto. In a sleepy haze, Naruto mumbled, "Eyes still shut. Just let me sleep a little longer, Menma." Undeterred, Menma swiftly pulled the covers off Naruto, grinning as he declared, "If you don't get up soon, I might just devour your breakfast." The mere mention of breakfast jolted Naruto awake. He shot up, exclaiming, No way, breakfast is mine. Recently, Kushina had been honing her culinary skills, and her cooking had improved significantly, far surpassing her previous efforts. Additionally, she delighted in experimenting with new recipes for both Naruto and Menma, turning them into her little admirers who eagerly anticipated mealtime. Consequently, the brothers quickly dressed and rushed to the bathroom on the second floor to freshen up. After completing their morning rituals, they made their way to the kitchen on the first floor, where Kushina was humming a cheerful tune while setting a steaming breakfast on the table. "Come and eat, my dear children," she said softly. Naruto's eyes sparkled at the sight of the abundant spread, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Mom, today's breakfast looks absolutely delicious." Menma chimed in with a smile, "Thank you, Mom." After finishing their meal, the two brothers dashed towards their usual play area. Upon arrival, they found Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino already waiting for them. "Why are you guys so slow?" Ino said, hands on her hips, her tone laced with impatience. "We thought you weren't coming." Shikamaru added lazily. "What are we playing?" Naruto inquired. Choji's eyes lit up as he suggested, "Let's play a ninja game." Everyone agreed with enthusiasm. Just as Inuzuka Kiba bounded over, breathless. "Hey, I'm late. What are we playing? Count me in." The game would divide into two teams, a defending group of 4 and an attacking group of 2. The defenders must safeguard a scarecrow within their designated area from the wooden shuriken thrown by the attackers while avoiding being struck themselves. If hit, they would have to run 5 laps around the field. Conversely, the defenders could retaliate with wooden shuriken, and if the attackers were hit, they would be required to run 3 laps around the area. The method by which the guard team achieves victory is remarkably straightforward. If the scarecrow is not struck by wooden shurikens 10 times within the allotted time, or if the offensive team is simultaneously eliminated, the guard team is deemed the victor. Conversely, the offensive team must hit the scarecrow 10 times with wooden shurikens to secure their triumph. After a draw, Menma and you were assigned to the offensive team, while the remaining 4 formed the guard team. As the game commenced, Menma and you swiftly distanced themselves from each other. A shared glance conveyed their mutual understanding, prompting them to flee while simultaneously hurling wooden shurikens. Naruto and his companions did not lag behind, retaliating with shurikens of their own, yet Menma's aim proved true, striking several opponents, while Naruto managed to hit Yo as well. Thus, the 5 began to circle, and upon observing this, Menma chose to sit down, refraining from attacking the scarecrow and merely watching the unfolding scene. After some time, fatigue set in among the participants. Dingy wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "This game is too exhausting. Shall we opt for something more leisurely, like hide and seek?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Consequently, they commenced a game of hide and seek, with Shikamaru volunteering to be the seeker. The others hurriedly sought out hiding spots. Naruto contemplated briefly before retreating behind a large tree, meticulously concealing himself with leaves. Menma glanced up at the top of a tall tree, a smile playing on his lips as he gathered chakra beneath his feet and propelled himself upward. Ino nestled among the blossoms, carefully concealing herself behind the flowers while peeking through the gaps to observe the surroundings. Dingy found a large wooden barrel, tipped it over, and concealed himself behind it. He darted behind a large rock, pressing closely against it in fear of being discovered by Shikamaru. Shikamaru closed his eyes and began to count. 1, 2, 3. Upon finishing his count, he set out to search. His first discovery was Ino, whose hair had inadvertently peeked out from the flowers. "Uh-huh. Found you, Ino," Shikamaru chuckled. Next, he uncovered Dingy behind the barrel, followed by a concealed behind the rock. Just as Shikamaru was about to search for Naruto and Menma, Sasuke happened to pass by. "Sasuke, come play hide and seek with us," Naruto called out, peeking from behind the tree. Sasuke glanced at them, coldly replied, "I'm not interested," before turning away with his hands in his pockets. Eventually, Shikamaru found Naruto behind the tree, leaving only Menma unaccounted for. After a thorough search, he ultimately decided to concede. Lying back, he gazed at the sky and suddenly noticed a figure atop a tree. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was Menma, shaking his head in resignation. Just as everyone was enjoying the game, Dingy, while rushing to another spot to prepare for the next game, nearly stepped on a bug. "Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." At that moment, a voice rang out, "Be careful. Don't step on it." Shino exclaimed urgently, his tone laced with tension, despite its softness. Everyone was captivated by the sudden voice, turning their attention towards Shino. Naruto, filled with curiosity, stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here?" Shino, slightly bashful, lowered his head and replied, "My name is Shino. I have been observing insects nearby and couldn't help but shout when I saw him almost step on one." Ino, with a smile, remarked, "So you really like insects? Would you like to play with us?" Shino lifted his head, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, and asked, "Can I really?" "Of course," Naruto enthusiastically responded. Thus, Shino joined their group. At that moment, they noticed a little girl a short distance away, stealthily watching them. This girl was Hinata. It was her first time at this small clearing. She had originally sought a quiet place to practice her ninjutsu. However, seeing everyone having such a great time, she couldn't resist stopping to watch. Naruto spotted Hinata and thought she seemed a bit shy yet quite adorable. He rushed over and asked, "Hello, who are you? Why are you here all alone?" Hinata's face flushed instantly, and she stammered, "I'm Hinata. I was looking for a place to practice ninjutsu." Ino approached, taking Hinata's hand, and said, "Hinata, don't practice alone. Come play with us." Hinata hesitated, glancing at everyone, and then at Ino, softly agreeing, "Okay." Thus, Hinata joined them. Just then, Kiba suggested that they take turns showcasing their ninjutsu, and the others readily agreed, each beginning to display their unique skills. First was Shikamaru, who leisurely demonstrated his shadow imitation technique. Though it was merely a simple display, everyone could appreciate the technique's potency. Next was Choji, who showcased the preliminary form of his expansion technique, causing his body to enlarge slightly, which startled everyone and soon led to hearty laughter. Ino showcased her mind-body switch technique, guiding a small butterfly to fly according to her will, leaving everyone in awe of her finesse. Kiba demonstrated the basics of his Fong passing technique. Although he didn't exert full force, the intensity of his presence still captivated the audience. It was Shino's turn. He retrieved a small box from his person and opened it, releasing several tiny insects that arranged themselves into a charming pattern under his command, astonishing everyone with his insect manipulation prowess. Next was Hinata, who felt a bit anxious, her cheeks flushed. Taking a deep breath, she displayed some fundamental movements of her gentle fist technique. Although her motions were gentle, they exuded strength, earning her applause from the crowd. Following her was Naruto, who demonstrated the shadow clone technique, instantly producing multiple clones that performed various amusing antics, eliciting laughter from all. Finally, Ino, not wanting to miss the chance to show off, declared, the main character often makes their entrance last," as she pulled out a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. "Now, allow me to showcase the Spiral Flash Super Rotation Dance." Menma, after uttering a phrase, flung away the bitter object in his hand, causing a flash of light to slice through the nearby tree, leaving behind noticeable scars. He concluded his display with a spiraling sphere, which crashed violently into a tree, leaving a sizable hole. The onlookers were left speechless, yet could not help but jest about the name of the technique. Menma, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and clarified that it was not he who named it, but rather his father, prompting laughter among the crowd. Thus, they spent a joyous time together, filled with laughter. As night fell, Naruto returned home, and after freshening up, he sat on his bed conversing with Menma. Menma then inquired, "By the way, brother, have you noticed that girl named Hinata seems a bit odd?" Naruto pondered for a moment before responding, "Hinata does seem a bit peculiar. I can't fathom why she always has a flushed face." Menma looked at Naruto, who remained obliviously dense on this matter. With a sigh, he reflected on how the Konoha 12 had come together quite nicely compared to before. Observing Naruto's cheerful recounting of the day's events brought him joy, as he felt accomplished in achieving what he set out to do. Sunlight bathed a corner of the hidden leaf village as Naruto and Menma meandered through the town in playful exploration. Upon reaching a relatively secluded patch of grass, they spotted a lonely boy sitting there, his eyes reflecting a subtle sadness. Menma immediately recognized him as Yuta, a child whose emotions could influence the weather, though he was puzzled by having discovered Yuta 2 years earlier than expected. Naruto, intrigued, approached and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here all alone?" The boy looked up and softly replied, "My name is Yuta." At that moment, Choji, Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba arrived on the scene. Ino, feeling a pang of sympathy for Yuta, suggested, "Why don't we play together?" A glimmer of hope flickered in Yuta's eyes as he nodded in agreement. They commenced their play. But suddenly, the sky darkened. Yuta's expression shifted to one of tension and unease. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, remarking, "The sky has turned quite strange." Yuta whispered. Perhaps my emotions are affecting the weather. The others were taken aback, but did not fear Yuta. Naruto cheerfully exclaimed, That's amazing, Yuta. Unbeknownst to them, Yuta was actually a subject of Orochimaru's reanimation experiments, which rendered his abilities somewhat unstable. Subsequently, they engaged in a game of hide and seek, deciding the seeker by rock, paper, scissors, with Choji becoming the one to seek the others. Choji closed his eyes and began counting. 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, the others scattered quickly to find their hiding spots. Yuta, noticing a seemingly concealed alley nearby, dashed towards it and concealed himself behind a large wooden barrel, his heart racing with a mix of anxiety and excitement. It was his first time playing hide and seek with so many friends. Naruto found a large tree, swiftly climbed up, and concealed himself with leaves. Menma skillfully concealed himself in a corner atop a rooftop, vigilantly surveying his surroundings to ensure he would not be easily discovered. Shikamaru nestled himself in a patch of grass, reclining while muttering softly, What a troublesome game this is. Ino hid behind a flower bed, while Kiba took refuge behind a large boulder. After counting to a predetermined number, Choji embarked on his quest to find them. He first checked behind the nearby houses and soon discovered Shikamaru concealed in the grass. With a resigned sigh, Shikamaru stood up, exclaiming, Found so quickly, huh? Choji continued his search in various corners and soon spotted Ino hidden behind the flower bed. Shortly thereafter, he found Kiba behind the boulder. With their collective efforts, they eventually located Naruto and Menma. However, after searching tirelessly throughout the village, revisiting all their favorite play spots, Choji could not find Yuta, and concern began to mount. Menma too sensed that something was amiss. Unbeknownst to them, Yuta had caught the attention of the Umbu while hiding. The Umbu members observed Yuta sneaking in an alley and mistook him for a foreign spy. They approached him stealthily, then suddenly struck, capturing and restraining him. Yuta was taken to the Umbu interrogation room, a foreboding environment that evoked dread. The Umbu members began to interrogate him, inquiring about his origins and intentions. Terrified, Yuta cried out, explaining that he was merely playing hide and seek with his friends and was not a spy, but the Umbu remained unconvinced. After waiting for an extended period without seeing Yuta, his friends became increasingly worried. Naruto anxiously declared, We must go find Yuta. Thus, they commenced their search throughout the village for any trace of him. Menma entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode to enhance his senses and soon detected signs of Umbu activity. Found him. Follow me, Menma exclaimed, dashing in a specific direction, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. They tracked the signs, leading them to the vicinity of the Umbu base. However, the base was heavily guarded, making entry a formidable challenge. Naruto attempted to charge in directly, but Menma halted him, stating, That won't do. We need a plan. Shikamaru stroked his chin in contemplation and suggested, I have an idea. We can create some chaos to divert their attention and slip in during the commotion. The group found this proposal agreeable. Ino utilized the mind transfer technique to control a small animal, instructing it to create a noise on the opposite side of the base. The Umbu members were indeed drawn away, and as their focus wavered, Naruto, Menma, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Kiba stealthily infiltrated the base. They navigated the premises with caution, searching diligently for Yuta. After a thorough search, they finally discovered Yuta bound within the interrogation room. Upon seeing his friends, Yuta's eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Menma quickly untied the ropes binding Yuta, and they prepared to leave quietly. However, at that moment, the members of the Umbu discovered them. The Umbu surrounded them, demanding an explanation for their intrusion into the Umbu base. Naruto stepped forward and declared, With Tai as our friend, he is not a villain. You have misunderstood him. The Umbu members remained skeptical of their words, leading to a standoff. At this juncture, Menma interjected, We can demonstrate with Tai's abilities. His powers merely alter the weather in response to his emotions, and he harbors no ill intent. If any problems arise, I shall take responsibility. If anything goes awry, you can summon the third Hokage to address me. This chapter does not conclude here. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Consequently, with Tai endeavored to calm himself, and as his emotions shifted, the atmosphere in the interrogation room began to change. The previously somber ambience transformed into a warm glow with the emergence of a ray of sunlight. Observing this scene, the Umbu members began to believe that with Tai might indeed not be a spy. Following thorough investigation and dialogue, the Umbu ultimately decided to release with Tai. With gratitude, He gazed at his companions and expressed, "Thank you all. Without you, I would have been at a loss." Naruto smiled and replied, "We are friends, and friends ought to assist each other." Yet, only Menma comprehended the truth. With Tai had perished long ago, the being before them was a reanimated corpse, akin to Kushina. Due to his unique abilities, with Tai had been exploited as a tool for profit and had met an untimely demise. Menma did not wish to shatter the illusion before him. What he yearned for most was to locate Orochimaru and implore him to research the reanimation jutsu. The rationale for seeking Orochimaru was rather straightforward. He hoped to exploit Orochimaru's knowledge to bypass the restrictions of the Shinigami, thereby liberating Minato's soul. Once freed, Menma would undoubtedly seek to reanimate Minato, which was beyond question. "By the way, where has Sakura been these days?" Naruto inquired. "Sakura? For some reason. She has been reluctant to come out and join us," Ino responded. "Is that so?" Naruto mused, seemingly lost in thought. "Brother, you don't harbor feelings for Sakura, do you?" Menma teased, raising an eyebrow. "What nonsense are you spouting, Menma? How could I possibly like Sakura?" Naruto retorted, his face reddening. The group erupted into laughter at this exchange, and seeing their amusement, Naruto felt a twinge of irritation. "What are you all laughing at? I truly do not like Sakura," he insisted. "The more you explain, the more it reveals your insecurity. It might be best to remain silent," Shikamaru remarked. The thought of Naruto endlessly revolving around Sakura made Menma's head throb. He wondered when Naruto would finally notice Hinata. He needed to mediate between the two, considering Sakura was wholly infatuated with Sasuke. In truth, Menma did not hold much affection for Sakura. In her earlier days, she was prone to tears and obsessed with Sasuke, while she held a strong disdain for Naruto. Thus, the group spent the entire day together, and as dusk approached, signaling the time to part ways. They waved goodbye to with Tai before returning home. However, Menma left behind a shadow clone, and only after everyone had departed did he reveal himself. Menma, did you not return home with Naruto? Why are you still here?" Yuta inquired upon discovering Menma. "Yuta, I wish to share something with you. But please do not disclose it to anyone else," Menma stated. "I won't tell anyone." "What is it?" Yuta asked curiously. Menma pondered how to convey his thoughts and eventually said, "Yuta, do you know that you were brought back to life through the Edo Tensei?" "Edo Tensei? What is that?" Yuta gazed at Menma with intrigue. Menma hesitated to reveal the truth, unsure of how to explain that Yuta had already passed away. "Actually, Yuta, you have been revived by someone," Menma finally admitted. "Revived? I don't quite understand what that means." "In essence, Yuta, you had already died and were subsequently brought back to life through the technique known as Edo Tensei," Menma elucidated. "Is that so? Then the one who revived me must be the person with serpent-like eyes, right?" Yuta contemplated aloud. Menma nodded and replied, "His name is Orochimaru. He used Edo Tensei to bring you back." "I see. Well, that's rather wonderful, as it has allowed me to meet so many friends," Yuta expressed joyfully, not dwelling on the implications of his revival. "Let us keep this matter a secret from others, otherwise they will be saddened," Menma advised. "I understand. I won't tell anyone. This is our secret," Yuta exclaimed happily. "All right then, Yuta, see you tomorrow," Menma said before vanishing from sight. On that day, the sun cast its warm glow over the hidden leaf village, the dappled light enhancing the tranquility and harmony of this vibrant community. Naruto, Menma, Yuta, and their companions gathered once more, their bond strengthened by the experiences of the previous day, forming a profound connection forged through trials. "Let us venture outside the village today," Naruto proposed exuberantly, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for the unknown, a fervor that seemed capable of igniting the world. "What? Leave the village?" Menma exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Naruto. "Yes. Aren't you curious about what lies beyond?" Naruto responded eagerly. "But it seems we aren't permitted to leave the village," Menma remarked, dousing the excitement like a bucket of cold water, causing Naruto to fall silent. "I know of a way to get out. Follow me," Yuta interjected. The group followed Yuta to the edge of the village wall, where he moved aside a wooden plank to reveal a modest opening. "We can get out through here," Yuta declared before squeezing through. However, despite their efforts, the others struggled to follow. In desperation, Menma handed his flying thunder god kunai to Yuta, using it to transport everyone outside. "Wonderful. This is going to be so much fun," Ino responded, her eyes brimming with anticipation, as if she could already envision the beautiful scenery and delightful adventures that awaited them. Thus, A group of young companions set forth toward the forest beyond the village, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Among them, Tai walked with a radiant smile, cherishing this moment as an invaluable treasure, filled with gratitude for his friends. Just as they stealthily ventured out, two figures lurked in the shadows, silently observing them. What a stroke of luck, to encounter a few children from Konohagakure, one remarked. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that all three wore the headbands of the hidden Cloud Village. It seems we will have some fun, one of the Cloud Ninjas said, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Let us eliminate these children. We shall follow them, declared the third, as he led the two others in pursuit. Not long after entering the forest, the atmosphere around them shifted subtly. The once joyful chirping of birds faded into silence, as stillness crept in like a rising tide. Soon after, a faint mist began to envelop them, moving as if it possessed a life of its own. This mist feels peculiar, Shikamaru remarked. His brow furrowed as his keen instincts detected a sense of danger. His mind raced to analyze the situation. Everyone, be cautious, Ino urged, sharpening his gaze, ever ready to confront any imminent threat. Suddenly, several enormous spiders emerged from the mist. Their massive bodies, cloaked in black, shimmered ominously in the fog, their eyes glowing with a hellish red light. Long strands of silk were expelled from their mouths, resembling deadly white whips. What monstrous creatures are these? Choji exclaimed in terror, instinctively recoiling, his face a mask of fear. Naruto, quick to react, formed hand seals without hesitation. Shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, a multitude of Naruto clones surged toward the swarm of spiders, crashing upon them like a tumultuous wave against rocks. Hey, don't rush in alone. It's dangerous, Ino shouted, fully aware of the necessity to stand firm. He prepared to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. However, upon witnessing the spider's densely packed legs, a wave of dread washed over him. Ino harbored a deep-seated fear of spiders, a terror that now surged forth like a demon in his mind. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Even the sight of a small spider would startle him. Yet, he steeled himself, for he knew his friends needed him. Regulating his breathing, he swiftly executed the Rasengan, a blue sphere of chakra materializing in his hand, which he hurled at one of the spiders. The Rasengan struck with tremendous force, sending the creature crashing into a large tree, which shook violently, shedding its leaves. The young boy's technique astonished the three observers lurking in the shadows. Without a doubt, that is the jutsu once employed by the yellow flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, one remarked. Do you see those two children? Could they possibly be Minato's sons? The face of another grew increasingly sinister as he began to stir with unsettling intent. My dear, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading, as what follows is even more thrilling. It seems so, truly fortunate, as I can finally seek revenge, another person remarked. Allow me to stoke the flames further, spirit summoning technique. Before our eyes, the individual conjured a colossal spider, dwarfing the previous one, rendering it a mere novice in comparison. The enormous spider bared its venomous fangs, its gaping maw emitting a chilling sound. Utai, witnessing his companions engaged in battle, felt an urgent desire to assist. He attempted to wield his abilities, only to discover they were utterly ineffective against the spiders. Anxiety gripped him, and the sky darkened in response to his turmoil. Ominous clouds gathering as if a storm were imminent. Utai, take cover, Ino shouted, simultaneously executing the mind transfer technique to momentarily restrain one spider, buying precious time for her companions. Obediently, Utai hid behind a large tree, clutching its trunk tightly, his body trembling slightly as his eyes anxiously followed the struggle of his friends on the battlefield. However, the number of spiders continued to swell, akin to an endless tide of darkness encroaching. His companions gradually began to falter, the weariness of battle manifesting in their labored breaths, sweat soaking their garments. This cannot continue. We must devise a plan. Shikamaru, while evading the spider's assaults, rapidly contemplated strategies, his gaze desperately scanning the environment around him. At that moment, a spider stealthily crept up behind Utai, its movements graceful and concealed, like a specter in the shadows. Suddenly, it lunged at Utai, its sharp claws glimmering ominously in the dim light. Utai? Ino noticed the peril but was obstructed by the swarm of spiders, unable to reach him in time. Utai found himself ensnared in the spider's silk, the threads resilient as ropes, tightening around him. He struggled, his eyes filled with fear, as if he were confronting the specter of death. The spider dragged Uchiha into the depths of the fog, its speed akin to a whirlwind of darkness. His friends, frantic, yearned to pursue, yet were ensnared by other spiders. Uchiha? Naruto roared in fury, his eyes blazing crimson, a formidable force erupting from within him. He unleashed the shadow clone technique, forming numerous clones that surged towards the surrounding spiders with fierce attacks, scattering some and clearing a path for his comrades. They hurriedly followed the direction in which Uchiha had been taken. Upon arrival, they found him lying on the ground, appearing faint and fragile. Uchiha, what has happened to you? Naruto inquired anxiously, his voice trembling slightly. I feel my strength waning. I may be departing. Uchiha weakly replied, his voice as light as a feather's fall, imbued with despair. No, Uchiha, we will save you, Naruto declared, his gaze resolute, embodying an unwavering determination. The others gathered around Uchiha, their hearts heavy with concern for their fallen companion. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the mist, suggesting that further dangers lurked within the depths of the forest. Suddenly, strands of spider silk appeared from an unknown source, ensnaring the group. While Menma, quick-witted and agile, managed to evade the incoming threads, the others were not as fortunate, becoming hopelessly entangled, some collapsing to the ground, immobile. Ha ha ha, little brats, unable to move, are you? A voice resonated, and 3 figures materialized before them. You are ninjas from Yunin, Menma exclaimed as he recognized the forehead protectors adorning the trio. Oh, little brat. You recognized us? Then we shall have to eliminate all of you. Upon uttering these words, a colossal spider emerged from behind the 3 figures. Its massive legs were nearly as thick as tree trunks, causing Menma to tremble at the sight of such a monstrous creature, rendered motionless by fear. Menma, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be strong? Quickly defeat them, Naruto shouted, witnessing the scene unfold. Menma, paralyzed by terror, could only gaze in horror at the enormous spider. Confronted by that which he feared most, he found himself devoid of any fighting spirit, staring vacantly at the creature with its gaping maw. The giant spider advanced slowly, revealing its long, venomous fangs as if it intended to devour them. As the spider drew nearer, Menma's fear intensified, causing him to collapse onto the ground, transfixed by the sight of the beast. Damn it, Menma, what on earth are you doing? Yaya shouted, his voice echoing with urgency. It's futile. Spiders, centipedes, and snakes are Menma's greatest fears. He possesses no combat capability in this moment, Shikamaru remarked, seemingly resigned to their fate. Damn it, are we really going to perish here today? I haven't even become Hokage yet. What a joke. Naruto lamented. Hey, Menma, what are you doing? You're afraid of such a creature? Even I am not afraid of it, yet you are? Am I not more terrifying than this thing? Kurama's voice echoed from within the ceiling space. Menma appeared oblivious to their words, continuing to stare blankly at the enormous spider. You shall not harm my friends, Yute declared, rising slowly and shouting at the spider. Sparks of electricity crackled around him as thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning struck the spider. As Yute's fury grew, so did the ferocity of the lightning, leaving the onlookers in awe. Ah! Yute shouted, charging at the spider as a massive bolt of lightning descended. With a resounding crash, a blinding flash enveloped the area. When the dust settled, the spider had been obliterated, leaving no trace behind. A tattered piece of cloth, carried by the wind, landed before them. It was a fragment of Yute's garment. Curse that little brat. It seems I must take matters into my own hands to finish you off, one of the figures declared, preparing to charge forward, while the other 2 brandished kunai, advancing menacingly towards the group. In that moment, Menma picked up the torn piece of cloth from the ground, gripping it tightly in his palm, his gaze fiercely fixed on the approaching trio. Do you wish to dance as well? With a swift motion, Menma retrieved the flying thunder god kunai and hurled it towards the 3 approaching ninjas from the hidden cloud village. The kunai sliced through the air with a whistling sound, tracing a golden arc. The trio of cloud ninjas deftly evaded the kunai's attack with an agile flicker of their forms. With a smile, Menma activated the flying thunder god technique, teleporting beside the ninja skilled in summoning jutsu. In a flash, he brandished the kunai and slashed forward. Is this all you've got, kid? Sneered the ninja adept in lightning and water techniques, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, coalescing mid-air into the form of a dragon, its claws poised to strike at Menma. Perceiving the imminent danger, Menma had no choice but to retreat. He kicked aside the summoning ninja and quickly performed hand seals, invoking the Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. A robust earthen wall surged from the ground, intercepting the water dragon's assault. The dragon collided with the wall, sending a cascade of water splashing everywhere, drenching the terrain in mud. At that moment, the summoning ninja distanced himself, clasping his hands together to perform the summoning technique. Instantly, several venomous spiders appeared around him, scuttling rapidly towards Menma. Alarmed, Menma's instincts urged him to retreat. However, he stifled his inner fear. Employing his body technique, he darted through the swarm of spiders like a bolt of lightning, simultaneously forming hand seals for the fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball soared towards the spiders, incinerating several upon contact and releasing a pungent scent of charred flesh. Interesting, kid, scoffed the lightning ninja, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared behind Menma, his hand enveloped in potent lightning chakra, launching an attack towards Menma's back. Sensing the threat from behind, Menma remained composed, tossing the flying thunder god kunai upwards before vanishing from his location. Menma! Naruto shouted from the side, struggling to free himself from the entangling threads, which tightened their grip. He breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Menma's disappearance. Menma reappeared beside a nearby flying thunder god kunai, seizing the opportunity to teleport behind the lightning ninja again. Suddenly, the lightning adept seemed to sense something, launching a flurry of rapid lightning attacks that rained down like a storm upon Menma. He could only dodge continuously, sustaining several cuts from the lightning strikes. The summoning ninja unleashed his technique once more, this time summoning a colossal spider, its powerful legs causing the ground to tremble with each step. The spider spat strands of resilient silk towards Menma, who now found himself not only evading lightning attacks, but also the webbing, appearing quite beleaguered. Recognizing that this predicament was unsustainable, Menma resolved to employ the multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, dozens of clones of Menma manifested around him, charging towards the three cloud ninjas. The adept in lightning and water techniques formed hand seals, preparing for a counterattack. Lightning release, false darkness. A powerful lightning bolt surged towards Menma's shadow clone, instantly obliterating several of them. Seizing this opportunity, Menma charged towards the ninja adept in summoning techniques, intent on eliminating the nuisance of incessantly summoned spiders. He executed the wind release, vacuum palm, sending forth a formidable blade of wind towards the ninja. The ninja hastily summoned a few small spiders to shield himself, but they were swiftly shredded by the wind blade, their bodies reduced to mere fragments. However, just as Menma prepared to launch another assault, a massive spider materialized above him, its venomous fangs descending upon him. Startled, Menma rolled to the side, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Meanwhile, the three cloud ninjas formed a tight encirclement around him, their faces adorned with triumphant grins, confident that Menma was trapped with no means of escape. Wiping the blood from his face, Menma understood that he could no longer hold back. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode. A surge of potent chakra erupted from within him, enveloping his form in a dark golden radiance. The three cloud ninjas, sensing the sudden intensification of Menma's aura, felt their smiles vanish, replaced by expressions of grave concern. Menma launched the first strike, his speed multiplying several times over, and in an instant, he stood before the summoning ninja. He delivered a powerful punch, imbued with immense strength, sending the ninja hurtling into a large tree, uprooting it with a thunderous crash. Witnessing their master under attack, the colossal spider lunged furiously at Menma. Unfazed, Menma formed hand seals and unleashed lightning release, lightning ball. A massive sphere of lightning manifested in his grasp, which he hurled at the spider. Upon impact, the lightning ball erupted in a tremendous explosion, annihilating the creature. The lightning adept ninja, gritting his teeth at this spectacle, summoned his strongest lightning release technique, lightning release, thunderbolt charge. Transforming into a streak of lightning, he charged at Menma. With a cold snort, Menma countered with his own spiraling sphere, enveloped in dark golden chakra, meeting the oncoming lightning with resolve. The collision of the spiraling sphere and the ninja's outer chakra produced a brilliant flash and a resounding boom. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, causing the surrounding trees to sway perilously. In the contest of might, Menma's spiraling sphere gradually gained the upper hand, forcing the ninja to retreat as he slid several meters across the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Observing the defeat of his companions, the ninja skilled in both lightning and water release recognized his dire predicament, yet resolved to fight with fervor. He formed hand seals, simultaneously executing lightning release, thunder arrow, and water release, great shark bomb technique. A colossal shark-shaped attack, forged from the fusion of lightning and water chakra, hurtled towards Menma. Standing resolute, Menma's gaze remained unwavering. He concentrated the chakra of the nine tails in his hands, then thrust them forward, unleashing a formidable golden chakra wave that surged towards the Raijin water jutsu. The golden chakra wave effortlessly shattered the attack of the Raijin water jutsu, continuing its trajectory towards the ninja, who had no time to evade. Struck by the chakra wave, the ninja was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Humph! How pathetic, you little brat. If you had used my power earlier, this could have been resolved sooner, Kurama remarked from within the ceiling space. I cannot rely on you, Kurama, forever, can I? Menma replied with a smile. Humph! You stubborn little brat. Just don't come crying to me for help later, Kurama retorted, curling up as if preparing for a nap. Menma merely smiled and opened his eyes, surveying the three defeated ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds, before deactivating the Nine Tails chakra mode. He approached his companions and used a kunai imbued with wind chakra to sever the threads binding them. Menma, you're amazing, Ino exclaimed, gazing at him in admiration. Naruto then delivered a punch to Menma's face, causing him to sit down, clutching his cheek. What was that for, Naruto? Why did you suddenly hit me? Kiba asked. If you had dealt with them sooner, Tai wouldn't have died, Naruto said, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Menma. Rising to his feet, Menma wore a complex expression, unsure of what to say. The others, too, found themselves shedding tears. Well, it's my fault, Menma stammered, ultimately at a loss for words. If we must assign blame, it should be directed at you, Naruto, Shikamaru interjected, continuing. If you hadn't insisted on going on this adventure, we wouldn't have encountered this situation, Shikamaru said through his tears. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, Naruto lamented. So, Menma, did you foresee this outcome? Ino asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Enough, everyone. Let us not quarrel. Tai wouldn't want to see us fighting, Choji said, sniffling. Ultimately, the fault lies with the village hidden in the clouds. Let us return their bodies to the village for the Hokage to handle, Menma stated, producing a sealing scroll to encapsulate the three corpses. Let us go home, he said to his companions. Silently, they followed him. Along the way, Kurama teased Menma, questioning why he was so composed earlier but seemed flustered upon encountering the spider. Kurama recounted Menma's expression at the time, laughing heartily. Menma was left speechless. This usually aloof fox was now mocking him, a side he had never witnessed before. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, where Genko and Kamizuki Izumi spotted the group from afar and recognized them. Steel was taken aback, pondering when these individuals had departed. The two hastened to their side, only to find them dejected and weeping incessantly, causing the two's expressions to turn grave. Can you tell me what has transpired? Steel inquired. It's somewhat serious. We were ambushed by the ninjas from the hidden cloud village. Please, Uncle Steel, summon our parents and Lord Hokage. I have something important to convey, Menma spoke to Steel. I understand. Out-Yun, take care of the children. I shall report this, Steel replied. Though he was curious how Menma knew his name, nevertheless, the gravity of Menma's words overshadowed his curiosity. Rest assured, I will look after the children. You hurry, Out-Yun said. Subsequently, Steel utilized the body flicker technique to depart, first seeking the parents of Menma and the others, and then proceeding to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Out-Yun escorted the children to the duty room at the Konoha gate, where the sounds of sobbing echoed within as Out-Yun endeavored to comfort everyone. The figures of Steel and his companions darted through the residences of Konoha like a swift wind. They first located the parents of several children, succinctly informing them of the situation. Upon hearing the news, the parents were filled with anxiety, hastening toward the duty room at the Konoha gate. Meanwhile, Steel pressed onward to the Hokage Tower to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bursting into the Hokage's office, he scarcely paused for breath, declaring, Lord Hokage, Menma and the other children were attacked by ninjas from the hidden cloud village. They are currently in the duty room at the Konoha gate, and Menma has something of great importance to report. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed, a tide of worry and anger rising within him. He rose, donned the Hokage's cloak, and stated, We must go immediately. In the duty room at the Konoha gate, Aoyun continued to console the sobbing children. The parents arrived one after another, relief washing over them upon seeing their children unharmed. However, upon witnessing the tear-streaked faces and despondent expressions of the children, their hearts ached. Naruto threw himself into Kushina's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Mom, Yutei sacrificed himself to save us." Kushina gently patted Naruto's back, her eyes filled with sorrow and tenderness. Menma sat quietly nearby, gazing at the scroll containing the remains of the hidden cloud ninja. He understood that this incident would ignite a storm between Konoha and the hidden cloud village. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the duty room. His presence silenced the previously chaotic space. Everyone raised their heads to regard the Hokage. "Menma, please recount the events in detail." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was steady and grave. Menma stood and began to narrate the sequence of events, from their clandestine departure from the village to the ambush by the hidden cloud ninjas in the forest, the sacrifice of Yutei, and the ensuing battle with the ninjas. He recounted every detail meticulously. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew solemn. This incident involved the ninjas from the hidden cloud village attacking the children near Konoha, a serious provocation against the village. "Grandpa Hokage, we did not intend to leave the village. It was entirely my fault for suggesting the expedition outside," Naruto confessed, his head bowed in remorse. "Now is not the time to assign blame," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. "We must engage in a thorough dialogue with the hidden cloud village regarding this matter." Subsequently, he convened the senior ninjas of Konohagakure, including Kakashi and Might Guy, to deliberate on the appropriate course of action. Meanwhile, the three defeated ninjas from the hidden cloud village had yet to return, raising the concern of their higher-ups. They initiated an investigation into the whereabouts of these ninjas and discovered that their last known location was a forest near Konohagakure. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage, furrowed his brow, acutely aware that mishandling the situation could potentially spark a conflict between their villages, especially with tensions already high between the hidden cloud and the hidden stone. If Konohagakure were to be drawn into the fray, the pressure would escalate. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to send an envoy to the hidden cloud village to convey Konohagakure's stance, demanding a reasonable explanation for the incident and an apology for the assault on the children of his village. Kakashi volunteered for this mission. Armed with evidence provided by the Umbu, which included a scroll containing the bodies of the fallen hidden cloud ninjas, as he embarked on his journey to the hidden cloud village. Upon arrival, Kakashi was met with hostility. The ninjas of the hidden cloud regarded him with animosity, accusing Konohagakure of having slain their comrades. Remaining composed, Kakashi entered the conference room of the hidden cloud village, where he unsealed the scroll in front of the village's leaders, revealing the three corpses and recounting the events that transpired. The fourth Raikage, fell into deep contemplation. Although reluctant to believe that his ninjas would attack the children of Konohagakure, the evidence presented forced him to reconsider the situation. After a fervent exchange of ideas, the hidden cloud village ultimately decided to dispatch an envoy to visit Konohagakure, seeking to jointly investigate the truth behind the incident. The envoys from the hidden cloud arrived in Konohagakure, and negotiations commenced in a confidential meeting room. The representatives from Konohagakure, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, were joined by Kakashi, Might Guy, and other elite ninjas. The hidden cloud delegation, headed by Raikage A, included several ninjas skilled in diplomacy and intelligence analysis. At the outset of the negotiations, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a serious expression, stated, "The attack by your village's ninjas on our children near Konohagakure constitutes a grave violation of the principles of peaceful coexistence between ninja villages. This not only poses a significant threat to the safety of our children, but also constitutes a profound affront to the dignity of Konohagakure." Raikage A, furrowing his brow, responded, "Hokage-sama, what we currently possess is only the evidence provided by your side. Although the bodies are indeed those of our hidden cloud ninjas, we are still unclear about the full context of the events. We cannot hastily assign blame based solely on this." Kakashi interjected, "Raikage-sama, the children present at the time were entirely innocent. It is indefensible for your ninjas to have launched an attack against them. These children embody the future of the Hidden Leaf Village. Their lives are of immeasurable value." A ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village countered, "Our ninjas do not attack others without cause. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding, such as mistaking your children for enemies." Might Guy rose, striking the table with fervor, exclaiming, "What misunderstanding could justify such brutality? Those children were mere moments away from death. Had it not been for their own abilities, they would have surely perished. This cannot simply be attributed to a misunderstanding." The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. The emissaries from the hidden cloud village fell silent for a moment, and then Reikage spoke. "We too wish to ascertain the truth of the matter. If it is indeed the fault of our ninjas, we shall not evade responsibility. But we require a more thorough investigation." Thus, both parties commenced a meticulous review of the event's timeline, from the moment the children left the village, their route, the circumstances following the spider attack, to the timing of the appearance of the Cloud Ninjas. During this process, the Hidden Leaf Village provided detailed accounts of the children's experiences during the battle, including the jutsu employed by the Cloud Ninjas and their exchanges. A ninja from the Hidden Cloud raised some questions, casting doubt on whether the children had acted provocatively. All eyes turned to Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ino, the victims who were also present at the meeting. Upon hearing this question, Naruto stood up in anger, declaring, "We were merely playing in the forest, acting in self-defense when danger arose. How could we possibly provoke your ninjas?" Shikamaru added, "Before we were attacked, we had no idea they were ninjas from the Hidden Cloud. And Ino sacrificed herself to protect us. Does that not clarify the situation?" Ino, with a resigned gesture, spoke, "The truth is, you from the Hidden Cloud harbor animosity towards our father, the fourth Hokage. After all, the last Ninja World War brought significant losses to your village. They likely attacked us simply because we resemble him." As negotiations progressed, the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud gradually recognized the substantial issues on their side. An intelligence analyst from their ranks remarked, "Given the current circumstances, the presence of our ninjas near the Hidden Leaf Village is itself highly suspect. And based on the children's descriptions and the battle evidence, it seems they may have been deliberately attacked." Reikage's expression darkened upon hearing this. He understood that if this were true, the reputation of the Hidden Cloud Village in the ninja world would suffer greatly. After prolonged discussions and evidence analysis, the Hidden Cloud Village ultimately had to concede that their ninjas had committed a grave error. They also acknowledged the potential for a collaborative effort between the Rock and Leaf villages to confront them. The fourth Reikage, rose and solemnly apologized to the Hidden Leaf Village, "Hokage-sama, after our thorough investigation and analysis, we have determined that it was indeed a serious fault on the part of our ninjas. The Hidden Cloud Village is willing to accept the corresponding responsibilities. We shall impose severe penalties on the families of the three ninjas involved and provide adequate compensation to the Hidden Leaf Village." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and stated, "We, the Hidden Leaf Village, accept your apology. However, we hope such occurrences will not transpire again. Although competition exists among our ninja villages, peaceful coexistence is the true path to longevity." Reikage exhaled in relief and concurred, "The Hokage is correct. We will enhance the management and education of our ninjas to prevent similar incidents from occurring." The Hidden Leaf Village accepted the apology from the Hidden Cloud Village. While the matter seemed to have settled, the scars it left in the hearts of the children would not heal so easily. After this incident, Naruto and his companions grew more mature and resilient. They understood that peace is a precious treasure, and they must continuously improve their abilities to better protect the Hidden Leaf Village and all that they hold dear. In the training grounds of the Hidden Leaf Village, one could often witness their diligent training. Naruto practiced the shadow clone technique and the Rasengan with unwavering determination, vowing to become a powerful ninja like his father. His friends also dedicated themselves to training in their respective strengths, knowing that only by becoming strong could they better safeguard themselves and those around them in the face of future dangers. Sitting on a stump, Menma watched the hard-working group with a relieved smile, pulling out a fragment of Tai's clothing, which slowly dissipated into particles. Menma recognized the gravity of the situation. After all, this was the world of Hokage, where creatures like spiders, centipedes, and snakes could serve as summoning beasts, often of colossal size. Had Tai not sacrificed her own soul to perish alongside that spider, the outcome would have been unthinkable. The thought clenched Menma's fists as he gazed at Naruto in the distance. October 10th, the year 52 of the Hidden Leaf Village, marked a special day, the fourth birthday of Naruto and Menma. The gentle sunlight bathed the streets and alleys of the Hidden Leaf Village, as if adding a festive touch to this extraordinary occasion. The village was enveloped in a joyful and warm atmosphere. Kushina had begun her preparations for the birthday celebration early. meticulously organizing every detail. The house was adorned with vibrant streamers, resembling a splendid rainbow arching across the room. The yard was filled with colorful balloons that swayed gently in the breeze, as if dancing merrily. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, exuding enticing aromas. Naruto's favorite ramen was presented in exquisite bowls, the rich broth and chewy noodles making one's mouth water. Menma's beloved pan-fried dumplings were neatly arranged, their golden, crispy exteriors telling tales of delightful flavors. Naturally, the birthday cake, an essential part of the celebration, was prominently displayed. This cake had been specially ordered by Kushina. Topped with white cream resembling the first snow of winter, adorned with colorful icing spelling out Naruto and Menma's names, surrounded by charming little ninja designs, as if tiny ninjas were guarding them. Naruto, brimming with excitement like a little monkey, dashed around the house, his eyes sparkling with delight. He occasionally approached the delectable array of delicacies, inhaling the enticing aromas with fervor, and then darted over to the balloons, gently tapping them with his small hands while repeatedly murmuring, "Today is my birthday. Today is my birthday." Enveloped in this jubilant atmosphere, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He moved to Junanai's side, methodically assisting her in arranging the tableware, diligently decorating the venue to ensure that every corner radiated the essence of a birthday celebration. Before long, guests began to arrive in succession. The first to arrive was the Uchiha family. Mikoto wore a gentle smile, holding two meticulously crafted forehead protectors. The material appeared to be of exceptional quality, unmarked on the front, while the back bore the Uchiha clan's emblem. She approached Naruto and Menma, softly stating, "These are birthday gifts for you both. May you soon become outstanding ninjas." Sasuke followed closely behind, his gaze imbued with a hint of defiance. Though he seemed somewhat reluctant, he presented two small kunai he had personally crafted, their exquisite design a testament to the effort he had invested. Naruto accepted the kunai with eyes alight with surprise, exclaiming, "Sasuke, thank you." Menma also nodded appreciatively at Sasuke, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Itachi silently approached Menma, his eyes deep and tranquil. In a hushed tone, he wished, "Happy birthday. Menma, may you steadfastly uphold your beliefs as you advance on the path of a ninja." Shortly thereafter, Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba arrived. Shikamaru held a beautifully crafted chessboard, its wooden texture intricately detailed and the pieces polished to a smooth finish. He remarked to Naruto and Menma, "This chessboard will allow us to play during our breaks. Chess can be quite engaging and sharpens the mind." Ino, resembling a floral fairy, cradled two splendid bouquets. The flowers were vibrant and exuded a delicate fragrance. She handed the bouquets to Menma and Naruto, her eyes filled with blessings, saying, "May you both flourish like these blossoms, forever brimming with vitality." Kiba approached with exuberance, clapping Naruto and Menma on the shoulders, exclaiming, "Happy birthday, kiddos." He then thrust the gift he held into their hands. Soon after, Asuma and Kurinai arrived. Asuma, wearing his signature smile, carried two specially prepared ninja toolkits. He said to Naruto and Menma, "This is a gift from Kurinai and me. May you find it useful in your training." Kurinai stood beside him, gazing tenderly at the two children, wishing, "Happy birthday. May you find joy in every day." Kakashi and Might Guy also made their entrance together. Kakashi, with his hands tucked in his pockets, appeared relaxed. He produced two ninja technique scrolls from behind, handing them to Naruto and Menma, stating, "These scrolls contain some practical jutsu techniques I have selected. I hope you will study them diligently." Might Guy exuberantly proclaimed, "Youth, today is your birthday, so be as vibrant as a blazing flame." He gifted Naruto and Menma each a specially designed training outfit, crafted from lightweight and breathable material, perfectly suited for the rigors of ninja training, while also striking his signature pose. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he mimicked the gesture, his white teeth gleaming. Menma, upon seeing the green bodysuit, felt a deep-seated reluctance, convinced it would appear quite unfashionable when worn. Choji approached slowly, cradling a large box of his favorite chips. Shyly, he stepped forward to Naruto and Menma, saying, "I brought you some chips. They are absolutely delicious. Happy birthday to you both." At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, made his entrance. His arrival momentarily hushed the crowd, followed by an enthusiastic greeting from everyone present. With a warm smile, Hiruzen presented a special gift, two miniature ninja training devices. These apparatuses appeared exquisitely crafted, equipped with various adjustment mechanisms to aid Naruto and Menma in honing their jutsu according to their respective training stages. Naruto, Menma, you are the hope of Konohagakure. May you grow strong and one day become formidable ninjas, Hiruzen expressed with heartfelt anticipation. The chapter does not end here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Everyone gathered around a table brimming with delectable dishes, indulging in the feast. The table was adorned with an array of culinary delights, fresh fruits, savory grilled meats, many of which were lovingly prepared by Kushina. After all, Kushina's culinary skills had made remarkable strides recently, and Naruto and Menma eagerly anticipated mealtime. Racing to the table at the mere mention of food, Naruto began recounting some amusing anecdotes from his recent training, gesticulating animatedly. Let me tell you, during my last training session, I accidentally tumbled over, and guess what? I discovered a brand new way to climb trees. His story elicited laughter from the assembled guests. Menma shared his newfound insights on ninjutsu with earnestness, stating, I have been researching the Rasengan. More specifically, I aim to develop a new technique by incorporating chakra nature transformation, which might enhance the jutsu's power. Itachi nodded slightly in approval at his words. Injecting the Rasengan with chakra nature transformation is something even Minato-sensei did not accomplish. Menma, I believe in you. One day, you will surpass Minato-sensei. Kakashi exclaimed, first in admiration and then in encouragement. Absolutely, Kakashi-sensei. Menma replied earnestly. If I cannot achieve this, it would be wiser for me to give up now, especially with ever stronger opponents ahead. After the meal, everyone eagerly anticipated the cake-cutting ceremony. Naruto and Menma stood before the cake, closed their eyes, clasped their hands together, and silently made a wish. Then, together, they picked up the knife and carefully sliced the cake into numerous pieces, distributing them to each person present. As everyone savored the delicious cake, laughter and joy echoed throughout the courtyard. At that moment, Kiba playfully smeared some cream on his hand and crept up behind Naruto and Menma. Hey Naruto, Menma. The sound of laughter emanated from behind Naruto and Menma, drawing their attention. They turned in unison, only to find Yasu swiftly smearing cream across their faces. The onlookers erupted in laughter at this playful scene. Yeah, stop right there, Naruto exclaimed, grabbing some cream himself as he chased after Ya. Menma wiped the cream from his face and rushed inside to retrieve a cream gun, dashing back in front of Ya. At this moment, Ya found himself besieged by both Naruto and Menma. Naruto tackled him from behind, slathering cream over his face, while Menma quickly joined in, squeezing cream onto Ya's visage. With Ya's face now covered in cream, the laughter intensified. Just as Sasuke was caught up in the merriment, a glob of cream flew through the air, striking him squarely on the face. The culprit was none other than Naruto. Wiping the cream from his face, Sasuke shouted, Naruto. He then picked up a handful of cream and pursued Naruto, transforming the scene into a chaotic cream battle. Kakashi and the others swiftly retreated to the sidelines, enjoying cake while watching the delightful chaos unfold among the children, punctuated by laughter and banter. The birthday celebration continued in this joyful and harmonious atmosphere, with Naruto and Menma basking in the happiness of the moment. This birthday would become a cherished memory for them both. Sunlight bathed the streets of Konoha, where bustling crowds passed each other. Naruto and Menma strolled leisurely down the avenue, with Naruto wearing a forehead protector gifted by Mikoto Uchiha, and muttering about Menma donning the spandex outfit given by Might Guy. Menma, are you really not going to wear it? It was a gift from Guy-sensei. It's so youthful, Naruto insisted. Menma shot him a glance, replying, if you like it so much, you wear it. I won't. After their birthday celebration, Naruto wore the forehead protector gifted by Mikoto every day, and occasionally donned the spandex outfit from Guy, persistently urging Menma to join him. However, Menma outright refused, thinking it too uncool. He couldn't bear to imagine how embarrassing it would be if they both wore it together. While they were bickering, Menma's attention was suddenly captured by two figures ahead. It was Itachi Uchiha and a striking girl, whom Menma recognized as Izumi Uchiha. Itachi maintained his calm and composed demeanor, while Izumi appeared shy, her gaze often drifting toward Itachi. Isn't that Itachi and I? Who's that girl beside him? Naruto queried, spotting them with curiosity. Who knows? They seem to share a special bond, Menma whispered. They observed as Itachi and Izumi entered a ninja tool shop, prompting them to quietly follow inside. The shop was filled with an array of ninja tools, with Itachi carefully selecting shuriken while Izumi watched him tenderly, occasionally offering her suggestions. Itachi, this shuriken's weight suits you perfectly, Izumi softly remarked. Itachi nodded slightly, responding, yes, I think it feels quite good too. Menma tugged on Naruto, hiding behind a row of ninja tools to discreetly observe them. He noticed the special glint in Izumi's eyes when she looked at Itachi, a gaze that transcended mere friendship, resembling the tender feelings of a girl in love. Upon exiting the tool shop, Itachi and Izumi entered a dessert parlor. In tow were Menma and Naruto, who settled in a corner outside the shop. Through the window, they observed Izumi smiling as she slid a slice of cake towards Itachi. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it and began to eat. Izumi's eyes sparkled with joy, relishing the sight of Itachi enjoying his treat. Menma, inspired by a sudden idea, turned to Naruto and said, brother, let us assist them. Assist with what? Naruto replied, puzzled. Look at the way that older sister gazes at brother Itachi. She surely harbors affection for him. We should play matchmakers, Menma explained. Thus, he pulled Naruto into the dessert shop. Approaching Itachi and Izumi's table, Menma feigned surprise, exclaiming, brother Itachi, what a coincidence. You are here too. And who is this lovely lady? Itachi, noticing them, furrowed his brow slightly, but soon regained his composure. This is Uchiha Izumi, not only my kin, but also my classmate. Menma, grinning, greeted her. Hello, sister Izumi. Are you and brother Itachi good friends? Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly. Yes, we are very good friends. Menma blinked mischievously, casting a glance at Itachi while playfully raising his pinky finger. One must not underestimate brother Itachi, sister Izumi. Are you not his? Note, the pinky finger signifies a girlfriend. Izumi's face turned even redder, and she glanced at Itachi, who bore an equally awkward expression, his face tinged with a rosy hue. Naruto seemed to grasp Menma's intentions and chimed in. Indeed, sister Izumi, you and brother Itachi appear quite compatible. Itachi coughed, admonishing. You two rascals, refrain from such talk. Undeterred, Menma continued. Brother Itachi, sister Izumi is so kind to you. You must not let her down. At this, Izumi shyly lowered her gaze, while Itachi observed her, his expression shifting. He awkwardly clarified to Menma and Naruto, Izumi and I are merely ordinary friends. Not in the sort of relationship you imply. Menma and Naruto exchanged knowing smiles, and Naruto teased, brother Itachi is blushing. Both Itachi and Izumi felt their faces grow warmer. Itachi clutched his clothing tightly, eager to clarify his stance, but at a loss for words. Izumi, still shyly keeping her head down, occasionally stole glances at Itachi, her heart racing. After all, Itachi remained oblivious to her feelings, while the two children had boldly brought them to light. Recognizing the tension, Menma decided it was best to excuse themselves and concocted a reason to leave with Naruto. Once they departed, a peculiar silence enveloped the shop. Izumi raised her head to gaze at Itachi, her feelings more transparent than ever. Itachi, in turn, regarded Izumi as if truly seeing her for the first time. His heart twisted in confusion. He was unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After a considerable pause, Itachi seemed to gather his resolve and spoke to Izumi. Izumi, shall we go for another stroll later? Yamato, visibly anxious, inquired about Izumi. Upon hearing his question, Izumi felt a twinge of nervousness herself. She remained silent, merely nodding slowly, resembling a bashful young girl. Observing this, Yamato released a breath of relief and indulged in the cake. After they both finished, they departed from the dessert shop, only to encounter Naruto and Menma, who had been waiting outside for them. With cheerful expressions, Naruto and Menma looked at Yamato and Izumi, causing their cheeks to redden even further. Both were apprehensive, unsure of what to say. At that moment, a voice approached them, exclaiming, Naruto, Menma, what brings you here? Oh, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. Naruto and Menma turned to see the source of the voice and greeted the newcomer. Is that you, Kiba? Where are you off to? Naruto inquired. Kiba replied, I'm heading to the clearing to play. Want to join? Ecstatic, Naruto responded, absolutely. Let us go. With that, he grasped Menma's hand and dashed off. Menma, initially curious about what might unfold between Yamato and Izumi, perhaps a confession, was reluctantly pulled away by Naruto. He would have preferred to witness the unfolding drama. A rare opportunity he did not wish to miss. As he was being dragged away, he glanced back at Yamato and Izumi, who stood rooted in place. Their faces flushed as they exchanged shy glances. Kiba, puzzled, observed Naruto and Menma, wondering at their peculiar behavior of continually looking back. He followed their gaze and spotted Yamato and Izumi. "Oh, is that you, Yamato?" Kiba greeted, suddenly noticing Izumi beside him, which seemed to clarify everything for him. After Naruto and Menma joined Kiba, the three turned their attention towards Yamato and Izumi. The duo, now the center of attention, felt even more bashful. Izumi lowered her gaze further, while Yamato cleared his throat, attempting to break the awkward silence. Recognizing the tension, Menma decided to lead Naruto and Kiba toward the clearing, providing some space for Yamato and Izumi, as it would be uncomfortable for anyone to be scrutinized by three children. After they had moved a distance away, Kiba leaned in closer to Naruto and Menma, his expression filled with curiosity. "What is going on between those two? Something seems off," Menma, with a sense of pride, declared. "Of course, Izumi likes Yamato." Kiba's eyes widened with excitement. "Wow, how thrilling. Have they become a couple?" Naruto scratched his head, pondering, not sure yet, but it seems promising. Menma felt a bit helpless, surprised that Kiba was even more inquisitive than himself. Once the trio had departed, Yamato and Izumi resumed their stroll through the streets of Konoha, enveloped in a quiet atmosphere that felt somewhat awkward. Suddenly, a butterfly landed gently on Izumi's shoulder, startling her slightly. She raised her hand to shoo it away, but Yamato, noticing her distress, reached out softly to assist her in removing the butterfly. Their hands brushed against one another inadvertently, causing their faces to flush anew. With his head bowed, Izumi's voice was as delicate as a whisper. "Thank you." Itachi gazed at Izumi, his heart inexplicably racing. Taking a deep breath, he mustered the courage to say, "Izumi, I have always cared about you." Suddenly, Izumi looked up, her eyes brimming with surprise and disbelief. Just at that moment, Sasuke rushed over, insisting on learning from Itachi. Observing his younger brother's eagerness, Itachi felt a mix of helplessness and guilt. He had just gathered the courage to express his feelings to Izumi. But this interruption caused the words to retreat back into silence. Izumi, noticing Sasuke's abrupt arrival, felt a flicker of disappointment, yet she quickly regained her gentle smile. "Sasuke, what brings you here?" Itachi softly inquired. Sasuke, filled with anticipation, replied, "Brother, I want you to teach me." Itachi glanced between Izumi and Sasuke, his heart torn. Sensing Itachi's dilemma, Izumi gently said, "Itachi, you should go and accompany Sasuke. Training is very important for him." Grateful, Itachi exchanged a glance with Izumi before turning to Sasuke. "All right, I will accompany you for training now." Sasuke jumped with excitement. Itachi then turned back to Izumi and added, "Izumi, once I finish teaching Sasuke, we shall continue our conversation." Izumi nodded with a smile, watching as Itachi led Sasuke away, her heart a mix of longing and anticipation for their future dialogue. In the year 54 of the Hidden Leaf Village, a new change was unfolding within the tranquil community. At the tender age of 11, Uchiha Itachi, with his exceptional talent and unparalleled ninja skills, graduated from the Ninja Academy ahead of schedule and successfully joined the direct covert division of the Hokage. This news rippled through the village like a stone cast into a lake. Within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's eyes reflected a complex blend of emotions upon hearing the announcement. Pride intertwined with worry filled his expression. He felt immense pride in his son's accomplishments. As being recognized by the Hokage for admission into the covert division was a significant acknowledgement of Itachi's capabilities. However, he was acutely aware of the dangers associated with covert operations, a realm rife with secrecy and peril. Mikoto, standing by, silently shed tears, torn between joy for her son's achievements and anxiety for the dangers that lay ahead. Izumi's reaction was more direct. Upon learning of Itachi's entrance into the covert division, her heart swelled with concern. She had already felt a tinge of sorrow at his early graduation, and now, with his new role, it seemed even less likely they would have time together. Furthermore, she understood that the tasks assigned to the covert division often involved life and death risks, and the fear of losing Itachi consumed her. She yearned to seek him out, yet hesitated, fearing she might disrupt him. Instead, she retreated to a quiet corner of the Uchiha clan grounds, cloaked in sadness, her eyes reflecting an inescapable sorrow as she silently prayed for Itachi's safety. Sasuke, still not fully grasping the implications of the covert division, simply sensed that his brother was increasingly occupied. Each time Sasuke approached Itachi with eager anticipation for training, Itachi would invariably decline, citing his busy schedule. On one occasion, Sasuke approached Itachi once more, his eyes sparkling with hope. "Brother, can you teach me a new jutsu today?" Itachi, feeling a pang of pain at Sasuke's eager gaze, reluctantly replied, "Forgive me, Sasuke, I will teach you next time. I have a very important mission to attend to." Sasuke's small face immediately fell, and with a hint of indignation, he exclaimed, "Brother, you always say that. It's always next time. Do you not wish to teach me anymore?" Itachi knelt down, placing his hands gently on Sasuke's shoulders, gazing at him earnestly as he replied, "Sasuke, it's not like that. I have recently joined the Umbu, and the tasks I undertake are of utmost urgency, crucial to the safety of our entire village. Once I finish this busy period, I promise to teach you well. You must trust me." Although Sasuke did not fully comprehend, he nodded in agreement, insisting, "Then you must keep your promise." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Itachi with a serious expression. "Itachi, do you understand why I have recruited you into the Umbu?" Itachi respectfully responded, "Lord Hokage, I believe it is because the village requires my strength." Sarutobi nodded slowly, acknowledging, "You are quite astute. While Konoha appears tranquil at present, numerous dangers lurk in the shadows. Naruto and Hinata, as jinchūriki, represent significant power for our village, yet they are also coveted targets for many adversaries. Given your good rapport with them, I am entrusting you with a long-term task to covertly protect them. This mission is of paramount importance to the safety of Konoha." A shiver ran through Itachi as he grasped the gravity of the assignment. As a member of the Umbu, he must conceal his emotions and devote himself entirely to the task at hand. The smiling faces of Naruto and Hinata flashed in his mind, solidifying his resolve to safeguard them. Simultaneously, he understood that this entailed a greater busyness, resulting in even less time spent with his family and Izumi. "Lord Hokage, I understand. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to this mission, even at the cost of my life," Itachi declared resolutely. From that moment onward, Itachi's life underwent a profound transformation. He became like a shadow concealed in darkness, silently following Naruto and Hinata. Whether they were training within the village or embarking on simple missions, Itachi was always there, watching over them from a distance. The first time he protected Naruto and Hinata in secrecy was alongside Yamato, who advised him, "Naruto's movements are relatively easy to track. But Hinata is another matter entirely. That little rascal can use the Flying Thunder God technique, making it impossible to know whether you are safeguarding his true self or a shadow clone." Yamato shared insights about the brothers' habits and routines with Itachi, detailing where they frequently went and whom they often interacted with. Itachi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, suddenly realizing that this mission resembled a game of chance. Akin to a mystery box, one could never be certain whether they were protecting the real body or a clone. If anything were to happen to the jinchūriki, they would undoubtedly face accountability. For instance, the previous incident when Naruto and Hinata were ambushed by Cloud Shinobi was a result of a momentary lapse by the Umbu, causing them to vanish from sight. At that time, they were in a state of frantic searching throughout Konoha, yet they dared not report upwards, ultimately leading to the incident. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Both jinchūriki emerged largely unscathed, and the children accompanying them were also unharmed. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still held those two Umbu ninjas accountable, and they remain imprisoned as laborers. Throughout the course of his mission, Itachi often felt a tumult of emotions within him. He harbored a sense of guilt towards his family, particularly concerning Sasuke. Each time he beheld the eager longing in Sasuke's eyes for his companionship, it pierced his heart profoundly. He also reminisced about Izumi's gentle smile. Yet he was acutely aware of the weighty responsibility he bore to protect the village, leaving no room for complacency. During Itachi's initial covert watch over Naruto and Shikamaru as they engaged in training within the forest, he was struck by their fervent dedication. His thoughts drifted back to his own childhood, a time filled with passionate training, now replaced by the silent guardianship he fulfilled. His resolve solidified. He recognized this as his mission, to safeguard Konoha, his family, and his friends. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. At the same time, he marveled at the unique training methods and intensity employed by Naruto and Shikamaru. After all, the notion of dividing oneself into 100 shadow clones for training was a novel concept to him, one he had never encountered before, and he admired their ingenuity. At that moment, Naruto and Shikamaru were fervently exhausting their chakra reserves. Though they were aware of the vastness of their chakra, no one would ever consider having too much of it. Hence, They frequently engaged in purposeful chakra consumption to enhance their overall capacity, yielding noticeable results. Indeed, their chakra levels had significantly increased compared to the past. Their training involved not only the augmentation of chakra, but also physical contests, such as endurance and stamina. Consequently, they often returned home utterly fatigued, collapsing into slumber. Nonetheless, they did not engage in this rigorous training every day. Occasionally, they would venture out to play with Shikamaru and the others. Due to their training, the advantages they possessed within their circle of friends became increasingly apparent, excelling in stamina and various other aspects. Over the past few years, Naruto and Shikamaru's lives had blossomed. Compared to before, Naruto was considerably happier. And each time Shikamaru reflected on this, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Furthermore, his presence had altered the fates of many, most notably preventing the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Itachi quietly observed Naruto and Shikamaru's training from the shadows, contemplating strategies to protect them. He understood that Shikamaru's Flying Thunder God technique complicated matters, while Naruto's unpredictability added another layer of complexity. As time passed, Itachi gradually discerned certain patterns. He noted that when Naruto and Shikamaru were utterly exhausted, their shadow clones would automatically dissipate, possibly serving as a crucial clue for identifying their true selves. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, never allowing himself to relax. Whenever Itachi returned to the clan grounds, he often spotted Sasuke diligently practicing ninjutsu alone in the training area. Though Sasuke's movements were somewhat clumsy, they were infused with determination. A wave of guilt washed over Itachi as he approached and gently placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. As Sasuke turned to behold Itachi, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, only to be swiftly supplanted by a resolute demeanor. "Brother, are you free today?" Sasuke inquired. Itachi fell into a moment of silence before replying. "Sasuke, I cannot accompany you at this time, but it brings me great comfort to see your unwavering dedication." Sasuke lowered his gaze, responding, "I understand, brother. I will continue to strive. One day, I shall become as formidable as you." Itachi regarded Sasuke, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. He recognized that his mission remained unfulfilled, and he could only temporarily bury his affection for his family deep within, dedicating himself wholly to the protection of Naruto and Hinata. In the year 54 of Konoha, sunlight bathed every corner of the village. This day held profound significance for 6-year-old Naruto and Hinata, for they were on the cusp of embarking on their journey at the Ninja Academy. Naruto awoke early, brimming with exuberance, tossing and turning in bed before eagerly donning his clothes. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the ninja school, as he chattered excitedly, "Ninja school. Here I come. I shall become an extraordinarily powerful ninja." Meanwhile, Hinata appeared ready for school. However, it was actually his shadow clone that was prepared, while his true self intended to finish his meal before commencing his training. Kushina had lovingly prepared a sumptuous breakfast, and as she gazed at her 2 children, she imparted her heartfelt advice. "At school, you must respect your teachers and unite with your classmates. Do not cause any mischief." With his mouth full, Naruto mumbled an indistinct reply, "Got it, Mom." Hinata politely nodded in agreement. After finishing their breakfast, Naruto and Hinata set off towards the Ninja Academy. The pathway to school was bustling with children and parents, their laughter and admonitions intertwining to compose a symphony of hope. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, the campus buzzed with the energy akin to a lively marketplace. Children dashed about the playground, some showcasing newly acquired jutsu, while others excitedly discussed their aspirations of becoming ninjas. They entered their classroom, where many familiar faces had already gathered. Shikamaru lounged in his seat, half-lidded eyes betraying a lack of interest in the lively scene. Ino and Sakura huddled together, chattering animatedly about how to stand out during the entrance ceremony. Sasuke sat alone in a corner, arms crossed, exuding an air of indifference as if the surrounding commotion held no relevance to him. Upon spotting Hinata, Kiba grinned broadly and bounded over to greet her. "Hinata, I didn't expect us to be in the same class." Hinata's shadow clone smiled faintly in response. Indeed, Choji was seated at his desk, a small bag of chips before him, and upon seeing Naruto, he cheerfully offered, "Naruto, would you like some chips?" Naruto waved his hand, indicating he had just eaten breakfast. Shino stood quietly nearby, his bugs seemingly attuned to the festive atmosphere, twitching slightly within his collar. Hinata secretly watched Naruto, her cheeks tinged with crimson. When he glanced her way, she hurriedly lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing. Suddenly, a melodious bell resonated across the campus, signaling the imminent commencement of the entrance ceremony. The students emerged from the classroom, forming an orderly line on the playground. At one end, a temporary podium had been erected, adorned with the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village and colorful ribbons. Shortly thereafter, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, made his appearance on the stage. His arrival silenced the entire playground, drawing the attention of all present to him. With a benevolent smile, the third Hokage commenced his address. Dear children, welcome to the Ninja Academy. Ninjas are the pride of our Hidden Leaf Village, the guardians who protect our village and families. Here, you will learn various ninjutsu, knowledge, and skills that are indispensable for becoming exceptional ninjas. His voice resonated steadily and powerfully, echoing throughout every corner of the playground. Each of you harbors dreams, akin to those of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and countless ninjas who have devoted themselves to our village. Here, you will learn to respect others and work collaboratively. The world of ninjas is fraught with challenges, but with unwavering belief and relentless effort, you shall overcome any adversity. The third Hokage continued. You will encounter various trials, be it the arduous training of ninjutsu, the camaraderie with your peers, or the challenges of self-discovery. But remember, the spirit of the Hidden Leaf Village embodies perseverance and the courage to move forward. I hope that in the days to come, you will not only become powerful ninjas, but also individuals of responsibility and integrity. The students listened intently to the third Hokage's words, their eyes filled with reverence and aspirations for the future. Following the speech, the enrollment ceremony commenced. The teachers began to call the roll, confirming each student's admission. When Naruto's name was called, he exuberantly shouted, "Here." His voice rang out distinctly across the quiet playground, eliciting a wave of light laughter from his classmates. When it was Temari's turn, her shadow clone lazily responded, "Here." Subsequently, the teachers distributed the textbooks of the Ninja Academy. The books emanated a faint scent of ink, with the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village emblazoned on the cover, a symbol of honor. Next, Irika-sensei stepped forward to elucidate the various rules and regulations of the academy. Students, we must adhere to discipline within the school. Using ninjutsu without permission is strictly prohibited, particularly in the classroom and hallways. Our school is a place for acquiring knowledge and skills, and I hope you will cherish this opportunity, Irika-sensei stated earnestly. As Naruto listened, his thoughts began to wander. His gaze fixated on a large tree at the edge of the playground, envisioning himself scaling its heights like the great ninjas of legend. Meanwhile, Temari's shadow clone remained quietly observant, seemingly lost in thought. After the enrollment ceremony concluded, the students returned to the classroom. Irika-sensei announced, "Today we will conduct a simple foundational ninja test, merely to assess everyone's current level. There is no need for anyone to feel anxious." The first test involved chakra perception. One by one, the students approached the chakra perception device placed at the front of the classroom, resting their hands upon it. Some students, upon mere contact with the apparatus, caused its lights to blaze brilliantly, indicating their robust chakra sensing abilities, whereas others elicited only a faint flicker, revealing a weaker affinity for chakra perception. When it was Naruto's turn, he inhaled deeply, seemingly channeling all his strength into his hand before placing it upon the device. The lights flickered a few times before ultimately displaying a moderate brightness. Naruto furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of disappointment, convinced he could have performed better. Meanwhile, the shadow clone of Menma stepped forward, calmly focusing his energy as he gradually infused his chakra into the device. The lights erupted into a dazzling brightness, threatening to explode, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding classmates. The second assessment involved basic taijutsu movements. Teacher Irika first demonstrated several fundamental taijutsu techniques, such as evasive ninja stances and rapid attack maneuvers, before instructing the students to replicate them. As Naruto attempted to imitate the movements, it appeared as though his limbs were somewhat uncooperative. His actions, though brimming with enthusiasm, lacked precision. His movements resembled a tempest, powerful yet devoid of accuracy. In stark contrast, Menma's shadow clone executed the techniques flawlessly. Each motion flowed seamlessly like water, executed with impeccable precision. To conclude, he performed an impressive flourish, leaping into the air and completing 3 full rotations before landing and immediately following up with a backflip, showcasing his prowess before the captivated audience. Many of the female students gazed at Menma with admiration, though only those familiar with him understood that such feats were well within his capabilities. The final segment was a ninja knowledge quiz. Teacher Irika posed questions regarding the history of the Hidden Leaf Village and the fundamental duties of a ninja. Naruto answered the majority of the questions correctly, having been specifically tutored by Kushina beforehand. However, he still struggled with some, scratching his head in an effort to recall more information, though some knowledge eluded him like wisps of smoke. In contrast, Menma's shadow clone answered with ease, articulating each response clearly, impressing even teacher Irika with his depth of understanding of ninja lore. At the conclusion of the assessments, teacher Irika summarized, "Students, today's test is merely a beginning. Regardless of your performance today, there will be ample opportunities for improvement in your future studies. The growth of a ninja is a continuous journey of accumulation. I hope none of you become disheartened or overly proud due to temporary successes or failures." As school ended, Naruto and Menma's shadow clone walked home together. Naruto, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, "Menma, I didn't perform well today. I need to work harder." The shadow clone of Menma comforted him, saying, "Brother, today is just the first day. We have plenty of time to improve." Upon returning home, Kushina rushed over, eager to inquire about their day, peppering them with questions about their attentiveness in class, whether they were bullied by peers, and so forth. "Mother, who could possibly bully him?" Naruto jested at that moment. Kushina, recalling Menma's capabilities, agreed. She believed he would undoubtedly graduate early and become a genin ahead of schedule. Under the scorching sun at the practical training ground of the Ninja Academy, Irika stood at the edge, holding a clipboard, and proclaimed loudly, "Today's practical training begins. The rules dictate a pure taijutsu duel. Ninjutsu is strictly prohibited. We will proceed with the matches according to the previously assigned groups." The first pair to step forward was Naruto and Kiba. Naruto, flushed with excitement, eagerly scanned the crowd for Kiba, who grinned confidently. His companion Akamaru seemingly sensing the battle atmosphere and barking softly. Since entering the Ninja Academy, Inuzuka Kiba had been entrusted with Akamaru's care, resulting in an inseparable bond between them. Irika observed these two students, his pen poised to record their performance. Impatiently, Naruto dashed toward Kiba, though his movements were somewhat reckless. They brimmed with vigor. Kiba sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding Naruto's frontal assault, and swiftly countered with a punch aimed at Naruto's unguarded side. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his ribs, but gritted his teeth, quickly pivoting to deliver a sweeping kick at Kiba. Kiba leapt high, executing a backflip in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. "Is that all you've got, Naruto?" Kiba taunted. "Humph, take this." Naruto, incensed, charged at Kiba like a whirlwind, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that left Kiba momentarily overwhelmed. However, Kiba, being a trained fighter, seized an opportunity, grabbed one of Naruto's legs, and with a powerful throw, sent him crashing to the ground. Yet, Naruto was far from giving up. He rolled over and lashed onto Kiba's legs, and the two began grappling on the ground. Menma, witnessing the childish brawl, was at a loss for words. After all, Naruto had undergone considerable taijutsu training. He expected more than this. Was Naruto actually displaying humility? Irika quickly jotted down notes, occasionally nodding in approval. He recognized Naruto's tenacity, even if his movements lacked precision, while Kiba exhibited superior technique. As the first match continued with both combatants panting heavily, Naruto suddenly devised a cunning tactic. He feigned exhaustion, staggering as if on the brink of collapse. Kiba, thinking he had an opening, rushed in to deliver a final blow. Unexpectedly, Naruto sprang back to life, channeling all his strength into a headbutt that caught Kiba by surprise, striking him squarely on the chin. Kiba stumbled back, slightly dazed. "Well done, Naruto. Employing a bit of trickery, are we?" Kiba remarked, a mix of amusement and disbelief on his face. Irika noted this detail as well, acknowledging Naruto's adaptability in battle as commendable. After the conclusion of the first match, the next pair was Ino and Sakura. Ino assumed a fighting stance, her face adorned with a confident smile, while Sakura appeared somewhat anxious, gripping her fists tightly. Irika refocused his attention on the clipboard, ready to document the developments of this match. In a sudden burst of energy, Ino launched her assault, charging towards Sakura. A swift sidekick was barely blocked by Sakura. In retaliation, although her punches lacked speed, they were delivered with remarkable steadiness. Ino effortlessly evaded the strikes and then gently pushed Sakura's shoulder, causing her to stagger back a few steps. "Sakura, you mustn't allow me to defeat you so easily," Ino remarked with a playful smile. Gritting her teeth, Sakura summoned her courage and charged at Ino once more. This time, her attacks became more assertive, a flurry of punches and kicks that took Ino by surprise. However, Ino's extensive experience prevailed. She seized the opportunity and executed a grappling maneuver that immobilized Sakura's arm. Irika observed intently, noting Sakura's growth throughout the battle, from her initial anxiety to her increasingly proactive demeanor, while Ino's combat experience proved invaluable in this confrontation. Next up were Shikamaru and Choji. Shikamaru stood with an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the impending duel, while Choji eagerly rubbed his hands together, ready to showcase his skills. Irika, watching them, anticipated an engaging match, his pen poised to record the unfolding events. Choji charged at Shikamaru, his stout frame generating considerable momentum. Unfazed, Shikamaru sidestepped just as Choji was about to collide with him, causing Choji to stumble forward several paces. Turning around, Choji lunged at Shikamaru once more. But Shikamaru deftly extended his foot, tripping Choji and nearly causing him to fall. Irika diligently noted Shikamaru's agility and Choji's strength-based approach, finding the clash of their contrasting styles quite intriguing. After several rounds of combat, they finally arrived at the last pairing. The final match featured Menma and Sasuke. Sasuke, arms crossed and chin slightly raised, regarded Menma with a steely gaze, his demeanor suggesting an indifference to everything around him. Menma stood quietly, exuding a sense of calm determination. Irika recognized that this would be a thrilling confrontation, focusing intently as his pen hovered over the recording pad. The silent signal for battle seemed to resonate, and Sasuke was the first to strike, dashing towards Menma with remarkable speed, his right fist slicing through the air aimed at Menma's face. With a sharp focus, Menma slightly shifted his body, easily evading Sasuke's attack, while swiftly executing a kick aimed at Sasuke's legs. Sasuke, quick to react, leaped into the air, performing a somersault and landing behind Menma, immediately following up with a spinning kick aimed at Menma's back. As if possessing eyes in the back of his head, Menma crouched low and delivered a sweeping kick, catching Sasuke off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Sasuke furrowed his brow, his competitive spirit ignited. He swiftly regained his footing and charged at Menma once again, this time with an even greater ferocity, his punches and kicks brimming with power. Menma remained unruffled, calmly countering each of Sasuke's assaults, his movements fluid and serpentine, navigating effortlessly through the gaps in Sasuke's onslaught. Irika swiftly recorded the events unfolding before him, observing that Sasuke's attacks were imbued with both power and velocity, while Menma's responses were remarkably adept. He evaded and countered with impeccable timing. Seizing an opportune moment, Menma blocked Sasuke's punch with his arm, subsequently grasping Sasuke's arm and executing a shoulder throw that sent Sasuke crashing to the ground. Lying there, Sasuke's eyes reflected a glimmer of reluctance. Menma extended his hand, intending to help Sasuke up. After a brief hesitation, Sasuke grasped Menma's hand and rose to his feet. Irika nodded in satisfaction, jotting down the final results of the match along with his assessment. He believed both participants had performed admirably, with Sasuke showcasing formidable strength and Menma exhibiting remarkable agility. At this juncture, several female classmates erupted in cheers. "So handsome." Ino gazed at Menma with starry eyes, while Sakura seethed inwardly. That infuriating Menma, he actually managed to defeat Sasuke. How infuriating. Well, I have a general understanding of everyone's performance. Next, we shall proceed to the shuriken throwing practice, Irika announced as he approached a nearby wooden post. First group, Naruto Uzumaki, Kiba Inuzuka, and Sakura Haruno, prepare. Irika called out. The trio stepped forward, adopting their stances to throw shuriken at the target. Each of them threw diligently, quickly completing their 10 shuriken. At this moment, it was evident that Naruto had successfully hit the target with all 10 shuriken, a testament to his prior training. Kiba, albeit slightly less proficient, managed to hit the target 7 times, while Sakura, having had little prior experience aside from her time at the Ninja Academy, only managed to hit 4. Irika noted the results before announcing the next group: Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. The 3 stepped up, and after the shuriken were removed from the target, they commenced their throws. Thanks to their early training, they collectively hit the target with 7 or 8 shuriken. Irika diligently recorded the results before calling out the next group. After an indeterminate number of groups, Irika announced, Kuruma Katsu, Uzumaki Menma, and Uchiha Sasuke. Kuruma Katsu, a member of the Kuruma clan, represented a lineage that, although not as prominent as in days gone by, still held its own. The trio approached, with Menma appearing disinterested, his hands behind his head. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, approached the target, deftly grabbing 4 shuriken and throwing them in 3 separate attempts. True to his lineage, the Uchiha clan proved their prowess in shuriken throwing, with Sasuke hitting the target not only with all 10 shuriken, but striking the bullseye each time. As expected of Sasuke, several girls nearby gazed at him with admiration. Katsu, however, took the task seriously, aiming to rejuvenate his clan. He approached the training with utmost dedication, throwing his shuriken and managing to hit the target 7 times, a commendable score. At this point, only Menma remained. He divided his 10 shuriken into 2 groups, holding 5 in each hand, and with keen precision, he threw them. The 10 shuriken lodged into the target, forming a perfect circle around the second ring. Feeling as though something was amiss, Menma retrieved a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique from his ninja tool pouch and casually tossed it into the air, striking the target with precision. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Those who understood the intricacies of such a feat recognized the considerable skill required to form such a perfect circle. However, those less informed might believe it lacked the accuracy of Sasuke's throw. It was true that Sasuke possessed superior shuriken skills, fixated solely on hitting the bullseye. Without considering the flair that Menma exhibited, Irika documented the events honestly. While Menma's shuriken technique was indeed commendable, his playful demeanor occasionally detracted from his focus. Sasuke's prowess with shurikens was exceptional, and Kawai's performance was also noteworthy. Well, that concludes today's assessment. We shall now proceed to free practice, Irika announced, closing his registration book and keeping a vigilant eye on his students to prevent any mischief. Kawai Yarima was invariably among the first to arrive at the Ninja Academy each day. The morning sun bathed his solitary figure in its golden light as he strode purposefully into the institution, brimming with hope and challenge. At home, Kawai's life was far from easy. Though both of his parents were present, their family did not belong to the main branch of the Yarima clan, resulting in limited resources. They resided in a somewhat secluded corner of Kanahagakure, in a modest dwelling filled with the echoes of their family's past. Originally, the Yarima family was meant to be the main branch, but due to his grandfather's untimely demise, leadership passed to his grandfather's brother, preventing them from ascending to prominence. Every day, Kawai would gaze intently at the ancestral scrolls, silently vowing to demonstrate that one need not be part of the main family to emerge as the strongest within the clan. In his studies, Kawai was exceptionally diligent. He remained fully engaged in every class, his eyes fixed on the instructor, wary of missing any crucial information. Whether in the theoretical lessons of ninjutsu or the historical accounts of legendary ninjas, he meticulously took notes. His notebook was densely packed with the principles of various techniques, their applications, and the illustrious deeds of ninjas throughout history. While his classmates indulged in laughter and play during breaks, Kawai often remained seated, quietly reviewing the material just learned or preparing for the next lesson. His dedication to the study of jinjutsu bordered on obsession. He was aware that the Yarima clan was renowned for their mastery of sensory manipulation techniques. Although the family jinjutsu he currently practiced left much to be desired. He firmly believed in the potency of illusions. Each day after school, he would retreat to a secluded grove on the village's outskirts to practice alone. With his eyes closed and his mind focused, he endeavored to channel his chakra, attempting to execute the ancient clan techniques for jinjutsu. Initially, he faced repeated failures. The illusions either would not manifest or produced disappointingly weak effects. Yet, he refused to relent, persevering through countless attempts. On one occasion, while he was engrossed in his practice, a few classmates happened upon him and mocked him as a mere bookworm, consumed by study and practice, oblivious to the world around him. Kawai's face flushed crimson. His fists clenched, yet he remained silent, choosing not to respond to their derision. He regarded the mockery as a source of motivation, assuring himself that one day he would become the most formidable presence within his family. In his interactions with classmates, Kwaifu exhibited a certain shyness. He was not adept at initiating conversations, often immersing himself in his own endeavors. However, this did not imply indifference. When his peers encountered difficulties, he would readily extend a helping hand. On one occasion, when a classmate was injured during training, Kwaifu promptly retrieved the herbs he carried to tend to the wound. Though he spoke little, his earnest and focused demeanor conveyed genuine sincerity to the injured student. During ninjutsu practice sessions, Kwaifu consistently exerted himself to accomplish the tasks at hand. Unlike Naruto, who possessed explosive power, or Sasuke, who was marked by his cool demeanor and remarkable talent, Kwaifu advanced steadily in his training through sheer perseverance and solid foundational skills. He recognized that his journey to strength was still long, and the aspiration to become a source of pride for his parents required considerable effort. Yet he was willing to progress step by step, crafting a new chapter for the Onma clan through his dedication and sweat. One day, Menma noticed Kwaifu, who often kept to himself. Menma, a person of warmth and vivacity, understood the solitude that accompanied Kwaifu's silent diligence, for only those who are introverted can truly comprehend the struggles of another. Thus, he approached Kwaifu and sincerely invited him to play in the school's open area. Kwaifu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a prodigious talent would seek his company. Instinctively, he considered declining, as he was accustomed to spending his free time practicing illusions or studying alone. Menma discerned Kwaifu's hesitation and, with a smile, remarked, "Kwaifu, I know you have always yearned to grow stronger, and your efforts are evident to all. But do you realize that attaining strength is not solely the result of solitary toil?" Kwaifu lifted his head, his eyes reflecting curiosity. Menma continued, "You consistently devote yourself to solitary practice. While this enables you to excel in illusions, it inadvertently leads you to overlook the importance of forging friendships. Our village is a grand collective, and each family and individual possesses unique strengths. By engaging more with others, you could uncover a wealth of knowledge that remains beyond your grasp." Kwaifu felt a stir within upon hearing Menma's words. He recalled the obstacles he faced while practicing illusions alone. Perhaps, as Menma suggested, interaction with others could indeed unveil pathways for breakthroughs. Menma added, "Look at Naruto. Despite his occasional recklessness, his enthusiasm and vigor inspire many. Through his interactions, he has acquired diverse ninjutsu techniques. And Sasuke, hailing from the Uchiha clan, has seen many secrets of their ninjutsu flourish through collaboration and exchange with others." Contemplating Menma's insights, Kwaifu gradually nodded in agreement. Observing Kwaifu's wavering resolve, Menma grasped his hand and urged, "Come, let us take a break today and enjoy some time with everyone." Kwaifu followed Menma to the school's open area, where numerous classmates were already engaged in playful activities. At the outset, Caillou felt somewhat out of place, uncertain of how to integrate himself among his peers. However, Menma consistently guided him, introducing him to other classmates. Gradually, Caillou realized that his arrival, associated with the family division, did not invoke disdain. Rather, his illusionary skills piqued the interest of his fellow students. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. They engaged in a game of ninjas, during which Caillou showcased some rudimentary illusion techniques, leaving his classmates in awe. He, in turn, gleaned various tips regarding the use of ninja tools from them. During this period, Caillou formed a strong bond with his classmates, particularly with Menma, Naruto, and Shikamaru, who became his close friends. One day, Caillou meticulously rummaged through the storage room of his home, cluttered with family relics. The air in the room felt oppressive, with dust particles dancing in the light streaming through a narrow window. Various boxes, ancient scrolls, and peculiar family heirlooms lay haphazardly strewn about. In a corner, an unremarkable old wooden box was buried beneath a pile of debris. Caillou cleared away the clutter and gently brushed off the thick layer of dust from the box. Upon opening it, he discovered an aged scroll within. The parchment was brittle and yellowed, with frayed edges, emitting a soft rustling sound as it unfurled. The scroll was adorned with bizarre patterns, some resembling mystical runes that subtly shimmered with light, seemingly imbued with enigmatic power. Others appeared as obscure map markers, with winding lines pointing towards unknown destinations, and yet others resembled family illusion seals, albeit with strange mutations, hinting at deeper family secrets. Upon seeing this scroll, Caillou's heart raced, instantly conjuring thoughts of the legendary treasure of illusionary arts. This legend lingered in Caillou's mind like an alluring dream, widely known throughout Konoha, yet never substantiated by anyone. The fabled treasure was said to have been left by an ancient master of illusions, containing powers that could significantly enhance one's illusionary abilities, not only amplifying their potency, but also enabling the creation of unprecedented illusions. For Caillou, This treasure could elevate his strength to new heights. He understood that the map could harbor immense secrets and dangers, yet he never contemplated seeking it alone. His first thought was of Menma. After all, they shared a unique bond. Menma's optimistic spirit, adventurous nature, and formidable strength, coupled with his knack for devising innovative solutions to challenges, made him the ideal treasure-hunting companion. With the treasure map in hand, Caillou hurried to the meadow where Menma frequently trained, located at the edge of the village. At that moment, Naruto and Menma were engaged in physical training on the grass, while Shikamaru reclined on the ground, hands behind his head, chewing on a blade of grass. Seemingly basking in the sun, but actually deep in thought. Noticing Caillou's urgent approach, Menma paused their play, and Naruto turned with curiosity. "Caillou, why the rush?" Menma inquired. Without answering, Caillou unfurled the treasure map before them. "Behold, I have discovered this within my abode, and I believe it may hold the key to uncovering the elusive treasure of enchantment." Menma, Naruto, and Shikamaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Naruto, brimming with excitement, leapt into the air, exclaiming, "A treasure! It must be incredibly thrilling." Shikamaru, sitting up with a furrowed brow, scrutinized the treasure map, remarking that it appeared rather intricate, suggesting that locating the treasure might not be as simple as it seemed. Menma, with a face full of exhilaration, insisted that regardless of the challenges, this was undoubtedly going to be an exhilarating adventure, especially since no one had yet verified its existence. They must investigate. Katsuya nodded earnestly, stating, "This treasure will surely be difficult to find, and the journey will be fraught with peril. We must prepare thoroughly and enlist more companions for safety." Menma immediately responded, "Let us seek out Hinata. Her sensory abilities could prove invaluable. We should also recruit Kiba. He would be a great asset." Shikamaru suggested they also consider Choji, and none opposed the idea. Thus, they made their way to Hinata's residence. There, Hinata was practicing her gentle fist techniques in her garden, her movements graceful as a butterfly, filled with both delicacy and strength. Upon noticing their arrival, she paused, gazing at them in curiosity. Katsuya recounted their intentions, and while Hinata hesitated, fully aware of the inherent dangers, the eager expressions on her friends' faces and her own desire to grow stronger compelled her to ultimately nod in agreement. After gathering Kiba and Choji, the treasure-seeking team was perfectly assembled. They sat in a circle, with Naruto pointing at a mark on the treasure map, stating, "This resembles the mountain outside the village." Menma countered, "I believe it resembles that abandoned cave more closely." A lively debate ensued among them. However, unbeknownst to the group, in a secluded corner of the village, a mysterious figure cloaked in black observed them coldly. "These little ones wish to seek treasure. How amusing. Let them taste the bitterness of their quest," he mused, as a crisis quietly approached. After thorough preparations, the treasure-seeking team was finally ready to embark on their adventure. They concealed themselves at the entrance of Konoha village, each bearing a satchel filled with various supplies, their faces reflecting a blend of excitement and trepidation. "As per our plan, I will slip out first, and then I shall transport you with the Flying Thunder God technique," Menma explained. After the others nodded in agreement, Menma handed a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal to Naruto, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Outside the village, Menma had previously left a mark for the Flying Thunder God, a precaution taken during a clandestine excursion. He arrived at the designated spot, ensured no one was around, and activated the technique. With a whoosh, the others materialized before him. Once they confirmed their numbers, they quickly displayed the supplies they had brought along. Katsuya retrieved the treasure map once more, carefully examining the symbols and markings to ascertain their first destination. "Based on this mark, I believe we should initially head towards the forest to the east of the village," he indicated, pointing at a tree-like symbol on the map. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, rubbed his hands together and declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us set off at once." Upon finishing his words, he took the lead, sprinting towards the east. Menma smiled and shook his head, following closely behind, with the others trailing in their wake. As they entered the forest, they discovered it was more foreboding than they had anticipated. Towering trees loomed overhead, blocking out the sun, allowing only fragmented rays of light to filter through the leaves. A thin mist enveloped the surroundings, diminishing visibility significantly. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying the area. "Everyone, be careful, something feels amiss here." He recalled the earlier escapade with the others and Tai, which heightened his vigilance. No sooner had he spoken than a few small ninja beasts suddenly leapt from the nearby thicket. Their crimson eyes glinted as sharp claws were bared, charging towards them. Red-eyed badgers. Everyone be alert. Hinata shouted. Naruto immediately surged forward, invoking the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, a multitude of Naruto clones rushed towards the badgers. Menma, not to be outdone, formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, incinerating a significant portion of the badgers in an instant. Katsu, concentrating intently, attempted to cast a jinjutsu on the remaining badgers. His eyes began to shimmer with an unusual light, but the chaotic chakra energy in the forest severely diminished the effectiveness of his illusion. At that moment, Shikamaru calmly directed the group. Hinata, use your Byakugan to scan the surroundings for any additional badgers. Menma, Katsu, let us tackle the ones in front. Naruto, Kiba, look for an opportunity to attack from the side. And Choji, protect Hinata. Following Shikamaru's plan, they rapidly sprang into action. Hinata activated her Byakugan, meticulously searching for any signs of movement. Menma, Katsu, and Shikamaru coordinated adeptly, artfully evading the remaining badgers' attacks while seeking counterattack opportunities. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kiba stealthily maneuvered to the side of the badgers, poised for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, Naruto shouted, Rasengan. A blue chakra sphere swiftly formed in his hand and hurled towards the pack of badgers. Kiba, witnessing this, unleashed his ancestral technique, charging forward. The badgers were caught off guard by Naruto's sudden onslaught, scattering in disarray, while the few remaining quickly retreated deeper into the forest. The group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, yet Shikamaru remained pensive. The dangers lurking within this forest seemed to surpass their initial expectations. They could not afford to let their guard down. As they ventured further into the woods, the threats they encountered grew increasingly peculiar. Occasionally, they faced sudden traps, and at other times, massive vines descended from above, attempting to ensnare them. Each peril felt meticulously orchestrated, as if someone were orchestrating their trials from the shadows. In the darkness, a mysterious figure cloaked in black silently observed their every move. Occasionally, he would employ ninjutsu to create various obstacles, skillfully ensuring that they would not suffer any fatal harm. Katsu felt an odd sensation in his heart, sensing that these dangers concealed a deeper significance, as if someone were testing them from the shadows. Yet he found himself unable to discern who might undertake such an endeavor. For this was indeed a perilous treasure-seeking expedition fraught with uncertainties. They pressed onward, arriving before a tumultuous river. The waters surged violently, concealing treacherous currents that could easily drag them beneath the surface with a moment's inattention. How shall we cross? Dingtsi lamented, gazing anxiously at the flowing river. Menma observed the surroundings and noted that there were several widely spaced stones on the river's surface. We can leap across these stones, but we must exercise utmost caution. Naruto stepped forward resolutely, declaring, allow me to attempt it first. He took a deep breath and leaped toward the first stone. However, as he landed on the third stone, a powerful undercurrent surged unexpectedly, nearly toppling him. Naruto, be careful, Shikamaru shouted, swiftly employing his shadow imitation technique to stabilize Naruto's form just in time. Gratefully, Naruto cast a glance at Shikamaru and continued to leap cautiously toward the opposite bank. Through their mutual assistance, apart from a few heart-stopping moments, they all successfully crossed the river. Yet, the enigmatic trials set by the mysterious figure were far from over. Shortly after fording the river, they ventured into a fog-laden area. Within the haze, their vision was severely restricted, and their sense of direction became increasingly muddled. Stay close, and do not stray, Shikamaru advised. However, despite their vigilance, one among them encountered trouble. Hinata suddenly felt an overwhelming pull, her body involuntarily drifting toward a certain direction. Hinata, they all cried out in unison. Menma quickly focused his chakra, seeking to disperse the fog with wind release in order to locate Hinata. Meanwhile, Naruto dashed toward the direction in which Hinata had vanished. Just as she was about to be drawn into a mysterious black hole, Menma arrived in the nick of time, grasping Hinata's hand firmly and with a mighty heave. He flung her away, where Naruto was poised to catch her securely. Earth release. Earth flow wall. At that moment, a massive earthen wall rose before Menma, and as it appeared, the black hole's gravitational pull dissipated. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Menma leaped up, unleashing a torrent of flames toward the black hole. As the searing fire made contact, it shattered the void, and the pole vanished. "Thank you," Hinata said, her heart still racing. Following this series of trials, Kuayu's doubts deepened. He sensed that the mysterious individual orchestrating their troubles appeared to possess an uncanny familiarity with them, knowing each of their abilities and vulnerabilities intimately. Furthermore, he discerned that many of the traps were illusions, suggesting that they had unwittingly fallen into a grand illusion at some point, reminiscent of the illusions employed by their clan. This realization solidified Kuayu's conviction that they were indeed on the correct path to the treasure. He shared this thought with Menma and the others, who all nodded in agreement, expressing their shared belief. As the group continued their journey, Naruto, who was leading the way, inadvertently triggered a mechanism, and a colossal stone formation ensnared them. "Naruto, look what you've done. I told you to watch your step," Shikamaru remarked, exasperated. "I'm so sorry." Naruto quickly apologized to his companions. "Earth style? Earth platform technique." At that moment, Menma slapped his hands onto the ground, causing a massive chunk of earth to rise. The group thought this would enable their escape, but unexpectedly, several rocks soared into the air, obstructing their path. Alarmed, they realized that if they did not act, they would surely be crushed to pulp. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Menma promptly formed hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A gigantic fireball erupted, hurtling towards the stones, but just as it made contact, it vanished, as if the stones had absorbed the chakra of the fireball. The group gasped, and Menma reacted swiftly, shouting, "Jump down, or we'll be flattened." Everyone quickly complied, and fortunately, the drop was not too high. Menma utilized the earth style to catch them all. Following this, they unleashed various ninjutsu against the rocks, but the stones remained indifferent, effortlessly absorbing their chakra, leaving them trapped. Determined not to succumb to despair, Caillou began to meticulously sense the chakra fluctuations in the vicinity, attempting to pinpoint the mysterious figure's location. Just as he was about to lock onto the target, the enigmatic individual materialized before them, cloaked in a black cape that concealed their face. "You little brats are quite capable." The mysterious figure's voice was deep and gravelly. "Who are you? Why do you keep preventing us from finding the treasure?" Caillou demanded, his anger palpable. "You are not worthy to know," the figure retorted, slamming their hands onto the ground. Instantly, massive rocks surged menacingly towards the group. Startled, they dodged as the gigantic stones flew past them, and soon, they began to feel fatigued. "This is intolerable. At this rate, we'll run out of strength," Shikamaru shouted. Hearing this, Menma realized the dire situation and decisively activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode. An aura of dark golden chakra enveloped him, and from behind, dark golden chakra arms extended, grasping the others. Subsequently, one of these arms plunged into the ground, and moments later, a dark golden chakra arm surged from beneath the mysterious figure, seizing them tightly. At the instant the figure was caught, the enormous stone formation crumbled, vanishing before the group. Upon witnessing this, Menma released his companions, then pulled the mysterious figure closer, removing their cloak and mask. As the garments fell away, a familiar face emerged, eliciting astonishment from the group. They realized that the mysterious figure was none other than Caillou's father, Arima Tohya. "Father, why are you here?" Caillou exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Arima Tohya gazed at Caillou and his companions, his eyes filled with pride and warmth. "My intention in doing this is to cultivate your abilities. While treasures are undeniably significant, the personal growth and experiences you gain during the treasure hunt are far more invaluable." It was only then that everyone realized that the dangers they faced along the way were meticulously orchestrated tests by Caillou's father. Although the truth was revealed, Caillou still harbored some resentment, thinking, "Father, this is far too perilous. We nearly faced life-threatening situations." Anma Duanyu approached Caillou, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, "My son, I have always been watching over you from the shadows. Moreover, I had discussed this with Lord Hokage. There are also Umbu operatives nearby." Anma Duanyu surveyed the surroundings before addressing the group. "I am aware of your capabilities and would never place you in genuine peril. Furthermore, I am exceedingly proud of your performance today. Now, let us return to the village." With that, Anma Duanyu prepared to lead the group back, when Naruto suddenly exclaimed, Uncle, what about the treasure?" He rushed to Anma Duanyu, his expression filled with urgency. The others looked at Duanyu with hopeful eyes, while Menma smiled knowingly, aware of what the treasure truly was. "Did you not already obtain it?" The treasure lies in the unwavering spirit of not abandoning one's comrades and never yielding to the challenges we face, Onma Duanyu explained. They finally understood, realizing that this treasure was indeed precious. Shikamaru commented, "It seems this treasure is truly valuable." Thus, they embarked on their journey back to the village, filled with laughter and camaraderie. At the Ninja Academy, the moment the bell rang, the entire campus erupted with vitality and commotion. Students vacated their seats in the classroom. Some engaged in playful banter, while others dashed through the corridors. During the recess, Naruto drew Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji to a secluded corner of the classroom. His eyes sparkled with mischief, shimmering with the glint of countless playful secrets. "Hey, don't you think Menma has been overly arrogant lately? Showing off during practical training every day really annoys me," Naruto said, crossing his arms defiantly, his body swaying unconsciously in indignation. Kiba scratched his head, his eyes lighting up with a mischievous grin as he asked, "Haha, Naruto, what do you plan to do?" Shikamaru sighed in resignation, a hint of concern in his gaze as he cautioned Naruto. "Naruto, that might not be wise. After all, he is your brother, and this could lead to trouble." Meanwhile, Choji, with his cheeks stuffed with chips, mumbled through his mouthful, "I think Shikamaru is right. If we get caught, we'll be in big trouble." However, Naruto dismissed their concerns, saying, "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a little prank." He then produced a small wooden box from his pocket, holding it carefully in his hands as he shook it mysteriously and whispered, "Menma is terrified of spiders. If we place this in front of him, it will surely give him quite a fright." Kiba's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Haha, that sounds fun." Shikamaru frowned, still trying to dissuade them. Is it really appropriate for an older brother to lead such antics against his younger brother? "Alas, Shikamaru, how have you become so timid?" Naruto interrupted him impatiently, his gaze fixed intently on Menma, who was engrossed in reading ninjutsu training. Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji crouched low, stealthily approaching Menma. However, upon hearing their movements, Menma lifted his head and, seeing them approach, set his book aside, his eyes filled with curiosity. "What are you sneaking around for?" he inquired. Naruto stifled a laugh, his face flushed with excitement as he presented a wooden box to Menma. "Menma, we found something wonderful for you. Open it and see." Curiosity piqued, Menma accepted the box, sensing something amiss yet proceeded to lift the lid. In that instant, a spider suddenly emerged. "Ah!" Menma yelped, as if struck by lightning, leaping up in fright and tossing the box aside. He quickly backed against the wall, his face drained of color, eyes still reflecting terror. Witnessing Menma's reaction, Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji could no longer contain their amusement, bursting into laughter, clutching their stomachs. Menma, still recovering from the shock, leaned against the wall, his chest heaving as he gasped for air, glancing nervously at the wooden box that lay on the ground. "Haha, Menma, it was just a prank." Naruto chuckled, stepping closer to pat Menma's shoulder. "Isn't that a bit excessive? Naruto, you're still Menma's older brother. How can you bully your own sibling like that?" A clear voice interjected. The four turned to see Ino, arms crossed, looking at them with a hint of reproach. The commotion also caught Katsuya's attention, who hurried over to Menma, gently patting his shoulder. Menma seemed to awaken from a nightmare, regaining his composure. He expressed gratitude with a glance at Katsuya before turning to face Naruto and the others, who were now stealthily making their way towards Sasuke's back. At that moment, Sasuke sat alone in a corner, reading. Sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating him and casting a gentle profile. Naruto crept closer, akin to a thief, carefully placing a toy snake behind him. Then, Naruto deliberately cleared his throat and exclaimed, "Sasuke, there's something behind you." Sasuke frowned, slowly turning to investigate. Upon seeing the toy snake, his eyes narrowed slightly. Though not as startled as Menma, he frowned in displeasure and swatted the toy away, irritation evident in his gaze. Seeing that Sasuke did not react strongly, they set their sights on Shino next. Aware that Shino often carried insects, Naruto seized the opportunity to stealthily hide the container Shino used for them while he was distracted. When Shino eventually noticed the absence of his insects, a look of panic crossed his face as he began searching frantically around his seat, while the others hid nearby, stifling laughter, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of mischief fulfilled. Due to Ino's previous remarks, her peers felt compelled to play a prank on her. They ingeniously placed a mechanism on her seat that would unexpectedly launch a frightening doll. As Ino returned and settled into her chair, A sudden whoosh heralded the doll's alarming emergence. Startled, Ino let out a shrill scream, her hands instinctively shielding her face. In the wake of her fright, the four culprits erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The attention of the entire class was drawn to them, most gazes laden with disapproval, deeming their antics excessive. Yet Naruto remained unfazed, chuckling heartily. Shikamaru and Choji, however, sensed they had crossed a line, their hearts tinged with unease. When they overheard Naruto's plans to prank Iruka, Choji vehemently opposed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shook his head fervently. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further excitement. Yet Naruto and Kiba disregarded the warnings, merely finding amusement in their scheme, believing no one had attempted such a caper before. The duo stealthily approached the podium, tampering with both the lectern and the chair, ensuring that any touch would result in a complete collapse. Locking gazes, Naruto and Kiba exchanged mischievous smiles. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Choji stood by, helplessly anticipating the impending calamity. At that moment, the school bell chimed, its clear tone echoing across the campus. Students hurriedly returned to their seats, and an immediate hush enveloped the classroom. Iruka entered as usual, his gait steady and purposeful, a textbook in hand. Approaching the podium, he placed the book down, only to be met with a resounding crash as the lectern collapsed, scattering books across the floor. Iruka regarded the scene with a mix of astonishment and anger. Furrowing his brows, he surveyed the class and sternly inquired, who was responsible for this? Naruto and Kiba stifled their laughter, their bodies trembling with suppressed mirth. Yet their faces betrayed their amusement. However, their laughter was short-lived as the collective gaze of the classroom fell upon them, as well as Shikamaru and Choji. Iruka, perceiving the unfolding situation, immediately discerned the culprits. His eyes reflected a hint of disappointment as he addressed them. Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji, did you orchestrate this? The four instantly fell silent, though Naruto and Kiba struggled to contain their laughter, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Iruka's expression darkened further as he rapped the blackboard with irritation. Commanding, you four, come up here and fix the podium. They shrank back, akin to wilted vegetables, with Shikamaru feeling particularly inconvenienced. Having barely participated in the prank, yet now facing the consequences. Reluctantly, they approached to begin reassembling the podium. Just as Iruka prepared to sit down, another loud crash resounded. The chair had collapsed, sending Iruka sprawling to the floor without warning. The classroom fell into a stunned silence, all eyes wide with shock at the unfolding spectacle. Naruto and Kiba could not contain their laughter any longer. Iruka stood up, glaring at them, his eyes ablaze with anger and his face flushed. At that moment, Ino suddenly rose, her voice ringing clear and loud. Iruka-sensei, not only did they prank you, but they also played tricks on us. Even Ino was frightened by them. Upon hearing this, many others joined in, chattering animatedly about the mischief orchestrated by Naruto and his companions. Shikamaru felt a headache coming on, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Ino observed the four with a resigned shake of her head, already envisioning the reprimand Naruto would undoubtedly receive from Kushina upon his return, which made her chuckle inwardly. Listening to the complaints from his students, Iruka's expression turned grave as he addressed the four. Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji, follow me. Naruto and Kiba instantly quieted down, their heads bowed in submission as they trailed behind Iruka to the corridor outside the classroom. With arms crossed and a frown etched on his face, Iruka admonished, do you believe that such pranks at school are amusing? Your antics not only disrupt your classmates, but also show a lack of respect for your teachers. Naruto mumbled, Iruka-sensei, we just wanted to have some fun, we didn't think it through. Fun? Is this truly your idea of amusement? Iruka retorted, you have already affected everyone's ability to study and live normally. Now, you four will stand here as punishment and reflect on your actions. With that, Iruka turned and walked back into the classroom. Once he was inside, the four exchanged glances, and in a flash, Naruto and Kiba leaped out of the corridor window. Shikamaru and Choji were momentarily taken aback before following suit, although Choji, being of a larger build, struggled a bit to squeeze through. Iruka, hearing the commotion, peered outside and, upon seeing the four making their escape, his face flushed with fury as he shouted, Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji, come back here. He then dashed after them. They won't learn unless they face the consequences, Ino muttered to herself, shaking her head in resignation. As dusk fell, Naruto and Ino returned home, accompanied by Iruka. Ino opened the door and stepped inside, while Naruto kept his head down, resembling a chastised chick too afraid to look up. "You're back," Kushina called out, emerging from the kitchen with a gentle smile for the two. Her gaze soon fell upon Iruka, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, prompting her to ask, "Iruka, you're here as well? Did Naruto and Ino cause some trouble at school?" Kushina glanced at Ino sitting on the sofa and at Naruto, who was still changing his shoes. Her keen instinct quickly deciphered the situation. Iruka, with a resigned expression, recounted in detail the events of the day. Upon hearing the account, Kushina's expression darkened, reminiscent of storm clouds gathering before a tempest. With hands on her hips and her eyes ablaze with fury, she shouted at Naruto, "Naruto, just look at the chaos you have caused. And you dragged your classmates into this mischief too. Even the noodles are a mess. You truly are a remarkable brother." Naruto muttered quietly, his head lowered. "Is it fun to hurt others?" Kushina exclaimed in anger, raising her hand, but it halted in midair, ultimately restrained from descending. Naruto kept his head down, too timid to look up. Kushina turned to Iruka, her expression filled with remorse, saying, "I apologize, Iruka. It's my failure in teaching Naruto. But rest assured, it won't happen again." Iruka felt it was inappropriate to say more, and after exchanging a few brief words, he departed. Meanwhile, Naruto remained rooted in place. Head bowed, Kushina approached him, her tone stern. "Did you not consider the consequences of your actions? Tomorrow at school, you must apologize individually to those you have wronged. Furthermore, you are to write a self-reflection." Upon witnessing this, Menma rose from the sofa and took Naruto upstairs. Kushina shook her head helplessly at the sight and turned back to the kitchen to resume her cooking. In the 55th year of Konoha, Naruto and Menma faced the end-of-year examinations of their first year at the Ninja Academy. This examination served as a crucial assessment of the students' academic achievements, and all the students participated with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. 7-year-old Menma was destined to become the center of attention during this assessment. The theoretical portion encompassed a broad range of topics, including the history of ninjas, the principles of ninjutsu, the application of chakra, and foundational knowledge of various ninja missions. Seated at his desk, Menma swiftly and fluidly penned his answers, feeling that the questions were rather mundane and simplistic. While some classmates furrowed their brows in deep thought and others sweated nervously, Menma appeared utterly at ease. After completing each exam, he never failed to doodle a playful head-patting emoji in the margins, as if mocking the simplicity of the questions. When the results were announced, he achieved a remarkable perfect score across all subjects, causing an uproar throughout the school. However, it was the assessments in physical and ninjutsu skills that truly deepened the understanding of his capabilities among his peers. The venue for the physical skill assessment was surrounded by teachers and students alike. Standing at the center of the arena, Menma took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with unwavering focus. Upon the commencement signal, he displayed agility and grace, each movement imbued with power and precision, as if every step was meticulously calculated. Menma adeptly evaded the teacher's fierce and rapid assaults, sidestepping, bending, or leaping with impeccable timing. Simultaneously, he countered with swift retaliation, his martial prowess astonishingly mature for his age. Each strike showcased a combination of strength and finesse, the sound of his blows slicing through the air eliciting gasps of admiration from the onlookers. His level of physical skill was not merely a display of speed and strength, but rather a perfect amalgamation of technique and strategy. It was as if he could anticipate the teacher's next moves, consistently evading each attack, thereby shifting the pressure onto the instructors conducting the physical assessment. Menma, appearing as though he had exhausted himself from play, ultimately concluded the examination with a shoulder throw, seizing the opportunity presented by his instructor's momentary lapse. The surrounding students were left in utter astonishment, and even the observing teacher bore an expression of disbelief, considering the examiner was a chunin renowned for his exceptional physical prowess. While Menma now exhibited a level of skill surpassing that of an elite chunin, the ninjutsu assessment unfolded within an expansive arena. Positioned at the center, Menma was tasked with demonstrating the fundamental technique of the three-body technique. Remarkably, he had mastered this art with perfection by the age of 4, displaying remarkable agility in its application. The so-called three-body technique encompasses the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, skills that Menma executed with remarkable ease. First, he showcased the shadow clone technique, but it was a more advanced version, the multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, The vacant space around him was filled with hundreds of Miyamas, encircling the astonished onlookers, who marveled at the sight. Was this truly a student? Not only the students, but even the teachers couldn't help but express their admiration. Subsequently, all of the hundreds of clones simultaneously performed the transformation technique, morphing into the likenesses of the first through fourth Hokage. The teachers present could hardly contain their excitement, as it became evident that Menma's abilities had transcended that of a Chunin, placing him firmly at the level of a Jonin. As Menma concluded with the substitution technique, Irika was poised to award him full marks when Menma interjected. "Irika-sensei, if I can utilize other ninjutsu, would there be additional points?" he inquired. Irika, taken aback, acknowledged this possibility, which was originally intended for students struggling to pass. If one demonstrated exceptional skill in a particular area, they could indeed surpass the standard requirements. Upon receiving Irika's affirmative response, Menma commenced the sequence of hand seals, executing them at such a rapid pace that they appeared almost indistinguishable. As he completed the seals, he unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive, searing fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing an expansive area before him. He followed this with the wind release, great breakthrough, and as the fierce winds collided with the flames, the fire's intensity surged, consuming the entire arena. Menma's mastery over ninjutsu was not solely evident in its sheer power, but also in his meticulous control over each technique. He then proceeded with the water release, great waterfall technique, extinguishing the flames. Just when the onlookers thought the display was concluding, Menma continued with his hand seals. Earth release, earth wall, lightning release, lightning sphere. A formidable, thick wall materialized before the audience, accompanied by several fist-sized lightning spheres appearing beside him. Witnessing this spectacle left everyone in awe, signifying that Menma had adeptly harnessed 5 elemental ninjutsu. Only those familiar with Menma understood that his capabilities extended far beyond this demonstration. Should he enter the Nine-Tails chakra mode, onlookers would likely mistake him for a force of overwhelming might. "Here we go again," Shikamaru remarked, covering his face at Menma's ostentatious display. "This is quite delightful. I am genuinely pleased to have such exceptional friends." Ding Xiai remarked while munching on potato chips. "One should consider who one's brother is, after all. He is the brother of the future Hokage," Naruto exclaimed, bursting into laughter before the two. "Hey, despite being the elder brother, it's surprising to see such a significant gap between us," he teased from the side. "Menma is indeed rather outstanding. At times, I truly feel quite inadequate," Naruto said, a hint of despondency in his voice. "In the presence of a genius like Menma, we all appear rather unremarkable," Ino commented. "Actually, Naruto, you are quite impressive as well. In terms of ninjutsu, you are among the top 3 in our class," Hinata said, blushing as she approached Naruto. Upon hearing this, Naruto laughed heartily once more, declaring, "Indeed, I am destined to become Hokage. We must strive harder to keep pace with Menma. As friends, it is essential that we dedicate ourselves to improvement." Just then, Kai joined the group, speaking up. Irika and the other teachers looked on at Menma's performance, their hearts filled with pride and astonishment. Irika understood that on the path of a ninja, both talent and effort are indispensable, and Menma evidently embodies both qualities. He realized that such a prodigy might struggle to fully unleash his potential due to the constraints of the school as curriculum. Menma approached the group and inquired, "What are you all discussing?" The others greeted him with laughter and conversation, unaware of the specifics. Meanwhile, the infatuated girls in the class gazed at Menma with starry eyes, their expressions brimming with admiration. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Might Guy, among other jonin, observed the scene through a crystal ball. "This child, Menma, is indeed remarkably talented," Kakashi remarked. "Yes, indeed. He has been diligently training over the years," Kakashi replied. It was no surprise to Kakashi to witness Menma's prowess, as he had once instructed him, and it was worth noting that Naruto's abilities had also surpassed those of his peers. "I recall you've taught Menma extensively, haven't you, Kakashi?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. "Indeed, Hokage-sama. Menma's abilities have reached the level of a jonin. To exaggerate slightly, even ordinary jonin would find it challenging to compete with him," Kakashi responded. Everyone present was taken aback. Just then, Asuma stepped forward and said, "Menma is exceedingly talented. Should we consider allowing him to graduate early?" The group had little reaction, as if this were a matter of course. Well, let us decide on that. We should consult Myanmar about his thoughts later. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, as if making a decision. Following the conclusion of the exams at the Ninja Academy, a consensus was reached after discussions, agreeing to permit Myanmar to graduate early. Upon learning the outcome, Irika promptly recommended Myanmar for early graduation to the higher authorities, so he could become a genin. The news spread rapidly through the Ninja Academy, sweeping across the campus like a tempest and causing quite a stir. At that moment, Sasuke was practicing ninjutsu alone in a corner of the playground. Upon hearing the announcement, he raised an eyebrow slightly. He ceased his movements, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. On one hand, he could not deny that Menma possessed remarkable strength, and he was acutely aware that he needed to exert much greater effort to reach such heights. Sasuke had always taken great pride in his family and held himself to exceedingly high standards. Menma's excellence instilled in him an invisible pressure, simultaneously serving as a motivation for his own advancement. On the other hand, he silently resolved to strive harder, determined not to be left far behind by Menma. Naruto was playfully wrestling with his friends in the classroom when he overheard the news. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth fell agape. Menma was going to graduate early? Would that mean they could no longer play together at school? A hint of disappointment laced his voice. Instantly, memories of mischief shared with Menma and moments spent exchanging ninja gadgets flooded his mind. Naruto and Menma had been inseparable since childhood, sharing countless joyful moments. And he could hardly fathom what school life would be like without Menma by his side. Kakashi was engrossed in a book at the library when he heard the news, his mouth agape in astonishment as the book nearly slipped from his grasp. How incredible Menma was. Yet, this meant he would soon be leaving them. He felt a duality of joy for Menma's achievements and sorrow for the impending separation. Kakashi, being a sensitive soul, cherished the friendships he had with his classmates. Menma's departure felt akin to losing a significant friend. Shikamaru lay on the grassy expanse of the campus, basking in the sun. Upon hearing the news, he crossed his arms and shook his head. What a nuisance. If Menma left, it would surely diminish the enjoyment of school life. Although he often appeared lethargic, Shikamaru genuinely relished the time spent with his classmates. Menma was a vibrant companion, his presence always bringing laughter and surprises. And Shikamaru worried that life at school would become dull in Menma's absence. Choji was munching on potato chips when he paused at the news. If Menma graduated early, he would miss out on sharing his snacks with him. Choji, a true food enthusiast, often exchanged culinary delights with Menma. Each time Kushina experimented with new recipes, Menma was always the first to taste test them, which filled Choji with anticipation. The mere thought of losing this special arrangement left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Kiba was leisurely strolling through the campus when he heard the announcement, his expression one of disbelief. How could Menma suddenly be graduating? He glanced at Akamaru perched atop his head, and they both exchanged astonished looks. Kiba had always regarded Menma as a rival. They frequently compared their skills in physical training and ninjutsu. Despite not being able to surpass Menma, Kiba remained resolute in his competitive spirit. The departure of Menma left you feeling somewhat melancholic. He sensed the absence of a rival who could inspire his personal growth. Shino, observing his insects, merely tilted his head slightly upon hearing the news, his silence betraying a hint of surprise in his eyes. Though Shino was not particularly loquacious, he genuinely cared about the relationships among his classmates. The news of Menma's departure caught him off guard, and he required some time to process this unexpected development. In a corner of the classroom, Hinata was secretly watching Naruto, and upon receiving the news, her petite face flushed slightly as she murmured, "Menma is truly remarkable." A shy girl, Hinata seldom initiated conversations with boys, yet she held Menma in high esteem. His excellence only deepened her admiration, and at the same time, she worried that Naruto might feel disheartened by Menma's absence. In the midst of chatting with Sakura, Ino crossed her arms and scoffed. Menma certainly knows how to steal the spotlight. Despite her words, Ino secretly admired Menma's abilities. She had always aspired to be the center of attention, and Menma's success made her feel a twinge of envy, realizing she needed to exert herself more diligently. Soon, this news reached the higher echelons. Elders Tosa Nakaharu and Mito Iman were informed of Menma's achievements and had also seen Irika's recommendation. After thoroughly reviewing Menma's evaluation results and daily performance, they unanimously agreed to allow him to graduate early and become a genin. On a sun-drenched day, Irika brought Menma to the Hokage's office. where a solemn and serious atmosphere enveloped the room. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, his gaze warm and wise as he regarded Menma. He spoke slowly. Menma, we have all witnessed your capabilities. Graduating early to become a genin will open the door to greater challenges and allow you to contribute more significantly to the village. Tosa Nakaharu and Mito Iman nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with anticipation for Menma. However, Menma firmly shook his head. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, esteemed elders, but I do not wish to graduate early. Everyone present was taken aback. They had not anticipated Menma would decline such a rare opportunity. He continued, I understand this is a wonderful chance, but I do not want to abandon my companions. At the Ninja Academy, we learn and play together. We are a collective. If I graduate early, I would have to leave them behind, and I cannot bear that. Though Menma's voice was youthful, it resonated with unwavering determination. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. In truth, Menma harbored his own motives. He recognized that becoming a genin would entail undertaking numerous D-rank missions, which primarily consisted of tedious and time-consuming tasks, such as cleaning the village or locating lost pets, essentially akin to being a mere laborer. Menma was not particularly inclined towards such duties. He believed that rather than squandering time on these mundane responsibilities, it would be far more enjoyable to remain at school, showcasing his flair and spending time with Naruto and the others. He did not wish to squander his time and energy on seemingly trivial tasks. Instead, he yearned to challenge himself with endeavors that truly tested his mettle. Yet, the foremost reason remained his desire to be by Naruto's side. For Naruto held an irreplaceable place in his heart. Together, they had shared countless moments of laughter and tears. Menma wished to spend his time at the Ninja Academy alongside Naruto, growing together and confronting future challenges hand in hand. He believed that within the walls of the academy, they could learn from one another and offer mutual assistance, a companionship that he valued far more than ascending to the rank of a genin. As the news circulated once more through the Ninja Academy, the classmates reacted anew. Sasuke felt a twinge of admiration for Menma's resolve. He recognized the difficulty in Menma's choice to forsake such an opportunity for the sake of his companion. He came to understand that along the path of a ninja, camaraderie was as vital as strength. This realization prompted him to reassess his pursuit of power, acknowledging that he could not solely focus on enhancing his own abilities, but must also cherish the bonds with those around him. Naruto, bursting with joy, leapt into the air, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, Menma. We can still be in school together." His face radiated with a brilliant smile, as any trace of disappointment vanished. At that moment, Menma returned from the Hokage's office to the classroom. Upon seeing Menma, Naruto dashed over and embraced him, saying, "I knew you wouldn't leave me." Their friendship deepened in that instant. Kakashi smiled with delight, affirming, "I knew Menma wouldn't abandon us." His eyes glimmered with satisfaction, as he felt Menma's decision had fortified the bonds of their friendship. He approached Menma and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Your choice is truly commendable." Shikamaru exhaled in relief, realizing that this was indeed the less troublesome option. He rested his head on his desk, a relaxed smile gracing his face, knowing that with Menma around, their school life would return to a state brimming with joy. Choji grinned widely, exclaiming, "Now we can enjoy some delicious snacks." He retrieved a bag of chips from his pocket and offered it to Menma, saying, "Menma, these are a new flavor. Let us share." Kiba, with a smile, chimed in. "Menma still can't bear to part from us." He walked over to Menma with Akamaru, adding, "We must continue to spar with each other." Shino nodded slightly, seemingly understanding Menma's choice. He approached Menma, conveying a sense of acknowledgement through his gaze, even without words. Hinata felt her cheeks flush deeper, silently rejoicing in Menma's decision. Stealing a glance at Naruto, who was happily chatting with Menma, she felt warmth blossom in her heart. In contrast, Ino pouted and remarked, "Humph, well, this is better. We can all still play together." Although she feigned discontent, deep down, she was genuinely pleased that Menma had chosen to stay. Menma's decision rendered his image in the eyes of his classmates more vivid and affectionate, further solidifying the bonds of friendship among them. The sun blazed fiercely over the Ninja Academy's playground as afternoon arrived, signaling the time for practical training once again. The students were engaged in their training within their designated areas, and the entire playground was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and vitality. Menma, granted special permission by the school to organize his own training, found himself with a bit of free time. As he glanced around, he suddenly noticed a figure diligently practicing martial arts in a corner. A gentle smile crossed his face as he quickly recognized the individual, Xiao Li. Xiao Li's silhouette darted swiftly under the sunlight, each movement imbued with strength and determination. Sweat soaked through his attire. Yet it did not diminish his fervor for martial arts training. He relentlessly repeated challenging techniques, each punch and kick executed with unwavering resolve. Captivated by Xiao Li's dedication, Menma approached him. As he drew near, Xiao Li sensed someone approaching. When he lifted his gaze and saw Menma, his eyes widened in shock. In Xiao Li's perception, Menma was a super genius, akin to a star shining brightly within the ninja academy. His prowess in theoretical knowledge, martial arts, and ninjutsu was exceptional. To Xiao Li, someone like Menma seemed to exist on a different plane, far removed from a person like himself, who was often regarded as lagging behind. Observing Xiao Li's astonishment, Menma offered a warm smile and remarked, "Your training is quite diligent. I, too, employed similar methods in my youth." Xiao Li could scarcely believe his ears. He stammered in response, "Menma, you are a genius. How could I possibly compare to you?" Menma chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "So-called genius is merely the result of hard work in obscurity. Although I have performed well in assessments, it is the sweat behind the scenes that truly matters." Upon hearing Menma's words, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, a sense of understanding and validation blossoming within him, alleviating some of the insecurities stemming from his perceived inferior status. Subsequently, Menma joined Xiao Li in his training, and they engaged in mutual sparring and learning. Menma shared valuable insights into martial arts, such as how to better control one's center of gravity and how to concentrate power into each strike. Xiao Li, in turn, demonstrated his own unique training methods, driven by his tenacity to confront greater challenges. Their figures intertwined under the sun, each attack and defense brimming with passion and fervor. However, their classmate Neji observed this scene with a hint of disdain, arms crossed, and a cool demeanor. He approached with measured steps and coldly stated, "Everything is preordained. The laggard will always remain a laggard, and the genius will forever be a genius. Menma, what you are doing is a complete waste of talent." His words cast a tense shadow over the atmosphere. Hearing Neji's remarks, Xiao Li clenched his fists, lifted his chin, and resolutely declared, "Neji, I do not believe in destiny. Though I may not possess your innate talent, I firmly believe that through diligent effort, I can become stronger." Menma stood beside Xiao Li and addressed Ningzi, saying, "Ningzi, you are mistaken. While talent is undeniably important, perseverance can also bring about significant change. I choose to train with Xiao Li because I see in him an indomitable spirit, a quality far more precious than mere talent." Ningzi furrowed his brow, scoffing as he replied, "You do not understand. In our Hyuga clan, the destinies of the main and branch families are predetermined from birth. As a member of the branch family, I bear the curse mark of a caged bird. This is the shackle of fate. Those of the main family are inherently granted higher status and greater resources. They are regarded as the family's hope, while the branch family members exist solely to serve them. This is the law of our Hyuga clan and the arrangement of destiny." Upon hearing Ningxi's words, Menma slightly frowned and remarked, "Ningxi, though I am not a part of the Hyuga clan, I find this so-called family rule to be unreasonable. One should not be bound by their lineage or familial traditions. Every individual has the right to pursue their own dreams." Ningxi disdainfully curled his lip. "Menma, you are too naive. You have never lived within the Hyuga clan. You cannot comprehend the deeply entrenched nature of this hierarchical system. Xiao Li, look at yourself, lacking any talent. No amount of effort will allow you to surpass those who are gifted. Just like me, no matter how hard I strive, I will always remain inferior before the main family." Xiao Li's gaze grew resolute, and he proclaimed, "Ningxi, I care not for your distinctions between the main and branch families. I only know that if I give up now, I shall forever be left behind. I believe that as long as I persist in my efforts, one day I will become a formidable ninja." Menma nodded in agreement and continued, "Ningxi, you claim that your fate is unchangeable due to your family's constraints. Yet have you considered that it is precisely this mindset that binds you? If you were to shatter such beliefs and earnestly pursue your own strength, perhaps you could alter your fate, even transform the unreasonable traditions of the Hyuga clan." Listening to Menma and Xiao Li, a strange sensation stirred within Ningxi. In his worldview, the honor of his family and the disparity in talent had always governed his perspective. Yet at this moment, Menma and Xiao Li's convictions began to instill doubt in him. However, his pride prevented him from readily admitting the possibility of his error. Humph, it is easy for you to speak. You have no understanding of the history and traditions of the Hyuga clan. This cannot be altered by mere words of encouragement. Though Ningxi's words remained defiant, a hint of uncertainty flickered in his gaze. Menma regarded Ningxi earnestly and said, Ningxi, I understand that change is not an easy endeavor. But if one does not even attempt to try, there will never be a chance for change. Are we not ninjas who continuously challenge difficulties and strive to surpass our limits? Little Li chimed in, Niji, let us strive together, whether for ourselves or to amend the injustices that abound. Niji fell silent for a moment, gazing into the resolute eyes of Menma and Little Li, as the seed of doubt began to take root within him. Indeed, Niji, your Hyuga clan harbors numerous inequities. Perhaps one day, a foolish Hokage will personally intervene with the caged birds of the Hyuga clan, along with the so-called main and branch families, Menma remarked, casting a glance toward Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was engaged in a physical training session with Sasuke, both exchanging blows in a fierce contest, unable to determine a clear victor. Ultimately, Niji turned to leave, yet his steps were no longer as resolute as usual. Menma and Little Li's words had stirred a tempest within him. He found himself questioning the beliefs he had held so steadfastly, realizing he needed time to ponder. Menma and Little Li watched Niji's retreating figure, unaffected by his words. They exchanged knowing smiles and resumed their intense physical training. The surrounding classmates were taken aback by this scene, particularly as Niji was the top student in their class, while Little Li was considered the underdog, languishing at the bottom. Yet, this very Little Li had captured the attention of a new prodigy, someone even more exceptional than Niji. Affirming the value of Little Li's efforts, doubts began to creep into their minds regarding their own training methods, prompting some bolder students to approach Menma and Little Li, inquiring about the secrets to Menma's strength. The answer was simple, 2 words, effort. I mastered the body flicker technique by the age of 4, Menma said, performing push-ups as he spoke. My physical prowess is the result of hard work, much like Little Li's. He continued, reiterating, true genius is simply the fruit of labor unseen by others. These words resonated deeply, leaving an indelible impact on his listeners. In this vibrant and aspirational ninja academy, they were determined to demonstrate through action that perseverance can triumph over fate, and that friendship can bridge the chasms of innate talent. At long last, the much-anticipated holiday arrived at the ninja school. Naruto, akin to a bird released from its cage, was brimming with excitement. His room was a whirlwind of energy as he bounced on his bed, exclaiming, Menma, what shall we do with Sasuke later? Menma, seated on the bed, perused a book titled Ninjutsu Compendium, replying, all right, brother, do be cautious not to break the bed. Once breakfast is ready, we shall set off. Otherwise, Sasuke may grow impatient. Naruto, Menma, come down for breakfast, called Kushina from downstairs. Instantly, their eyes lit up. Menma set his book aside and hurried down, followed closely by Naruto, who leaped from his bed. They arrived at the dining table almost simultaneously. Having risen early, they were greeted with freshly prepared breakfast by Kushina, and their excitement soared. Menma gazed at the sumptuous breakfast before him, which included fish fillets, chicken legs, bacon, and eggs, accompanied by sandwiches and a glass of milk. The two immediately began their meal, devouring the breakfast in silence, lost in their appetites. Before long, they had finished their feast. Hey, slow down. Why the rush? Joked Kushina from the side. Mom, we're done. We're heading to Sasuke's house soon, so we might not be back for lunch. Naruto replied, his mouth full of food, his words muffled. After finishing his milk, Menma prepared to set off. Once ready, Naruto enthusiastically headed toward the Uchiha clan's residence. Along the way, Naruto chatted incessantly, a veritable whirlwind of excitement. Menma smiled, listening to Naruto's ramblings, occasionally chiming in with comments of his own. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, Shursui was outside his home with a little girl who wore a light blue kimono adorned with an exquisite Uchiha crest. Her raven-black hair fell smoothly over her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled like twinkling stars as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. The little girl tugged on Shursui's hand, gently shaking it as she asked, Shursui, where are we going today? Are there any special places in the clan? Shursui looked fondly at the girl, contemplating before responding. Let us take a stroll around the clan today. The weather is splendid, and who knows what interesting things we might encounter. Just then, at the entrance of the Uchiha compound, Naruto was energetically pulling Menma along, his heart brimming with excitement. Suddenly, they spotted Shursui and the little girl. "Shursui-senpai," Menma greeted politely, his gaze briefly lingering on the girl. Curiosity piqued about who she was. Shursui and the girl turned to face them, and upon recognizing Naruto and Menma, Shursui's face broke into a warm smile. "Naruto, Menma, what brings you to the Uchiha compound?" Naruto, waving his arms in enthusiasm, exclaimed, "We're on break. So we came to play with Sasuke. P.S. our good friend." The little girl beside Shursui regarded the brothers with curiosity, finding them vibrant and full of life, like two flickering flames. Particularly, Naruto radiated a bright and cheerful energy. The girl's gaze flitted between Naruto and Menma. Noticing her attention, Menma offered a friendly smile to the girl, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she shyly hid behind Shursui, peeking out with just her little head. Shursui smiled and said, "Sasuke is likely around the compound. You should go find him. He doesn't seem to have any special plans today and is probably waiting for you." With a cheer, Naruto could hardly contain his excitement and was eager to pull Menma into the compound. However, Menma paused, scrutinizing the girl, and then turned to Shursui, asking, "Shursui-senpai, who is this?" Shursui gently pulled the girl forward and introduced her. "This is Hoshiri, my little cousin. I brought her out for a walk today." Menma smiled politely once more and addressed Xingli, saying, "Hello, Xingli. It is a pleasure to meet you." Xingli replied softly, "Hello." Naruto then chimed in, exuberantly exclaiming, "Xingli, you are so adorable. Would you like to join us in finding Sasuke?" Xingli's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, unsure of how to respond, and she turned to Shursui for assistance. Shursui chuckled and said, "All right, you two go find Sasuke. Don't keep him waiting too long." Thus, Naruto took Menma's hand, and they dashed toward Sasuke's home, their figures gradually disappearing along the path of the Uchiha clan. Xingli watched them depart and softly inquired of Shursui, "Brother Shursui, they seem so interesting. Are they very strong?" Shursui gently patted Xingli's head and replied, "They are both children of great potential. Although Naruto may seem a bit mischievous, his strength is not to be underestimated, and he possesses an indomitable spirit. Menma, on the other hand, is more composed. He is quite capable and intelligent, excelling in the ninja academy." Upon hearing Shursui's words, Xingli's eyes sparkled with yearning, her heart brimming with curiosity about the twin brothers and what delightful escapades they might share with Sasuke. Shursui gazed at Xingli, his expression complex. 3 years ago, during the mission to eliminate the radical faction of the Uchiha clan, the elder he referred to was none other than Xingli's father. He had yet to disclose this to her, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Watching her, he fell into contemplation. "Brother Shursui, what is troubling you?" Xingli noticed his unusual demeanor, tugging at the sleeve of his garment and inquiring. "Oh, it's nothing, just pondering where we might go to play," Shursui explained. After a moment's thought, Xingli suggested, "How about we go find Brother Sasuke?" Shursui smiled and nodded in agreement, ruffling her hair affectionately. Meanwhile, Sasuke was at home enjoying his breakfast. Fugaku took a sip of water, set down his cup, and remarked, "You have plans with Naruto and Menma today." Sasuke nodded as he continued his meal. "Spend more time with friends. Do not isolate yourself, especially with Naruto and Menma," Fugaku advised. "I understand, father." Sasuke acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, a voice from the entrance called out, "Is Sasuke home?" It was Naruto. Hearing the commotion, Mikoto stepped outside to check. "Oh, it's Naruto and Menma. Sasuke is still eating breakfast, so he may take a while," Mikoto informed them. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Hey, Sasuke, we're here. Why haven't you finished breakfast yet? Hurry up." Sasuke, who was still at the table, could only respond with exasperation, while Fugaku chuckled and shook his head. Menma, noticing Naruto's exuberance, pulled him aside and whispered, "Brother, remember to be considerate when visiting someone else's home. We must show proper manners, or mother will be upset." Upon hearing those words, Naruto immediately fell silent, for he was aware of the amicable relationship between Kushina and Mikoto. Should Kushina become aware of this, she would undoubtedly explode in anger. Thus, the two remained outside the door in quiet anticipation. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke emerged and cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, perplexed by Naruto's audacity to shout so boisterously in his own home. "Come on, you colossal fool," Sasuke remarked, making his way outside. "Sasuke, who are you calling a colossal fool?" Naruto shouted as he followed Sasuke closely. The one who shouts the loudest is the one being referred to, Sasuke retorted. Seeing this exchange, Menma could only shake his head in disbelief and reluctantly followed them. By the way, what are we doing today? Menma inquired as he caught up with the pair. Engaging in activities befitting diligent students, Sasuke responded. Huh, what does that entail? Studying hard and striving for excellence, Menma asked. His brow furrowed in confusion. Well, after all, the top 3 students in the class are here, Naruto chimed in. So what exactly do you want to do? Menma questioned. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared somewhat bashful, fidgeting for a while before finally speaking. Menma, I would like you to teach me ninjutsu. Huh, me? Teach you ninjutsu? Menma stared at Sasuke in astonishment, struggling to reconcile this request with Sasuke's usual demeanor. Just then, Naruto interjected, Menma, it's been quite a while since you taught me any new techniques. Could you teach me a few powerful moves? At that moment, both boys looked at Menma with eager anticipation. Menma felt overwhelmed. He had set out for a day of leisure and relaxation, only to be besieged by the two asking to learn techniques from him. For the love of Ashura and Indra, instead of competing for first place. Why have you two united to seek my guidance in ninjutsu? Menma lamented internally. Let us head to the usual spot, Menma said, turning towards the open training area where they often practiced together. Naruto leapt up in joy, while Sasuke wore a satisfied smile, as if their plan had come to fruition. The trio, Naruto, Menma, and Sasuke, set off from Sasuke's home, heading toward the training ground favored by Menma. As they walked along the narrow path within the Uchiha clan's territory, they were surrounded by the clan's distinctive architectural style, characterized by dark eaves and gray walls, occasionally adorned with the Uchiha crest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves overhead, casting dappled patterns upon the ground, while a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing a refreshing coolness. As they continued on their way, they encountered Shursui and Shirori. Shursui-senpai, Shirori. What brings you here? Menma asked first. Shursui smiled upon seeing them and replied. Well, Shirori expressed a desire to visit the Uchiha household and look for Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto interjected, looking for Sasuke? But he is coming with us to the training ground outside the Uchiha clan. Oh, is that so? Shursui glanced at Shirori and continued. Indeed, Menma has agreed to teach us new techniques. I am determined to showcase my newly acquired skills impressively. As Naruto animatedly spoke, his eyes sparkled with an eager anticipation for the new ninjutsu, a brilliance that seemed to outshine even the sun above. Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, remaining silent. Yet his gaze betrayed a similar enthusiasm for the new technique. Deep within his thoughts, Sasuke resolved to train diligently, his eyes reflecting a steadfast determination. Listening to Naruto, Hoshiri's eyes glimmered with envy as she softly remarked, How impressive! Her voice rang out like the chime of silver bells. Though barely audible, it was still heard by all. After a moment of contemplation, Shursui suggested, Then let us all join in. Hoshiri can observe your training in ninjutsu. He believed this would be a splendid opportunity for Hoshiri to learn from these exceptional ninjas. Instantly, Hoshiri sprang up with delight, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Her face beamed with joy, akin to a blooming flower. Thus, the group set off towards the training ground. Along the way, Naruto excitedly recounted his imagined prowess upon mastering the new ninjutsu. Gesticulating animatedly as he said, Hoshiri, do you know? Once I master it, I will be able to defeat numerous foes in an instant. Just like the fourth Hokage, I will vanquish those villains with this new technique. Meanwhile, Sasuke quietly contemplated his upcoming training, mentally revisiting his previous experiences with the Great Fireball technique, pondering how to better control the output of chakra and enhance the flame's potency and form. Meanwhile, Menma organized his thoughts on how to instruct them. He intended to teach Sasuke the Great Fire Extinguishment technique, which would require a greater mastery of chakra control and volume, while Naruto would need a step-by-step guide to integrate wind attribute chakra into the Rasengan. As they passed through the clan's gates, they found a narrow path leading to the training ground, flanked by dense woods alive with the melodious chirping of birds. Hoshiri, curious about her surroundings, marveled at everything, having never traveled this way before, finding it all refreshingly novel. At last, they arrived at the training ground, which was spacious and equipped with targets and obstacles for practicing ninjutsu. The ground was firm and solid beneath their feet. Upon reaching the training area, Menma stood before them and addressed the group. Sasuke, you have already mastered the Great Fireball technique. Today, I plan to teach you the fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. This technique demands a more powerful control over chakra and an increased chakra volume. Unlike the Great Fireball, the flames of the Great Fire Extinguishment are fiercer and more expansive. So be prepared for a challenging training session. Sasuke nodded earnestly, his determination shining through as he declared, "I am not afraid of hardship. I will master this technique." Menma then turned to Naruto, saying, "As for you, I wish for us to practice together, integrating chakra nature into the Rasengan. While I am still training in this area myself, we can explore it together. The wind attribute chakra possesses a distinctive cutting quality. We have previously practiced its sensory aspects and successfully infused it into our ninja tools. Now, we shall endeavor to incorporate it into the Rasengan. This task is no trivial matter. It demands patience." Naruto clenched his fists, brimming with determination, and declared, "All right, Menma, I will certainly give it my all." Starry watched them expectantly from the side, aware that they were about to witness an impressive display of ninjutsu training. Her small hands were tightly clasped together, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Naruto, Sasuke, and Menma in the center of the training ground. Shirzue stood beside Starry, softly advising her, "Starry, pay close attention. This is a rare opportunity for learning. The perseverance and wisdom they exhibit during their ninjutsu practice are truly commendable." Starry nodded obediently, her eyes still glued to the scene before her, her heart filled with admiration and longing for the path of the ninja. Menma began by forming the hand seals for fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. A massive flame erupted from his mouth, its range surpassing that of the Great Fireball. Shirzue was taken aback by this display. He had not anticipated that 7-year-old Menma could unleash such a vast attack. Realizing Shirzue's astonishment, Starry understood that Menma was indeed formidable. This boy, merely 2 years her senior, was potentially stronger than she had imagined. The hand seal sequence for fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, is rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, and tiger. Sasuke knew he had to meticulously regulate the amount of chakra he utilized. More is better, but too much could be detrimental. Menma encouraged, "I understand." Sasuke then performed the hand seals and initiated the Great Fire Annihilation. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. A burst of flames emerged from Sasuke, yet its reach was nowhere near that of Menma's. Menma nodded in acknowledgement, suggesting that Sasuke could indeed channel more chakra, and encouraged him to practice diligently. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder and then approached Naruto. "All right, let us begin." Multiple shadow clones. Instantly, dozens of Menma's shadow clones appeared, each coalescing a Rasengan in their hands. Naruto, witnessing this, formed several shadow clones, and they began to collaborate in the creation of the Rasengan. "Brother, try grouping 3 together. Let one clone infuse the Rasengan with wind attribute chakra," Menma suggested. Naruto nodded, transforming their pairs into groups of 3. Meanwhile, on the open ground, Naruto and Menma's shadow clones were attempting to infuse their Rasengan with the elemental chakra, while Sasuke practiced his Great Fire Annihilation nearby. However, Sasuke, having exhausted a significant amount of chakra, began to pant. Naruto and Menma, struggling to master the precise infusion of wind attribute chakra, frequently caused their Rasengan to detonate unexpectedly. This resulted in a diminishing number of clones on the field and left numerous half-circular craters on the ground. At that moment, a buzzing sound emanated from one of Naruto's shadow clones, its volume significant enough for everyone present to hear. Boom! The Rasengan suddenly exploded, its radius expanding rapidly, affecting Naruto and Menma's shadow clones, which were subsequently dispelled. Both Menma and Naruto were momentarily taken aback. Menma shouted towards Naruto, "How much wind attribute chakra did you add?" "I see no effect. Just keep adding it, and let us see how much it takes before it explodes." Naruto responded loudly. Menma felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that he might be sent away by Naruto's half-finished wind release, Rasen Shuriken. At that moment, Menma felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the wind attribute chakra had manifested as small chakra blades, which had cut into his skin. Moreover, he sensed that even his meridians had been severed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Menma hastily retreated, astonished at the extensive coverage of the attack. He suspected that Naruto must have infused wind attribute chakra into the base of the giant Rasengan. Otherwise, such a wide area of effect would be inconceivable. Outside, Shirzue was equally astonished. He had noticed the massive amount of chakra during the explosion of the Rasengan and swiftly took Starry away from the scene. When the explosion subsided, A colossal crater was revealed on the ground. Naruto and Menma approached the crater, gazing at its enormity. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was practicing the Great Fireball technique nearby, quickly concealed himself upon witnessing the commotion, only emerging once the area regained its tranquility. When Sasuke finally appeared, he saw Naruto and Menma standing around the vast pit. He walked over to join them. After nearly 2 weeks of arduous training, Naruto's wind release, Rasen Shuriken, had taken its initial form. As he looked at the nascent Rasengan in his hand, a myriad of emotions surged within him, akin to a bottle of mixed flavors spilled over. The size of this wind release, Rasengan, bore little resemblance to the countless visions he had conjured in his mind. It lay quietly in his palm, appearing feeble and helpless, much like a seed struggling to sprout without sufficient nourishment, striving to grow, yet failing to become a towering tree. However, Naruto understood that this seemingly inconspicuous wind release, Rasengan, held immense potential. Taking a deep breath, he channeled all his strength into his arm and hurled the Rasengan towards a boulder towering as high as 2 people. In an instant, the Rasengan shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, tracing a faint trajectory through the air. Upon its contact with the boulder, it unleashed a miniature catastrophe. The surface of the boulder appeared to be sliced by countless meticulously sharpened blades simultaneously, as clear scratches rapidly radiated from the Rasengan's center. These gashes deepened, and it seemed as if the interior of the boulder was besieged by an invisible storm, emitting a dull cracking sound, as if a mysterious force was mercilessly severing its internal veins, reminiscent of precise cuts made to the human body's meridians. Although this Rasengan is much smaller than I anticipated, its power is indeed significantly greater than that of an ordinary Rasengan, Naruto remarked, scratching his head with an earnest smile. That smile reflected both his satisfaction with his achievement and a tinge of regret for its imperfections. Menma approached with steady steps, his gaze fixed intently on the wind release, Rasen Shuriken in Naruto's hand, revealing a glimmer of contemplation and approval in his eyes. Moments later, he nodded slowly and remarked, "Brother, behold the marvelous effect of wind nature chakra infused into the Rasengan. The power of wind bestows upon the Rasengan an unparalleled cutting force, a power not to be underestimated. It can effortlessly slice through human skin like a keen blade, and if it penetrates deeply, it can inflict severe damage to the meridians. However, you are well aware that you are not yet capable of precisely controlling the amount of chakra, which is why this Rasengan appears relatively diminutive. In fact, when I attempted to incorporate chakra of other natures into the Rasengan just now, I encountered the same issue as you." As he spoke, a familiar Rasengan began to materialize in his hand, glowing with the pale blue chakra characteristic of the ordinary Rasengan. Suddenly, the color of the Rasengan underwent a remarkable transformation, as arcs of blue lightning slithered around it like ethereal serpents, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, heralding the birth of this new ninjutsu. This was the Rasengan infused with lightning nature chakra. His voice was steady and powerful, brimming with confidence. With a determined gaze, he hurled the lightning Rasengan towards a massive boulder. The boulder, once standing quietly like a stoic giant, was struck by the lightning Rasengan, as if it had incurred the wrath of the thunder god. The surface of the boulder was instantly ravaged by the fierce electric current, a wave of charred blackness rapidly spreading across it, engulfing its original hue like a tide of darkness. Simultaneously, countless tiny currents danced through the crevices of the stone, emitting a sizzle that resembled a unique symphony, as if the boulder were groaning in anguish. Without a moment's pause, he continued to concentrate and formed another Rasengan, which transitioned from pale blue to a vibrant red. In no time, a Rasengan enveloped in roaring flames manifested in his palm. The flames devoured the surrounding air like a ravenous beast, instantly elevating the temperature in the vicinity. The fire flickered and danced upon the Rasengan, showcasing its power and fervor. This was the Rasengan infused with fire nature chakra. With a mighty shout, he hurled the fire Rasengan toward a stretch of barren sand. As soon as the fire Rasengan touched the ground, the flames surged forth like wild stallions, swiftly spreading across the terrain, transforming it into a tumultuous sea of fire in the blink of an eye. The flames raged, scorching the earth beneath, while a scorching heat permeated the air, as if the entire world had been ignited by this inferno. Naruto's eyes widened, sparkling like 2 radiant stars, his face alight with envy as he exclaimed, "Menma, you are incredible. You can already incorporate different nature chakras into the Rasengan." Menma gently shook his head, a humble smile gracing his features. Brother, I have merely managed to accomplish this with great effort. Like you, I still struggle with controlling the chakra's quantity. Although I have found some direction, I remain distant from achieving the ultimate effect. However, as long as we persistently engage in practice and continually delve into the subtle changes in the nature and quantity of chakra, we shall undoubtedly attain better control over it, thereby amplifying the potency of the Rasengan. Sasuke observed quietly from the sidelines, his gaze oscillating between the vast crater and Naruto, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. After a moment, he finally spoke slowly. While your attempts are fraught with challenges, I too have struggled with the precise control of chakra during my practice of the Great Fire Annihilation. Like just now, I was solely focused on expanding the range of the flames to elevate its power, yet every time I endeavored to increase the chakra, it proved difficult to control, resulting in flames that were either too feeble or completely uncontrollable. The chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Xingli stood nearby with her hands clasped tightly, her eyes sparkling like a myriad of stars, filled with profound admiration for them. She exclaimed excitedly, "You are truly amazing. I long to master chakra as skillfully as you do, so I can create such formidable ninjutsu." Ji Shui, standing beside Xingli, wore a gentle smile as he lightly patted her shoulder, softly saying, "With diligent training, you will surely reach this level one day." The achievements they have made are the fruits of countless failures and relentless effort. After hearing Sasuke's words, Menma interjected, "To put it plainly, Sasuke, your issues lie in the control and quantity of your chakra. For chakra control, climbing trees is sufficient, and as for the quantity, that can only be improved through more practice." "Climbing trees?" Sasuke questioned, looking at Menma in confusion. "Yes, without using your hands. Gather chakra in your feet." Naruto chimed in from the side. "Gathering chakra in my feet." Sasuke pondered, deep in thought. "Come with me, and I will demonstrate it for you," Naruto said, pulling Sasuke towards the forest. "What are they going to do?" Xingli asked Ji Shui, her curiosity piqued. "We shall follow them to find out," Ji Shui replied. And then he led Xingli to catch up with Naruto and Sasuke. When they reached them, they saw Naruto concentrating chakra in his feet and then effortlessly climbing the tree, ascending vertically without using his hands. Sasuke understood and began to gather chakra as well. A pale blue chakra enveloped his feet. He emulated Naruto and attempted to climb. But after just a few steps, he fell back down. Xingli watched in awe as Naruto reached the treetops with ease. At that moment, Naruto leaped down from the tree, while Sasuke continued to practice. Naruto couldn't help but smile at Sasuke's earnest efforts, reflecting on how he had accomplished this feat before the age of 4, his face radiating pride. Meanwhile, Menma continued to practice with his shadow clones, striving to perfect the attribute-based Rasengan. In truth, once one masters a single elemental affinity, the others can be methodically harnessed. Thus, he was in the process of developing a lightning-release Rasengan. The trio diligently engaged in their training, enduring a somewhat monotonous yet fulfilling day, reaping substantial rewards. After nearly a month of arduous training, Naruto finally achieved his long-desired new technique, the wind-release Rasen Shuriken. On a day blessed with perfect sunshine, Naruto stood at the center of the training ground, alongside his 3 shadow clones, gathering the Rasen Shuriken. The wind chakra surged violently towards his palm, gradually forming a rapidly spinning Rasengan. Unlike any he had created before, this Rasengan was enveloped by sharp blades of wind, accompanied by a piercing hum reminiscent of a death knell, indicating the formidable danger of this technique. Excitedly, Naruto gazed at the wind-release Rasen Shuriken in his hand, eager to find a target to test its power. However, Menma suddenly appeared before him, his expression serious. He solemnly warned Naruto, "Brother, while this technique possesses immense power, the wind chakra can also inflict damage upon yourself during its formation. Therefore, you must refrain from using it recklessly. Conceal it until the moment of utmost necessity." Upon hearing Menma's words, Naruto felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Although a sense of disappointment washed over him, he understood that Menma had his best interests at heart, and thus nodded in agreement. Concurrently, Menma himself achieved a significant breakthrough in his training. Drawing from Naruto's experiences, he successfully completed his own technique, the lightning release Rasengan Light Bomb. Positioned at the opposite corner of the training field, Menma slowly raised one hand, rapidly concentrating chakra within it. A Rasengan began to take shape, flickering with dazzling electrical energy as chakra surged into it. With a powerful shout, Menma launched the lightning-release Rasengan light bomb towards a distant open space. As it soared through the air, it resembled a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky. Upon impact, it erupted with an intense radiance and a tremendous roar. The struck area instantly formed a large crater, the surrounding earth charred as if baptized by lightning chakra. Furthermore, within the radius affected by the Rasengan, everything was rendered paralyzed by the electrical energy. A powerful current coursed chaotically across the ground, emitting a sizzling sound. Simultaneously, in the instant the Rasengan detonated, it emitted a blinding light, akin to a blazing sun suddenly rising from the earth. Even those observing from a distance were momentarily blinded, their eyes stinging from the glare. Building upon the successful experience with the lightning-release Rasengan light bomb, Menma, through his understanding of chakra properties and previous experiences, subsequently completed the wind-release Rasen Shuriken and the fire-release Rasen Shuriken in succession. As Menma demonstrated the wind-release, spiraling Shuriken, the wind blades surrounding his Rasengan grew increasingly dense and razor-sharp. Upon release, these blades appeared capable of slicing through space itself. The fire-release, spiraling Shuriken was even more spectacular. When he unleashed this technique upon a grove of trees, the Rasengan erupted in an explosion. In an instant, a raging inferno surged skyward, engulfing the entire forest in flames. The temperature of the fire was exceptionally high, igniting the trees within its radius instantaneously and causing severe burns. The crackling of the flames echoed like the anguished cries of the trees in torment. Although Menma had also completed the water and earth release Rasengan, their effects were rather unimpressive, leading him to abandon any thoughts of developing the 5-release variants of the spiraling Shuriken. When infused with earth release chakra, the Rasengan became a close-range attack that detonated stones upon impact. While it was indeed an improvement over the standard Rasengan, it proved comparable to the Great Ball Rasengan. It seemed more prudent to utilize the Great Ball Rasengan than to expend chakra on the earth release variant. As for the water release chakra, its potency saw little enhancement. However, when combined with lightning release, it exhibited commendable effectiveness, though it remained inferior to the other 3 elemental Rasengan. In recent days, Sasuke, having mastered the art of tree climbing, successfully reached the summit. His control over chakra improved while practicing the Great Fire Destruction technique, though he still struggled with chakra depletion. Nevertheless, he had made considerable progress compared to before. While Sasuke's Great Fire Destruction was not as extensive or enduring as Menma's, it was sufficient to handle a few adversaries for the time being. All 3 had reaped their own rewards in the past few days, with Shirzue and Sarayu occasionally checking in on them. Sarayu was moved by the trio's perseverance and began pestering Shirzue for training. Unable to refuse, Shirzue took Sarayu under his wing to teach her chakra concentration. During the learning process, Shirzue discovered Sarayu's remarkable talent, as she swiftly grasped the essence of chakra manipulation and utilization, much to his surprise. To celebrate the trio's recent accomplishments, they planned a feast at Naruto and Menma's residence. Menma had already coordinated with Kushina to prepare a sumptuous lunch, which Kushina readily agreed to do. As lunchtime approached, Naruto and Menma returned home with Sasuke, where they found the table laden with an abundance of dishes. "We're back," Naruto exclaimed loudly at the entrance, while Kushina continued to stir-fry in the kitchen. She called out, "Welcome home. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat." The 3 made their way to the washroom, and after washing up, they gathered around the dining table, now filled with an array of delightful dishes. There were grilled meats and roasted chicken, fish fillets and rib soup, along with a variety of other culinary delights totaling over a dozen dishes. The sight of the feast left the trio salivating, and just then, Kushina brought out Menma's favorite pan-fried dumplings, completing the spread. "All right, the dishes are ready. You must be hungry, so dig in," Kushina said gently to the 3. "Let us eat." The 3 of them spoke in unison and began their meal. While they dined, Kushina took the opportunity to inquire about their training progress. Naruto, brimming with excitement, recounted the formidable power of the wind release Rasen Shuriken that he had developed. Kushina felt a sense of pride, for the Rasengan was indeed a ninjutsu crafted by Minato, a name she had bestowed. Witnessing her child elevate his father's technique to new heights filled her with joy. Had Minato been present, he would surely have shared in this happiness, especially since he had not managed to achieve the chakra nature transformation of the Rasengan himself. Kushina mused. "Fear not, mother. I shall surpass my father, outdo all the Hokage that have come before me, and become the strongest Hokage, earning everyone's recognition," Naruto declared, his mouth full. Kushina chuckled quietly, glancing at Naruto and then at Hinata, her heart swelling with happiness. "It is not merely about becoming Hokage. One must first earn the recognition of others to ascend to that position," Hinata remarked. "Is that so? Regardless, I am determined to become Hokage. It is my dream." Naruto's fervor surged again. Sasuke, who had been silent, felt a tinge of inspiration as he observed Naruto and Hinata, lost in his own thoughts. After finishing their lunch, they were about to step out for some relaxation when a familiar figure appeared at the door. Hinata turned her head slightly upon seeing the newcomer. "What brings you here, you lecherous old man?" The visitor was none other than Jiraiya, who, upon seeing the three preparing to leave, said, "I came to check on my beloved students. Is that all right?" He scratched his head sheepishly. "Suit yourself. We're just going out to unwind," Hinata replied, adopting a relaxed demeanor as she walked past him. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya and asked, "Pervy Sage, where have you been for the past 3 years? We hardly saw you." Jiraiya paused, seemingly contemplating how to respond. "Well, I've been traveling about, gathering some intelligence," he explained to Naruto. "Hey, brother, if you don't hurry, we'll leave without you," Hinata called from outside. Coming. "Pervy Sage, I must take my leave," Naruto waved, rushing to join Hinata and Sasuke. Jiraiya chuckled and followed suit. "By the way, Pervy Sage, why are you tagging along with us?" Naruto asked as he walked beside Hinata. "Oh, what's the harm? What if you little rascals get into trouble? Someone has to keep an eye on you," Jiraiya replied with a grin. "Humph, we don't need you watching over us, Pervy Sage," Naruto huffed, pouting slightly. "Ha. Don't say that. After 3 years apart, don't be so heartless," Jiraiya retorted. "Speaking of which, Pervy Sage, what have you been doing all this time? Don't tell me you've been globetrotting." Hinata shot a glance at Jiraiya and asked. "Regardless, your father is my student who calls me sensei. It's quite rude for you, his son, to call me old man," Jiraiya said, slightly irked. "Indeed, it is unfortunate that no one taught me when I was young," Menma remarked softly. "You rascal, are you still holding a grudge against me?" Jiraiya inquired. "And what if I am?" Menma replied indifferently. "I see. So, what must I do to earn your forgiveness?" Jiraiya asked, gazing intently at Menma. Menma paused, facing Jiraiya earnestly, and declared, "It is quite simple. You must renounce your vices, and I shall forgive you, provided you remain in the village for an extended period." Jiraiya appeared troubled, deep in thought. "What if you leave, and during your absence, a madman like Orochimaru comes to destroy Konoha?" Menma stated with utmost seriousness, revealing no hint of jest. Jiraiya was taken aback, staring at Menma in disbelief. But soon he reconciled with the idea, recognizing Menma's propensity for startling remarks since childhood. "Although, I can understand a lunatic like him," Menma added. Jiraiya was perplexed. What did Menma mean by understanding Orochimaru? Did he aspire to become a second Orochimaru? "Menma, whatever your thoughts may be, I must warn you that Orochimaru is an exceedingly dangerous individual," Jiraiya cautioned. "I am aware. He is also capable of resurrecting my father," Menma said, gazing at Hokage Rock. At that moment, all present fell silent, particularly Naruto, who also looked toward Hokage Rock, his face reflecting unspoken hope. "Menma, I must tell you, Orochimaru is a profoundly perilous person. Under no circumstances should you engage with him," Jiraiya emphasized seriously, sensing the danger in Menma's thoughts. "I understand. You need not worry." "Lord Jiraiya," Menma exhaled, responding. Jiraiya nodded, yet he continued to ponder Menma's recent statements. Menma disregarded Jiraiya further and proceeded ahead, with Naruto and Sasuke quietly trailing behind. Jiraiya remained rooted in place, watching their departing figures, his heart laden with concern. He recognized Menma as a child of strong will, yet his recent words left Jiraiya restless. The trio arrived at a small park within the village, where a vast expanse of grass lay surrounded by cherry blossom trees. It was the season of blooming sakura, and delicate pink petals danced in the breeze, resembling a gentle shower of flowers. Naruto excitedly dashed to the center of the grass, reclining as he watched the falling cherry blossoms, exclaiming, "I wish every day could be this carefree." Sasuke sat beneath a cherry blossom tree, gently brushing his fingers across the petals on the ground, and remarked to Naruto, "Such moments are indeed rare, but we must not become complacent. The ninjas from other villages will not cease their training." Menma stood nearby, arms crossed over his chest, gazing in the direction of Hokage Rock. His mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Orochimaru. He was acutely aware of Orochimaru's perilous nature, yet his yearning to resurrect his father continued to grow within him. Jiraiya slowly approached and sat beside Menma. He shattered the silence. Menma, I understand your longing for your father, but Orochimaru's technique defies nature and will yield many unpredictable consequences. Menma turned to Jiraiya. I am aware of the dangers, yet resurrecting our father is something I must pursue. Hearing their conversation, Naruto sat up and remarked, Menma, while I too yearn for Dad's return, I find it inappropriate to employ such perilous means. Surely, Dad would not wish for us to endanger ourselves for his resurrection. Menma furrowed his brow. Brother, you do not comprehend. If Father were still with us, our lives would be entirely different. The entire ninja world could be transformed. Sasuke interjected. Menma, our focus should be on becoming stronger, rather than seeking to bring back the deceased. Menma lowered his head, lost in thought. He recognized the validity in their words. Yet the obsession within him was difficult to release. At that moment, some commotion arose from the village entrance, suggesting that something was amiss. The group immediately became alert. And Sasuke said, It seems there is a situation, we must investigate. What are you three doing here? This is a matter for adults. You are not even genin. What can you do? Stay put. I will take a look, Jiraiya instructed the trio before dashing towards the village entrance. The three exchanged glances, though no words were spoken. They understood each other's intentions and followed him towards the entrance. Upon reaching the gate of Konoha, they discovered a group of unfamiliar ninjas. These ninjas donned matching black attire and wore expressions of cold demeanor. A ninja, who appeared to be the leader, stood at the forefront and proclaimed loudly, People of Konoha, listen well. We are the envoys of the Mist Village, and we have come to issue a challenge. We have heard of the recent surge in strength among Konoha's ninja, and we of the Mist Village will not stand idly by. Today, we shall see just how formidable Konoha truly is. Naruto, Menma, and Sasuke pushed forward, noticing that several wore the Mist Village forehead protectors, confirming their origins. Jiraiya stepped forward and addressed the Mist Village ninjas. Are you seeking to disrupt the peace we have maintained for many years? The leader of the Mist Village sneered, Peace? That is a pursuit for the weak. We of the Mist Village only respect the strong. Today, we shall engage in a contest of strength with Konoha's ninja. Unbelievable. There are truly lunatics seeking to challenge Konoha. What kind of clowns do we have these days? Menma remarked to the group. What do you mean, you little brat? You are not even ninjas. We have no interest in you. Isn't Konoha supposed to be strong? Why send mere children who aren't even genin to confront us? The lead Mist ninja retorted. What are you three doing here? You lot, take them away. Jiraiya noticed the trio and instructed one of the jonin beside him. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. I will escort them away immediately. With that, several ninjas approached Naruto, Menma, and Sasuke. Anyone attempting to stop me has yet to show themselves, Menma declared, vanishing from sight. As the figure of Menma reappeared, he had already arrived beside Jiraiya, holding a flying thunder god kunai. It was evident that Menma had just activated the flying thunder god technique to reach Jiraiya's side. Menma, what are you doing? It's perilous. You must return, Jiraiya admonished. They are not ninjas from the hidden Mist Village. I suspect they are agents sent by some small nation to sow discord, Menma replied. How can you be so certain? Jiraiya inquired. Intuition. Regardless, if we capture them, we can interrogate them to uncover the truth, Menma continued. Youngster, don't underestimate us. Let us show you the might of the hidden mist. The leader of the ninjas shouted loudly. What a nuisance. Menma began to gather chakra, and a Rasengan materialized in his hand, gradually expanding into a deep blue sphere, crackling with lightning. Jiraiya watched in astonishment. Neither the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, nor he himself had ever infused chakra nature into a Rasengan. Yet here was this 7-year-old child accomplishing the feat at that moment. Jiraiya felt a premonition that Menma was indeed the prophesied child spoken of by the great sage. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading for even more excitement. Meanwhile, the immense chakra of Menma's lightning release Rasengan bomb caused the ninjas from the hidden mist to pause in surprise. Let me demonstrate my new technique, Menma shouted, hurling the Rasengan bomb. Although the hidden mist ninjas were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the chakra, they believed they could evade the attack. However, the lightning release Rasengan bomb struck true among the crowd. While they attempted to evade, it detonated amidst them. A blinding flash and a surge of electricity erupted, incapacitating many of the hidden mist ninjas, rendering them unable to continue the fight. Witnessing this, everyone was astonished that a single move could disable several of the hidden mist warriors. The fallen ninjas lay on the ground, crackling with residual electricity, some rendered unconscious by the overwhelming lightning chakra, while the leader, though not fainted, was paralyzed and unable to move. Jiraiya approached and patted Menma on the shoulder. "Kid, you are impressive. I never anticipated you would master the nature transformation of the Rasengan, but you must tread carefully regarding Orochimaru." Menma nodded. "I understand. Let's not dwell on that for now. We need to ascertain where they came from." After saying this, Menma turned his gaze toward the fallen ninjas of the hidden mist. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we must first ascertain their origins. According to my intelligence, the hidden mist should not be taking such actions. Perhaps you are right. We need to uncover who is truly behind this provocation." Suddenly, Menma was struck by a thought and addressed Jiraiya. "Since he has sent someone to sow discord between us and the hidden mist village, is it possible that he has also arranged for individuals to impersonate our Leaf Village ninjas to provoke other villages?" Jiraiya pondered this carefully, realizing the gravity of the situation. "If what you say is true, then this person likely seeks to incite war between the villages," he analyzed. "If we can identify the instigator, the problem should not be insurmountable." Menma continued. "I must report this matter urgently. I will return to speak with you later," Jiraiya replied before departing. At that moment, the intelligence unit and Umbu ninjas arrived, escorting several individuals who claimed to be hidden mist ninjas. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, they would soon discern the origin and intentions of these impostors. Jiraiya hurried to the Hokage's office, relaying Menma's suspicions and the relevant details to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing the report, Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply as he inhaled a puff of smoke, slowly articulating, "This matter is of utmost significance. If someone is indeed scheming to instigate war between the ninja villages, the entire ninja world will descend into chaos." In the Umbu interrogation room, Yamashiro Kaichi was drenched in perspiration, diligently probing the memories of the faux hidden mist ninjas. The surrounding ninjas watched him intently, the air thick with tension. As Kaichi's chakra delved deeper into their memories, the truth seemed poised to surface. "I see it now. They were indeed instructed by someone," he began. But the image of the instigator was hazy. From the voice, it seems to be a male. "They were ordered to incite discord among various villages." His words were abruptly cut off as he widened his eyes in shock. The impostors lying on the ground suddenly convulsed. And then, as if their life force had been drained, they collectively perished amidst a plume of black smoke. "What is happening?" The Umbu ninjas stirred in agitation. "It appears they triggered some form of sealing, safeguarding their memories," Kaichi said, wiping the sweat from his forehead with resignation. At that moment, on the Hokage rock of Konohagakure, a ripple emerged, and from it stepped a figure adorned with a tiger-striped mask. "Ah, how nostalgic, the Leaf Village," he mused, surveying the expanse of Konoha from his elevated position. After an indeterminate span of time, another ripple appeared, and he vanished once more. When he reappeared, he found himself at the Konoha warehouse, his intentions straightforward, to create as much chaos as possible within the village. Striding boldly towards the warehouse, several guards immediately adopted a vigilant stance upon noticing him. "Who are you?" "This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted," one guard exclaimed, addressing the masked man. The individual, however, remained silent, his eyes emanating an eerie crimson glow. Upon gazing into his eyes, the guards fell into a trance, collapsing onto the ground. After neutralizing the guards, he entered the Konoha warehouse, which was filled with numerous supplies, including food and ninja tools. He adorned the interior with explosive tags and then vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself atop a tree not far from the warehouse, at which point a series of explosions erupted from within. Flames soared into the sky, accompanied by thick plumes of smoke. However, it wasn't long before ninjas arrived to commence firefighting efforts. The masked man observed this scene, and a ripple appeared behind him as he departed the area. Meanwhile, in another location, Menma, along with Naruto and Sasuke, lay on the grass in a familiar meadow, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, the distant sound of explosions jolted them upright, prompting them to turn their attention towards the source of the noise. Something felt amiss today, as if a significant event was about to unfold. Menma sensed an unusual tension. foreboding something monumental. Shall we investigate what's happening over there? Naruto proposed to the other two. That seems reasonable. Let's go take a look, Menma replied, preparing to head towards the scene. All right. Sasuke nodded in agreement. As the trio rose to proceed towards the origin of the explosions, a ripple appeared before them, from which emerged a shadowy figure, clad in a black robe and adorned with a tiger-striped mask that revealed only one eye, which emanated an eerie crimson glow. The figure declared, "Son of the fourth Hokage, host of the Nine Tails, you shan't venture anywhere today. Come along with me willingly." Menma was taken aback, not expecting this enigmatic masked man to confront them directly, realizing that the day's events were somehow intertwined with him. "Though I know not who you are, we shall never accompany you," Naruto retorted defiantly. "Naruto, you must flee and summon the pervy sage. You cannot contend with this individual." "I will buy time," Menma urged, fully aware of the masked man's formidable prowess. "But, Menma, I want to stay and help you," Naruto insisted, eager to offer his assistance. "Flee now. Unless you wish to see me taken away," Menma stated bluntly, as if the masked figure were an overwhelming force. Recognizing Menma's evident distress, Naruto nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and he and Sasuke departed. Once they were gone, Menma sat down, his expression shifting as he relaxed. "Let us converse," he said, addressing the masked man. "Hoping to delay time, are we? Host of the Nine Tails, you would be wise to comply and come with me," the masked man responded. "Enough, Obito. Do not presume that your mask conceals your identity from me," Menma remarked. The masked man visibly faltered, astonished by Menma's revelation of his true identity. "Though my expression is hidden, you must be quite surprised, yes? Shall we engage in a transaction?" Menma continued with an air of nonchalance. "A transaction? What kind of transaction?" The masked man, now intrigued, inquired. "I shall assist you in analyzing a particular issue. Please spare me and Naruto," spoke Menma. The masked man let out a cold chuckle before retorting, "What insight could a mere child like you possibly provide?" "Indeed, it is precisely because I am but a child that I can deduce your identity from the scant information at my disposal," Menma replied. The masked man's expression shifted noticeably. He was genuinely intrigued by how Menma had discerned his identity. "Allow me to share my hypothesis. First, during the incident involving the Nine Tails, my father speculated that you were Uchiha Obito, as you demonstrated the ability to control the Nine Tails. If my father held this belief, it stands to reason," Menma continued. "However, the dilemma lies in the fact that Uchiha Obito perished long ago in battle against the first Hokage. If he were indeed alive, it could only mean that he feigned death during that great conflict." Menma proceeded, "Given the passage of time, I find it difficult to believe he has not aged, unless he has mastered some arcane technique that grants him immortality. Yet, Uchiha Obito is known for his pride. He would never deign to don a mask to conceal his true self. As for you, masked individual, it is inconceivable that you are Uchiha Obito. If you were, you would certainly not resort to wearing a mask. The mask suggests two possibilities. Either Uchiha Obito has been disfigured, which, considering his nature, seems unlikely, or you are simply not Uchiha Obito," Menma articulated with clarity. "Since you are not Uchiha Obito, yet you possess the ability to control the Nine Tails, it implies you may belong to the Uchiha clan. However, I have discussed this matter with clan leader Fugaku, and we concluded that none among the Uchiha in the village could exert such control over the Nine Tails," Menma stated, appearing composed. Yet, at that moment, the masked man felt a surge of trepidation. He had not anticipated that a mere 7-year-old could draw such profound conclusions from the limited information available, and, astonishingly, he was correct. He realized that if he allowed Menma to continue growing, he would inevitably become a formidable adversary. After careful consideration, he resolved that no matter what Menma said next, he must take him away. "May I hypothesize that Uchiha Obito did not perish, but rather is somewhere orchestrating a plan, albeit facing unforeseen setbacks that delay its execution? As he ages and feels the burden of this endeavor, he may have arranged a contingency, namely, you, Uchiha Obito," Menma posited, revealing his ultimate conjecture. Although the masked man had braced himself, he was taken aback by the depth of Menma's insights. "Next, let us delve into the speculation regarding your identity. By eliminating all impossibilities, what remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Initially, I was unaware that you were Uchiha Obito. I merely sought to gauge your reaction. However, your response has unequivocally revealed your true identity." As Menma spoke, the masked man was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he had inadvertently revealed his identity. Rest assured, I shall not disclose your identity to anyone, especially not to Kakashi-sensei. This shall be counted among our transactions, Menma said to Obito. Humph. No wonder you are the son of Minato-sensei. I never expected you could deduce my identity so swiftly. Even Minato-sensei failed to grasp it. If you are allowed to grow unchecked, you will undoubtedly become my formidable adversary, Obito declared, emanating a palpable aura of menace. He understood that Menma had to either ally with him or meet his demise. It seems you are not inclined to engage in a transaction with me. Very well. I had intended to inform you that you have been manipulated, but it appears you are not interested in knowing, Menma said, shrugging his shoulders and rising. A hint of regret in his tone. What do you mean by that? Obito inquired, fixing his gaze on Menma. Consider this. It is Uchiha Madara we are discussing. How could it be mere coincidence that you encountered that incident? How could it be that you were made aware of it? How could it be that you witnessed it? How could it be that my father was not present? To reiterate, once all impossibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth, Menma articulated, directing his gaze towards Obito. Obito appeared momentarily stunned as he began to contemplate the nuances of the situation. It indeed seemed as Menma suggested. The sheer number of coincidences was staggering. A multitude of coincidences only indicated one thing. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Menma's words reverberated in the air like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, creating ripples of realization. At that moment, it seemed Obito had come to a profound understanding. He appeared increasingly agitated, as if clarity had dawned upon him. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. The deal is struck. I shall temporarily spare you and your brother. As for your ultimate fate, that remains to be determined. Do as you wish. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, Menma replied. Just as an agreement was reached between Menma and Obito, a fierce gust of wind heralded the arrival of Jiraiya. Sensing Jiraiya's presence, Obito made a swift decision to retreat. His body began to shimmer, a precursor to activating his Kamui. However, in an unexpected turn, he appeared before Menma in an instant. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan activated, casting a Jinjutsu that struck Menma before he could react. Jiraiya shouted, conjuring a Rasengan in his hand, which he hurled towards Obito. Yet, the attack passed directly through Obito's form, leaving Jiraiya in shock, having never encountered such an enigmatic technique. While Jiraiya remained astonished, Obito activated Kamui once more, declaring as he departed, Vortex Menma, I hope you find this gift to your liking. With that, he vanished from sight. Is it a space-time ninjutsu? His mastery surpasses that of the fourth Hokage. This individual must be the one responsible for the Nine-Tails incident. Perhaps he is also the catalyst for the turmoil in the ninja world, Jiraiya pondered, suddenly struck by an epiphany. Jiraiya hurriedly crouched down to assess the condition of Menma. He discovered that she was relatively unharmed but ensnared in a powerful illusion, one that he found himself incapable of dispelling. A wave of concern washed over him as he scooped her up and rushed home. Meanwhile, within the various ninja villages, a conspiracy was quietly unfolding. In the hidden cloud village, the fourth Raikage, glared furiously at the chaotic scene before him. A group of imposters masquerading as ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village had just launched an assault on the Cloud Village, causing significant destruction and resulting in casualties among both the ninjas and villagers. Enraged, he clenched his fists, flames of fury flickering in his eyes. How dare the Rock Village provoke us? Are they seeking war with the Hidden Cloud Village? His roar echoed throughout the village, inciting the ninjas of the Cloud Village to rally in indignation, readying themselves for battle, awaiting the Raikage's command to retaliate against the Rock Village. On the other side, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was equally incensed. A band of imposters posing as ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village had attacked the Rock Village, leaving devastation in their wake. Inoki huffed angrily. Is the Sand Village attempting to instigate war? Do they think the Rock Village is easy prey? He summoned the ninjas of his village, preparing to retaliate against the Sand Village, an eye for an eye. The Hidden Sand Village was not spared either. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, surveyed the aftermath of the attack by the fake Leaf Village ninjas with a furrowed brow. He coldly remarked, why would the Leaf Village resort to such actions? Do they wish to ignite war once more? Filled with anger and confusion, Raza resolved to confront the Leaf Village to safeguard the dignity of the Sand Village. In the Hidden Mist Village, the third Mizukage, Yagura, was under the control of Obito through an illusion. Although the village had not been attacked, Yagura's behavior was peculiar. Manipulated by Obito, he was poised to join forces with the Sand Village to launch an offensive against the Leaf Village. He spoke to the ninjas around him. The Leaf Village is growing increasingly powerful, posing a threat to us. We must seize this opportunity and ally with the Sand Village to suppress the Leaf Village. Just as tensions mounted among the various ninja villages and war loomed on the horizon, Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Leaf Village swiftly pinned the intelligence he had obtained into a letter and dispatched ninjas to deliver it to the other 4 major ninja villages. Upon receiving the letter, Raza of the Sand Village was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared for war against the Leaf Village, but after reading the letter, he regained his composure. It appears we have all been deceived. The Leaf Village did not attack us, and there must be a hidden mastermind behind this. He immediately ordered a cessation of hostilities against the Leaf Village and instructed the ninjas to investigate the village for any suspicious individuals, while also enhancing intelligence exchanges with the Leaf Village. In the Cloud Village, Raikage-A's expression shifted from fury to contemplation upon receiving the letter. He remarked, "So that is the case. We were nearly manipulated." He did not promptly cancel the war plans against the Rock Village. Instead, he convened a meeting to discuss the matter. After deliberation, they ultimately decided to abandon their plans. Following the meeting's conclusions and the recommendations of the higher-ups, Raikage arranged for a thorough search of the entire Cloud Village in an effort to uncover the masterminds behind the imposters posing as ninjas from the Rock Village. He also extended a gesture of peace to the Rock Village, indicating that the previous misunderstanding had been deliberately incited. In the hidden village of Awagakure, after perusing the letter, Inoki stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "It seems we have all fallen into someone else's trap." He ceased preparations for war against Sunagakure and instead instructed his ninjas to remain vigilant, ensuring they would not be exploited again. Communication with Sunagakure ensued, and both parties recognized they were being manipulated, resolving to jointly safeguard against the unseen puppet master. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Obito, upon receiving the missive, merely scoffed, dismissing the matter as inconsequential. The assault on Konoha was a scheme he had long orchestrated and would not be altered lightly. However, the ninjas surrounding Yagura sensed something amiss, particularly Terumi, Mei, and Ao. After deliberation among the higher echelons of the village, they ultimately decided to temporarily suspend their joint offensive against Konoha. In Konoha, Jiraiya returned home with Menma. Kushina, upon seeing her unconscious son, anxiously inquired, "Jiraiya-sama, what transpired? How did Menma end up like this?" Jiraiya, with an expression of guilt, replied, "When I arrived, a masked individual ambushed Menma with a formidable jinjutsu. His techniques were peculiar, and I was unable to intervene." Naruto, standing nearby, lowered his head in self-reproach, murmuring, "It's all my fault. I failed to protect my brother." "Do not blame yourself, Naruto. Your actions were commendable, had you not sought Jiraiya-sama. Menma might have been taken away," Kushina reassured him, gently ruffling Naruto's hair. Jiraiya continued, "That masked man possesses bizarre abilities. My attacks were ineffective, passing through him. Furthermore, his space-time ninjutsu is exceptional. I must report this to the Hokage immediately, for if he strikes Konoha again, we shall at least be somewhat prepared." As he spoke, he scribbled the intelligence on a note, dispatching it through nearby Umbu to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Subsequently, Jiraiya remained by Menma's bedside, desperately seeking a method to dispel the jinjutsu. He scoured various ninjutsu texts and consulted some medical ninjas in the village, yet Menma showed no signs of awakening. Naruto steadfastly held his brother's hand, silently praying for his swift recovery. The other ninjas of Konoha, too, heightened their vigilance in light of these events, enveloping the village in a tense atmosphere. In the Hokage's office, upon receiving Jiraiya's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grave. He took a puff from his pipe and exhaled a ring of smoke. Has he returned to assault Konoha after 7 years? Is his target still the Nine Tails? He pondered, taking another draw from his pipe. "Come in," Hiruzen called out. At that moment, a figure materialized before the Hokage's desk. "What are your orders, Hokage-sama?" inquired a masked Umbu, kneeling respectfully. "Immediately seek Tsunade and inform her that Konoha has come under attack. She must return to the village post-haste," commanded Hiruzen. "Understood, Hokage-sama," the Umbu replied before vanishing from sight. Hiruzen then summoned Kakashi and other jonin present in the village to deliberate on the recent developments. Sarutobi Hiruzen shared Jiraiya's intelligence with the gathered individuals, who were taken aback, for they had never encountered such an enigmatic technique. Could it be that any assault could penetrate directly? This implies that both taijutsu and ninjutsu would be rendered ineffective against him, remarked one jonin. It is plausible that there may be a time constraint. Such a state cannot be sustained for long. Continuous attacks might yield some effect, another jonin suggested. Regardless, we must bolster the village's defenses. I shall investigate the situation regarding Menma, Kakashi declared. Indeed, make haste. Should Menma awaken, bring him to me, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. Kakashi nodded and departed from the Hokage's office. While discussions continued among the remaining members on how to confront the mysterious masked man and speculations regarding his identity. Meanwhile, Kakashi arrived at Menma's side and observed him closely. Suddenly realizing that Menma was ensnared in a jinjutsu cast by the Sharingan. Menma is under the illusion of the Sharingan. Summon clan leader Fugaku at once. He should possess the means to dispel the jinjutsu, Kakashi instructed the others nearby. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback. For Kakashi's words implied that the masked man was likely a member of the Uchiha clan. I shall go fetch Uncle Fugaku, Naruto exclaimed, rushing out, with Sasuke following suit. Naruto and Sasuke dashed toward the Uchiha clan's compound, their hearts racing, especially Naruto, whose mind was filled with images of Menma unconscious. Sasuke, we must urgently bring Uncle Fugaku. Menma is waiting for him to rescue him, Naruto said as they ran. Sasuke nodded. Indeed, I hope my father can unravel this jinjutsu. Soon, they arrived at the Uchiha compound, where Fugaku was attending to clan affairs. Surprised by Naruto and Sasuke's hurried arrival, he inquired, Naruto, Sasuke, why the urgency? What has transpired? Gasping for breath, Naruto replied, Uncle Fugaku, Menma has been struck by a jinjutsu from the Sharingan and is now unconscious. Kakashi-sensei suggested you might be able to dispel it, which is why we came to seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression shifted slightly. He understood the potency of Sharingan jinjutsu. Without further inquiry, he followed Naruto and Sasuke to Menma's residence. Upon arriving beside Menma, Fugaku crouched down and meticulously examined his condition. He gradually infused his chakra into Menma's body, attempting to uncover the source of the illusion. After a moment, his expression grew serious. This jinjutsu is not an ordinary Sharingan technique, Fugaku stated as he rose. His demeanor grave. Jiraiya hastily asked, Clan leader Fugaku, what is the situation? What type of jinjutsu is this? Fugaku glanced at the gathered individuals and replied slowly. This is the jinjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is significantly more powerful and complex than a standard Sharingan jinjutsu. The mention of the Mangekyo Sharingan left the crowd astonished. Kakashi furrowed his brow and said, the Mangekyo Sharingan? Has someone within the Uchiha clan awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku, what on earth is happening? After a moment of contemplation, Fugaku replied, within our clan, the only ones who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan are myself and Shursui, yet we could never commit such acts. If it is not someone from our clan, then the only Uchiha outside who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan that comes to mind is Uchiha Madara. Although he has been absent for many years, if he were indeed alive, his capabilities could easily accomplish all of this. Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Kushina exclaimed in unison. That name resonated with them like an ancient and fearsome legend. Wasn't Uchiha Madara killed by the first Hokage during their fateful battle? How could he still be alive? Jiraiya uttered incredulously, for this was common knowledge among all in Konoha. As the group stood in shock, Menma's fingers twitched slightly. Naruto was the first to notice this change, and he exclaimed, Menma, Menma, are you awake? Gradually, Menma opened his eyes, his gaze still somewhat dazed. He looked around at the assembled faces and inquired, what has happened to me? Naruto hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. After hearing Naruto's account, Menma felt utterly bewildered. He still could not comprehend the illusion that Tobi had cast upon him, wherein he experienced a life he truly desired, one free of worries and burdens. Suddenly, Menma had a revelation. He recognized Tobi's intentions. Was he trying to recruit me? Menma pondered internally. Kakashi, noticing Menma's awakening, said, now that Menma is awake, we should take him to see the Hokage. What Fugaku has revealed is of paramount importance and must be communicated to the Hokage without delay. Everyone agreed, and they escorted Menma toward the Hokage's office. Sasuke, relieved that Menma was unharmed, returned alongside Fugaku. Along the way, Silence enveloped them as they each contemplated the possibility of Uchiha Madara's resurrection. If this were indeed true, it would spell disaster for the entire shinobi world. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted them, his expression softening with relief upon seeing Menma awake. "Menma, it is a relief to see you unharmed," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Kakashi stepped forward to relay Fugaku's suspicions to the Hokage, Lord Hokage, after assessing Menma's condition. Fugaku deduced that he was ensnared by a Mangekyo Sharingan Jinjutsu. He believes that the Uchiha outside our clan who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan is likely Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this revelation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly dropped his pipe in astonishment. His eyes widened in shock. Uchiha Madara? If it truly is him, what could his purpose be? Why incite conflict among the ninja villages at this juncture, and why target Menma? A heavy silence fell over the group, each member wrestling with the bewildering questions that lingered in their minds. Menma pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Grandfather Hokage, I previously crossed paths with that masked man. His intentions seem to extend beyond merely instigating a war between the ninja villages. He appears to harbor a far more sinister plot, though I have yet to fully comprehend it." Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Menma and replied slowly, "It is all right, Menma. We must remain vigilant. Whether it is Uchiha Obito or any other adversary, we cannot allow his schemes to come to fruition." "What should we do next, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, "First, we must bolster the defenses of Konoha and increase the patrols of the Umbu. Secondly, we need to swiftly establish communication with other ninja villages to relay this information and ensure they are on alert. Lastly, we must continue our investigation into the identity of this masked man, uncovering his hiding place and discerning his true motives." The group nodded in agreement, affirming their commitment to follow the Hokage's directives. Meanwhile, other ninja villages received intelligence from Konoha, and despite their varied responses, they all shared a common reaction of shock. "Uchiha Obito has been revived," muttered Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. He was well aware of the terror that Obito represented, having encountered him in his youth. He was left profoundly shaken and fearful. He understood that a single ninja village could not withstand Uchiha Obito. They would need to unite with other villages to stand a chance against him. Inoki looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. The fourth Kazekage Raza and the fourth Reikage, though they had never faced Obito, were cognizant of the formidable nature of his being and were contemplating strategies to counter him. Meanwhile, in the land of water, the atmosphere remained as tranquil as ever. Obito, glancing at the intelligence sent from Konoha, could not help but smirk. "I am curious to see how you will respond," he thought disdainfully as he scrutinized the documents before him. At this juncture, Konoha had heightened its security measures, particularly around Naruto and Menma, with an increased presence of Umbu operatives, including some familiar faces. Menma, Jiraiya, Kushina, and Kakashi were walking down the street, heading home. "Honestly, there's no need to arrange for so many people to protect me and my brother. He won't trouble us in the near future," Menma remarked, her words seemingly deliberate. "What do you mean by that, Menma?" Jiraiya inquired, casting a curious glance her way. "Oh, let's discuss it at home," she replied softly, ensuring only the three could hear her. Intrigued, they continued to their house, where Naruto opened the door upon their arrival. "You're back," he exclaimed. "All right. Now that we have privacy," Menma said, closing the door and looking at them with an air of mystery. "His target is the nine tails within Naruto and me. This means as long as the nine tails remain in our bodies, Naruto and I will always be in danger," Menma explained. "However, I have made a deal with him. So at least for the next few years, he won't be inclined to target either of us." "Menma, how could you possibly engage in dealings with such a perilous individual? What exactly did you trade?" Jiraiya inquired. "I have come to learn certain secrets of his, as well as matters of great significance to him. I shall keep them confidential. And in return, he has promised to spare us in the years to come," Menma replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Regardless of your assurances, he will ultimately not let you go." Kushina voiced her concern. "Rest assured, I possess the discernment required. I am fully aware of his intentions, his objectives, and his next steps. He poses no genuine threat." Menma assured them. "Menma, do not be overly confident. Do not assume that everything is within your grasp," Kakashi cautioned. "Allow me to recount the conversation I had with him. Perhaps the four of us can deduce further insights," Menma suggested, proceeding to relay his entire dialogue with Obito, though he refrained from disclosing Obito's identity. As Menma spoke, the others fell into deep contemplation. Naruto, who was listening intently, seemed to grasp only a fraction of the conversation. So, Menma, what is the conclusion of this tale? Naruto's ill-timed question interrupted, his earnest expression suggesting he was not jesting. That is precisely why I spoke so plainly. I was not mistaken, was I? Menma responded in a tone audible only to Jiraiya, Kushina, and Kakashi. The three nodded in agreement, showing their concurrence. Under the looming shadow of Uchiha Madara's potential resurrection, the 5 great shinobi villages faced an unprecedented crisis. Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Leaf Village proposed the formation of an allied force with the other 4 villages to jointly seek out Uchiha Madara. This proposal stirred ripples across the shinobi world, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. In the Cloud Village, the 4th Raikage, sat within a spacious conference room surrounded by the village's senior shinobi. Frowning, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Cooperate with the other villages? The Cloud Village has always relied on its own strength to protect our home. Can we trust those outsiders? Moreover, the truth of Uchiha Madara's situation is shrouded in ambiguity. We cannot afford to become entangled so easily. An elder from the Cloud Village stepped forward, saying, Lord Raikage, we are all aware of Uchiha Madara's infamous name. If he truly returns, confronting him alone would likely overwhelm us. While collaborating with other villages carries its own risks, it may be our best option at present. After a vigorous discussion, the Cloud Village ultimately decided to join the allied forces. In the Sand Village, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, was also engaged in deliberations with his fellow shinobi regarding this matter. With his arms crossed, he expressed his concern. We have just emerged from the brink of a provoked war. Now we must ally with other villages, which may conceal numerous conspiracies. We cannot allow the Sand Village to fall into danger once more. A senior shinobi from the Sand Village replied, Kazekage, the threat posed by Uchiha Madara cannot be underestimated. Should he truly return, our village may face annihilation. Joining forces with the other villages may be our sole opportunity to withstand this threat. After careful consideration, Raza ultimately agreed to participate in the allied forces. In the office of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki of Iwagakure, the venerable leader stroked his long beard. Wearing a solemn expression as he addressed the assembled ninjas, the formidable power of Uchiha Madara is something I experienced deeply in my youth. It is a force that instills despair, one that no single ninja village can confront alone. We must unite, despite the myriad inconveniences of collaborating with other villages. For the future of Iwagakure, we have no alternative. The ninjas of Iwagakure nodded in agreement, thus committing their village to the coalition. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Obito harbored a quiet smirk, confident that no one could uncover the truth. Let them proceed as they wish. Consequently, Kirigakure also dispatched its ninjas. Thus, a coalition of 100 elite ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages was formed. Each village meticulously selected its finest ninjas, encompassing combat units, intelligence teams, and reconnaissance squads. However, this seemingly formidable alliance was fraught with complications from the outset. Although the looming threat of Uchiha Madara temporarily united the villages, the lingering animosities of the past had not dissipated. Instead, new conflicts began to sprout in their daily interactions. On the very first day of the coalition's formation, an unpleasant scene unfolded at the assembly point. Ninjas from Kumogakure and Iwagakure clashed over positioning. A Kumogakure ninja shouted, "Keep your distance, Iwagakure. Who knows what treacherous schemes you might concoct behind our backs?" The Iwagakure ninja retorted defiantly, "You Kumogakure are the most untrustworthy. We have every right to stand here." As time progressed, the discord became increasingly evident. During an intelligence-gathering mission, the intelligence team from Sunagakure discovered a location suspected to have been visited by Uchiha Madara. However, when this information was relayed to the other villages, it was met with skepticism. A Leaf Village ninja expressed doubt. Could Sunagakure be deliberately misleading us? Do they have ulterior motives? An irate Sunagakure ninja countered, "We are sharing valuable intelligence, yet you question our integrity. It is you, Leaf Village, who are the most cunning." In a joint operation, the combat teams from various villages were required to work in concert. The combat team from Kumogakure, accustomed to a bold and reckless fighting style, disregarded the tactical arrangements of the other villages and charged ahead towards the target. This reckless act disrupted the entire operational plan, prompting the leader of Iwagakure's combat team to bellow in fury, "You Kumogakure ninjas are always so reckless. completely disregarding our strategy. Are you intent on putting us all in peril? The Kumogakure ninja shot back. Our combat style is to charge forward. If you're afraid, then stay back. Moreover, tensions also arose in everyday life. In the coalition's camp, disputes erupted over the allocation of supplies among the ninjas from different villages. The ninjas from Kirigakure complained that their share was less than that of the Leaf Village, voicing their grievances. Why do the Leaf Village ninjas receive more supplies? Is it because they believe themselves to be superior? The Leaf Village ninjas explained, our numbers are greater than yours. The proportional distribution is entirely justifiable. Meanwhile, in the Leaf Village, Naruto and Hinata were at home. How could the third Hokage do this? We've been cooped up at home for over a month. I'm nearly dying of boredom. Naruto complained. Although this confinement can't truly restrain me, given that my flying thunder god marks are scattered throughout the village. Escaping is rather simple, said Menma while engrossed in a book. I really don't understand what the old man is thinking. How is this any different from imprisonment? I must confront him, Kushina declared, slamming her palm on the table. Hearing the thud from upstairs, Naruto and Menma instinctively recoiled, fearing they had once again incurred Kushina's displeasure. Peering out cautiously, they breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Kushina leave the house, realizing they weren't the cause of her agitation. Just as Kushina stepped outside, she encountered Jiraiya, who was on his way to visit Naruto and Menma. Over the past month, Jiraiya had frequently come by, aware that this situation was unreasonable. He had previously discussed it with Hiruzen Sarutobi, but the third Hokage had remained steadfast in his decision. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Kushina began a fervent tirade, expressing her intent to confront Hiruzen personally. Jiraiya, feeling uncomfortable witnessing Naruto and Menma's restricted freedom, urged Kushina to remain at home to care for them while he sought out Hiruzen. After bidding Kushina farewell, Jiraiya made his way to the Hokage's office, where he confronted Hiruzen, asserting vehemently, "Old man, it is wrong to restrict Naruto and Menma's freedom like this. They are promising talents who must grow through both combat and study. Keeping them confined at home is akin to sheltering flowers in a greenhouse, preventing them from facing real danger." Sitting behind his desk, Hiruzen calmly replied, "Jiraiya, you must understand that Uchiha Madara's target may very well be the Nine Tails within Naruto and Menma. I cannot gamble with their lives. This concerns the future of Konoha." Jiraiya countered, "Old man, have you lost your senses? I understand your concerns, but we cannot halt our progress out of fear. We should enhance our protective measures rather than imprison them. In the Ninja Academy, they could acquire further ninjutsu knowledge and train alongside other ninjas, which is vital for their development." After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen conceded, "Jiraiya, you make a valid point, but the risks are considerable. Madara's strength is unfathomable. Should he breach our defenses, the consequences would be dire." Jiraiya passionately responded, "Old man, we can bolster the village's defenses. Additionally, we must not allow the enemy to perceive our fear as retreat. Naruto and Menma possess boundless potential. They need to grow in a normal environment to become stronger and better protect Konoha." After an intense debate, Hiruzen ultimately yielded to Jiraiya's fervent insistence. Throughout that month, the allied forces struggled to locate Uchiha Madara amidst mutual suspicion and distrust. They searched countless locations, from the towering peaks that pierced the heavens to the shadowy depths of dark valleys, from the lush forests to the desolate fringes of barren deserts. Yet, Uchiha Obito eluded them like a specter, leaving no tangible clues in his wake. The ninja of the combat division remained perpetually on edge, poised for a life-and-death confrontation with Uchiha Obito at any moment. However, each foray ended in disappointment, their hopes dashed. The intel division tirelessly sifted through and analyzed various reports. Yet they were persistently undermined by a plethora of false information, rendering them unable to unearth any truly valuable leads. The reconnaissance team scoured every nook and cranny of the ninja realm, their exhaustion palpable, yet they remained devoid of any trace of Uchiha Obito. As time wore on, internal discord within the allied forces intensified. Disputes among the various ninja villages escalated, with accusations of negligence and deliberate sabotage flying back and forth. Ultimately, a month later, the alliance disbanded, unable to endure the strain of internal conflict. Although the village hidden in the leaves had weathered the failure of the alliance, its defenses remained steadfast. Hiruzen Sarutobi, while consenting to allow Naruto and Menma to attend school, also reduced the number of shadowy Umbu protectors. He implored Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, This is the utmost concession I can afford. You must remain vigilant and safeguard them. Jiraiya resolutely replied, Rest assured, old man. I will devote my life to protecting these two children. Eventually, Naruto and Menma returned to their former lives, and upon their arrival at the Ninja Academy, their classmates greeted them with joy. Welcome back, Naruto. Menma, Irika exclaimed as he addressed them. Naruto, brimming with excitement, felt as though he had been coiled up for the past month. His exuberance was palpable. Meanwhile, Menma gazed out the window at a majestic tree where Jiraiya stood, unexpectedly keeping watch. A smile crept onto his lips as he glanced at the fidgety Naruto. Oh, how wonderful it would be if every day were like this, Menma mused, momentarily lost in thought. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light upon a clearing in the Konoha forest. Menma sat cross-legged in the clearing, seemingly awaiting someone, his anticipation evident, as today, Kushina was to begin teaching him the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Soon, Kushina approached, her eyes radiating a blend of seriousness and warmth. She beckoned to Menma. Come here, Menma. The sealing techniques are vital to our Uzumaki clan. You must study them diligently. Menma excitedly dashed to Kushina's side and declared, Mom, I'm ready. Kushina ruffled his hair and replied gently, Patience is essential. By the way, your father's sealing techniques were all taught by me. With a hearty laugh, she shared the moment. Menma, slightly amused, inquired, So, Mom, can we start now? Kushina nodded slightly, retrieving a scroll from her robes and slowly unfurling it, revealing an intricate array of symbols and patterns. Menma, the foundation of sealing techniques lies in the precise control of chakra. First, try to concentrate your chakra at the tips of your fingers. Following Kushina's guidance, Menma closed his eyes, calming his mind to sense the chakra within him. He began to mobilize his chakra, and soon, beads of fine sweat began to form on his forehead. At that moment, Menma paused and helplessly remarked, Controlling chakra precisely between my fingers is more challenging than I imagined. As he spoke, he formed hand seals, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Suddenly, dozens of shadow clones appeared behind him, quickly filling the space, each one spiritedly beginning to control their chakra. Kushina, witnessing this scene, smiled with satisfaction. Observing Menma's diligent efforts, her gaze drifted toward the direction of the Ninja Academy, pondering whether Naruto was paying attention in class or if he had angered his teachers. Within the academy, Naruto was dozing off, struggling to remain awake. Additionally, he frequently glanced at Menma, who, due to his unique circumstances, was seated closest to the back door, allowing him free access in and out of the classroom. Yet, Menma often remained in his seat, attending class more as a supervisor than a student, primarily tasked with monitoring Naruto and reporting back to Kushina. However, in most instances, it was Menma's shadow clones that attended school. After class, many would gather around Menma, either seeking advice or engaging in conversation, making his days quite leisurely. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a pang of envy. Although he and Sasuke were the second most skilled in practical combat, Menma surpassed him in all aspects, leaving Naruto feeling inferior and somewhat self-conscious. Sasuke shared a similar sentiment. Whenever he witnessed Menma's formidable prowess, he felt compelled to compete. Yet it was evident that he could not measure up to Menma's abilities, leading him to question whether his training was insufficient. On Menma's end, after considerable effort, he had successfully gathered chakra at his fingertips. Upon releasing his shadow clones, he closed his eyes to assimilate the experience. When he opened his eyes, he slowly extended his finger, a faint glimmer of chakra flickering at its tip. Well done, Menma. Now, observe this rune, Kushina instructed, pointing to a simple symbol on the scroll, and began to explain it in detail. This rune represented the inception of sealing. It resembled the lid of a container, designed to guide chakra along a specific path. Previously, you relied on the scroll. Now, it is up to you. Give it a try. Menma fixated on the rune, striving to commit every line to memory. He then attempted to trace the rune with the chakra at his fingertip. However, the chakra proved unruly and erratic. Do not be anxious, Menma. Kushina gently patted his shoulder. Sealing techniques require patience, much like weaving a fine net. Each knot must be perfectly executed. Taking a deep breath, Menma refocused his concentration. This time, his movements were more deliberate, and gradually, the shape of the rune began to take form. Excellent, Menma. Next, we shall learn how to merge this rune with chakra to form a preliminary seal, Kushina declared, demonstrating the process herself. Her hands moved swiftly as she formed the hand seals, chakra flowing in synchrony with her gestures, ultimately infusing the rune, which emitted a faint glow. Menma, emulating Kushina, began to form his own seals. His speed was considerably slower than Kushina's, given that it was his first attempt, yet he approached each seal with utmost sincerity. When he infused chakra into the rune, it flickered a few times before extinguishing. Menma, your chakra control is not yet precise enough. When infusing chakra, it should flow like a gentle stream, steady and continuous, Kushina patiently instructed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Menma embarked on another round of attempts. Time and again, he finally managed to stabilize the rune, which emitted a dim glow. Though weak, it marked progress. Splendid, Menma. Next, we will delve into more intricate combinations of runes, Kushina stated, gesturing towards a set of runes on the scroll. This particular arrangement was interwoven and appeared quite complex. Menma gazed at the runes, feeling overwhelmed. Sensing that Kushina was more anxious than he was, Kushina began to elucidate the meanings of the rune set, their interconnections, and how to maintain balance amidst the flow of chakra. Menma listened intently, occasionally posing his own questions. As time passed, his understanding of the rune set deepened. He attempted to combine the runes, but errors frequently arose. Either the chakra would falter, or the connections of the runes would fail. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. Menma, you must construct the entire structure of the seal in your mind, much like building a house. Each rune serves as a crucial cornerstone. Kushina used vivid metaphors to aid Menma's comprehension. Closing his eyes, Menma envisioned the runes stacking together like building blocks. He then opened his eyes and resumed his efforts. After several attempts, his movements became increasingly steady, and the flow of chakra grew more fluid. Although he encountered minor issues along the way, he swiftly made the necessary adjustments. When the final rune illuminated, the entire rune combination radiated a bright light, which lasted for several seconds before gradually fading. Wonderful, Menma. You have grasped this rune combination at a preliminary level. Kushina smiled with satisfaction. Mother, sealing techniques are truly astonishing. I wish to learn more, Menma exclaimed, brimming with determination. Very well. Next we will study the application of sealing techniques in combat and how to unravel an enemy's seals. However, that will be part of future lessons. You have done exceptionally well today, Kushina said, affectionately ruffling Menma's hair. Kushina looked up at the sky, noticing that dusk was approaching. She turned to Menma and said, Come, Menma, let us go fetch Naruto. Menma nodded in agreement, realizing that time was indeed short, as there was only a brief interval before school would conclude. As the two individuals approached the entrance of the Ninja Academy, they awaited Naruto's arrival. Soon enough, Naruto and his shadow clone of Menma emerged, joining the duo. My task is complete. Here you go, the shadow clone said, handing over the backpack to the original. Menma, scratching his head, replied, I'm quite exhausted. Why don't you hold on to it for now? The shadow clone, somewhat displeased by this suggestion, retorted, whether I dispel early or late, it's you who bears the fatigue. It makes no difference. Indeed, no one understands oneself better than one's own self. With no other choice, Menma accepted the backpack. Upon receiving it, the shadow clone immediately dispelled, and Menma was instantly flooded with memories of the day spent at the academy. Meanwhile, Kushina approached Naruto, inquiring, Naruto, did you pay attention in class today? You didn't upset Irika-sensei, did you? Naruto nodded vigorously in response. Observing this, Kushina shifted her gaze to Menma, seemingly seeking confirmation. Menma also nodded, prompting Naruto to visibly relax. Kushina then looked at the two and asked, You two aren't conspiring to deceive me, are you? If I discover that you've teamed up against me, you both know what is coming. Her words carried a tone that felt somewhat threatening. Both Naruto and Menma swallowed hard, repeatedly shaking their heads to assure Kushina that they would not mislead her. Reassured, she led them home. During their journey back, Naruto's chatter was incessant, and Kushina displayed no signs of impatience, listening intently to his words. Menma occasionally chimed in, and witnessing this interaction brought him genuine joy, stirring memories of Orochimaru, as he realized that resurrecting Minato would depend on him. He gazed at the Hokage monument, pondering the thoughts that lingered in his mind. That day unfolded much like any other, with Kushina teaching Menma sealing techniques in a clearing of the Konoha forest, while Naruto engaged in his studies with Menma's shadow clone. This routine had persisted for nearly a week. Throughout this time, Naruto's mood had grown increasingly somber, appearing lethargic in all activities, while maintaining an air of nonchalance in front of Kushina. In contrast, Menma had made remarkable progress, mastering the foundational sealing techniques with great proficiency, such as sealing objects and living beings, which he now executed effortlessly. These sealing scrolls could be categorized into two types. One that required the infusion of chakra for the retrieval or storage of items, limited to inanimate objects like food, beverages, and ninja tools. The other type relied on one's own skill in sealing techniques. Once mastered, one could even encapsulate living beings. Currently, Menma was being instructed by Kushina in intermediate sealing techniques, which involved sealing spaces and memories. This discipline demanded not only a high degree of chakra control, but also a profound understanding of sealing arts. Menma, akin to sealing space, generally requires a medium, such as a talisman or a mark. In addition, one must integrate previously learned techniques to embed the sealing art within these mediums. Kushina patiently elucidated this to Menma, who listened intently. At that moment, Kushina demonstrated by producing a sealing talisman, forming a hand seal to encapsulate the sealing technique within it. Watch closely, Menma, she instructed, as she affixed the talisman onto a stone and began to perform the hand seals. Upon completion, the stone was drawn into the talisman. Incredible, Menma exclaimed, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. He suddenly envisioned employing the Flying Thunder God technique to affix sealing talismans onto others, thus streamlining the process. Noticing his excitement, Kushina continued, however, this sealing talisman has a significant drawback. It cannot seal a person, as an individual trapped within can break free by releasing chakra. Upon hearing this, Menma's spirits dampened. Sensing his dismay, Kushina gently inquired, why so glum? What I am about to teach you is truly the main event. She then produced 5 sealing talismans and said, next, I will teach you the 5 seals technique. This is a common sealing method among our Uzumaki clan. By placing these 5 talismans in different locations, one can create a barrier-like sealing technique, primarily used to protect special areas or serve as a refuge. Menma pondered this for a moment before suggesting, so, to undo this sealing technique, one must simultaneously remove all 5 talismans? Kushina nodded with delight, surprised that Menma could deduce such a concept. If this were true, it would indicate that Menma possessed a notable aptitude for learning sealing techniques, ensuring the legacy of the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts would endure. Now observe closely. This is the sequence for the 5 seals technique, Kushina instructed, demonstrating the hand seals while also imparting important precautions. Menma listened earnestly to Kushina's teachings, recognizing the invaluable assistance these sealing arts would provide him in the future. Meanwhile, Naruto was lethargically engaging in the afternoon practical training session, sluggish in his taijutsu drills and frequently distracted. Ever since Menma was granted the freedom to train during the afternoon sessions, Naruto and Sasuke had been grouped together to enhance their training efficacy. When the pair engaged in taijutsu sparring, they typically exchanged blows fervently. In past instances, their bouts would often end in a stalemate, usually interrupted by Irika. However, today, Naruto quickly found himself at a disadvantage, raising eyebrows among the onlookers. Menma's shadow clone, noticing this shift, approached Naruto and inquired, brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Naruto, somewhat indifferent to Menma's concern, replied coolly, it's none of your business. With that, he walked away. Menma, acutely aware of Naruto's unusual behavior, rushed to his side and asked, brother, do you have something on your mind? You really don't need to keep it bottled up. As he expressed his thoughts, Naruto began to exhibit signs of impatience. He turned to Menma and exclaimed, you're quite bothersome. Can you refrain from pestering me? Menma, taken aback by Naruto's outburst, pondered whether he had unintentionally upset him. It seemed illogical. What could possibly be the matter? Concerned for Naruto's well-being, Menma approached him again and said, brother, you. Before he could finish, Naruto abruptly turned around, dismissively shoving Menma aside with a swift motion. Anger flared within Naruto as he reiterated, Menma, you're so annoying. Can you stop following me like a fly? Menma was bewildered. It was the first time Naruto had directed such ire towards him, prompting him to question whether he had inadvertently provoked Naruto's anger. Soon, the commotion caught the attention of their classmates, who quickly gathered around. Irika, sensing the tension, also came over to investigate the unfolding situation. Naruto, what's wrong? You seem off today. Shikamaru was the first to inquire. Irika added, Naruto, is it really necessary to push Menma? As he prepared to assist Menma to his feet, Menma agilely sprang up, fixing his gaze on Naruto. Brother, Menma began, still contemplating whether he had upset Naruto, only to be met with Naruto's sharp retort, "Shut up." Menma fell silent, perplexed by the intensity of Naruto's anger. Gritting his teeth, Naruto turned away in frustration. "What is eating him today?" Kiba muttered quietly to himself. Irika, observing Naruto's retreating figure, turned to Menma and asked, "What is going on?" Faced with Irika's inquiry, Menma struggled to find an answer, admitting, "I have no idea." He just started yelling for seemingly no reason. Perhaps he is in a bad mood. The others pondered this revelation, and Kaido approached Menma to inquire, "Are you hurt?" In response to Kaido's concern, Menma replied, "It was just a shadow clone. I'm not injured. However, I must inform the original body of what transpired. I must take my leave." With that, Menma transformed into a plume of smoke, evidently dispelling the shadow clone. In that instant, he received memories from the clone. Meanwhile, Kushina, perceptive as ever, sensed a disturbance and asked, "What is wrong, Menma? Your chakra suddenly became erratic. Did something happen?" Menma recounted the events that had unfolded at school. And upon hearing this, Kushina furrowed her brow. She was well aware of her two sons. It was unusual for Naruto to lash out at Menma. "I'll ask him tonight to discern what truly transpired. Try not to worry too much and continue your training," she said gently, stroking Menma's head. Menma nodded and resumed his practice. Time passes swiftly, and before one realizes, dusk has arrived. As is customary, Menma and Kushina went to fetch Naruto from school. However, this time, Menma entered the classroom to retrieve her backpack. Upon her arrival, she briefly exchanged glances with Naruto. She had intended to greet him. Yet Naruto seemed disinclined to acknowledge her presence. On their way home, Naruto remained unusually quiet, prompting Kushina to sense that something was amiss. After the three returned home, Naruto headed straight to his room on the second floor, but Kushina quickly called out to him. "Naruto, what is wrong today? Why did you lose your temper at Menma?" Kushina inquired. Naruto halted in his tracks, and upon noticing this, Kushina approached him and guided him to the living room, where they sat on the sofa. "Naruto, could you please tell Mama if something is troubling you, or if something has made you unhappy?" she gently asked, stroking his hair. At that moment, Naruto lowered his head, and suddenly, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Through his sobs, he asked, "Mama, do you not like me?" Hearing these words, Kushina felt a wave of amusement wash over her. She continued to caress his hair and replied, "Oh, my child, what are you saying? How could Mama not like you? But why does Mama only teach Menma sealing techniques?" Naruto continued to cry. It was then that they understood the source of Naruto's unusual behavior. Kushina burst into laughter. "I thought it was something serious. It's actually quite simple. You haven't yet completed your studies at the Ninja Academy. Once you do, Mama will naturally teach you." As she spoke, she wiped away his tears. "But Menma is already so skilled, and there is a great gap between us. Whenever danger arises, it's Menma who protects me, even though I am the older brother. Yet, I always end up being the one needing protection," Naruto lamented, his sobs growing more sorrowful. Menma finally realized the reason behind Naruto's distress. It stemmed from feelings of inferiority due to the perceived disparity in their abilities. Unsure of how to comfort Naruto, Menma thought it best to rely on Kushina. Kushina embraced Naruto gently, whispering, "Silly child, everyone has their own pace of growth. Menma has a talent for sealing techniques, which is why she learns quickly. Moreover, Menma is not perfect. She is afraid of spiders and centipedes, while you are not. In that regard, can't you protect her? You also possess your own unique strengths. Your optimism, kindness, and indomitable spirit are invaluable traits." Upon hearing Kushina's words, Naruto raised his head, still glistening with tears. "Really? I have my own strengths?" Kushina smiled and nodded, "Absolutely. You have great potential in physical techniques, and you will become even stronger. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, Mama will teach you sealing techniques, and who knows, you might even surpass Menma in your learning." Gradually, Naruto ceased his weeping, wiped his tears, and looked at Menma, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Menma. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you." Menma shook her head gently and smiled as she spoke to Naruto, saying, "It's all right, as long as your heart is unburdened." Upon hearing this, Naruto took Menma's hand and dashed upstairs, prompting Kushina to smile warmly at the sight of the two.